Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. For the past few weeks, we've looked extensively into the French and Dutch pirates active in the West Indies during the last years of the buccaneer era. Jan Willems, Nicholas van Horn, Michael Andriezoon, Anne du Lavaux, Michel de Gramont, and Lorho de Graaf. We covered more than 20 years of history in that time, from about 1680 to 1700. We talked about the end of the Franco-Dutch War, the War of the Reunions, and even the 9 Years' War. Now, though, we need to go back to the beginning of that story. We need to rewind the clock back from the dawn of the 18th century to about the end of the Franco-Dutch War. If you're new to the show and not caught up, I suggest you go back and listen to some of those older episodes. They're very good. Still, though, as a bit of a refresher, I'd like to talk briefly about the English pirates and privateers active in the world during that time, and the English policies toward them, as well as the world events that shaped them, mostly from an English perspective. I'll do my best to avoid my habit of giving context all the way back to the fall of Rome, but I will say this. England and the Dutch Republic had a very on-again, off-again sort of relationship. They were old allies back to the founding of the Dutch Republic, but by about the mid-17th century, they had become bitter rivals. They were fighting over trade and colonial possessions. They fought two wars, the First and Second Anglo-Dutch Wars. Then, in the interest of containing French expansion under Louis XIV, England joined the Triple Alliance, that is, England, Sweden, and the Netherlands. Those three countries allied to reinforce Spain against France. However, King Charles II of England really liked Louis XIV, and he didn't think much of either Spain or the Netherlands. So a mere 2 years after joining the Triple Alliance, he switched sides and allied with King Louis. The war that followed goes by a number of different names, and we've used all of them on that show. And actually, that war encompassed several different conflicts. To the north, in Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Brandenburg, they were fighting a war called the Scanian War amongst themselves. From the English point of view, it's called the Third Anglo-Dutch War. That saw England and France allied against the Netherlands, Spain, and the Holy Roman Empire. That war lasted for 2 years, and it broke down largely like this. France fought a land war against the Dutch on their border, while England fought a naval war in the North Sea and in the East Indies and in the West Indies. In the prosecution of this naval war, they pressed thousands of young men into naval service and employed thousands more as privateers. However, Parliament didn't much care for that war. It was costly, and it was unnecessary, and really it benefited England very little. Really all it did was serve to aid Louis XIV in his wars. Now, Parliament didn't share Charles II's love for all things French, and pressed the king once again to switch sides. So England allied with Spain and the Netherlands for the remainder of what is called the Franco-Dutch War. When that war ended, all of those thousands of young sailors who'd been pressed into naval duty were released from service, and all of the privateers saw their commissions dry up. England quit handing them out. That left thousands of Englishmen in the West Indies without work. Many of them turned to smuggling. Some of them even tried to attempt legitimate trade, but most of them turned to logwood cutting. They poached logwood from the Spanish Main. That was a profitable enterprise, but it was hard work, and it was dangerous work, and still not nearly as profitable as buccaneering. So they began to leave the logwood camps and turn to roving. It began slowly at first, but it picked up speed. Now this was outright piracy. These were one-time privateers that turned to roving without commissions. And that's where we catch up with the Pirates of the Pacific Adventure. That's John Coxon, Richard Sawkins, and Bartholomew Sharp when they crossed the Isthmus at Darien to raid Panama and then the Pacific coast of South America. If you haven't listened to those episodes, go back and do so. On that Pacific adventure, though, we met John Cook and Edward Davis, and then three men that chronicled that voyage: William Dampier, Lionel Wafer, and Basil Ringrose. This was a very well-documented voyage, an unusually well-documented voyage, even a suspiciously well-documented voyage. William Dampier was a naturalist, and he wrote extensively on the flora and fauna found in modern-day Panama and into South America. He was also a pioneer in documenting currents and wind patterns in the region. This sort of information would prove useful should, say, any British colonists ever set sail for the region. Now, Lionel Wafer was also educated, and he was injured on the voyage and forced to stay behind with the Kuna, an Amerindian tribe that populated the Darien region of Panama. He wrote exhaustively of the Kuna, of their customs and traditions and their social structure, and he published his work in 1695. That's just the sort of information that would be invaluable if, for example, hypothetically speaking, the Company of Scotland attempted to establish a colony there in 1698 at New Edinburgh, which would fail miserably and lead to the kingdoms of England and Scotland officially uniting into one single united kingdom. You know, on the off chance that might happen. But that information, those writings of both Dampier and Wafer, were tough to come by any legal means in England. However, should some unscrupulous pirate just happen upon that information while raiding a Spanish ship or a Spanish colony, well, that sort of service would outweigh any crimes he may have committed. You see, England and Spain were at peace in 1680. They were even recent allies in that Franco-Dutch War. So England was unable to move openly against Spain without risking warfare, and they didn't want a war, but they did want some of that valuable real estate on the western coast of South America. They'd been interested in it ever since Francis Drake and the Golden Hind. While they were still at war with Spain during the Third Anglo-Dutch War, for the first 2 years of it, they actually sent Royal Naval squadrons to scout out the region, but now they couldn't, not officially. However, they did have all of these out-of-work privateers just hanging around there in the West Indies. Perhaps if the Lords of Trade or maybe a colonial governor secretly funded an expedition and sent along a few educated men to document the voyage, those pirates could do what the Royal Navy could not. Now, I've gone into a fair amount of detail in those older episodes, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that the Pacific Adventure, from its inception, was aided, funded, and even planned at the highest levels of the English government, from King Charles and James, the Duke of York, all the way down to the lowest colonial governors in the New World. Now, that's a conspiracy theory. It involves a conspiracy to commit illegal acts of war that insulated the Kingdom of England from any responsibility. However, it's not a theory without precedent. This is irregular warfare, and this sort of warfare is ancient and still, even today, commonplace. For example, during the Cold War, the U.S. fought 2 very hot wars with China in Korea and Vietnam, but neither of those were officially wars against China. When, in 2014, Russia decided to annex Crimea, it was Russian troops that did so, but they claimed that those troops were merely Ukrainian freedom fighters or Russian soldiers on vacation. And the U.S. does the same sort of thing, all over the world, in Syria and Iran and Libya and Egypt. But we're not at war with any of those countries. Much like those pirates in the Southern Ocean, those were all unofficial actors. They weren't sanctioned by a government, not officially, but that doesn't mean that they weren't sent there by the government. Eventually, though, the Pacific Adventure broke apart. William Dampier and Lionel Wafer, along with John Cook and his first mate, Edward Davis, they left the expedition. They returned to the North Sea, what we call the Caribbean, and eventually disbanded altogether. In 1682, Lionel Wafer briefly returned to England and then sailed back to the North American colonies. William Dampier went directly to the colony at Virginia, rather than back to his wife in England. John Cook and Edward Davis, they went to ground. Perhaps they returned to the logwood camps in the Bay of Campeche, or maybe the Mosquito Coast, or even possibly they just settled down in Port Royal for a while. You see, it was a bad time to be a privateer, especially an English privateer in the West Indies. After the Pacific adventure, Spain was furious. It was a good time for men of that profession to avoid notice. However, they wouldn't stay quiet for long. This is episode 61, More Willful and Less Under Command. In that hypothetical English plan to scout out the Pacific for possible weak points or promising locations for colonies, there is one argument that stands above all of the others. This is the work of Basil Ringrose. His account, entitled The Dangerous Voyage and Bold Assaults of Captain Bartholomew Sharp, is the most detailed account of that voyage out there. Not only in terms of the day-to-day affairs of the pirates, but he also precisely mapped their voyage. He drew maps, he recorded coordinates, and he listed landmarks. It's clear that he intended that work to serve as a guide for anyone that might follow after him. That work was so extensive that even beyond the publication of his own book, it's been collected into a modern compendium called a Buccaneers Atlas, and it's filled with surprisingly accurate and detailed maps. Now, any work like this, be it topographical or historical or scientific, well, it needs other similar works against which to compare and cross-examine it, and Bartholomew Sharp would have luck there. Shortly after Dampier and his party left the voyage, in April of 1681, the Spanish merchantman Rosario, quote, encountered the ship La Trinidad, took her for a Spaniard, but found her to be a pirate. In the first 3 shots, the pirates killed the captain, Juan Lopez of the Rosario, boarded her, took the wine, silver, and everything of value, and put the Spaniards to torture to discover if there were any more silver. Then they turned the vessel adrift with sails cut, and taking 5 or 6 of the crew, dependent among them, sailed for the island of La Plata, refreshed there for 3 days, killed one of the Spaniards, and flogged another. End quote. La Trinidad was the flagship of Bartholomew Sharp. Now, the wine they found on the Rosario was certainly of value, especially at sea, and silver was obviously always a good find. But they would have taken any cargo on La Rosario that was worth carrying. However, the most valuable items they found on the ship were maps, even if they didn't know how valuable they were yet. The ship had a collection of good Spanish maps of the region, though. Bartholomew Sharp took charge of these. He secured them, he studied them, and then he gave them to Basil Ringrose, who compared them to his own work. The Trinidad sailed south, raided a few more ships and settlements, and in November of 1681 they rounded Cape Horn and returned to the West Indies. Now, first they sailed for Barbados. There, quote, neither dared we be so bold as to put in there at Barbados, for hearing of a frigate lying there we feared, lest the said frigate should seize us for privateers, and for having acted in all our voyage without commission. Thus we stood away thence for the island of Antigua. End quote. They passed right on by St. Lucia and Martinique and Guadeloupe. Of Antigua, Sharp writes, quote, the gentry of the place and common people were very willing and desirous to receive us, but the governor flatly denied us entry, at which all the gentry were very much grieved. End quote. Now, he probably wasn't lying about that, probably not boasting. Pirates were, even if they were distasteful to deal with, always exactly the sort of people that the gentry were happy to receive in port. For example, a few weeks later it would be noted that the pirates possessed, quote, several thousands of pounds and several portmanteaux of jewels and gold and silver, coined and uncoined. End quote. That's the sort of visitors that anyone would be happy to see arrive on their shores, no matter where it happened to be. Remember when Jan Willems sailed on Boston and the people there just ignored the royal decree and invited the pirates to come in and spend all of their money? Well, the people of the Caribbean Islands, as Sharp calls them, would have been equally thrilled to see the pirates show up. But there, after receiving such a cold welcome, the crew of the Trinidad decided to disband. Sharp left the ship in the possession of the crew, who would pirate around for a while before being picked up by Jamaican authorities and tried for piracy. Only one man was executed, but it was actually Henry Morgan who oversaw that trial. The rest of the crew, though, decided to return to England. At St. Thomas, Sharp and 10 others booked passage on Captain Charles Howard's ship, White Fox. Basil Ringrose and 13 others, the rest of the crew returning to England, took passage on Captain Robert Porteen's ship, the Lisbon Merchant. They arrived in Plymouth on 25 March 1682. Only about 2 weeks after arriving in England, Bartholomew Sharp and most of the rest of the crew would be arrested. He was arrested on the insistence of the Spanish ambassador. He faced the Admiralty Court on 10 June 1682. Now, the case would eventually be thrown out due to a lack of material evidence. However, Sharp also turned over the copies of the maps taken from La Rosario. The court recognized the value of those maps and Captain Sharp's value as an experienced naval commander. He would actually be granted a Royal Naval Commission, and eventually he would return to the West Indies, but before long he would be privateering again. Now, the rest of Bartholomew Sharp's life is blurry. There are rumors that he actually sailed alongside Lord de Graaf and Michel de Grammont. They say that he may have attacked Campeche in 1685, as well as to even have returned to the Pacific at one point, but no real evidence exists of either. In 1688, he was reported to be the commander of Anguilla, but in exactly what capacity he was commander remains unclear. Now, he probably fought in the 9 Years' War, and by 1699 he was recorded to be in a Danish prison on St. Thomas. There, he would actually die on the 29th of October, 1702. However, it was his escapades in the Pacific adventure that captured the English mind. His trial before the Admiralty Court was widely reported all across England and in the colonies. Many people took an interest, not so much in Bartholomew Sharp himself, but in everything that he saw there in the Southern Ocean. Now, they didn't have the sort of wide public fascination that we would see with Henry Morgan or the sort that we'll see later with Blackbeard and his fellows, but there was an interest. It seems to have been, though, mostly a political interest or a commercial and scientific interest. The Southern Ocean was, in England, seen as a little-known region with ample opportunity for exploitation. If there was a concerted effort to take over or inherit the Spanish Empire there in England, well, Cuba or Mexico were bad entry points, but the Pacific coast was a fantastic entry point. So a number of industrious English captains began to prepare voyages around Cape Horn. They were all allegedly to trade with the Spanish settlements there on the Pacific coast. Most notably were Captain John Eaton of the Nicholas and Captain Charles Swan of the Cygnet. Any sailors that had knowledge of the Pacific were approached by these two captains. They were encouraged to join up, hopefully to help navigate the expeditions. Now, anybody who did probably signed up. It was a profitable voyage. But many other intrepid sailors with a mind for adventure joined their crews as well. Now, Charles Swan actually met Basil Ringrose. He picked his brain about the first Pacific adventure. Charles Swan was a man with more than a little pull in London, at least in the less savory sort of circles. He was a long-time buccaneer and privateer. He'd actually accompanied Henry Morgan across the isthmus back in 1671 when they first sacked Panama, and then Swan led more than a few missions of his own. But it appears that by 1683 he had transitioned into legitimate trade, at least on paper, legitimate trade. But he convinced Ringrose to invest in the voyage and to join up as a sort of guide. He prepared his 16-gun ship Cygnet. He stocked the ship with provisions and bought 5,000 pounds sterling worth of goods to trade. It took him several months, but by October 1st he was ready to sail. However, those months cost him. He was beaten to sea by Captain John Eaton, and Eaton would cause him trouble. John Eaton was also reportedly going to South America for the purposes of trade. However, as soon as his ship, the Nicholas, arrived off the coast of Portuguese Brazil, he began raiding and capturing ships. All of the ships he took, he sank, and then he began to raid settlements, even down to the lowliest fishing villages. If the locals there didn't accede to his wishes, he would see all the locals killed, and then he would see the town burned. Even when they did do as he wished, Captain Eaton was likely as not to let his men run rampant in the town. They robbed, they raped and burned and murdered their way down the coast of Brazil. This was causing real problems for Captain Swan. He arrived virtually on the heels of Captain Eaton, sometimes only a week or so behind him. And when he did arrive in these small towns and fishing villages, hoping to trade, well, they were sometimes still burying their dead and cleaning up the rubble from the last time an English trader had visited their shores. They weren't exactly friendly to the crew of the Cygnet, even though they were there to trade. More often than not, they were fired upon or chased off, and even when they weren't, they were openly insulted and refused entry. Now that means that the Cygnet wasn't earning any money, but also that Swan wasn't able to trade for water or foodstuffs. The men were forced to hunt and fish and collect water from creeks and rivers. The men were getting a bit agitated, mostly because they weren't earning anything for themselves. So finally, Swan quit even trying to enter those towns. He sailed a little bit further out to sea to catch the winds that would carry him south. He arrived at the mouth of the Straits of Magellan in just a few weeks' time. But when he got there, he found another English ship. It was the Nicholas of Captain Eaton. Now, the frigid and stormy and empty waters around Cape Horn and the Straits of Magellan are not exactly the place to make enemies, especially not with a crew of pirates who are well versed in the art of killing. However, Captain Swan was upset with Captain Eaton, understandably. Eaton had made his job much harder than it needed to be. Still, he hailed the Nicholas and lay at anchor so the two ships could meet and talk. The crew of the Cygnet fraternized with the crew of the Nicholas. They shared wine and meat, and the Nicholas had plenty to share. They'd taken virtually everything that the Brazilians had. The crew of the Cygnet watched as the crew of the Nicholas gambled with silver and gold recklessly. They had enough to afford to lose. The Cygnet listened to the tales of the Nicholas visiting those villages and the adventures they had with the Brazilian women. To the crew of the Cygnet, this sort of life looked way better than their own daily routines of hard work and light rations and no money and no women. They entreated their captain, Captain Swan, to join up with Eaton. They wanted to join with the Nicholas. They begged him to go raiding with the pirates. Now Swan refused, but he said that 9 of his crew abandoned ship and joined up with Eaton. Quote, after they saw they could not prevail with me to play the rogue, end quote. The two ships did agree to sail together, however. Petty things like murder and rape and robbery wouldn't keep countrymen from working together when they had this, honestly, really dangerous bit of sailing ahead of them. Neither of them knew their way through the straits, but Basil Ringrose had traveled around Cape Horn before, and he knew how to do so. They chose to follow his lead. Now, they were set upon by a storm during the crossing and separated. At least, that's what Captain Swan said happened. Now, the Cape was dangerous, and it was often beset by storms, and they did separate. But Captain Swan would warn Spanish officers a little bit later on that there was another English ship out there, a pirate. He warned them and told them to be wary. So it seems like he knew that Captain Eaton was out there, still sailing. I think it's possible, not necessarily likely, but possible, that they just parted ways after rounding the Cape, at least amicably, if not friendly. Now, Charles Swan and the Cygnet would do some trading in Spanish ports. The locals were surprised to meet an English merchant, but not unhappy to trade. You see, the English were able to undercut the costs that the Spanish monopoly had on goods. Cygnet was welcomed in those Spanish ports. They were fed and finally, blessedly, able to earn a living. On the other hand, John Eaton and the Nicholas were having poorer luck. Due to Captain Swan's warnings, Eaton found himself not at all welcome in any of those Spanish ports. He was fired upon, he was chased out of town, and he was hunted. He always managed to escape, sometimes by the skin of his teeth, but he kept sailing. The fortune of the two captains had switched. But then, on 19 March 1684, a large, heavily armed ship appeared on the horizon, threatening to chase down John Eaton and the Nicholas. To put all of this in the context of the story we've been discussing for the past several weeks, right at this moment, several hundred leagues to the north, Captains Lorho de Graaf and Jan Willems and Michael Andrezun had just completed their attack on Cartagena. The War of the Reunions had just wrapped up. The Nicholas and the Cygnet, though, weren't the only ships that were interested in the Pacific. They weren't even the only pirates interested in the Pacific. Back in the West Indies, Captain John Cook was making his own preparations to sail. He captured 2 French merchantmen carrying wine off the coast of Saint-Dominique. He put one of them under the command of his quartermaster, Edward Davis, and took command of the second, larger ship himself. If you think way back to when our story parted ways with William Dampier and Lionel Wafer and John Cook and Edward Davis, the English had just been betrayed by a French captain named Tristan. They were sailing companions, and all of them were brethren of the coast, when Captain Tristan arrested the English that were sailing on his ship. Now, legally speaking, he was well within his rights to do so. Tristan had a commission from the King of France. He was licensed to sail against the Spanish. The English had no commission. They were just pirates. So Tristan arrested Dampier and Cook and Wafer and Davis and nearly 36 more men. Now, most of them he left marooned on Isla Vache, intending to come back and collect them later. Dampier was among those. But John Cook and Edward Davis and the other officers he carried on to Tortuga. Now, when Tristan went ashore in the night, the English pirates broke free from their restraints and overwhelmed their French captors. They took command of Tristan's ship and sailed her back to Isla Vache to rescue Dampier and the others. And then he sailed off. Well, Captain Cook gave that ship to Dampier and Wafer and a few other Englishmen from the Pacific adventure that chose to leave the West Indies. Now, he took command of a small sloop, but when he wound up capturing those 2 French merchantmen carrying wine, he was still a bit put out by that French betrayal. So he took command of that larger ship carrying 14 guns and named her Revenge. Now, those 2 ships sailed north from Saint-Dominique, past Tortuga, and past New Providence Island. They sailed on by San Augustine and the swamps of Carolina toward the English colony at Virginia. Now, in 1683, Virginia was the largest and richest English colony in the New World. It surpassed Jamaica and even the New England colonies like New York and Massachusetts Bay. However, it was hardly what you'd call cosmopolitan. They were only a few years removed from Bacon's Rebellion. Really, most of the people in Virginia were still essentially frontiersmen and tobacco farmers. In A Pirate of Exquisite Mind, Diana and Michael Preston write of Virginia, quote, "The colony had been founded as a profit-making enterprise, but at first this seemed a pipe dream. The settlers' hopes of finding gold were soon disappointed. Attempts to grow exportable crops such as pineapples and olives failed. However, tobacco saved the struggling colony and turned the pipe dream into a pipe-smoking reality." End quote. That's just one of those lines that I wanted to share and that I'm a little bit furious they come up with and I can't take credit for. But John Cook and Edward Davis sailed for Virginia for two reasons. First, Port Royal, really any of the English colonies in the West Indies, were unlikely to buy pirated goods. However, Virginia was a colony that was thirsty for trade goods and also less likely to ask too many questions. Second, though, and perhaps more importantly, there were at least 20 good, seasoned pirates that they wanted to recruit. William Dampier, among the others, had retired to Virginia in 1682. Now, he'd spent 13 months there, essentially idle. It was a good place to relax after an adventure like he'd had in the Pacific, a particularly good place for Englishmen that had a little coin but not a lot of coin. It was the sort of place where they could find a modicum of civilization, more than in Port Royal, but it was cheaper than living back in England. It was the perfect sort of place for men that had a little money but no source of income. It was a good place to stretch their dollars in relative luxury. Now, Dampier tells us almost nothing of his time in Virginia. All he writes is, quote, "That country is so well known to our nation that I shall say nothing of it, nor shall I detain the reader with the story of my own affairs and the trouble that befell me during the 13 months of my stay there." End quote. I would, in fact, very much like to hear what troubled him there. One is forced to wonder why he didn't choose to go and visit his wife back in England. In other works, he would give a little more detail, though. He was staying with a gentlewoman, and actually he might have been ill. He did discover, while he was there in Virginia, a strange string-like growth coming out of his leg. Now, the woman he was staying with thought it might be an exposed nerve, but Dampier correctly identified it as a guinea worm. He spent several weeks spooling the worm around a stick and slowly pulling it out of his leg. Finally, though, he employed the services of a local slave doctor. He sprinkled ground tobacco leaves around the exposed guinea worm and then wrapped the leg up. His leg eventually was fully cured. The Prestons actually point out that this treatment was of particular interest to the Royal Society in London many years later. But it was there in Virginia that Cook and Davis found him and told him of their intended voyage. Their plan was to return to the Pacific to raid the coast of Peru and the rich silver ships that sailed there. They hoped that Dampier and Wafer and all of the other companions from the Pacific adventure would agree to sail with them. Now, these were all pirates that had been to the Pacific before. They had all sailed under John Coxon and Bartholomew Sharp, and they had followed Cook when he chose to leave Bartholomew Sharp behind and return to the West Indies. They were all old friends. They were compatriots, and all of them knew the Pacific. I imagine John Cook and Edward Davis as a sort of 17th century blues brothers, you know.
We're putting the band back together.
Forget it. No way.
We're on a mission from God.
It's imperative, though, to Cook and Davis that Dampier and Wafer and all the rest agree to join up. However, after their 13 months of just lazing around in Virginia, most of them were getting a little light on money, so everyone did agree to join. Now, Davis found a buyer for their smaller vessel, as well as someone to buy all the wine they were hauling. Both ships and wine were the sort of commodity that would sell quickly, especially there in Virginia, and especially at the price that Davis was asking. No one was going to ask too many questions. It might seem a bit surprising that they sold off all the wine. After all, they were pirates. You'd think that they'd be likely to hold on to some of it for personal use. However, Dampier does tell us, quote, "Having furnished ourselves with necessary materials and agreed upon some particular rules, especially of temperance and sobriety, by reason of the length of our intended voyage, we all went on board our ship." End quote. Temperance and sobriety might seem like strange articles to add to a pirate code, but it's hardly unusual, especially for these long voyages. Most pirate codes actually had articles restricting drinking and gambling. That's in opposition to the popular image of pirates, but see, pirates could drink and gamble as much as they could afford to when they were ashore, but at sea they had a job to do. It wouldn't do for them to lose a prize or, even worse, be captured by the Spanish because the crew was too drunk to fight or to sail. Gambling, on the other hand, could lead to fighting and killing one another. The crew of the Revenge was to be sober, at least for now. Now, we do know a bit more about this crew than most of the other crews we've talked about, thanks to William Dampier's records. When they voted on their pirate code, it looked something like this. John Cook was voted as captain. Now, we only know a little bit about John Cook. According to Dampier, he was a Creole. We would say a Creole. Creole was a French term used to distinguish those born in the colonies from those born back in Europe. It rose to prominence in the Louisiana colony, but here Dampier uses it years before the Louisiana colony was even founded. John Cook's parents were English, but he was born on St. Kitts. He was a native of the West Indies. He sailed from a young age and probably served on board a number of brethren ships, but he eventually rose to the rank of quartermaster under Jan Willems during the Third Anglo-Dutch War. Edward Davis was voted in as quartermaster of the Revenge. Now, Davis was an Englishman. He was a native of Plymouth. It's also very likely, being from Plymouth, that he sailed from a very young age. We don't know exactly when he came to the West Indies, but it was probably during that same war when he would have met Captain Cook. It's worth mentioning here, once again, just what an important position a quartermaster was on board a pirate ship. In the Navy, the English Royal Navy, a quartermaster was a petty officer. They served as a helmsman and oversaw supply and provisions. He was responsible for seeing to orderly and regimented conduct in the crew's quarters, the quartermaster, and he also served as a sort of intermediary between the crew and the officers. On board a Royal English vessel, there was to be little intermingling between the two classes of sailors. But on a pirate ship, every man had a vote and every man received a fair share, so the crew's representative had a lot more power. He actually had a veto power over the captain. If the captain were to order an action too dangerous for the crew or that the crew just didn't approve of, they could take a vote and the quartermaster could veto it. The quartermaster led the crew whenever they boarded another vessel, and really in a lot of ways he ran the day-to-day operations of a ship. In virtually every way, the quartermaster was equal to the captain, even oftentimes getting the same share. Now, the captain only had absolute authority in battle, and even there, after the battle was done, the quartermaster had the power to call the captain to account for orders given during the battle. You know, during a battle, you can't have two men arguing over the best course of action. You don't have time for that sort of thing. However, if the captain makes a terrible mistake and a lot of men needlessly lost their lives, the quartermaster had the ability to remove him from power, even see him punished. Sometimes quartermasters would abuse that power to see themselves raised to the rank of captain. Quartermaster was a position that could challenge the power of the captain in a lot of ways. That usually only happened, though, if the captain was at odds with the crew. On board the Revenge, though, Cook and Davis were friends, and the crew was happy for the most part. So, instead of being a rival to the captain, Davis was more of a first mate. And then there was the pilot, Mr. Ambrose Crowley. Now, Crowley would go on to publish his own account of this voyage. He claimed to have a Master of Arts from Cambridge University. That's quite a bold claim. Much like Dampier and Wafer, though, he would eloquently paint himself as a gentleman and a scholar among a crew filled with rapscallions. There might be an element of truth to that, but they all three managed to overlook their own rapscallion-y behavior. And then there was the surgeon, a man named Mr. Hill. Now, both Dampier and Wafer had served as surgeons on board ships before, so that's at least 3 men able to do surgical duties who were all at least moderately well educated. In fact, to hear Dampier tell it, the crew was filled to the brim with just stand-up guys. There was a man named Mr. Benjamin Barker that was, quote, a very diligent and observing person, and likewise very sober and credible, end quote. Dampier's book is just filled with this sort of language. If you read A New Voyage Round the World and don't compare it to any other sources, which there weren't any others when he published it, you might believe that the crew of the Revenge is filled with gentlemen forced to this life of buccaneering. And there does seem to be, once again, a suspicious number of educated men on board, men that would relate their findings to the people back in London. Remember, England wasn't granting commissions. These men were pirates. Full stop, there was no question of it. However, Dampier and Wafer and Crowley would be called in to discuss their findings by the Royal Society of London. That's the same Royal Society that boasted members like Isaac Newton and Edward Halley. If Ambrose Crowley did have a Master of Arts from Cambridge University, there's a very good chance he actually met Isaac Newton and Edmund Halley. And Dampier, William Dampier, would be invited to address the Royal Society's fellows twice. They even published his findings. Edmund Halley was there on both occasions, and Isaac Newton probably on at least one. In fact, Edmund Halley, he was the scientist after which Halley's Comet is named. He would publish a map of wind currents and tides all around the world. However, Dampier published his own map, and both Isaac Newton and Halley recognized Dampier's map as superior. Those two scientists, two of the most important English scientists ever to live, would actually use Dampier's findings in their own impressive work on rain and wind and tides and currents. That's the sort of sailor that was on board the Revenge when she set sail across the Atlantic. Now, the ship sailed east towards Africa. They would have preferred to sail directly south, but considering the winds, that was impossible. They had to allow the trade winds to carry them east-southeast to Africa, and then back west-southwest to Brazil. Their first stop was at the Cape Verde Islands. Now, they had a bit of trouble with the Portuguese inhabitants there. Dampier writes, quote, "The inhabitants would not suffer our men to land, for about a week before our arrival there came an English ship, the men of which came ashore pretending friendship, and seized on the governor with some others, and, carrying them aboard, made them send ashore for cattle to ransom their liberties. And yet, after this set sail, and carried them away, and they had not heard of them since. The Englishman that did this, as I was afterwards informed, was one Captain Bond of Bristol. Whether he brought back these men again, I know not." End quote. This may or may not actually be true. See, Dampier mentions that other English pirate to justify the hostility that they faced there in the Cape Verdes, but then he goes on to discuss flamingos. He discusses their strange coloring and mating habits and migratory patterns, and then he discusses ambergris at some length, its viscosity and its color and where it is to be found, and he just goes on and on like this. What he fails to mention while he's discussing flamingos and whale vomit is the Dutch ship that he and his crewmates stole off the coast of Africa. In the introduction to A New Voyage Round the World, Sir Albert Grey writes, quote, "The buccaneers boarded and took a fine Danish vessel, the Bachelor's Delight, 36 guns, to which Cook transferred his crew. It was an act of piracy so flagrant, committed against a friendly nation, without such shadow of excuse as was deemed to justify harms to Spain, that Dampier is evidently ashamed to mention it." End quote. They captured that Dutch ship of 36 guns and transferred all of their own guns to her. According to Crowley, they also loaded her up with, quote, "good brandy, water, provisions, and other necessaries." Apparently, it wasn't to be too sober of a voyage from this point on. Then they actually burned the Revenge to hide any evidence of their crimes there in the Cape Verdes. The ship also held 50 or 60 women, 60 slaves. What happened to these women isn't recorded in any of the sources. The fact that they named their ship Bachelor's Delight brings to mind some disturbing possibilities. However, I think the worst of these that comes to mind is unlikely. Now, some pirate ships wouldn't have been above keeping a few of those women around for their own purposes, but it's unlikely that the Bachelor's Delight did. Now, most of them probably had an unhappy fate. They were likely sold to slave merchants there in Sierra Leone. During his court-martial, Bartholomew Sharp accused John Cook and Edward Davis of buggery. He even went so far as to suggest that the entire crew that mutinied against him was guilty of the crime of buggery. William Dampier could have returned to see his wife, Judith, when he sailed for Virginia, but he didn't. I mean, he probably should have, but he had more than a year there in Virginia, and still he didn't. In fact, after he married Judith, he left a few weeks later, before the first Pacific adventure, but he wouldn't see her for 12 years after their marriage. It's possible, even likely, that the crew of the Bachelor's Delight was gay. Maybe all of them. See, English society was less accepting of homosexuality than France, for example. Even the relatively libertine French weren't easy on openly gay men, but England could be worse. For a gay Englishman, leaving English shores and joining a crew of other like-minded men might be a fantastic option. It might even be delightful. Or perhaps not. We don't know. What we do know, though, is that the Bachelor's Delight sailed from the Cape Verdes to the Straits of Magellan. Now, Dampier argued against taking the straits. He said, quote, "I urged to hinder their designs of going through the Straits of Magellan, which I knew would prove very dangerous to us, the rather because our men, being privateers, and so more willful and less under command, would not be so ready to give a watchful attendance in a passage so little known." End quote. However, Crowley and Captain Cook ignored this advice. They intended to take those straits. But then, on Valentine's Day, 1684, according to Ambrose Crowley, the crew was discoursing the intrigues of women when they were hit by a terrible storm. Now, the storm blew them southwards, further south than any ship had ever been, at least any English ship. This made it impossible for them to take the Straits of Magellan, which might have made Dampier happy if not for the fact that the ship was then assaulted by an icy rain. Now, this allowed the men to fill their barrels with rainwater, but it also forced the men to turn to brandy to warm themselves. Perhaps it's good that they brought that brandy. Crowley noted that they could, quote, "drink 3 quarts of burnt brandy a man in 24 hours without getting intoxicated," end quote. That's 3.5 liters for our non-American listeners. Look, that's just nonsense. I don't care how tough a grizzled old sailor you are or how cold the rain is. Crowley is saying here that they could drink 4.5 bottles of Jack Daniels in a day without getting drunk, and that would just straight up kill any human being you or I have ever known. But then the storm passed. The crew, though, had come to the conclusion that, quote, "the discoursing of women at sea was very unlucky," end quote, and they believed that it, quote, occasioned the storm. They chose to keep silent on the issue from then on. With the Straits of Magellan now behind them, they were forced to take a route around the Cape, which was difficult sailing, but perhaps not as difficult as the Straits of Magellan. When they finally were around the Cape and finally in the Pacific Ocean, they found themselves in calm, peaceful seas. But only a few days later, they spotted a set of sails on the horizon. Dampier writes, quote, "We looked out in the morning. We saw a ship to the southward of us, coming with all sail she could make after us. We lay muzzled to let her come up with us, for we supposed her to be a Spanish ship come from Valdivia, bound for Lima." End quote. This was a hard bit of luck. They had just entered the Pacific Ocean, and already a Spanish ship had spotted them and was coming to intercept them. The Bachelor's Delight prepared herself for a fight. The other ship was coming up fast and setting a course to intercept them, and that other ship was prepared for a fight. Her guns were manned, and they were prepared to fire. She was positioned to come right up alongside the Bachelor's Delight and intended to bombard and then board her. However, John Cook and Edward Davis were prepared. They were seasoned pirates, and their ship was well armed, even better armed than this enemy vessel. So the pirates on board the Bachelor's Delight hunkered down and readied themselves to fight off the Spanish attack. But then, to their amazement, that Spanish ship hailed them in English. The crew of the Bachelor's Delight poked their heads up, just enough to see who was on board the other ship, and they saw a crew of Englishmen. Clearly not the Royal Navy, though. There was only one sort of English ship that might be sailing in these waters, a pirate ship. So Captain Cook hailed back, and he sent over grappling hooks to pull the two ships in close. Then, there in the open ocean, the men met to talk. The other ship turned out to be the Nicholas, under Captain John Eaton, out of London. He was, yes, a freebooter, and he was here to ravage the Spanish presence on the Pacific. But the two pirate ships shared water and brandy and bread and beef, and then they discussed their plans. They decided it would be best to work together. Here in the Southern Ocean there were no English settlements, there were no friendly ports, so it made sense to stick together. They did have word that there was another ship, with Captain Swan and a man they all knew, Basil Ringrose. However, he had sailed north already. So the two ships agreed to travel to the island of Juan Fernandez. They set sail, and they would arrive there on the 22nd of March. However, when they arrived, they would meet someone there that they did not expect to find. Allow me to pose a situation to you. What would you do if you found yourself abandoned on a deserted island? Practically speaking, what would be your first steps toward survival? I think most of us have, at the least, daydreamed idly about that situation. I know that when I'm out camping, there will inevitably be a moment when some absolutely minor problem has cropped up and I've found a solution that I'll sit back and think to myself, I could do it. I could live here, build a hut, catch fish, even a cabin given enough time. Some of us even have a plan in place for when society inevitably crumbles. There are doomsday preppers and bug-out bags and entire industries built around survivalism. And it is a good idea to have a plan in place. I mean, earthquakes and hurricanes and tornadoes and floods, these things happen, and it's only smart to be prepared. However, most of us will, happily, never be hopelessly lost in the wilderness or abandoned on a deserted island. If you did find yourself in that situation, what would you do? What steps would you take? Because I'm the sort of person to do this sort of thing, I have made a spear while out in the woods without using a knife. You can use fire and a rock to smooth a piece of wood into a hard, sharp, pointy stick. It's not that hard. Then I tried to spear some fish. I did that for maybe half an hour before I got bored and went to go make s'mores. I didn't catch any fish, but if I got hungry enough, I think I could spear a fish or two before I retired to my nice waterproof tent to snuggle up in my padded, warm sleeping bag. So let me extend the parameters a bit. You are abandoned on a deserted island, and you have only the clothes that you were wearing, a good, sturdy knife, and a rifle. But you only have maybe 12 rounds for the rifle. You're on a subtropical island, thousands of miles from home, with no hope of rescue. You have no tent, no sleeping bag, no water, no chocolate, and no marshmallows, and no graham crackers. So let us assume that you're already proficient in the use of that rifle, proficient enough to hunt with it and keep it in good repair. And let's assume you're comfortable cleaning and dressing whatever animals you manage to kill. Even if you manage to take down good-sized game with every shot, how long would 12 rounds feed you? Maybe a few months, if you were an excellent shot and knew how to preserve the meat to last a while. Assuming you could extend that by gathering fruits and roots to eat, maybe you could stretch it out to 6 months with excellent survival skills. But what would happen if those months turned into years? I'll expand the parameters further. Not only are you all alone on that island with no hope of escape or rescue, now you're out of bullets. That rifle is little more than a big club, and not a very good one at that. And then imagine that your island is in the territory of your greatest enemy, an enemy that has subjugated your people, committed genocide against many others who look just like you, and considers you personally to be a criminal of the worst sort, worth no more than a bullet to the head and to be left alone for the carrion eaters. And they know that you're there. That's becoming a fairly specific hypothetical situation. I think it's one that most of us would fail to survive. Even if we could manage to feed ourselves and find shelter, it's a rare individual that could last for years while being hunted, surviving only on what we could make or find. However, that was the situation of one young man named William in 1681. He was a pirate aboard La Trinidad under Captain Bartholomew Sharp on the Pacific Adventure. La Trinidad anchored at Isla Mas La Tierra, the second largest of the Juan Fernandez Islands, just off the coast of modern-day Chile. William went off to go hunting, carrying only his musket with a little bit of powder and shot and his knife. The rest of the pirates gathered together to hold an election for captain. That included William Dampier, John Cook, Basil Ringrose, Edward Davis, and Lionel Wafer. Sharp wasn't proving to be much of a captain. They weren't earning much money, so the men wanted someone else to lead them. They elected John Watling to the post. However, while they were wrapping up the proceedings, Spanish sail appeared on the horizon. The pirates fled to their boats and to La Trinidad, where they got under sail and fled as fast as the wind would carry them. Unfortunately, they had to leave William behind. William saw the ship sailing away and went down to the beach, hoping that there might be a boat or maybe to see if anyone was still ashore. Perhaps they had just left for a little while and were coming back. Then he spotted, and was spotted by, the Spanish on their ships. William fled to the island's interior to hide. The Spanish came ashore and sent a search party inland, but they failed to find him, and eventually they left. And then William was left all alone on the island, with not a single other human being in sight. This is episode 62, Not Quite a Haven. I've tried to put myself in his mind here. If I were in that situation, well, I think I would hold out hope that my companions were coming back for me. Once they escaped the Spanish, they would surely return and rescue me, right? Unfortunately, William had one major factor against him here. He wasn't English. He wasn't even white. He was a Mosquito Indian, a guide for the English. Now, England and the Mosquito were close allies, and the buccaneers were especially close with the Mosquito. However, that didn't necessarily mean that the English held the Mosquito in the same level of companionship and camaraderie as they did toward each other. Still, there were other mosquito on board the Trinidad. They must have argued for his rescue. Unfortunately for William, Captain Watling wouldn't last long, and Bartholomew Sharp was soon to be captain again. And if you want one solid piece of evidence that Sharp was a poor captain and an objectively bad person, take into account that he passed by Isla Mas La Tierra on his way to round Cape Horn, but he didn't bother to stop by and rescue William. Now, some in his crew, especially the other mosquito, would have argued for William to be rescued, but it appears that everyone that would have made that argument, including the mosquito, voted to leave Sharp's command and sail north under John Cook. I wonder how long it took William to admit to himself that no one was coming. Perhaps he was the sort of person that hoped rescue would come but assumed it wouldn't and worked with that in mind. Or perhaps he was the sort of person that worked in hope of a rescue. Perhaps he built bonfires for days, giving his companions a guiding light toward him. Personally, I think it was likely when his shot ran out. Probably more like a few weeks than those hypothetical months. I think it was then that he accepted no one was coming back for him. Even if they were, now that he was out of shot, he would have to act as though he were on his own if he wanted to survive. So he built a shelter deep in the tree line. It was protected from storms and any prying Spanish eyes that might come by, but it gave him a view of the bay. He could see anyone that arrived on the island, be they English or Spanish, and he could act accordingly. Then he built a bucan, or a barbacoa, over which he could smoke the meat that he caught for preservation and cure their skins for later use. The island had herds of wild goats living upon it, of which he'd already killed several. He had their skins and used them as bedding and a cover for his shelter. Before long, he'd actually be wearing goat skins. Then he notched his knife to turn it into a saw. He used his gunflint and a little bit of the remaining powder to start a good fire. Now, he still had a flint and some powder left, but the goal would be to keep that fire going day and night as long as possible. Now, he used that fire to heat and soften the barrel of his musket, which he then struck or sawed into smaller pieces. Those pieces of iron he formed into all sorts of useful tools. He made a larger knife first, to use in cleaning game, which took up most of the metal. But then he made hooks and harpoon heads. Now, to hear Dampier tell it, William and the mosquito as a whole had learned metalworking from their English allies. Now, that's not exactly true, but it's not exactly untrue either. He describes the, quote, wild Indians as being essentially Stone Age people, making their tools out of chipped stone and wood. We know now that some Mesoamerican people had fully realized systems of casting and forging on a par with the height of European Bronze Age societies, but they worked mostly in copper and gold and silver. What they didn't have, at least in any large-scale operations, was ironworking. Most pre-Columbian people did primarily use stone tools, those in Central America and North America especially. For those societies that did have advanced casting and forging, well, after the arrival of the Spanish conquistadors, their European overlords didn't look too kindly on people building forges that could be used to make weapons. Still, William was able to make tools from his iron musket. With those harpoons, he was able to spear seals, and lots of them. Dampier writes, quote, "Seals swarm as thick about this island as if they had no other place in the world to live in, for there is not a bay nor rock that one can get ashore on but is full of them." End quote. And then he goes on to describe another strange animal. Quote, "A large creature about 12 or 14 foot long. The biggest part of his body is as big as a bull. It is shaped like a seal, but 6 times as big. The head is like a lion's head. It has a broad face with many long hairs growing about its lips like a cat. It has a great goggle eye. The teeth 3 inches long, about the bigness of a man's thumb. In Captain Sharp's time, some of our men made dice with them. They have no hair on their bodies, like the seal. They are of a dun color, and are all extraordinarily fat." End quote. William Dampier is usually credited with, if not discovering this animal, giving it its name, the sea lion. But then William, the mosquito William, used the skins of both the seals and the sea lions to great effect. He covered his dwelling with sea lion hides to protect against the rain. He used seal hides he cut them into strips, which he used as strings and braided into rope. He used them as fishing line with his iron hooks to catch the snapper and grouper that lived just offshore. William was, in a lot of ways, very lucky. I mean, it's never lucky to be marooned, but he had the skills and the will necessary to survive. The island also was, if you are going to be marooned, a good place to be marooned. It had a huge natural bounty. There were goats and birds and turtles and fish and all manner of other edible animals. He lived as well as he was able, even building himself a relatively cozy home and able to stockpile food. His biggest problems would have been, first of all, the rains that would, during the winter at least, be cold and have buffeted the island. And then there were the not infrequent visits of the Spanish soldiers. The Spanish knew he was there and would occasionally come hunting him. They would bring dogs and would sometimes spend days in their search. Now, William eluded them time and time again, but they certainly found his hut and his boucan and destroyed them. But William brought all of his essential tools with him and was able to rebuild every time. I imagine that after the first raid, he built up a small store of food and skins necessary to rebuild. William lived like this for 3 years. Then, one morning, he looked out over the bay and saw sails. But they weren't Spanish sails this time, they were English. On 22 March 1684, the Bachelor's Delight under Captain John Cook sailed into the harbor at Isla Mas la Tierra. William Dampier, Edward Davis, Lionel Wafer, and most of the crew were English rovers that William already knew. Now there was another ship, the Nicholas, under Captain John Eaton, that William didn't know, but the English on board the Bachelor's Delight were rowing ashore. William ran down to the beach to greet them, and as the boats neared the shore, one of William's close friends from the Pacific adventure, a mosquito man named Robin, jumped out and ran to greet William. Dampier writes, quote, "When we landed, a mosquito Indian named Robin first leapt ashore and, running to his brother mosquito man, threw himself flat on his face at his feet, who, helping him up and embracing him, fell flat with his face on the ground at Robin's feet, and was by him taken up also. We stood with pleasure to behold the surprise and tenderness and solemnity of this interview, which was exceedingly affectionate on both sides. And when their ceremonies of civility were over, we also that stood gazing at them drew near, each of us embracing him we had found here, who was overjoyed to see so many of his old friends come hither, as he thought, purposely to fetch him." End quote. It's unclear if they did sail for the Juan Fernandez Islands to rescue William. Dampier seems to suggest it might not have been their goal, but everyone on board the Bachelor's Delight, or nearly everyone, knew that they had left William behind. At the least, they would have been happily surprised to find him alive. Now, they did have another reason to sail for Isla Mas la Tierra, and I should mention that the island has a different name today, even in her native Spanish. They call her Robinson Crusoe Island. William wouldn't be the last castaway to survive there for years, nor would he be the last that William Dampier would rescue. But the pirates sailed for Juan Fernandez because they needed rest. Their crossing into the Pacific through frigid storms had left several of the men ill. Maybe half a dozen were sick enough to cause concern, including the captain, John Cook. Now, Cook had at least 3 men on board who knew a bit about medicine, and John Eaton had his own doctors. They all looked after the patients, and William, the Mosquito William, had a store of medicinal herbs he'd gathered there on the island. He also had food, and a fair bit of it. He prepared goats and cabbages, with enough to feed both of the crews happily. The crews of the Bachelor's Delight and the Nicholas enjoyed their time on the island. They spent 16 days there, letting the sick men rest and recuperate. Now, if you're listening to this episode when it comes out, or just a few days after, the pirates were on Robinson Crusoe Island on this day, 334 years ago. But by April 7, it was time to depart. The men who were ill were doing better, and Captain Eaton was eager to go capture some prizes. I wonder what William felt when he finally left his home of 3 years. Was there a moment where he looked back at his campsite and felt inexplicably a sense of melancholy? Or was there just an overwhelming feeling of relief that he would see his real home once again? When they left, the pirates sailed north for over a month at sea, along the Andes. Dampier, who may have been better qualified than any other Englishman to make this claim, was of the opinion that this stretch of ocean on which he sailed right now is the only part of the entire Pacific Ocean that could correctly be called Pacific, what he called the Pacific Sea. He describes the beauty of large, even mountainously large swells, but they never broke into waves. He described how, even at night, the skies were so clear that you could see endless, calm, moonlit ocean before them. How sailors on this patch of ocean could sail on without worry or trouble. Farther north, the sea grew as rough as anywhere else in the world, but for now, along the coast of Chile, it was truly Pacific. But of course they were sailing north, and trouble was coming. On May 3rd, they spotted sails in the distance and set a heading to intercept them. Captain Eaton was closer and came upon her first. He boarded and captured the crew when Bachelor's Delight caught up and came alongside. The ship was carrying lumber, 2 weeks out of Guayaquil. There were no valuables on board to speak of, and the Spanish captain informed the pirates that there would not be, not on his ship or on any Spanish ship they might find. The Spanish had word of the English pirates in the Pacific, or at least of Captain Eaton. This ship had received word only a few days past when she went ashore to collect water. The news of English Corsairs had come out of Valdivia, when another Englishman, Captain Swan, brought word of the English presence in the Pacific. The Viceroy at Lima had handed down orders once he learned of them. Every city, every port, and every town was to prepare for attack. If that town were too small to defend themselves, they were to leave and make for a city with a proper garrison. The people were to bring along with them all of their valuables, including the food and drink. Anything that could supply the pirates, they were to deny them. Any booty that the pirates might be after was to be properly guarded behind a stout wall and men atop it with guns. They were prepared to defend against any attack, even to withstand a siege if necessary. Also, no ships were allowed to carry gold or silver or jewels or any valuables. Even valuable cargo that the pirates might want was to be kept safe. The only ships allowed to sail without express permission were Coast Guard ships, which were currently being outfitted in large numbers to sail out and capture the pirates. The Spanish intended to deny the English food or drink or succor or plunder. Basically, the entire reason for them being here, they were denied. This was a hard bit of news. When they learned the pirates sailed for the nearby Lobos de la Mar to digest this turn of events and to plan their next move. They brought their new prize, the lumber ship, with them, just in case they needed a Spanish vessel to sail in without notice. They had one big advantage here. Except for the crew of their newly taken prize, not a single Spaniard knew that the Bachelor's Delight and her nearly 100 pirates were in the Pacific. They were expecting the Nicholas and Captain Eaton, but not Cook and Dampier in that lot. The pirates knew that they could use the Nicholas as a decoy, a ship that would distract the Spanish, while the lumber ship could sail in, full of the crew of Bachelor's Delight, undetected. That might just work, especially if they intended to take one of the larger cities like Guayaquil or Truxillo or Valdivia. Once attempted, though, that would play their hand. the Spanish would know all about the other crew of pirates, and they would be back where they started. The pirates discussed their options late into the night. Now, the sick on board were being tended on the island, but finally everybody came to the conclusion that the best option to attack would be Truxillo. Come morning, however, they spotted 3 Spanish sail in the distance. Eaton took the Nicholas and put to sea immediately to chase them down. Now, Captain Cook was still ill, so Dampier and Davis took Bachelor's Delight out. One of the 3 Spanish vessels separated from the others, and Davis headed right for her. Eaton kept on the other 2. Davis and Dampier finally caught up with their quarry, but it wasn't tremendously difficult. She was slow-moving, riding low in the water. When she was captured, the crew surrendered, and the pirates looked to Eaton to see if he needed aid. Now, he didn't. His 2 ships were both caught, and he was sailing back with one of them in tow. The 2 crews met and set about to explore their new prizes. The ship that was left behind was even heavier and slower than the others, so Eaton left it, but she was carrying flour. Now, the other 2 carried flour also. But the ship taken by Davis and Dampier, the largest vessel, had other treasure as well. There was marmalade in huge quantities, as well as a mule and some fowl on board. She was the flagship of this little expedition, and her most valuable treasure was information. There was a letter on board, addressed to the governor at Panama. It informed the governor of the English presence in the Pacific, and it warned him to be vigilant. It also said that there were to be no other ships sent out carrying aid while the pirates were present in their waters. This was intended to last Panama for weeks, even months, should they be put under a siege, so the governor was warned to use it wisely. Now, this was good news for the pirates. Panama would have no word of them, no warning of their presence, and she would be without foodstuffs to resist should she be put under siege. This was a huge amount of food, enough to last a city like Panama for months. The buccaneers chose to hold on to it. They could always use food. There was a bit of unfortunate news in the manifest, though. This very ship, only a few days earlier, had carried upwards of 800,000 pieces of eight, bound for Panama. Had Captain Charles Swan kept his mouth shut, it would have been carrying all that silver still, and been ripe for the pirates to capture. So they decided to take their new prizes, all 3 of them, and return to Lobos del Mar. The pirates divided the cargo and crews among their 5 ships. The Bachelor's Delight and the Nicholas carried all the guns and enough men to take any prizes they might come across. They were still operational pirate vessels. The other 3, the 3 flour ships, were crewed with just enough men to sail, but then they put the flour, the timber from the lumber ship, the marmalade, and all of the animals, they distributed them evenly throughout all the vessels. They left the lumber ship at anchor there at the island, though. They emptied her of anything useful and left her behind. The crew abandoned their plan to attack Truxillo, at least for now, and sailed north-northwest toward the Galapagos Islands. That's a small island chain far from the mainland, but large enough to support them for a time. When they arrived, everyone disembarked. Now, most of the crewmates had recovered fully, but Captain Cook was still quite ill. They erected a tent for him first thing, and his quartermaster, Edward Davis, took the captain's role in the discussions that followed. Now, if this were a biography of William Dampier, I would spend an entire episode talking about his time on the Galapagos. Dampier spent his weeks there, recording all of the flora and fauna he found in great detail. He talked about penguins and tortoise and turtles and iguana and all manner of strange beasts. His work there was groundbreaking. It was so important, in fact, that it became the major influence in Charles Darwin's choice to sail there almost 200 years later. His wasn't the only work written about the Galapagos on this island. Ambrose Crowley, the pilot, also wrote extensively on them. He mapped and charted them, and he described the island's geography in great detail, as well as coming to many incorrect conclusions about their geology. The Galapagos actually comprise the majority of Crowley's work. However, this is not a biography of William Dampier or a show about the Galapagos. It's a show about pirates, and not a lot of piracy took place there. However, if you're interested, I suggest you look into this time. There's a lot of fascinating early scientific research going on. Mostly, though, the pirates there explored and hunted. One thing that Dampier does note was that they hunted and captured dozens of turtles, even potentially hundreds. There were so many on the island that it was hard not to capture them. Rather than kill the lot of them, though, they brought most of the turtles on board alive, and then they stacked them upside down atop one another in huge numbers. That sounds terrible, like the worst kind of torment. However, for the pirates, the people on board, it meant that they would have a ready supply of fresh meat and, perhaps even more importantly, good fat in which to cook all of that flour that they had just captured. So, let's recap for a moment. They had hundreds of turtles which could be used for meat and fat. They had brought goats on board at Isla Mas La Tierra, and then they had a mule, and they had marmalade. And then they had enough flour to last a good-sized city for weeks, at the very least. They had fruits and vegetables they had collected at the Galapagos, and, well, they had a lot of food. Enough to last the pirates for months, and keep them well fed during that time, no rationing out. However, after their several weeks ashore, it was time to set sail once again. Captain Eaton had decided that it would be better to sail north rather than attempt any raiding on the coast of Peru. Now, Captain Cook was doing a lot better. He was stronger than he had been, and he elected to sail along with Captain Eaton. They made for the southern coast of modern-day Costa Rica. At the time, it was still part of the Viceroyalty of Nueva España, colloquially called Mexico. Within sight of the coast, at a place called Cabo Blanco, Captain John Cook suddenly and unexpectedly died. Dampier writes, quote, "He seemed that morning to be as likely to live as he had been some weeks before. But it is usual with sick men coming from the sea, where they have nothing but the sea air, to die off as soon as ever they come within the view of the land." End quote. They made landfall 4 hours later, and 24 men went ashore to give him a proper Christian burial. 12 were sent to dig his grave, and 12 more to stand guard. They were in unfamiliar enemy territory, and none of them knew how populous the area might be. As it happened, that party was spotted by the locals. While Captain Cook was being interred, the 12 guards spotted 3 men watching them from a rise. Now the guards ran after the 3, and one of them got away, but the other 2, they came near enough that they stopped and turned. They were Indians, though no one knew, even the mosquito didn't know who they were. The pirates asked them a few questions in Spanish, and the Indians replied. This was Spanish land, and they were Spanish subjects. The Indians had a few questions of their own, though. They wanted to know who the pirates were and where they'd come from. They wanted to know why they were there. The pirates answered these questions honestly. They were a few weeks out of Peru, near Lima, and headed north and west to Rialejo. Their captain had just died, and they came ashore to bury him. The Indians became much more comfortable, even bold enough to approach the pirates. Ah, Peru! They knew Peru, and they'd heard of the great Spanish city of Lima. Any men from Lima must be good Catholic Spaniards. Dampier writes, quote, "Our men did not stick to soothe them up with as many falsehoods, purposely to draw them into their clutches. Our men often laughed at their temerity, and asked them if they never saw any Spaniards before. They told them that they themselves were Spaniards, and that they lived among Spaniards." End quote. The 2 Indians confessed that they had never actually met any Spaniards personally. In fact, none had ever even come to their village before. They spoke Spanish, and they knew of Spain and the great cities, but those were for higher-ups. It would be a great honor, though, to host these Spaniards for the evening. So the pirates took them up on the offer and brought their men ashore to be led inland to their village. That night the inhabitants all gathered together to feast and to celebrate their visitors. They traded first, and then the locals danced. If this were a movie, this would be the scene, similar to so many in so many westerns, where a band of bedraggled white men stagger into an Indian village. Their leader had just been killed and morale is low, but then the medicine man gives them a brew of some strange magical concoction and orders only one sip each. Now, that didn't happen to the pirates. There was no strange psychedelic brew that Dampier records, at least, but this is the movie. And then, wrapped in comfortable blankets and warmed by the hospitality they received, lit only by fire, the Indians begin to dance. And that actually did happen. Dampier writes of their dance at length, of their grace and their poise, and then he mentions a statue of the Virgin Mary that struck him. It was a Catholic symbol, but carved in wood, and it had Indian features. It was wearing Indian dress, and it was actually painted like one of their women. This is the scene where our heroes are at their lowest, and a tribe of mystical, salt-of-the-earth natives shows them compassion and love and revitalizes them for the fight ahead of them. Of course, the pirates were there on false pretenses. The fight ahead of them was not by any means a noble struggle, but anyone who watches movies knows exactly what kind of scene I'm talking about here. Now, Dampier was quite impressed by the Indians he met, and his record shows that. Now, there's a lot of noble savage type language here, but he does say he feels that these Indians are, quote, more melancholy than other Indians that are free, end quote, and that their joy was, quote, rather forced than real, end quote. For all of their own crimes against, most notably, the African slaves, the English were always quick to note how terribly the Indians under Spanish rule were treated. Now, these Indians may not have recognized them, but they actually had met Englishmen before, at least members of their tribe. 18 years earlier, a buccaneer captain named Henry Morgan had taken the city of Grenada on nearby Lake Nicaragua and traded with the local indigenous people there. These were almost certainly the same tribe as the Indians that Dampier met. Their stay here lasted for some time. The pirates herded and hunted cattle, helping the Indians, but also in return they received a fair amount of that cattle. There were a couple of close encounters, though. On one occasion, Dampier was waiting for 12 of his companions to return, but they didn't return when they were supposed to, so he and 11 others went out to find them. They were found offshore on an outcropping of rocks. Actually, when Dampier found them, the rocks were well underwater, and the men were up to their waists in seawater. The men had been surprised by a group of, and this is according to the story of the men stuck out in the ocean, 50 or 60 mounted Spanish soldiers. The horsemen spotted them and chased them, and then at low tide the pirates ran out to the rocks, all the while dodging Spanish musket balls. They were forced, though, to wait out there with the Spanish riding up and down the shoreline. When the Spanish finally did leave, the tide had come in. Personally, I think those men made the whole story up. I think it's likely that they thought they saw a piece of gold or a mermaid out on those rocks and somehow found themselves out there, and when they realized how foolish they had been, they told Dampier, yeah, there were 50, no 60 mounted Spanish soldiers shooting us, but who's to say? Now, it was suggested that the men abandon their ships and take canoes north across modern-day Nicaragua. They knew from Henry Morgan's expedition there that there was a way through. They could return home, and many of the men thought that now would be a good time to do so when they were so close to the West Indies. However, others in the party reminded them that if they did take canoes north, they would pass through Cabo Gracias a Dios, and that was the place where, according to Alexander Exquemelin, Francois l'Olonnais and his men were captured by savage Indians, tortured, mutilated, and finally eaten. This was 1684. It's entirely possible that Dampier had a copy of the Well, probably not the English edition, but it's possible he had Spanish or French or Dutch, the edition of Buccaneers of America. Now, there were rumors of a major pirate attack to the north. That's largely why so many men wanted to sail north. Somebody was having great success up there. However, those rumors came from the Indians. They didn't know much more about the attack. Still, though, that intrigued the English pirates. They thought maybe they could meet up and finally find some riches. But they decided against it. Most of their time with that tribe on the coast of Costa Rica was peaceful. The crew of the Bachelor's Delight held an election, and Edward Davis was made their new captain. Now both crews careened their vessels, and finally, when that was done, they prepared to set sail. They had decided to return east toward Peru, now that the alarm had hopefully died down. A few days into their voyage, however, Captain Eaton and his crew elected to leave Captain Davis. Davis and his men believed that they deserved a greater share of any booty they might take. They believed this due to their greater experience. Now, they were all seasoned buccaneers, men of the West Indies. Eaton and his crew were fresh-faced lads out of London. Still, though, Dampier argued, and I agree, equal share for equal work. Dampier argued in favor of giving them equal shares and staying together. He wanted to split the booty equally, but the rest of his crew voted to separate. This upset Dampier. He knew that they were in a much weaker tactical position without the Nicholas. But then only a few days later, a series of violent tornadoes hit them at sea, and the two ships encountered each other once again on a small island where they both gathered to take on water. Once again, Dampier attempted to mediate between Davis and Eaton, but once again, no good came of it. Eaton and the Nicholas left them again, and here Captain Eaton leaves our story. He struck out west across the Pacific and would return to England by 1686, where he would fade into obscurity. Now, Bachelor's Delight headed for Isla Plata, what the English called Drake's Island. They undertook a few raids from there, but little came of them. There were too few men now, without Eaton beside them, and most of the nearby ports that might actually hold any valuables were too well defended. The best prize they found was a small haul of old wine, and that was in an empty village, which the pirates decided, in frustration, to burn to the ground. But when they returned to Isla Plata, they found a pair of sails waiting for them. Not Spanish sails, an English vessel. When they investigated, the pirates found that it was the Cygnet under Captain Charles Swan and another bark under a man named Captain Peter Harris. Now, Swan was the very captain that had caused them so much trouble and cost them a prize worth 800,000 pesos. They had good reason to be angry with Captain Swan, but that wasn't how matters turned out. Swan related to them a story of woe, a story in which he'd been denied trade and fired upon and threatened with arrest time and time again, until finally his men convinced him, against his wishes, to turn to piracy. And that's when he met up with Peter Harris. Now, next time we're going to go into detail of their story, what brought the Cygnet and Harris here, but what's important for right now is this. This Peter Harris is actually Peter Harris the Younger. He was the nephew of the same Peter Harris the Elder who served briefly as a captain in the original Pacific adventure. He was a hero of the battle before Panama. Davis and Dampier and Wafer and all the rest, they all knew him. They'd met him before, as did Basil Ringrose, who, remember, was on board the Cygnet. This rendezvous here at Drake's Island, well, it brought even more of their original crew together. It was quickly becoming sort of a reunion in the Pacific of men that had sailed on the Pacific in 1681. They had more than doubled their numbers, too. Quickly, they realized that, well, if Captain Eaton were there, if he had not left, they would have been strong enough to take on any port in the Pacific short of Lima itself. So they wrote up letters to Captain Eaton. Those letters urged him to return. They told him to sail for Drake's Island, where they were all waiting. Then they picked out crews to sail 2 barks out to hunt Eaton down and to bring him back to them. But Captains Swan and Harris had something even more interesting that they brought to the table. What they'd been up to these past few weeks. Without giving too much away for next time, the most important bit was that they sacked and captured Santa Maria in the Darien region near the Gulf of San Miguel. You might remember that from the original Pacific Adventure. Harris, though, Peter Harris pulled out a lump of gold, quote, as big as a hen's egg, end quote. He'd taken that from Santa Maria. Now, Santa Maria was a fort built to guard the richest gold mines in the New World, according to Dampier, and this notion embedded itself in Dampier's mind. He began to hatch a plan. The plan wasn't realized yet, but it was coming. In the meantime, the pirates that were there on Isla Plata grew tired of waiting for Eaton. They'd spent a few weeks gathering coconuts and hunting turtle and growing bored. They wanted a prize, so they got together and discussed it and voted to attack the nearby town at Guayaquil. When they entered the bay, Dampier notes, quote, near the bottom of the bay there is a small island called Santa Clara. It appears like a dead man stretched out in a shroud, end quote. That's a bit of poetic license on Dampier's part, maybe, but the bay around Santa Clara was dangerous for ships, and it had claimed more than a few of them. Dampier even mentions rumors of a particularly rich shipwreck, a treasure galleon at the bottom of the bay. He says that the Spanish crown had long ago given up on reclaiming that wreck, and that even experienced Indian divers feared to go too close. According to him, there are swarms of exotic venomous fish that would kill any man who came too close, and he writes of these dangerous fish in detail. He describes the malicious whiskers on these so-called catfish that sting and can kill a man in great enough numbers. He describes the fear that even the Indians have of them, and, to be fair, the catfish in the Bay of Guayaquil are venomous, and enough of them together could kill a human being. But from Santa Clara, in the Bay of Guayaquil, the pirates disembarked from their ships and continued in canoes. To reach the city of Guayaquil, they had to go upriver from the bay, and at the mouth of the river, just down from the mouth of the river, there was a small Indian village that Dampier calls Punta Arena. They took that village without a single shot being fired, and luckily managed to capture every inhabitant there. No one was going to be able to get away and raise the alarm. The pirates chose 2 men to act as guides for them, and then began to move on. But before they were able to row very far, they spotted a small merchantman sailing close to Punta Arena. Now that ship might have seen them. If it did, it would carry word back to Guayaquil, so they rowed out in their canoes and captured her. Now it was carrying cloth, nothing valuable, except they had some news. There would be 3 more ships coming this way, all of them laden with slaves, and that would finally be a rich haul for the pirates. So Davis ordered the mast of the cloth merchant cut down and put a few of his men on board to guard the crew. They lay anchor there near Punta Arena, but the pirates had orders not to fire the guns on board the cloth merchant under any circumstances. Then Davis and Dampier and Swan and Harris and all of their best men took their canoes to the mouth of the river that led to Guayaquil. They rowed up the river a small way, when the tide allowed them to, and waited in a small inlet hidden by trees and brush to catch 3 slave ships that were coming downriver. When the first of these ships appeared, they rowed out and caught her. She wasn't armed, and she surrendered immediately. The captain freely told all that he knew. He said that the other 2 ships were following him. Again, the crew of the slaver was put under guard, and the slaver was anchored just offshore, around a bend in the river, out of sight. Somehow, though, the other 2 slave vessels slipped by. Nobody noticed them. Davis and Swan and Harris, everybody that was busy taking the first ship, just didn't see them. Now, they were supposed to capture these slave vessels, but they sailed on by unnoticed. So when those 2 slave ships sailed into Guayaquil Bay, near Punta Arena, the pirates on board the cloth merchant, well, all they saw were 2 Spanish vessels sailing from the direction of Guayaquil, from the direction that their companions had sailed just that morning. So the pirates there on board the cloth merchant assumed that those 2 ships probably weren't any slave ships, but instead filled with Spanish soldiers and armed to the teeth. They believed that Dampier and Swan and all the rest had been captured, and that these men had come to finish the job, to capture them. So, despite their orders, they fired on the 2 ships coming toward them. Now, the slave merchants stopped. They weren't expecting to get fired upon, and they surrendered. The pirates boarded them and realized their mistake. They captured their crews and put those ships at anchor as well. Here's the thing, though. The pirates in the canoes upriver, Davis and Dampier and all of them, they had no idea that the slave ships had passed them by unnoticed. All they heard were the sounds of heavy guns being fired in the distance, from the distance of their companions back in Guayaquil Bay. They assumed that the Coast Guard had come and captured their fellow pirates back at Punta Arena. So they waited. For an entire day, they hid in an inlet off the river, waiting to see what was going to happen. They spent hours being bitten by mosquitoes and gnats and all other manner of tropical insects, all in the heat of equatorial South America. And of course, nothing happened. I mean, there were no Coast Guard ships. Nothing was going to happen. But Charles Swan, and his men advised slipping away. It was clearly a dangerous situation they were in, with a heavily armed garrison on one side and the Coast Guard on the other. But Swan and his men were mocked for cowardice and shamed by the others into moving on. When night fell, they did so. They slipped upstream towards Guayaquil. They moved in stealth, a band of notorious pirates, the most feared men in the world. And then a gunshot went off in the distance, from Guayaquil. And suddenly the city came alight. They'd been spotted. Wait, no. There was music? It was some sort of festival. The pirates were perplexed, but they thought it best to once again wait until dawn, when everyone would finally be asleep after their festival. In the hour just before dawn, while a few of the pirates dozed, one of the Indian captives slipped away. He was certainly going to run to town and warn everybody, so the pirates searched frantically, but without fruit. He was gone. Guayaquil would be warned, and their attack would be for naught. Dampier writes, quote, "Not a man after that had the heart to speak of going farther. Here we stayed till day, and then rode out into the middle of the river, where we had a fair view of the town, which, as I said before, makes a very pleasant prospect. We lay still about half an hour, being a mile or something better from the town. They did not fire one gun at us, nor we at them. Thus our design on Guayaquil failed." End quote. It would come out later that one of Davis's men, who was set to guard the Indians, cut the rope holding him and let one of the Indians escape. He was of the opinion that the attack on Guayaquil was a bad idea and made a choice to sabotage it. Still, though, when they returned to Guayaquil Bay, not all was lost. They had 3 ships there waiting for them, filled with able-bodied slaves and with their previous hauls off into the ocean as well. That's when the idea that had been growing in Dampier's mind fully formed. They had hundreds of well-armed men. They had their ships carrying big guns. They had lumber from their first prize, and they had food. They had lots of food. They had goats from Juan Fernandez and flour and marmalade from those 3 ships. They had turtles from the Galapagos and beef from Mexico and coconuts from Isla Plata and a haul of wine only recently taken. And then They had slaves, what Dampier called 1,000 lusty young men and women. It was, well, if what Captain Davis and Captain Swan had told Dampier was true, then the pirates had decimated and scattered the garrison at Santa Maria. Santa Maria was, well, it was a defensible fort, and it guarded the richest gold mines in Central America. Now, that fort was only designed to defend against the Kuna people nearby. They didn't expect any pirates to come, as Davis and Swan had. However, according to Dampier, quote, "There was never a greater opportunity put into the hands of men to enrich themselves than we had to have gone with these Negroes and settled ourselves on Santa Maria, on the Isthmus of Darien, and employed them in getting gold out of the mines there," which might have been done with ease, for Captain Harris had routed the Spaniards away from the town and gold mines of Santa Maria, so that they had never attempted to settle there again since. Add to this that the Indian neighborhood, who were mortal enemies of the Spaniards and had been flushed by their successes against them through the assistance of the privateers for several years, were our fast friends and ready to receive and assist us. We had, as I have said, 1,000 Negroes to work for us. We had 200 ton of flour that lay at the Galapagos. There was the river of Santa Maria, where we could careen and fit our ships, and might fortify the mouth so that if all the strength of the Spaniards have in Peru had come against us, we could have kept them out. If they lay with guard ships of strength to keep us in, yet we had a great country to live in, and a great nation of Indians that were our friends. Besides, which was the principal thing, we had the North Seas to befriend us, from whence we could export ourselves or effects, or import goods or men to our assistance. For in a short time we should have had assistance from all parts of the West Indies. Many thousands of privateers from Jamaica and the French islands especially would have flocked over to us. And long before this time we might have been masters not only of those mines, the richest gold mines ever yet found in America, but of all the coast as high as Quinto, and much more than I say might then probably have been done." End quote. It was, in short, the perfect place for a pirate haven, a defensible fort, with a river running nearby to supply them and an ocean not too far off. It was surrounded by enemies to the south, but it was also nearby allies. The Kuna people were friends with the pirates, and then beyond them, even more pirates. All of the brethren of the coast who were left in the West Indies would have come there to make this place their home. It would have been a base from which they could sortie out and raid Panama and Truxillo and even Lima. All of the richest gold and silver mines in Central and South America would be theirs for the taking, and they would even have the richest in all of the New World to themselves. This could have been the capital of a pirate republic, a city like Port Royal had once briefly been, like Tortuga had been before that, like Madagascar and Nassau would be in the future. This could have been the place for piracy in the New World. Of course, it was not to be. If you would not be forgotten as soon as you are dead and rotten, either write things worth reading or do things worth the writing. That's a line from the 1738 edition of Poor Richard's Almanac, written by Benjamin Franklin. I love that quote, and I'm a fan of Franklin himself. He's easy to like, which isn't necessarily to be said for all the Founding Fathers. He was an abolitionist and a revolutionary and a scientist and an innovator and a publisher, and he established a colonial communication network as the Postmaster General. And he managed to live up to both aspects of his quote. He wrote extensively on a variety of subjects, and his life was one about which untold books have been written. However, when I'm reading about pirates and privateers, I think about that quote a lot. There's a similar sentiment to be found in the Iliad. Achilles, one of the heroes, is forced to choose between either Nostos, a victorious homecoming, or Kleos, a glory in battle. Odysseus is perhaps the most famous character in the Iliad that chose the homecoming. Achilles, on the other hand, chooses glory. However, that glory winds up taking his life. However, he is rewarded and remembered in song by the Muses, and the gods even go so far to say that he has earned a sort of immortality, everlasting Kleos. I think about these sentiments when I'm reading about pirates, because, well, so many of the pirates that we have talked about and many more that we will talk about are famous. Well, they're infamous, but they're definitely well-known historical figures. But when I'm reading about them, I encounter other figures in those stories who were, to the standards of their time at least, honorable. Men of duty and ambition and of action. Men like Achilles in a lot of ways, and by and large, today, those men have been forgotten. If you took, for example, Woodes Rogers, he was a privateer. He circumnavigated the globe, and he wrote a best-selling book about it. He served his country in wartime and in a far more dangerous game of politics, and yet we don't remember him for any of that. He would gain a small amount of celebrity during his life, but we remember him because his story would go on to intersect with that of Edward Teach and Charles Vane and the Pirate Republic at Nassau. That's why he was portrayed by a dashingly handsome actor on TV, on Black Sails, not his years of good service to the Crown of England, but as a villain in a show about pirates. I encountered this again when I was reading about Admiral Sir John Narborough. Now, I've talked about Narborough before, and I will again, but be honest, how much do you know about Sir John Narborough? Even if you know the name, compare that to how much you know about Blackbeard. Now, Narborough didn't wallow away in obscurity, far from it. He published a book, and he bought an estate, and he won honors and glory in battle. He had a baronet created in his honor. Last time, on the last episode, while the pirates were in the Galapagos, Ambrose Crowley actually named one of the islands Narborough Island in his honor. Sir Narborough did fine for himself, but is he remembered? Really remembered like Achilles is remembered? Of course not. But Blackbeard is. Perhaps it's... well, maybe it's the larger-than-life element of both characters. Achilles is a fictional character, after all, and Blackbeard isn't remembered for stealing medicine from Charleston. He's remembered for the devilish, fearsome creature of legend, a caricature that he created. I suppose, in that, it comes down to a question of what's important to you. The question from the Iliad, between Nostos and Kleos, between homecoming and glory. Men like John Narborough or Odysseus answered the call, and they served. But then they went home. They had families that they cared for and loved. They left all that behind. But men like Blackbeard or Achilles, or even the pirates we're going to talk about today, some of them, well, they left nothing behind. Or maybe that's all nonsense. The most famous pirate on this second buccaneer expedition into the Pacific was William Dampier, and he left a great deal behind him. He expanded scientific understanding of the natural world, and he did so from the back of a pirate ship. And then men like John Cook, the first captain of Bachelor's Delight, was buried on a beach in Costa Rica in an unadorned grave. But then there are pirates that straddle the line between Nostos and Kleos. There were pirates that weren't on the account searching for fortune and glory, nor were they there simply to earn a living. They had something else in mind. Charles Swan fits this mold for me perfectly. He was an old-time privateer. He sailed from Port Royal in her heyday, and even he marched on Panama under Admiral Morgan. He and the other sailors alongside him in those early days did so for, well, there was money. The ancient Greeks would have called it nomos, but they were also very much aware that they were part of something bigger than themselves, something that would be remembered. There was certainly in that an element of honor and glory. But most of those privateers were privateers. They did so with a commission, and when those commissions dried up, Charles Swan, along with many others, turned to legitimate trading. They were licensed to do so. Swan took a wife, he had children, and wanted to build a life for them. He wanted to leave something behind. His story is not unlike that of Odysseus. He went to sea in search of Kleos and Nomos, glory and spoils, but he would eventually choose Nostos, the nest, the homecoming. And like Odysseus, his road home would be long and fraught with peril. This is episode 63, Nostos and Kleos. Charles Swan chose to set sail for the Pacific after the trial of Bartholomew Sharp. He wasn't the only captain to choose to do so. Sharp's trial in London was big news, and the riches of Peru were well documented. However, Swan did so legally. His ship, Cygnet, was owned by wealthy investors and filled with 5,000 pounds sterling in valuable cargo to trade. The reason I was thinking about Sir John Narborough is because he embarked on a voyage very much like Swan's 14 years earlier. He sailed for the Pacific to trade and to explore the Spanish Main. Now, he did so as a private enterprise, but he also had an official English sanction to do so. He had orders to map and record whatever ports he might find that were suitable entry points for English colonists. He failed in that mission, but Bartholomew Sharp and Basil Ringrose, whether or not they were instructed to do so, they succeeded where Sir John Narborough failed. But then Charles Swan sailed off almost in Narborough's footsteps. He intended to trade in the major ports along the Pacific coast of South America and meet with local dignitaries there. He even intended to visit the very same ports that were designated in Narborough's plans, and he employed Basil Ringrose to aid him, who knew the region better than anyone else. It was Sir Narborough that originally sent me down the rabbit hole of conspiracy theory involving the Pacific coast and the English. He failed in his official mission, but when the pirates tried, they succeeded. And Charles Swan tried to do things on the up and up, only to be forced to turn to piracy. But I wonder, well, who's to say he wasn't approached in some pub by a bewigged gentleman in a fancy coat? Maybe a representative of the Duke of York, or maybe the East India Company, or the Bank of Scotland. Maybe Swan took a bag of coin to fund his expedition in return for reconnaissance, to keep his eyes open and record his findings, not to engage in any military affairs, but to record. It certainly would explain his letters home. After he turned to a less legitimate form of trade, he began to write a steady stream of letters to his wife, to investors, and possibly to his shadowy, perfumed, aristocratic benefactor, if one existed. All of those letters defended his actions. They argued over and over again that he never wanted to turn to piracy. He called it privateering, but it wasn't. He claimed that he faced mutiny from his crew and arrest from the Spanish, and both of those facts are probably true. He entered the Pacific alongside Captain John Eaton, yes, but they parted ways immediately. Now, Captain Swan, after parting ways with Captain Eaton, sailed for Valdivia and entered their harbor on April 2, 1684, under a flag of truce. Narborough had done almost exactly the same thing, but honestly, there's not a lot of other options when you're coming up from the south on the coast of South America. Valdivia is about the most southern port of note in 1684. This was only a few days after Captain Eaton and Captain Cook met up out in the ocean before heading on to the Juan Fernandez Islands. Captain Swan was initially allowed to stay at Valdivia, and he did a brisk business for a few days. The merchants there were more than happy to receive him and trade for his goods. They could get better prices than they would receive from the Spanish trade monopoly. All the trade in the Spanish Americas was handled by a public company out of Cadiz that was very strictly overseen by the crown. This company was similar to the Dutch and English India companies, but it had far more government control. It actually played a not insignificant role in why the West Indian pirates were so successful. More competitive Spanish trade companies, like the Dutch or English East India companies, well, they would have made goods cheaper, and the need for pirates' ill-gotten goods would have been virtually non-existent. However, after 2 days of good trading, the local authorities caught wind of what was going on down at the docks. According to Captain Swan, quote, an ambuscade of between 100 and 200 men came out and fired upon a poor 8 of us in the yawl, end quote. In 1684, a yawl referred to a single-masted ship's boat used to ferry goods from the larger merchant ships out in the water to the docks. But in that attack, 2 of his men were killed there at the docks of Valdivia, and 2 or 3 more were captured. That means 3 or 4 men, including Captain Swan, were able to make it back to Cygnet and escape the harbor at Valdivia. He'd done a good bit of trade there, but really not very much of it. He still had nearly all of his 5,000 pounds in valuable cargo on board, and he still needed to trade it. So he sailed on. He intended to try his luck at the next suitable port on the coast of South America. At Valdivia, though, he had attempted to gain the trust of the Spanish authorities. He warned them about Captain Eaton, the English pirate somewhere out in the sea. Now, I can understand his reasoning. He wanted to build goodwill with the Spanish, and Captain Eaton had been busy robbing and burning and killing his way down the coast of Brazil. Swan knew he was no good, and he wanted to warn the people of Valdivia about this potential menace. I might have done the very same thing in his shoes. But it is a little naive. He was in the territory of one of his nation's oldest and most antagonistic enemies. They were recent allies, but ancient rivals. And that place, Valdivia in particular, had suffered the attentions of other English pirates before. Were I one of the crewmen on board the Cygnet, I might have suggested, hey, Captain, how about we wait to tell them about the murderous English pirates? Maybe until we're about to leave. Maybe it would be a good idea to write them a letter. Whatever his reasoning, though, Captain Swan told them about the English and sailed on. He still intended to trade with the Spanish. He tried again at the next port up the coast, Valparaiso, and he received much the same reception. Many Spanish soldiers coming out to meet his vessel, only this time he didn't get the 2 days of fruitful trading. It was clear that word of his presence and that of Captain Eaton was spreading in front of him, moving faster than he was. He realized he wasn't going to have much luck there in Peru. He sailed close to the next couple of ports, Coquimbo and La Serena, but both of them were protected against the English by this point. They had Coast Guard ships in the harbor waiting for him. So he chose to cut his losses and sail due north. Now, right about this time, the pirates under Captains Cook and Eaton were arriving at the Galapagos Islands out to the west. Swan could have sailed for them. Basil Ringrose knew where they were, but instead he passed between them and right on by Lima and Guayaquil for the Isla de Plata, and then he sailed past the Bay of Panama right to the Gulf of Nicoya in modern-day Costa Rica. Now here's where things get a bit weird, and honestly I start to find some of the records kept by the crews of Cygnet and Bachelor's Delight to be a bit suspect. If you remember last time, the pirates with Captains Eaton and Cook sailed for Mexico after the Galapagos, and then Captain Cook died just off Cabo Blanco in modern-day Costa Rica. Well, the Gulf of Nicoya lies just north of Cabo Blanco. Seriously, if you take a look at the map of Costa Rica, Cabo Blanco is at the point of a small peninsula that creates the Gulf of Nicoya. They're right next door to one another. Now, Captain Swan arrived there before Bachelor's Delight. Swan wasn't forced to stop several times on his voyage due to sick crewmates, as the Bachelor's Delight was. However, the Indians that met William Dampier and Edward Davis and John Eaton, well, they didn't mention anything about a crew of English pirates in the bay. At least, Dampier didn't mention hearing of them, or of finding any signs of pirates nearby, and it was really nearby, like within 30 miles of each other. And Swan was in a bay that I am sure Davis and Eaton would have wanted to use to hide their own ships. It's conceivable that the Nicholas and Bachelor's Delight were hiding and just managed not to be seen by Captain Swan or the Cygnet, but it's hard to believe. It gets even more difficult to believe when you learn that Captain Swan did in fact meet other English pirates in the Bay of Nicoya. He encountered Captain Peter Harris the Younger at anchor in the bay, just hanging out, no big deal. 4 English pirate vessels all happened to be within about 20 miles or so of each other due to a shockingly large number of totally unrelated coincidences, but they still managed to avoid each other completely. We need to remember that our 2 best sources of information might not be 100% reliable. When William Dampier was writing his book, he was facing a court-martial for an expedition that would come later. He might be very likely to paint his association with other pirates in as positive a light as possible. Charles Swan's records come in the form of those letters we mentioned earlier, those in which he defended himself vehemently and claimed to be at the worst a reluctant pirate and at the best, in his case, a captive of his own mutinous crew. It's entirely possible that both men were trying to distance themselves from as much piracy as possible. The 3 ships, the Cygnet, Nicholas, and Bachelor's Delight, all arrived in the Pacific at virtually the same time. It's possible, and this is pure speculation, not at all supported by the text, that they may have been in much closer contact than any among them choose to admit. Were you, hypothetically speaking, a history podcaster trying to tie the events of an episode back to a rather shaky premise you arrived at because you were listening to the Iliad on Audible, read by Alfred Molina, one of our greatest living actors, were that the case, you could argue that both William Dampier and Charles Swan were looking toward their homecoming. They were attempting to secure their Nostos. Neither man wanted the infamy or notoriety that pirates like Blackbeard actively sought. So we have to take everything they say with at least a little bit of salt. But even if all 3 ships were somehow working together behind the scenes, it appears that Captain Peter Harris was actually just there by chance. It's conceivable that he'd communicated with John Cook before the Revenge headed out to pick up Dampier in Virginia, but I doubt it. What's more possible is that he heard about Revenge heading for the South Seas and decided to undertake his own mission for the Pacific in hopes of meeting up. Or it's possible, it's even likely, that he just went on this voyage of his own volition and happened to meet some other pirates there. Now, there is a bit of consternation between historians about the validity of the story of Peter Harris the Younger. His uncle, Peter Harris the Elder, was on the first Pacific adventure under John Coxon. Peter Harris the Elder took his men, alongside Coxon and Sharp and many others, from the Bocas del Toro to the Golden Isle, off the coast of Darien. From there, he crossed the Isthmus of Panama through the lands of the Cuna people. He gained the aid of the Cuna, and together they and the pirates stormed the walls of the stockade at Santa Maria. They looted the fort of all the gold they could carry and gave the rest to the Cuna. At Santa Maria, Harris, the Elder, and the pirates obtained 10 or 12 canoes and a periagua to make their way downriver to the Gulf of San Miguel. Harris and the rest of the pirates took their small flotilla west to the Bay of Panama, where they fought a heated sea battle with the Spanish ships guarding Panama. The battle lasted all day, but finally the pirates were victorious. Peter Harris led the English forces to victory in that battle, but he took a wound to his leg that festered and killed him. However, the pirates left behind chose not to ransack Panama and instead headed east to Isla del Rey, where they captured some pearling vessels and great hauls of pearls. Peter Harris the Younger was his nephew. He probably lived at Port Royal, although possibly it was St. Kitts. He was already roving when his uncle entered the Pacific, but probably just as a regular crew member, not a captain quite yet. His crew, though, didn't join the Pacific adventure. They were too small time to be of much consequence. However, in 1681, word of the Pacific adventure reached the Caribbean with the arrival of John Cook and Edward Davis and William Dampier. They would have brought word of the bravery and the death of Peter Harris the Elder. He was, in the world of the Brethren of the Coast, a much-loved and deeply respected captain. His nephew, Peter Harris the Younger, would have heard about his death. He may even have been among the pirates that rescued Dampier and his fellows there on the coast of Darien. He disappeared from the scene for a while, but he re-entered in 1684, and his story goes something like this. Peter Harris the Younger took his men from the Mosquito Coast to the Golden Isle off the coast of Darien. From there he crossed the Isthmus of Panama through the lands of the Kuna people. He gained the aid of the Kuna, and together they and the pirates stormed the walls of the stockade at Santa Maria. They looted the fort of all the gold they could carry and gave the rest to the Kuna. At Santa Maria, Harris and the other pirates obtained 8 or 10 canoes and a small bark to make their way downriver to the Gulf of San Miguel. Harris and the pirates took their small flotilla west into the Bay of Panama, where they fought a heated sea battle with the Spanish ships guarding Panama. The battle lasted all day, but finally the pirates were victorious. Harris led the English forces to victory in that battle, and survived. However, the pirates chose not to ransack Panama, and instead headed east to Isla del Rey, where they captured some pearling vessels and great hauls of pearls. That all sounds a bit similar. Now, there are fewer details about Peter Harris the Younger, thanks to not having Ringrose and Dampier to write things down, and there also wasn't any grand tale of rescuing King Golden Cap's daughter from a rapacious Spaniard, which you might remember from the original Pacific adventure. The alliance with the Kuna also seems to have gone much more smoothly for Peter Harris the Younger, since the Kuna already knew the English and even knew Peter Harris's uncle. The other main difference is that the men under Peter Harris the Younger made a lot more money. Every man among the crew got 24 ounces of gold dust, and Harris himself, at least, carried off a lump of gold, quote, the size of a hen's egg, end quote. In modern dollars and modern gold prices, that gold dust would be worth $32,000 a man. Taking into account the entire crew, they stole over $3 million worth of gold in modern dollars. Still, though, that story of Peter Harris the Younger is kind of like a reboot, right? They kept the original story, but changed just enough of the details to make it fresh and hip. Hence the contention. But it mostly appears to be true. Peter Harris actually did these things, following in his uncle's footsteps. If we were to try and understand his motivation, well, that's, first of all, a foolish idea when we have so little on him personally, especially before he met up with Dampier. But were we to do so, I think we would need to take a close look at his decision to follow his uncle so closely. Now, there are some practical reasons to do so. Up in the West Indies, England was busy prosecuting pirates and refusing to hand out commissions. They, and Spain as well, were actively hunting down pirates. So the choice to leave the West Indies was a good one. And Harris only had 100 men under his command. He didn't have a great warship that would make taking Campeche or San Agustin or Maracaibo possible. If you were to take these 100 men to the richest hunting grounds, the Pacific makes the most sense. And if you were to do so, it was much easier to enter the Pacific overland. And if you were going to do that, it made a lot more sense to travel through Darien, where there were friendly Kuna people rather than hostile natives and Spanish patrols, which existed basically everywhere else. But from there, your steps would naturally take you to Santa Maria. It lay on the river and had a lot of gold behind their weakly defended walls. And then you would sail to Panama Bay. It was the closest place nearby, but after that you were likely to go to those rich pearl fisheries to the east. Step by step, it's only natural, but his decision to enter the Pacific at all strikes me here. There were other things he could have done. There were more than a few shipwrecks in the West Indies that he could have salvaged. England was actively searching for young men with crews to do so. There were always the wrecking operations up in the Bahamas around New Providence Island. They weren't the most profitable, but he could have stayed there and been at ease. Or he could have just stuck around the West Indies and engaged in regular piracy. Plenty of other ships were doing the same thing just then, but instead, Peter Harris the Younger chose a relatively difficult crossing overland through mountains and swamps and jungles to attack the Pacific, just like his uncle. I think, and you should feel free to discard this completely, but I think he was searching for something beyond plunder and rum and women. He followed his uncle at a young age into the Brethren of the Coast. He chose to raid the Spanish and capture ships. Then, with his revered and respected uncle, now deceased, he chose to take up his mantle. He wanted to see through what his uncle had died in accomplishing. Now, the money and the wine and the women were certainly part of the equation, but I think there's a part of him that wanted to either equal or even surpass his uncle's accomplishments. Not as a slight to his uncle, but to carry on the tradition, and even possibly to pay back the Spanish that killed him. In short, I don't think he was searching for money or a homecoming. I think he was searching for glory. He wanted to do honor to his uncle and do the rest of his family proud and to achieve something that he would be remembered for. Or then again, maybe not. If he was searching for that, he was only moderately successful. His uncle is far better known. I mean, Peter Harris the Younger doesn't even have his own Wikipedia entry. He was overshadowed not only by his uncle, but by the more powerful and influential pirates he was with his entire career. Maybe he was just looking for a buck and decided to join up with a growing number of pirates raiding the Pacific coast. But if that was the case, he did pretty well for himself and his crew. They'd taken far more plunder than Charles Swan on Cygnet or Edward Davis on Bachelor's Delight or John Eaton on the Nicholas. Possibly he'd actually taken more plunder than all three of them combined, unless you count tons and tons of flour as a good haul. Now where were we? Right. Harris had taken some of those pearl ships on the islands to the east, but then he headed west past the Gulf of Panama for the Gulf of Nicoya. It was, quote, a place where Spaniards built their ships, end quote, and Harris was hoping to abandon his fleet of canoes and a bark for a proper pirate ship. His bark had 4 swivel guns, but it didn't have any proper heavy guns. As it happens, though, he did find a ship there, but instead of a Spanish ship that he could steal, it was occupied by a crew of disgruntled English sailors. It was the Cygnet under Captain Swan. When they met there, the 2 captains and their crews met to confer with one another. Historian David F. Marley writes that Charles Swan, quote, entered the South Sea as a merchant trader, not a raider, but meeting with continual rebuffs from the Spaniards, his crew now wished to go a-roving. Confronted with Harris's much more numerous freebooters, Swan finally acceded, or else he would have been left with, and he quotes Swan here, no one to sail the ship. End quote. Swan and Harris met to confer, but it was actually the crew of Cygnet that talked with Harris and his men, and saw their piles of gold dust and sacks full of pearls. Harris was generous. He shared his wine and some of his food, and then Swan actually managed to get a bit of that Santa Maria gold. He traded with the pirates there in the Gulf of Nicoya. He had jewelry and fine wines and other baubles that the pirates might want. Remember, they had the equivalent of $30,000 each, so they were willing to buy up some of his finery. Now that helped Swan out, but not much. He still had the vast majority of his stock unsold. The 2 crews finally, after the trading was done, sat down to decide whether or not to join up. In truth, the Cygnet was going to join with Harris whether or not Swan allowed it, but he was a skilled negotiator and he knew the art of bartering. he agreed to split whatever gold his men took into equal shares among them. But, and this is key, he would set aside enough to, at the very least, repay his investors back in London. He owed them money. He owed them, at the very least, £5,000 for his goods and a sum in addition to that for the use of their ship. Now, they might not see a good return on their investment when Swan returned. His reputation might even take a hit from that, but Charles Swan intended to stay out of debtor's prison. Then the timelines get a bit screwy. While the two ships were at anchor in the Gulf of Nicoya, the Bachelor's Delight and the Nicholas arrived at Cabo Blanco, just to the south. That's when Dampier and Davis and Wafer pretended to be Spanish sailors out of Lima and were invited into the Indian town there. Last time, I mentioned rumors, shared by the Indians, of pirates to the north. Now, Dampier believed those to be the raids of Lorho de Graaf and Pierre Le Picard and Jean Rose up in the West Indies. More on them next time. He may have been right about that, but what if something here was lost in translation? What if the Indians were saying, hey, guys, there's some pirates up to the north, and Dampier, who was... Remember, Dampier was very intelligent, but he was also very proud of his intelligence and had a habit of looking down on people that he thought were making foolish suggestions. Well, what if Dampier thought that they were too far away up in the West Indies to be of any consequence, and the Indians said, no, they're like right over there. I can take you to them right now. We can be there this afternoon. And then Dampier probably just scoffed at the ignorant savages. But however it happened, the two pairs of ships somehow missed each other there on the coast of Costa Rica. Swan and Harris left the Gulf of Nicoya on August 5th, 1684. It would be a couple of weeks before the other pirates would leave Cabo Blanco. They arrived, Swan and Harris, on October 2nd at Isla de Plata, or Drake's Isle. Somehow, when they arrived, they found Captain Edward Davis and the Bachelor's Delight. Now, Basil Ringrose was on board Cygnet, and the men on board Bachelor's Delight, including Edward Davis, William Dampier, Lionel Wafer, and probably about 50 of the other men, had been on the first Pacific adventure with Basil Ringrose. He was their companion, but when John Cook and Edward Davis and the crew under him, including Dampier and Wafer, when they voted to leave Bartholomew Sharp's command, Basil Ringrose sided with Sharp. And later on, when he was facing a court-martial, he testified some less than complimentary things about Cook and Davis and Dampier and Wafer. At least, he concurred with Sharp when Sharp said those things. So I wonder if, when the Bachelor's Delight and the Cygnet met up, if there was a moment of tension. They realized everyone was English and everybody was happy until Basil Ringrose showed his face. And then, sure, Captain Swan, we'll let you join up, but first we're going to unceremoniously slit your navigator's throat and dump the body overboard. Now, nobody mentions that in any of the records, and it's possible there really was no bad blood there, but I do imagine there were members of the two crews that tended to avoid each other whenever possible. Now, it was here on Drake's Isle that the crew of Bachelor's Delight got their first glimpse of the gold dust and the pearls and all the other riches that Peter Harris had already won. That was when a notion began to form in Dampier's mind. And if you remember, Captain Eaton left the company of the Bachelor's Delight a few weeks before arriving at Isla Plata. Now, he left because Davis and his crew were demanding larger shares due to their experience. Apparently, that still held true. Maybe not the bit about larger shares exactly, but they guarded their hierarchy in the fleet. Captain Davis had been buccaneering and commanding men for years now. Everyone on his crew was an old veteran, and Bachelor's Delight itself was a 36-gun man-of-war. Captain Swan sailed with Morgan, true, but he was a merchant now, and the Cygnet itself was a fat-bottomed 16-gun merchantman. Captain Harris had a famous uncle, and was by far the richest man and the most successful pirate there, but he sailed on a bark with 4 swivel guns and a few canoes. Davis had the largest crew and the largest ship, and both were loyal to him, so he became the de facto admiral of their little pirate fleet. I do wonder what might have happened if they had listened to Harris's suggestion, which came up here, that they attack Panama immediately. Instead, they listened to Davis and attempted to attack Guayaquil. It was a bust. It was an embarrassing failure, but they did come away with those 1,000 slaves. And that's when Dampier's idea blossomed, and he shared that idea with the other crews. They had men and guns and food and slaves, free labor. Santa Maria was still abandoned or still weak after it had been attacked. Remember, he said, quote, "There was never a greater opportunity put into the hands of men to enrich themselves than we had to have gone and settled ourselves at Santa Maria. Add to this that the Indians were mortal enemies to the Spaniards and were our fast friends and ready to receive and assist us. If all the strength the Spaniards have in Peru had come against us, we could have kept them out. Besides, which was the principal thing, we had the North Seas to befriend us. In a short time we should have had assistance from all parts of the West Indies. Many thousands of privateers from Jamaica and the French islands would have flocked over to us, and long before this time we might have been masters of not only those mines, the richest gold mines ever yet found in America, but of all the coast." End quote. That is a bold proposition, and the pirates were intrigued, but they were still divided on it. Many of them only wanted to reap all that they could from the gold mines quickly and leave. They were interested in profit. Some of them thought that it was an enterprise that was too time-consuming and too dangerous and far too lofty. Dampier suggests that they called it a golden dream. Those men, well, they had a different dream. They wanted to return home. But some of them, most notably here Dampier and Wafer and Peter Harris, well, they were fully on board with the proposition. They saw that dream in full, and they saw the power that it would have afforded them. They saw the pirate haven that could have been built there. They saw the huge numbers of pirates that would have sailed there and called it their home. They saw the ability to cast off the shackles of the old European powers and to resist both Spain and England and France and build something new. They saw, in short, the glory that could have been theirs for the taking, if only they would reach out and grasp it. The pirates debated, and they argued, and they didn't really come to any real conclusions, but they did know that they were still too weak to take on any of the larger cities on the coast of Peru. So they decided at the least to go and take a look at Santa Maria. The very least they could do was sift through the rubble there and poke into the mines and maybe make off with their own shares of gold dust. So the fleet headed north, and all the while Dampier and Wafer and Harris whispered about what they might be able to build there. Perhaps they even made plans to split up from the rest of the fleet if everyone else chose not to stay. But when they arrived, they would meet someone there that would change all of their plans. Our pirate fleet has grown to take on 4 crews. It's still not large, but it's not inconsequential. After the failed attempt to raid Guayaquil in November 1684, our small fleet of English pirates retreated to Isla de Plata, Drake's Isle, off the coast of Peru. The 3 assembled crews under Captains Edward Davis, Charles Swan, and Peter Harris all sat down to discuss what their next move might be. They had men, and all of them were armed with muskets, but they didn't have enough men to take on any large cities. They had ships, but only the Bachelor's Delight of Captain Davis could properly be called a warship, carrying 36 guns. Swan's vessel, Cygnet, carried only 14, and Harris sailed a bark with only 4 swivel guns. The rest of their fleet was comprised of 2 fat-bottomed merchant ships carrying supplies and maybe 10 canoes. That's not a lot of firepower. It was here on Drake's Isle that William Dampier made his case for occupying the fort at Santa Maria and using their recently captured slaves to extract the gold in the mines there. It wasn't the most popular plan in the world. It was plausible. They could have done it. They had the ships and the guns and the men to defend Santa Maria. They had food to last and allies nearby. With those slaves in tow, they had a labor force to work the mines, and they had women as well. The inclusion of slaves makes the whole plan a lot uglier. Other pirate havens, both before and after this, chose not to use slaves. Some of them even offered a haven to escaped slaves, and many pirate ships had freed slaves on board, in the crew. They had the same rights and privileges as any other crewman. I would like to say that the pirates here on Drake's Isle debated the proposal to occupy Santa Maria on grounds of immorality, but that's probably not what most of the pirates quibbled about. Any people of African descent on the crew probably had problems with it, but for most of the pirates, well, it sounded like a lot of work. They would have to settle down and be tied to a piece of land. The potential rewards were huge, but mining gold and processing ore, well, it's just not the same as stealing it from the Spanish. And then, forcing 1,000 people to do the work would make them, well, really no better than the Spaniards. It would make them very much like the rich landowners that ran plantations back in Jamaica. These weren't rich aristocratic landowners. They were pirates. They were accustomed to sailing as free men and stealing what they needed. The Brethren of the Coast didn't occupy cities. Well, they would occupy cities for a ransom, but they wouldn't take them over. It went contrary to everything that they were, and the reasons that they chose to live this life in the first place. You see, Dampier, who suggested this plan, wasn't a pirate, not at heart. He was a naturalist and a scientist and an explorer. He may have sailed with the buccaneers and even taken a share and even gone so far as to kill men alongside them, but he was never really one of them. Nor was Lionel Wafer or even Basil Ringrose. They were there, they were taking part, but they were never really initiates. I always think of Hunter S. Thompson when he was researching his book Hell's Angels. He rode with the angels, he drank with them, and he got into all sorts of trouble with them, but he was never really one of them. And really, the Hell's Angels and biker gangs in general aren't the worst comparison to make with pirates. There was a line that George Carlin had, something about grimy outlaws with their bellies full of beer out looking for a good time, property destruction, and killing police. Dampier wasn't that, though. He was a gentleman, if a bit rough around the edges, but he was a scholar. He was the sort of man that would think of occupying a Spanish fort and taking control of the gold there in the hope of recognition from England. Who knows, maybe an official commendation, or even perhaps a governorship. It was here in his book that he writes in big, bold letters about the Spanish prophecy of English privateers of the West Indies who would make such great discoveries as to open a door to the South Seas. That probably sounded good in England and in his head, but he was at this moment surrounded by several hundred grimy, violent, free men, and more were coming. This is episode 64, People of Desperate Fortunes. Captain Charles Swan wanted nothing to do with it either. He wasn't a pirate, he was a merchant, and really all he wanted was to get himself and his ship back to England in one piece. And he wasn't alone on this, but Dampier did convince a few of the pirates, and even those that weren't convinced, well, they didn't have any better plans on the table. So on the 23rd of December, 1684, the pirates sailed north toward the Gulf of San Miguel. On the way there, they found a wrecked Spanish vessel on the coast of a small island. Davis ordered a search party sent ashore to check out the wreckage. Now, they didn't find any survivors or any valuables, but they did come across a trove of letters. Captain Davis gave the letters to William Dampier to peruse. Perhaps he would find something valuable in them. But it would take time for him to go through all of the letters, and the fleet sailed on. And then, near an island called Tobago, they encountered a small Spanish bark, which hailed them and then furled her sails. The bark waited for the English ships to come close, and when they did, the bark announced that he had news for the English. The merchant captain, who was, by accounts, appearing to be a low and greasy man, well, he told the pirates that he had encountered Captain John Eaton a few weeks earlier and learned of the Cygnet and Bachelor's Delight. He was a smuggler, you see, and he did a brisk trade with any privateers or Indians or anyone that just wanted to avoid paying the king's taxes. He also carried many of the tools necessary for privateering, powder and shot and guns and rum and steel. This was precisely what the pirates needed. They were encouraged to have learned of him. Unfortunately, the merchant said he had already sold all of his stock to Captain Eaton. His holds were bare. He could go back and restock, and if he did so, he would meet the English with everything they could have wished. So he asked them to wait, and he would sail for Panama and return soon thereafter. The pirates agreed. But they weren't stupid, these pirates. Any offer this good had to be looked into, but it was almost certainly too good to be true. On February 13th, in the night, a ship appeared and signaled with her lamp to the pirates. Captain Davis signaled back for the merchant to sail in closer. But Davis had men out in the canoes, waiting for any move that might be threatening. The merchant vessel sailed closer and then in closer, but it was too dark for anyone on board to make much out of the vessel. Then, one of the pirates noticed that she was trailing black smoke. It was a fire ship. Her holds weren't filled with goods, but instead they were filled with barrels of black powder. Those barrels were surrounded by hemp and dry hay, and all of that was coated in tar. Then, that entire concoction was lit, primed to explode, and set on a course to collide with Bachelor's Delight. And Bachelor's Delight wouldn't be able to steer clear in time. So Captain Davis ordered the canoes out. His men carried torches and fire pots and any manner of flame they could to ignite the ship before she reached Bachelor's Delight. They threw the pots that were filled with oil and tar and their torches, and the ship went up in flames, but she still sailed forward. So the crew of Bachelor's Delight had to cut the anchor loose and drift away, but it was still too slow to avoid the fire ship. She continued to come in. Davis prepared to give the order to abandon ship, but then, just a few yards away, the fire ship exploded. Burning timbers were launched into the night air, and great beams flew outward toward the Bachelor's Delight in every direction. The night was filled with smoke and cinders, and the crew of Bachelor's Delight rushed about to douse any flames that might reach her deck. But the ship was safe. The explosion hadn't damaged the hull or the masts. Edward Davis, though, wasn't the only captain to fight off an attack that night. The three crews under Davis, Harris, and Swan were arrayed strategically around the island. Captain Harris was in those smaller vessels, so he went unnoticed, but he was prepared to give aid to anyone that might need it. Captain Swan, though, well, it looked like he would be left alone, but he kept a sharp eye out, and one of his men noticed something in the water. It was almost too small to be noticed in the dark, but there was a man making his way to the stern of Cygnet, carrying something combustible to burn the rudder. The Spanish didn't want to sink Cygnet. That fire ship would explode when it reached Bachelor's Delight, but they wanted to capture the 5,000 pounds in goods that Cygnet carried. Captain Swan ordered his men to fire on the man. It's possible somebody hit him, but all they know is that he disappeared underwater and nobody saw him again. So the pirates were safe for the moment. But when morning came, the pirates had another problem. They had to collect their anchors. Bachelor's Delight had cut hers free and, needed an anchor. They were having some trouble fishing it out of the water, though. The ropes were rotten that they were trying to use to pull it free. And then, from the other side of the island, dozens of canoes came into view. Bachelor's Delight and Cygnet faced up to meet the incoming canoes. They assumed it would be a follow-up to the attack the night before. Captain Harris took his bark around behind the canoes to encircle them, but the canoes just rowed on over. They hailed the pirates, first in English and then in French. They named themselves Freebooters out of the West Indies. All in all, 28 canoes arrived, carrying 280 men. They turned out to be brethren of the coast, both French and English, and their officers asked leave to board the Bachelor's Delight. They turned out to be two crews under French captains. The junior partner of the two was Captain Jean Lescuyer. The older captain who was in command of the expedition was Captain Francois Groinet. They had seen the burning ship the night before and decided to investigate. They rowed in close, but only close enough to spy on the English ships until it was clear that they weren't Spanish and that they were probably buccaneers. Now, virtually nothing is known of Captain Lescuyer before this meeting. Captain Groinet, though, was already well known. He had arrived in the West Indies after the cessation of hostilities that ended the Third Anglo-Dutch War, or it's possible that he served on board a vessel during that war, but not as an officer. However, in 1681, he received a letter of marque from Governor Jacques Nepveu in Saint-Dominique. He sailed for the coast of Venezuela, which was close to where he made his home, and committed all sorts of depredations against the Spanish there. There was nothing earth-shattering, but he commandeered ships and stole cargo and killed people. That proved to be poor timing on his part, though. Only a few weeks after receiving that letter of marque, King Louis XIV sent officials from France to the New World with the express command to curb piracy. Now, Francois Groinet was captured and arrested by one of the king's agents in that effort, a man named Charles-François d'Anjin, Marquis de Maintenon. D'Anjin is a character worthy of his own episode. He was the perfect ideal, the French ideal of what a buccaneer should be, rather really what a privateer should be. He was a nobleman from an old and ancient family that fell on hard times, so he sold his estate and sailed for the West Indies. As it happens, he actually sold it to a woman that would go on to marry the king. But during the war, he took command of a privateer vessel and led raids against the English. He gathered fleets of hundreds and hundreds of buccaneers to attack Dutch settlements. But at war's end, he stopped his privateering. He settled down and claimed a small island in the name of France, where he set himself up as the governor. He used his allies to tighten his grip on the island and then on trade in the region. He made himself a fortune doing that, and essentially he turned that one-time buccaneer hideout into a small, prosperous French colony. But then the order came down from France to curb privateering. So he stopped privateering and became one of the more successful and assiduous pirate hunters in the Caribbean. If you were a French dignitary or perhaps a naval officer, wouldn't that be exactly what you'd want from a privateer? A man who fought for France, who enriched himself without costing you anything, and then set about to expand the empire and build upon the wealth and prestige of France. Charles-François d'Anjin was that ideal. Francois Groinet was not. He was a pirate. He was just a loathsome buccaneer. D'Anjin arrested Groinet. He confiscated the stolen goods on board his vessel and revoked the letter of marque. And then he sent him back to Petit Goave. He wasn't intended to be prosecuted, just instructed to stop privateering. However, he didn't. Or rather, he turned from privateering to just good old-fashioned piracy. But he did get another opportunity. In November of 1683, Lorho de Graaf got a commission to attack Cuba at Santiago de Cuba. That was the raid in which the governor sent Jean Le Goff to act as a military commander on board. That's the same raid where Le Goff attempted to reprimand one of the buccaneers. That's the same on which the pirates mutinied, killed Le Goff, and disbanded. They set sail for every corner of the West Indies to ravage the Spanish wherever they could. Francois Groinet was one of those who left the fleet after Le Goff was killed. He sailed in a fleet of 5 ships led by Jean, Sieur de Bernanos, alongside Captains Vigneron, Blot, and Jean Rose. they wound up receiving a commission and raided the Spanish on the coast of Venezuela. This was part of Louis XIV's campaign against the Spanish during the War of Reunions. Very much like L'Orho de Graaf, farther to the west, these privateers took advantage of that war to raid and pillage, and they even occupied a Spanish fortress for a time. Near the end of that campaign, in November of 1684, Michel de Gramont sent out a call to rally at Salt Tortuga. This was to be the beginning of a huge assault during the War of Reunions. However, the war came to an abrupt and unexpected end. The commissions were all revoked, and Michel de Gramont never showed up. The meeting never took place. So he and his fellow captains had to settle down and plan. By the beginning of 1685, though, word was already spreading of the raiding taking place in the Pacific. Peter Harris had already crossed the country at Darien, and Captain Townley was on his way right now. So 2 of the assembled French crews under Groynet and Lescouillet chose to sail for Golden Isle and then traverse the isthmus. They met with the Kuna, as did anyone who passed through Darien, and then they met Captain Townley. Now, he was an Englishman and busy building canoes, but the 2 French captains already had canoes, so they went ahead and headed south, made their way to the Gulf of San Miguel. That's where they saw the burning ship that they rowed in to investigate, to find Captains Harris, Swan, and Davis. I always wonder, in moments like these, if any of these captains knew each other. Now, the 2 French captains certainly knew each other, and the English were old comrades by this point, but were the 2 groups familiar with each other? 20 years earlier, they certainly would have been, back when the Brethren of the Coast were led by men like Henry Morgan and Francois l'Olonnais. They all would have known each other. But now, England and France had only a few years earlier been at war. Their colonies were less than friendly, but what of the pirates? Now, many of them would have fought on opposing sides during the war, but since then, had they met each other? Were any of them friendly, or were some of them antagonistic? Did they hold grudges from the war? Did they have feuds with one another? There is a wealth of drama there, but it's something we'll never know, not conclusively. Were there men who had stolen one another's lovers, or men who had stolen one another's ships? We'll actually run into that shortly. But had these pirates here gotten drunk together before? Had they fought each other in brawls? Was there a tension among them along religious lines or along national lines? Almost certainly there was, but no one thought to write it down, which irks me to no end. The Englishmen who were traveling with the French captains joined up with English crews almost immediately. Most of them went to the Bachelor's Delight, and the Frenchmen who were with the English crews joined up with French captains. Now, most of the French were in canoes, so Captain Davis gave the French one of the merchantmen that he had captured, one of those that carried flour, and he distributed all of the food and water out among them. That ship was enough to carry all of the French pirates, and Captain Groynet took command of the ship. William Dampier writes, quote, Captain Gronet, to retaliate this kindness, offered Captain Davis and Captain Swan each of them a new commission from the governor of Petit Goave. It has been usual for many years past for the governor of Petit Goave to send blank commissions to sea by many of his captains, with orders to dispose of them to whom they saw convenient. Those of Petit Goave, by this means, making themselves the sanctuary of all people of desperate fortunes, and increasing their own wealth and the strength and reputation of their party. Captain Davis accepted of one, having before only an old commission, which fell to him by the inheritance at the decease of Captain Hook. But Captain Swan refused it, saying he had an order from the Duke of York neither to give offense to the Spaniards nor to receive any affront from them, and that he had been injured by them at Valdivia, where they had killed some of his men and wounded several more. So he thought he had a lawful commission of his own to write himself. I never read any of these French commissions while I was in these seas, nor did I know the import of them. In time of peace, these commissions are given as a warrant to those of each side to protect them from the adverse party. But in effect, the French do not restrain them to Hispaniola, but make them a pretense for a general ravage in any part of America, by land or sea. End quote. Captain Swan didn't want to be a privateer. This gave the rest of the crews not exactly legitimacy. They were still pirates. Remember, the English had been barred by an act of Parliament from accepting any foreign commission. But even a flimsy paper shield here is better than no shield, so they had something with which to defend themselves. All of the pirates agreed it would be best to work together here in the South Seas, but they were unable to come to a consensus on command. No single captain was given a command of their fleet. They didn't choose an admiral, which usually one would. Now, perhaps if they'd been of a single nation, they would have, but not in this case. Edward Davis had the largest ship and the largest crew. He also had the most guns, so he sort of served as admiral, at least for the English, but the French chose to sail more as allies than part of an armada. Now, their first order of business was to ensure that everybody had food and water and supplies, so they went ashore to collect some, and then they distributed out all of the small arms to make sure that every man on every vessel had at least a musket, some shot, and some powder. Bachelor's Delight kept her big guns, though. The entire fleet headed north to collect Captain Townley. Now, they found him in much better shape than the French had been. He'd finished up his canoes, but immediately upon entering the Gulf of San Miguel, he captured 2 small armed barks. They weren't warships, but they did have big guns on board. It significantly improved their position to have at least 2 more ships that were armed. What's more, though, Captain Townley had news. When he left the Cuna behind, there were other pirates already crossing the isthmus, a large group of them, in fact. Most of them were English, and they were headed for the Gulf of San Miguel. The pirates decided it would be best to wait for them, and they sent Peter Harris upriver in a small bark to search for these Englishmen and bring them into the fleet. Meanwhile, a few others went roving. They attacked small villages and a couple of ships. They weren't looking for riches. They would have been happy to find some, but that wasn't the goal. They had plenty of food, but there were several hundred men now, and they needed, well, good pots in which to cook all the food. Dampier calls them coppers. They also needed guns, and they found a few of those, but most importantly, Captain Davis asked Dampier to look over those letters. They had time, and it turns out he found something valuable, something extremely worthwhile. There was a letter from the governor at Panama to the viceroy at Lima, informing him that the Windward fleet had arrived at Cartagena. Now, the fleet itself wasn't a concern to the pirates. Cartagena was on the Caribbean, not the Pacific. However, when it arrived at Cartagena, Dampier learned, word was sent to Portobello and then on to Panama. Then Panama sent this letter to the viceroy at Peru. When he received this letter, the viceroy would know it was time to send out the Plata fleet. Dampier writes, quote, "The king's treasure is said to amount commonly to about 24 million of pieces of 8, besides abundance of merchants' money." End quote. That treasure was going to be on its way from Lima to Panama. That's the greatest prize that any pirate in the New World could ever hope to capture, and the pirates were going to be right in its path. However, the treasure fleet would be comprised of well-armed Spanish galleons. Those were daunting ships. They would be fully manned and carrying enough guns to sink any ship that the pirates had with ease. However, all of those guns and all of those men and all of that silver filling their holds meant that the Spanish galleons would be, well, they'd be riding low in the water. They'd be moving slowly. The pirate ships, on the other hand, were quick and agile. They could dart in, strike, and escape before the hulking Spanish vessel could get a volley off. There was no hope of taking any of the ships in open battle, but if they could find a straggler and nip at her heels with musket shot and swivel guns, and if they were lucky enough, even a well-timed shot with the heavy guns, then they could weaken that ship They could pull her away from the fleet. They could board her and sail her away, with enough silver in their possession to set every man among the fleet up for life. The plan reminds me of, well, how a lion might take down prey on the savannah. They look for the slowest and the weakest in the herd. They separate them. They weaken them. They run them down. And then finally, they strike. And the pirates actually had a bit of luck here. They had been far too weak to capture even one of those ships with these tactics a few weeks earlier. Had that letter from Panama reached the Viceroy at Lima on time, they would have been hopeless. They wouldn't have had a chance to capture any treasure of worth here. But they did capture those letters. That delayed the departure of the Plata fleet. The Viceroy would not receive another letter for at least a few weeks' time. And then, during those few weeks that they had bought themselves accidentally, more and more men had crossed the isthmus. They were going to join the pirates. Every man in the fleet knew that they now had a chance to go after the Plata fleet, and they voted to do so. So the fleet decided to wait. Now, when Captain Townley entered the Pacific, he captured those 2 barks, and they were carrying wine. So Townley distributed that wine among all of the other crews. He wanted them to drink it up so that he could use the casks to fill with fresh water. What that means is that there were hundreds of pirates lying at anchor, bored, and they had plenty of wine to keep them good and drunk. They spent their days drinking and gambling, and this inevitably led to fighting among the men. Just quarreling, but a fight amongst drunken pirates could see blades drawn and guns fired and men killed. The captains tried to keep this sort of activity under control, but that led to other problems. When bored, drunk pirates aren't allowed to fight, they need some sort of outlet for their frustrations. So they started grumbling against the very men that were trying to keep order. Most notably, this happened on Bachelor's Delight. See, spring was coming on, and with the spring came endless days of torrential rain. It was basically a never-ending downpour, but sometimes it would grow violent and thunderous. So, if you'd like to imagine this next bit, think of it as a dark and stormy night. There were a large number of men on the Bachelor's Delight, perhaps 80 or more, that came from the crews of Captain Groynet and Lescuyer. They'd joined the English willingly, but they weren't loyal to Captain Davis. They were pirates that had their own allegiances, their own priorities, and they even had their own hierarchies. So that group began to plan a vote to oust Captain Davis and install their own captain. However, it became obvious that they wouldn't have the votes needed. So they started planning a mutiny. But into the midst of that growing threat, a diversion appeared. A small bark arrived carrying Englishmen, but it sailed in from a direction they didn't expect. This one came in from the west. Now, they were pirates, they were English freebooters, but apparently no one knew that they were in the region. They'd been part of a small fleet under a man named Captain William Knight, which was roving off the west coast of Mexico. This bark was carrying only about a dozen men, but it had been separated from the fleet of Captain Knight by a storm. In the aftermath of that storm, they went searching for Captain Knight, but actually got intercepted by a Spanish vessel, so they couldn't find the captain and had to flee. They decided the best course of action would be to sail east and then cross the isthmus north through Darien to re-enter the Caribbean. Dampier tells us, quote, "They came into the Bay of Panama intending to go overland back into the North Seas, but that they luckily met with us. For the Isthmus of Darien was now become a common road for privateers to pass between the North and South Seas at their pleasure. This bark of Captain Knight's had in her 40 or 50 jars of brandy. She was now commanded by Mr. Henry Moore, but Captain Swan, intending to promote Captain Harris, caused Mr. Moore to be turned out, alleging that it was very likely these men were run away from their commander. Mr. Moore willingly resigned her and went aboard of Captain Swan and became one of his men." End quote. That gave the men a momentary diversion from their plans to mutiny, but only briefly. Those jars of brandy that the bark brought in only made the men more drunk and more belligerent. It became so tense on board Bachelor's Delight that men began carrying weapons everywhere they went, not just knives for work, but swords and muskets. Now, no one mentioned it, no one talked about it openly, but everybody knew that this could turn into a bad situation at any moment. And the primary complaint here was born out of boredom. The men were growing weary of waiting for the fleet, and they also feared that they might miss it. They thought that the plan might not be the best. They wanted to, instead, attack Panama itself immediately. Someone should perhaps have listened to them here, but nobody did. Still, that tension grew and boiled and festered. But before it could manifest, yet another group of pirates arrived to join the fleet. This was the group that Peter Harris had gone off to collect in his bark. He brought back with him a small fleet of canoes and periaguas. He brought in a force of 250 men that consisted of some of the most well-known and accomplished pirates of the era. William Dampier doesn't even bother to give their names. Now, he will later on, but at this moment when he introduces them, well, he's much more interested in a pages-long description of the trees of the region, which, to be fair, he does introduce the world of Europe to the avocado here. The commander of this fleet, though, well, this story is complex. I'll talk more about them and their journey next time. For now, though, you should know that this group was separated from the command of Lorho de Graaf. When de Graaf was preparing his raid against Campeche and rallied his forces near the Yucatan Peninsula, several pirates chose to leave his command. They decided to sail instead for the Pacific. They were led by Jean Rose, Mathurin de Martez, and Pierre Le Picard. I say that they are among the most well-known of their era, but much of that probably comes from their earlier exploits and what would come after. On this voyage, William Dampier barely mentions them. They did have a chronicler of their own, however, a man named Raveneau de Lussan. I'm thankful that he joined this expedition because his journal gives us another fantastic primary source from a different perspective. And you can see the difference in their perspective most glaringly in the different names they give to pirates of different nationalities. When the entire force was gathered, when their whole strength was marshaled, William Dampier writes, quote, "Our fleet consisted of 10 sail. First, Captain Davis, 36 guns, 156 men, most English. Captain Swan, 16 guns, 140 men, all English. These were the only ships of force that we had, the rest having none but small arms. Captain Townley had 110 men, all English. Captain Gronet, 308 men, all French. Captain Harris, 100 men, most English. Captain Branley, 36 men, some English, some French. Davis's tender, 8 men. Swan's tender, 8 men. Townley's bark, 80 men, and a small bark of 30 tons made a fire ship with a canoe's crew in her. We had in all 960 men." End quote. When he says a tender, that's just a small ship's boat. But compare that to the account of Raveneau de Lussan. Quote, "On the 22nd, which was Easter Day, their fleet arrived at the King's Isles where we were. They consisted of 8 sail, which, together with the 2 barks, they had sent to wait for our arrival, made up in all 10 vessels, of which take the following account. The first served as admiral, and was a frigate carrying 36 guns, commanded by one Captain David. That's Edward Davis. The next was instead a vice-admiral, had 16 guns, and was under the command of one whose name was Captain Same. That's Charles Swan. The third and fourth were 2 ships commanded by Captain Townsley. The fifth was a ship that could have carried 30 guns, but had none, and was commanded by Captain Groinet. The sixth was a ship commanded by Brady. That's Captain Branley. Other editions of this journal name him Branders, who arrived with the new privateers. The eighth was a long bark, commanded by a quartermaster, with a detachment of men drawn out of the fleet." End quote. Now, he doesn't make mention of him in that passage, but the 2 barks that he arrived on were commanded by Captain Harris. It's strange to me that neither man mentions Jean Rose, de Martez, or Pierre Le Picard. Now, de Martez wouldn't become widely known until much later, but Jean Rose and Pierre Le Picard were both already infamous pirates. The slight against Jean Rose I can understand from William Dampier's perspective. William Dampier and Edward Davis and the crew that had left Bartholomew Sharp with them had good reason to dislike Jean Rose, and Rose himself had perhaps even better reason to dislike the English. More on that next time, though. Picard, though, if he was the same Pierre Le Picard that sailed alongside Francois l'Olonnais and Roque Basiliano and Henry Morgan, well, he should have been a legend among the Brethren of the Coast. He may not have been the same man, but if he was, well, he was definitely well known, especially in buccaneer circles. However, here in the Pacific, without their own ships underfoot, well, they weren't captains, so they were incorporated into other crews. Groynet took on most of the Frenchmen, and the rest seemed to have joined up with Peter Harris, who brought them down to this meeting. But I'm still wondering about those relations between pirates. What kind of stories are going untold here? We will learn more about the tensions between the captains that are worth writing about, but, well, I wonder what was going on among the regular crewmen, and who actually might have been here that wasn't worth writing about, at least who wasn't worth writing about yet. Was Henry Avery here at this meeting? Maybe. I mean, it's been recorded, though disputed by historians, that he served in the Third Anglo-Dutch War, and then as a logwood cutter and captain of a logwood boat there in the Bay of Campeche, and then he turned full-time buccaneer. Now, it's not suggested that he held a captaincy in the Brethren, but nothing really substantive exists on Avery until about 1689. By then, he was a captain of a privateer vessel in the 9 Years' War, and would soon turn pirate. However, he had to have been sailing before then. He very well might have been here at this meeting. Now, Dampier was working on his book in the 1690s, and by that time, Henry Avery was notorious. Dampier probably would have mentioned Avery if he knew that he was there, but how could Dampier be expected to have known every crewman on every vessel? Their fleet held almost 1,000 men now, especially if Avery was no one of note. Dampier would have had no reason to notice some young man swabbing the deck. Now, all of that's pure speculation, of course. There's nothing to suggest he was there, and there may be some information I haven't read that contradicts me here, but Henry Avery's story is so filled with myth and uncertainty. We don't know where he was in those years right before 1689, not definitively. So, who's to say he wasn't here? You could even imagine him being one of those that crossed the isthmus with Captain Townley, one of those who was incorporated into the crew of the Bachelor's Delight. What if he were a ringleader among those pirates? It's not impossible to imagine on one of those dark and stormy nights a young pirate, an ambitious man named Henry Avery, talking to the mates below decks, trying to convince them to mutiny against Captain Davis, to take the ship for themselves and install him as captain. He did want to be a captain after all, and he would go on to engage in some good old-fashioned mutiny later on in his life. Now, none of that probably happened, but wouldn't that be cool? But it also makes me wonder who else could have been there. Up in the West Indies, Laure de Graaf and Michel de Gramont and all of that lot were busy pirating around, but that's about it. There were a few pirates up in North America, but nothing really substantial going on. There were some pirates off the west coast of Africa, but that hadn't really blown up, and none of them had reached the Indian Ocean yet. Virtually all of the rest of the pirates in the world were here. Certainly not all of them, but definitely most of the pirates from the British Isles, be they English or Welsh or Scottish or Irish, nearly all of them were here in the Pacific. Now, we know the names of the captains that were here, and we'll actually get to introduce a few other pirates that would go on to sail the pirate round and would interact closely with men like Henry Avery, but who else might have been on board one of these vessels? Was Thomas Tew here? Probably not, but maybe. He was, at this point, probably in Rhode Island, but we aren't certain. He could have been here. Was William Kidd here? I mean, why not? He would have been 30 years old when this meeting took place. Now, we know that he relocated from Scotland to New York early on in life, but then history loses track of him until, again, 1689 at the outbreak of the 9 Years' War. But he had to have been sailing before that. Even the most silver-tongued man wouldn't be able to convince a crew full of hardened buccaneers with their bellies full of wine to commit mutiny and to follow him without some sort of experience under his belt. So who's to say that Kidd and Avery and Thomas too, who's to say they weren't here? Any number of well-known British pirates could have been here at this meeting. But we can't know any of that to be the case. I'm just letting my imagination wander. This last group of pirates arrived on March 22nd, 1685. Now they all resolved to await the Silver Fleet, and wait they did. For nearly 2 months they cruised around the Bay of Panama, hoping to catch wind of the Spanish fleet. They created a sort of web of the larger ships among them, with the smaller vessels running word between, in case anyone had any word that the Spanish fleet was coming. The English among them captured a small ship out of Panama that had virtually nothing of worth on board, but it did bring them news that their king, Charles II, had died. However, that meant very little to a bunch of pirates in the Pacific. Then came the morning of 28 May 1685. It was dark and cloudy, and a heavy rainfall began to pour upon them. But at about 11 a.m., the rain began to lessen and finally clear up. Then the lookout on board Captain Groynet's ship spotted sails on the horizon. But he weighed anchor and set a course for the main, away from the incoming ships. This is what caught the attention of the English among them, who looked around and saw the sails shortly thereafter. Here's the problem. A treasure fleet sailing from Lima in Peru to Panama City would be coming from the southeast, headed northwest. That's how the pirates arrayed themselves. That's where they built their web to catch the fleet. But these ships weren't coming from the southeast. They were coming from the northwest, from Panama. What the pirates didn't know, and what they wouldn't learn until later, is that the treasure fleet managed to slip by them a few weeks earlier. It had already safely deposited its silver in Panama, and then the fleet stocked up on guns and sailors and soldiers. Then the treasure fleet, now carrying arms, sailed out to meet the pirates. They may not have known what happened, but Davis and Dampier and all the rest realized something was wrong. William Dampier writes, quote, Captain Swan and Townley came aboard of Captain Davis to order how to engage the enemy, who, we saw, came purposely to fight us, they being in all 14 sail, beside periagos, rowing with 12 and 14 oars apiece. 6 sail of them were ships of good force. First the Admiral, 48 guns, 450 men, the Vice Admiral, 40 guns, 400 men, the Rear Admiral, 36 guns, 360 men, a ship of 24 guns, 300 men, one of 18 guns, 250 men, and one of 8 guns, 200 men. 2 great fire ships, 6 ships with only small arms, having 800 men on board them all. Besides 200 or 300 men in periagos. This account of their strength we had afterwards from Captain Knight. End quote. That's a serious fighting force. I mean, you know that joke about the pirate captain that orders his men to bring him his red shirt before battle against overwhelming force? Again and again he leads them to victory in his red shirt. He does this so his men will never see his blood. Then a royal armada comes into view, the men eagerly await their captain's order to bring him his red shirt, and then he orders, "Bring me my brown pants." Yeah, I imagine that sentiment was felt with the might of the Spanish treasure fleet bearing down on them. The pirates had intended to use their superior speed and maneuverability to capture a treasure galleon, but instead they were forced to use it to survive. The armada closed on them about noon, but the pirates had already set sail. They danced away from a confrontation, slipping just out of the Spanish range, but then the pirates attempted to come around the armada for a strike. But their gunboats and periaguas sortied out and fought the pirates off. The galleons then tacked about, and this time the pirates were well within range. They fired off a volley at the pirates and scored more than a few hits. but the pirates were still nimble enough to escape much damage. By this time, daylight was failing, and the pirates pulled back. When dusk began to settle, the Spanish admiral used his ship's lamp to issue commands to the other ships in the fleet. There was a series of commands for the night, lasting for some time. Now, the English knew what several of them meant, but most importantly, they recognized the command to lay anchor. The pirates kept their eyes open throughout the night. Several times they saw that lamp signal additional commands, but it never came any closer to them. And then dawn came. Dampier writes, quote, "This was only a stratagem of theirs, for this light was put out to the second time at one of their bark's topmost head, and then she was sent to the leeward, which deceived us, for we thought still the light was in the admiral's top, and by that means thought ourselves to windward of them. In the morning, contrary to our expectation, we found they were coming upon us with full sail. So we ran for it, and after a running fight all day, and having taken a turn almost round the Bay of Panama, we came to an anchor again, in the very same place from whence we set out in the morning." End quote. In case you didn't catch that, what happened here is the admiral, the largest ship in the fleet, gave the commands when the sun was still above the horizon. Then, later into the night, they had a bark give out commands that looked very much the same in the dark of night. They couldn't see what ship it was coming from. But when morning came, they saw the might of the fleet bearing down on them. So they ran. It wasn't a disaster exactly. No ships had been lost, and virtually no one was seriously injured, but it was a blow. The pirates were deeply disappointed. They'd expected to end the day rich men, and now, nothing. Captain Groynet, nearly all the Frenchmen in the fleet, well, they decided to sit the battle out. And frankly, that was probably wise. When an enemy force comes upon you in overwhelming strength from an unexpected direction, it's best to disengage and live to fight on another day. As Dampier says, it's best to run for it. Even had he engaged the Spanish, he didn't have any guns on board. He had men with muskets, but no big guns. His ship would have done very little good in the fight. But the English were angry at the French. I try to think of a suitable mental exercise to really put myself in the mindset of the pirates that sailed during the golden age of piracy, but I invariably come up short. It's because I'm an American, and my mindset is very rooted in the American experience. I could imagine relocating to another country, adopting their customs and language, and really loving the experience, but I would never stop being an American. The pirates, though, lived in a very different world. They were absolutely children of their own nations, but they lived in a region that was, well, it was a melting pot that didn't yet have an identity of its own. The West Indies, the Caribbean, had so many small colonies of so many different nations, and they all existed so close to one another. In the span of an afternoon, at most a week, they might hear people speak Spanish and English and French and Dutch and Danish and German and Taino dialects and half a dozen different African languages. And then they would hear all of the hybrids that were busy being born out of that mesh of languages. However, most people that were born into that environment were deeply nationalistic. Whatever circumstance threw at them, they were still English or Dutch or French, except for the pirates. See, they were outlaws. They were villains of all nations. No country would give them a home. No country would give them succor, so they were forced outside of their nationalistic views. This probably started in the era of the privateers, the buccaneer era, where we are now. See, they all worked for commissions. Lorho de Graaf and Michael Andresen, well, they were Dutch, as were hundreds of other privateers, but they accepted French commissions, and they served France loyally. De Graaf actually earned honors and was given a position of power in the French military. He tossed aside his homeland to fight a war against his people. Now, that wasn't true for everyone's experience. The English, most of them, tried to stay loyal to their home, but they were deemed outlaws for continuing in a trade that their home nation had hired them to do. I mean, imagine if you were offered a government commission to relocate and to own your own business. It turned out to be quite a profitable enterprise. And then, after a few months, that government turned around and told you, wait, no, you don't get to own a business. You're going to be flipping burgers for minimum wage. And if you fail to flip burgers, we'll hang you. What would you do in that situation? So, the English and the Dutch national identity, at least for the pirates, it started to wane. They had to seek out other nations in order to live their lives. Whenever they could, they would seek out French commissions. Strangely, though, it was actually the French pirates that kept their national identity strongest during these years. For example, a flotilla of smaller French vessels that was part of a larger fleet sailing under Captains de Graaf and André, that flotilla made for a Dutch settlement in 1684, hoping to trade. They were rebuffed by the governor there because of their association with the two Dutch pirate captains. Ravenel de Lussan, who was there, wrote after being denied entry into the settlement, quote, "We were punished for the knavery of these Dutchmen practiced towards their own people." End quote. He, in this passage, fails to recognize that the said knavery was accomplished with French commissions by his own commanders sailing from a French colony. That didn't matter to Lussan, though. They were Dutch. He was French. By his logic, it was a failing of the Dutch, and that Dutch governor should hold himself accountable for the actions of a Dutchman, regardless who signed his commission. Lussan failed to recognize what many of the buccaneers that weren't French were slowly coming to learn. Many French buccaneers failed to learn this, at least for now. Those other buccaneers, the English and the Dutch, they were criminals, not patriots. They were outlaws. They were outcast. They were men and women without a home, without a country, and without a king. This is episode 65, Knavery. That episode with the Dutch governor almost saw the whole party, with Ravenel de Lussan arrested and potentially hanged. It was a major factor in the decision of those French crews under Lorho de Graaf to leave his fleet and to set out on their own. Namely, Captains Jean Rose, Pierre Le Picard, and Mathurin de Martez, along with Ravenel de Lussan. They left the fleet and made for the sea between Portobello and Cartagena. They captured a ship out of Margarita that was carrying mostly corn, and they sailed it for the coast. Now, Lussan makes note of what he calls, quote, a most cruel, barbarous, and savage Indian nation. And then he goes on to say that they eat without distinction whatever they can catch. We returned without having the curiosity to make a trial of their teeth. So, yeah, they decided not to stick around long enough to get eaten. Naturally, most of these accounts of savage Indian cannibals are untrue, or at least wildly exaggerated. There were some groups that engaged in ritualistic sacrifice, and they were prone occasionally to eat the hearts of their victims or other symbolic parts of their anatomy. It was in an effort to gain their power. It was all about dominance and strength. It was ritual, though, not, I'm famished, let's go find a nice fat Frenchman to eat. Mostly, though, this voyage after leaving Lorho de Graaf was uneventful until their group reached the Golden Isle, where they met a few other French pirates that had been left behind by Captains Francois Groinet and Jean Lescouillet. Those pirates were flying the French flag. They were hoping to flag someone down that would give them a lift home. You see, they decided not to join the other pirates on their way to the Southern Ocean. This appears to have been the moment when they found out about the pirates in the Pacific Ocean. Now, they quite possibly may have heard about Francois Groinet and Jean Lescouillet before this moment, but it's the first time that Ravenel de Lussan mentions it. So they deliberated about what to do, and finally the three French captains decided to follow their compatriots into the Pacific Ocean. They probably gave their prize vessel over to those marooned pirates to get them home, and they burned the rest of their boats upon reaching the main. When they did, the pirates were approached by a delegation of Kuna guides. I'm curious about what languages everyone spoke here. Now, we know that the Kuna spoke their own language, and the English spoke a bit of Kuna, but I doubt that the Kuna spoke French or that the French spoke Kuna, so it's most likely that everyone involved spoke Spanish, which was, the lingua franca there on the Main. The Kuna had instructions for the French pirates about how to behave among them and what to expect going in. There had been moments in the past where some of the more rough-cut pirates had attempted to take liberties in the Kuna settlements or otherwise offended the Kuna somehow, and, there were times when that nearly saw the entire alliance fall apart. Now, I haven't found any records of the Kuna exacting justice on any pirates, not so far at least, but they did guide the pirates through miles and miles of dangerous terrain with all sorts of potential dangers for an unwary traveler. I imagine that if the Kuna decided among themselves that a pirate needed to die, they had ways of making that happen. The pirates, though, were unlikely to ask too many questions when they were all alone, essentially stranded out in the jungle with only their Kuna guides to get them out. But the Kuna that met the French pirates there on the coast also carried a letter for the pirates from the other French captains that were currently in Darien, Groynet and Lescouillet. The letter was left to let any pirates that followed them know of their intention to enter the Pacific, and it let them know about where they planned to be. So Captain Rose wrote a letter in response, informing Groynet of their presence and their intention to join him. The Kuna runners carried the letter off to deliver it. This alliance between the Kuna and the buccaneers was turning out to be quite beneficial. It facilitated trade, which was good for both sides. The pirates were able to trade for food and necessaries, while the Kuna were able to trade for European goods. Mostly they wanted iron tools and weapons. There was actually a brisk trade happening in good steel. It was important for the Kuna to arm themselves in their ongoing war against Spain. But this alliance created a secure path for the Europeans to cross the isthmus without, dying or being captured by the Spanish. It really took very little effort on the part of the Kuna. They had to provide guides and foodstuffs for the pirates, but the return they got on that investment in time and supplies was phenomenal. They got significant aid in their war against the Spanish, which was their long-term goal here, but they also got access to technologies that they wouldn't otherwise have had access to, which gave them a leg up on many of their rivals in the region, not just the Spanish, but the other tribes around them. That alliance created what Dampier called a common road for privateers. It facilitated this entire gathering of pirates in the Pacific. Now, the original Pacific adventure would never have happened under Sharp and Coxon without the aid of the Kuna, but this was really the only sensible route to the Pacific Ocean. The only other way was by sea around the Cape of South America, but that was a huge investment in time and supplies, and it was deadly dangerous. This was the only route available to any but the most enterprising of pirates. However, that alliance was really between the English buccaneers and the Kuna people. Now, the French were perfectly willing to utilize the goodwill of the Kuna, but, they didn't hold them in the same high regard that the English did. At least, Ravenel de Lussan didn't. When he writes about them, it's with a thinly veiled contempt. He writes that they have no religion and no knowledge of God, but he insists that they do hold communion with the devil. He writes of their lack of clothing and their failure to use gold and silver as proper coinage. He treats nearly everything that is a part of their culture as a failing of the Kuna. But we have to remember here that Ravenel de Lussan wasn't a scholar. This was just the journal of a common sailor. It was intended for publication, but it doesn't have the same standard of scientific curiosity that the writing of Dampier or Lionel Wafer did. Ravenel de Lussan goes on to talk all about their hardships, crossing the mountains and the rivers and the swamps and jungles of the isthmus. They lost about 6 men in the crossing, which Lussan ascribes to the lax guidance of the Kuna, but they made it to Santa Maria and the river which led to the Gulf of San Miguel. The pirates began felling trees and constructing canoes, but the Kuna actually gathered food for them. They gathered bananas and fruits and root vegetables, mostly. And, as always, food seems to be a primary topic of these accounts. And, yeah, I get it. Food would have been at the forefront of their minds because they needed it to survive. And in 1685, it would have made for fascinating reading back in Europe. When we get around to interstellar travel, people here on Earth will be fascinated by accounts of what our ambassadors to alien planets had for dinner. They will be alien delicacies that we can only imagine and maybe get a taste of at some point in our lives, once interstellar travel becomes commonplace. But here in 2018, I know what a plantain is. I'm not that interested in the taste of monkey flesh. What I want is, I want to hear accounts of the arguments between the crew. I want to hear about the tensions that hung over them. I want the drama that's there. But 17th century authors weren't tremendously concerned with drama. However, if there are any future astronauts listening to this podcast, when you are on your voyage of discovery and exploration, be sure to write down the juicy details of the crew. I want to know about everyone who was there. I want to know about who was sleeping with who and who was fighting with who. If you do so, future historians will thank you. When the canoes were finally finished, Captains Rose and Picard and Desmartes rowed downriver, where they were met by Captain Peter Harris. Now they were able to abandon their canoes almost immediately. Harris had a ship, and they sailed with him to meet all of the other pirate captains gathered in the Pacific. Edward Davis and Charles Swan. There was Groynet, Lescuyer, there was Captain Townley, and then there were men like William Dampier and Lionel Wafer. Last time, when I mentioned this meeting, I brushed past a complication that arose when this last group of French pirates met up with the English. Now, I questioned what sort of unmentioned prior relationships these pirates from different crews may have had with one another. I pondered about the drama that we might not ever know about, but that was definitely there, lingering below the surface. But there was one undeniably large piece of drama here at this meeting, and it wasn't under the surface, it was right out in the open. If you'll remember way back to the end of the first Pacific adventure in 1681, John Cook, Edward Davis, William Dampier, Lionel Wafer, and a crew of about 50 other pirates broke away from Captain Bartholomew Sharp. They sailed north back to Santa Maria and crossed Darien to come out on the coast of the Caribbean, of what they called the North Sea. There, after only a few days, they were met by a fleet of pirate vessels that offered them a ride. That fleet included John Coxon, who was their original commander. It included Jan Willems and George Wright. But it was mostly made up of French crews, and everyone there who had a commission was sailing under a French commission. Most notably, there were two captains, Jean Tristan and Jean Rose. There were several other French captains, but those are the two who are important right now. When they left the coast of Darien, they had a run-in with the Windward Fleet, and Captain Tristan got separated from the rest. He got left behind, and he held a grudge about that, and, he blamed the English for it. After a few months traveling around the Lesser Antilles, when they were finally approaching Saint-Dominique, the story differs here. There are two versions of it. If you believe William Dampier's version of events, the English captains, Wright and Coxon, left the fleet to return to Jamaica. Then, when there were only a few Englishmen left among them, Cook and Davis and Dampier and that lot, Captain Tristan arrested them. These were men that he'd helped rescue, but he put them in chains. Now, Cook and Davis and the other officers were taken to Petit Goave, where they were to be tried for piracy. Dampier and the rest of the regular crew members were marooned on Isla Avacha, where they could be collected later on by French authorities. Upon reaching Petit Goave, the English were left on board, in chains, while Captain Tristan and most of the other Frenchmen went ashore to discuss the situation with the authorities. That night, Cook and Davis led an escape in which they freed themselves and their friends and took the ship of the treacherous, backstabbing French dog. But if you believe Jean Tristan's version of events, the English were not arrested. They willingly joined his crew. They sailed with him. They served alongside his men. Then, when they arrived at Petit Goave, he went ashore to his home, and the English, who were still on board, staged a mutiny, killed most of the French that were left on board, and stole his ship because they were treacherous, backstabbing English dogs. Now, we may not ever know who was telling the truth here, but pirates being pirates, it seems more likely to me that Captain Tristan was telling the truth. At least, I can more easily imagine a tale of mutiny and thieving than a story of arrest and dealing with the authorities with the intent of seeing your compatriots hung. But then again, the French were lawful privateers. They had commissions from the governor with the authority of the king behind them. The English, on the other hand, were just pirates. They were operating outside the laws of their nation, and it might look really bad for a French crew to harbor these criminals, so maybe Dampier was telling the truth. But whatever the facts actually were, Captain Tristan lost a ship, and he had his men killed. Jean Rose was a friend of his, and here he was, in the Pacific. He had crew members with him on this voyage that had sailed with both he and Captain Tristan back when they rescued Davis and Cook and Dampier. Those men had lost friends when Cook and Davis led their revolt. The Bachelor's Delight, the admiral of this fleet down here in the Pacific, well, it was captained by none other than Edward Davis, and it was carrying William Dampier and 50-odd other English pirates that had betrayed Captain Tristan, at least in their view. It very nearly turned to guns and sabers and blood right there. There were men among those newly arrived French pirates that felt an insult of that magnitude deserved recompense right here and right now. But Captain Davis had a big ship. He had lots of guns, and he had a big crew. A fight right here and right now would certainly turn against the French. What's more, he had given a ship out of the kindness of his thieving, rotten English heart to a Frenchman, Captain Groinet. He didn't have to, but he did, and now they were all working together. And in that there was another very solid argument to be made against killing the Englishmen here and now. Their fleet was waiting on a Spanish treasure galleon out of Lima. A Spanish treasure fleet, in fact. Now they could take a galleon or two, or maybe more, but only if they put aside their differences and worked together. So everyone agreed to sail together in an effort to capture that windfall of Spanish silver that was sailing toward them. But then came those weeks of waiting. They had endless hours of sitting around, of rain and discomfort. There was tension on board the Bachelor's Delight among the English. There was even talk of mutiny. There was tension aboard the French vessel under Captain Groinet as well, but it wasn't talk of mutiny. It was talk of the English and what had happened 3 years earlier at Petit Goave. Jean Rose and his men discussed that English betrayal, that betrayal perpetrated by Cook and Davis and Dampier and much of the crew of the Bachelor's Delight with everyone else on board that French vessel. They began to turn minds against the English. The opinion of the pirates on board the Bachelor's Delight began to sour. But then on June 7th, 1685, they encountered the Spanish treasure fleet. Only, as we discussed last time, it was coming from the wrong direction, and it was bearing down hard on the pirates' position. Ravenel de Lussan writes, quote, "On the 7th, at noon, Captain Groinet gave us a signal that he descried the Spanish fleet consisting of 7 sail. He did so by lowering and raising his flag 7 times. We discovered 7 great ships coming toward us, with a bloody flag in the stern and a royal one on the masts. Now it was that the hopes which our crew had were lost, when they understood the fleet was into Panama, revived again. The desire they had to enrich themselves at the other's cost decimated them to that degree that most of them threw their hats into the sea." End quote. Now, Lussan wasn't on board the ship under Groyne. He was on board Peter Harris's ship, but he writes from the point of view of a French pirate in the fleet. And he writes that when the French ship sailed, it sailed away from the Spanish toward the Main. Now, he explains this as an attempt to stay out of sight. Remember, that ship didn't have any big guns on board. Groyne's plan was to wait until the Bachelor's Delight, who had many big guns, had engaged a galleon. Then he would be able to come up behind and board the Spanish vessel without anyone knowing he was there. But then the Spanish pulled their little trick with the lanterns in the night. They convinced the pirate that their flagship and the bulk of their fleet was further away than it actually was. When dawn came, the Spanish were right on top of the pirates, so the English ships had to flee. They were chased all around the bay in a running fight all day. The French, though, they stayed hidden. They, when the Spanish left, sailed away from the battle. They tried their best to avoid notice, and they did so. Now, to me, that seems like a smart move. If you are sailing a merchantman with no big guns, yeah, you don't want to get involved in a sea battle. Now, if Lussan is to be believed, they intended to join the fight, but they decided to stay out of the chase. The English, though, didn't see it that way. They saw that their effort had failed miserably. They had been outwitted and outgunned. William Dampier wrote of their failure, quote, "Thus ended this day's work, and with it all that we had been projecting for 5 or 6 months. Instead of making ourselves master of the Spanish fleet and treasure, we were glad to escape them." End quote. That was a bitter failure for the English, who had been working towards this for some time, and many of them blamed the French on board Groyne's ship. For his part, Ravenel de Lussan writes, quote, "If we had met with this fleet, as we were in hope we should, before they got an addition of strength in Panama, I do not question but things would have appeared with another favor than now they did, and that we should have possessed ourselves of their ships to bring back through the straits with wealth enough to live at ease." End quote. The French were equally disappointed to miss out on this prize. Now, this treasure fleet wasn't why they had all come to the Pacific in the first place, not expressly, at least, but it kind of was. A treasure galleon was the dream. It was the desire of every pirate in the New World, and they'd given their best shot to capture one and failed. There was plenty of frustration and anger to go around, and there was plenty of blame. It's suggested by the English, though it's not said outright, that the French decided to stay out of the fight as a sort of revenge for the perceived betrayal of Captain Tristan. It's even inferred that there may have been a plan that, when the battle was done and the English were tired and injured with all of their ships damaged, the French could have just swept in and taken the galleon and all her treasure and left the English with nothing. Now, I don't believe that that was the plan, but who's to say? Now, Dampier didn't come out and say any of that, but there was a lot of suspicion toward the French. There were hard words exchanged, and once again it looked like it might turn to violence. However, Dampier writes, quote, "As for Gronet," that's Groyne, "he said his men would not suffer him to join us in the fight. We were not satisfied with that excuse, so we cashiered our cowardly companion. Some were for taking from him the ship which we had given him, but at length he was suffered to keep it with his men, and we sent them away into some other place." End quote. Now that's not exactly how Lussan accounts what happened next. See, after they failed to take the treasure fleet and left Panama behind them, the pirates sailed on a small village, Pueblo Nuevo. Now, Dampier doesn't even mention attacking this village. It's too small to be of any notice, apparently, but they actually invaded and did a fair amount of damage to the people that lived there. They attacked and took the town with ease. But the English were still a bit bitter about the whole affair outside of Panama, so, they lorded it over the French. There were more English pirates during their raid on Pueblo Nuevo, so The English took any command that the French could have held among themselves away. They demanded that the French take the most dangerous parts of town, and also the least profitable areas. Anywhere that there was a small stronghold, the French were in the front line. Then the English went away and looted and drank and found all manner of comforts and entertainments, all while the French were still busy fighting. But it all came to a head at the church in town. Now, we need to remember that these Frenchmen here were not the Huguenot exiles of the 1650s era Brethren of the Coast. They were loyal French privateers, and thanks to King Louis's decree, they were all Catholic once again. Lussan writes, quote, "The English and we had a difference in the descent we made upon this town, for, they being more numerous than we, would take advantage of us and be masters of the whole. Captain Townsley would have taken Captain Groynet's ship away, which Captain David had given him, but he was forced to give over his pretensions. One of the chief reasons that made us disagree was their impiety against our religion, for they made no scruple when they got into a church to cut down the arms of a crucifix with their sabers, or to shoot them down with their fusils and pistols, bruising and maiming the images of the saints in derision to the adoration we Frenchmen paid unto them. And it was chiefly from these horrid disorders we came to understand that the Spaniards equally hated us all." End quote. That was a tipping point for the French. The English could demean them and demand unfair service from them and gnash their teeth and spit out all sorts of insults against the French and their courage and their character, but they could not disrespect their faith. And it's telling here that in this argument, Lussan, he believes that the Spanish should hate the English more because they are not Catholic. But he sees that though the French had no love for the Spanish either, he sees that they are hated as much as the English. Their Catholic faith means nothing anymore when they allow themselves to be lumped in with this group of English heretics who are so desecrating a Catholic church. They fail to defend their own religion when they sail with these men. And you just know that some of the English pirates among them, some of the worst among them, really rubbed it in the faces of the French. Now, the English always enjoyed desecrating a Catholic church when the opportunity came to them, especially a Spanish one, but you know that they defiled and mocked the faith loudly. They laughed and paraded it around the French among them. They threw it in their face. So there, at Pueblo Nuevo, the fleet decided to split up. They went separate ways. They did so strictly along national lines. The English all sailed northwest. The French, though, they were going to need guns to attempt anything worthwhile. Next time we're going to follow the two groups of pirates on their diverging and intersecting paths there in the Pacific. However, I never came to a conclusion about my question earlier about the mental exercise that would allow me into the headspace of a pirate, to try and grasp their deteriorating sense of national allegiance while still holding firmly to all of the prejudices of their home countries. I tried to think of it in terms of war. Those nations were all constantly at each other's throats, so I thought about, as an American, what wars I could compare that to. I thought about Americans that ran off to join the forces of the Kaiser's German Empire, or even Nazi Germany, or even something like ISIS. But none of that fits to me. Those were enemies of a different nature. Now you can imagine England and France at war. Then you can imagine them becoming allies and fighting together. Then, once again, at war with each other. But I can't imagine those kinds of shifting alliances with the Nazis. Then there's the factor of their communities all being so close to one another, so intermingled. In the West Indies, all of those islands were claimed by one power or another, but they weren't always close to other islands of the same nation. Sometimes an island would be surrounded entirely by foreign powers. Sometimes they would all be enemies. So they had to learn to work with one another to survive. even if they weren't allowed to do so legally, even if they had to do so through means of smuggling and piracy, they began to build a community that existed outside of national allegiance. And then there's the world into which all of this was happening. The 1600s, the late 1600s, were a time of change. The old power structures were beginning to crack. Religion and monarchy were changing. People, especially those who were on the other side of the globe from those power structures, well, they were growing less and less attached to those powers. So when I'm trying to imagine that world and the mindset that the pirates had to have been in, I have trouble doing so in the modern world. But earlier, when I was talking about space travel and the ambassadors that we will be sending to alien worlds, well, that struck me. I think that when we begin to colonize extraterrestrial bodies, we're going to see something similar to what was happening there in the late 1600s in the Caribbean. Now, obviously, space pirates are going to exist, and they're going to be awesome. That goes without saying. But beyond that, when we're colonizing Mars, for example, well, that could go one of two ways. It could be, as many have hypothesized, a peaceful, worldwide effort wherein people from all walks of life and corners of the globe will come together and work hand in hand to create a bright new future. Or, and this is my own pessimistic view, it could be a mad scramble of nation-states to claim whatever they can. Much like the colonization of the New Worlds, the powers of the world, America, England, France, Brazil, India, China, most certainly, will all try to create their own colonies there. But then those barriers that will be created on a place like Mars will rub against one another, and there will be problems and fighting. And then, with all that happening, much like it did in those communities in the West Indies, there will be a group of people, probably the most dispossessed among them, that will realize that they are light years away from the centers of power that are causing all these problems that are really impacting their lives in a very real way. And then through, well, probably through illegal means, like space piracy, they'll begin to break those barriers down. Despite the best efforts of those in power, those dispossessed people will actually begin to bring about that bright new future of people working together, hand in hand. Or at least I can hope. When you look back on the second buccaneer incursion into the Pacific, you can see that it was really the death rattle of the buccaneering era of piracy. It's a story of frustration and incompetence and failure. There was a failed attack on Guayaquil, there was a failed attack on Panama, and a failed attempt to capture the treasure fleet. Aside from capturing a few stray merchantmen here and there, the pirates in the Pacific had no real successes. Now, there had been a few smaller prizes taken. Peter Harris the Younger had captured Santa Maria. His crew was well off. They had sacks full of gold dust. Frankly, I'm surprised that they didn't turn around and return home. But they weren't rich men, not yet. They stayed in hope of that one huge windfall of Spanish silver. But it never seemed to materialize. When we look back, that attempt on the treasure fleet outside Panama is usually seen as the last gasp of the buccaneers. The French and Dutch pirates in the West Indies up north, well, they were all settling down. Lorho de Graaf, Michael Andrezun, Jan Willems, they were all buying farms at Cap Francais or leaving the West Indies altogether. The English and French pirates in the Pacific didn't realize that the buccaneer era was coming to a close, not yet at least. They were just living their lives, trying to survive. They were hoping for a prize worth taking home. They didn't know that the sun was setting on the first era of the golden age of piracy. Some of the pirates on this voyage would be directly responsible for that shift into the second era of the golden age of piracy. They weren't the big names, not that we know of at least, but they were paving the way for the big names to come. For example, there was a pirate on board Bachelor's Delight, a regular crew member named George Rayner. He wasn't anybody of note here in the Pacific, but he would go on to captain a ship and sail alongside Thomas Tew and Henry Avery. It's worth noting that, according to some, these pirates weren't even living in the golden age of piracy. That definition, that distinction, is ambiguous. Some historians consider the Age of Sail in its entirety to encompass the golden age of piracy, the age of exploration and colonization. And I'm working with that definition in mind. That's why I chose to begin the Pirate History podcast with Sir Francis Drake. He was kind of like, well, when you hear about really early computer scientists, Drake was kind of like one of those World War II era scientists with a compound out in the desert. They had whole buildings full of tape that were capable of doing basic math and really little more. The bones were there. They were programming computers, and Francis Drake was stealing Spanish silver in America. But the similarities tend to end there. And the buccaneers, similarly, were rarely actually pirates. Morgan was a privateer. Most of them were privateers, and all of them got their start on privateering vessels. The real true pirates were few and far between. But here in the Pacific, we see that divide between legitimate privateers and outright pirates in stark contrast. That's why some historians choose to use this moment as the dawn of the golden age of piracy. These late Buccaneer-era pirates were actual pirates, not privateers. At least the English here in the Pacific were. And that definition is really helpful when looking at piracy from an Anglo-centric point of view. Many of these pirates would go on to sail in the Red Sea and the coast of Africa. The most famous pirates, those from the Pirate Republic at Nassau, they were, well, most of them weren't even born yet, and if they were toddlers. Benjamin Hornigold, Edward Teach, Charles Vane, Woodes Rogers, well, all of them were 5 years old when these pirates in the Pacific lost their battle outside of Panama. Jack Rackham would have only been about 3, and Mary Read was actually born in 1685, probably while this voyage was underway. Anne Bonny and Stede Bonnet and Edward England and Ed Lowe, well, they hadn't even been born yet. And those are all the major players in the last great drama of the golden age of piracy. But their particular brand of free, anarchic, usually British piracy, that brand from which all of the tropes and myths and pop culture images of piracy spring, well, that started here in the Pacific in 1685. This is episode 66, Swan Song. After their raid on Pueblo Nuevo, and actually the town that was attacked was named Remedios, the island was named Pueblo Nuevo, the English and French factions in the Buccaneer fleet in the Pacific were at odds with one another. They decided to split up and go their separate ways. Now, the first order of business for both companies was to construct canoes. They had discovered that taking a treasure ship was out of the question, and that the local governments weren't going to let any shipping of value set sail unless they were part of a convoy full of well-armed warships. Now, Dampier writes disparagingly about Spanish military power. He scoffs at their rusty guns and their rotten ships and their infantile naval strategy, all while getting beaten at Panama and chased around the Pacific and frustrated in every attempt they had to steal any treasure whatsoever. Remember, outside of Peter Harris, the most valuable cargo any of these pirates had stolen thus far was that haul of flour about a year back, which they were still eating, as it turns out. There were those slaves that had been captured outside Guayaquil, but no mention seems to be made of them after the fact. They were probably being sold quietly to small villages and farms along the coast. Locals in the region would have saved a fortune buying them as human contraband, illegally sold slaves, and Dampier would have kept quiet about that. Any unlicensed slave trading he may have been privy to could have seen him thrown in irons. A little bit of piracy could be brushed aside for gentlemen of quality, but slave trading was messing with the British East India Company, and that would not be tolerated. So they needed canoes to row ashore and to take targets on land. Pueblo Nuevo was filled with trees suitable for canoe construction, so the pirates set about doing so. Now, they were split up, so they actually did it at different ends of the island. Making a canoe is a relatively simple process. You cut down a tree, you cut it just a bit longer than you actually want the canoe to be, and then you use the excess to make oars. Then you shear one side flat, lie it on that flat side so it will sit steady and shape the hull. Then you flip it over and hollow out the inside. The problem here is that these pirates didn't have any fine woodworking tools on hand. They had some tools. They needed tools to maintain a ship, but most of the pirates building canoes were reduced to using axes and hatchets to shape and hollow out their canoes. It was a lot easier to make a mistake with those tools. Some of them even made the mistake of using already fallen trees, which is incredibly stupid. They were invariably already rotting. More than a few pirates over the following months were surprised to find their canoes suddenly and unexpectedly sinking because they'd used a soft, rotting wood. Now, 2 weeks into this canoe-building adventure, the French ship under Groinet sailed into view around the island. Things were tense between the English and the French, and more than a few pirates probably armed themselves, but they were still officially friendly. Groinet was leading in another ship, though, an English vessel under Captain William Knight. Now, he was that captain that had arrived before this Pacific incursion really got underway. He'd been raiding the coast of Mexico up to the northwest. You might remember that bark of Captain Knight's men that arrived at Santa Maria. It had the intent of crossing the isthmus, but, well, here we meet their captain. I get the impression that the two factions here, the English and the French, relations were strained, but they remained polite. The French brought Knight in, and it was like, "Oh, that's very nice of you. Oh, thank you very much. You're very welcome. No, you're too kind," that sort of thing. Captain Knight had been a bit more successful than the rest of the pirates, except for Harris so far. All on his own, he'd taken a number of villages on the coast of Mexico. Small villages, no rich prizes, but he'd made a living. More recently, he'd captured La Serena. That's the place where Peter Harris the Elder had actually died on the first Pacific adventure. He had learned some very important information from the Spanish there at La Serena, information that Captain Davis and Groinet and all the rest of the pirates needed to know. He'd been searching for the pirates ever since. It turns out that the treasure fleet out of Lima was going to sail around the pirates to reach Panama and intended to arm their best warships and attack the pirates from the west. He had word of a trap that had already been sprung outside Panama. He had learned of it before the battle, but he hadn't been in time to warn the other pirates. They were, at the time, trying to avoid notice. It's possible that the pirates had actually seen the sails of Captain Knight's captured Spanish brig and hidden from him. They thought he was the enemy. The few French pirates on board Captain Knight's ship chose to join up with Groinet, and they returned to the other side of the island. The French company was a pitiful thing. They had the Santa Rosa, the ship that had been gifted to them, that zero-gun merchantman. She was captained by Captain Francois Groinet, and carried most of the French crew. That included Ravenel de Lussan, the man who was writing the chronicle of their events, as well as Jean Rose, Pierre Le Picard, and Jean Lescouillet, as well as Mathurin de Marais. Now, I've actually been mispronouncing his name so far. Usually I've said it something like Desmartes, and I knew that was incorrect, but I couldn't find a reliable source on how to pronounce his name. It ends with an STZ, which confounded me. Thanks to a Reddit user named Murderous Squirrel, I actually found out that that particular naming convention would have died out around 1700, and Mathurin's name would have been pronounced Desmarais. Before the French left, the English told them that they were planning to attack the city of Leon off the coast of Mexico in modern-day Nicaragua. Leon was one of two cities founded by the conquistador Francisco Hernandez de Cordoba. The other was Grenada on Lake Nicaragua, which Henry Morgan occupied for several months back in 1666. Now, Leon lays about 20 leagues northwest of Grenada. Its original location was on the shore of Lake Managua, and that was founded back in 1524. However, the nearby volcano, Momotombo, had a series of destructive eruptions in 1610. So the people of Leon moved their city about 6 leagues inland, away from the volcano and the lake. It's a landlocked city. It has no access to the sea. There is a river nearby, but not close enough to storm the walls by canoe. The pirates would have to march into Leon. In 1685, Nicaragua was still part of the Viceroyalty of Nueva España. Now that Viceroyalty stretched from San Augustine in Florida to California, all down through modern Mexico and Guatemala, El Salvador, Belize, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Panama, all the way down to Darien, where the swamps and jungles make holding the land too difficult. That's not to mention, Nueva España also had Cuba and Santo Domingo and Puerto Rico and the Bahamas. It's safe to say that in 1685, the Viceroy of Nueva España, Don Tomás Antonio Manuel Lorenzo, was the most powerful man in the Spanish Empire. Now, you might be thinking, what about the king? Remember, though, King Charles II of Spain was the child of generations of Habsburg inbreeding, and he was severely mentally and physically disabled. Will Durant described him as, quote, short, lame, epileptic, senile, and completely bald before 35, always on the verge of death, but repeatedly baffling Christendom by continuing to live, end quote. His mother, Mariana of Austria, served as regent in his name. Now, she may have very well been the most powerful person in the Spanish Empire, excepting arguably the Pope himself, but New Spain made Don Tomás Antonio, let's say, number 3. So Nicaragua was not yet an independent state, but it was a separate administrative district. It was a colony within the Viceroyalty of Nueva España. Leon was the capital of that administrative district, and it showed. It wasn't one of the richest cities in New Spain. It had nothing on Havana or San Juan, but it was a prosperous capital. It could be compared to, say, Cartagena or Port Royal even. Today, the jewel of Leon's architecture is the Lady of Grace Cathedral. Now, construction on that cathedral wouldn't begin until 60 years after these pirates left the Pacific, but one element of that construction was already in place. That region of Nicaragua is volcanic and suffers frequent earthquakes. Thus, when they were building large structures in Leon, the people built cellars underneath their building to help absorb the impact of the tectonic activity, as well as to serve as a sort of bunker, should any earthquakes or eruptions occur. Those cellars were well stocked with provisions. Then, as the city grew, industrious architects began to excavate tunnels between some of those cellars. Eventually, when Our Lady of Grace was completed, there was a network of cellars that connected all of Leon's primary religious institutions. That network was, well, it was considered necessary to defend against English pirates. The bones of that tunnel system, though, were already in place in 1685. For example, one might enter the Church of San Sebastian, the oldest church in Leon, built from adobe instead of stone. From there you could enter the tunnels and travel to the Church of San Francisco to visit a courtyard surrounded by lemon trees and royal palms around a glorious fountain. From the Church of San Francisco, you might go underground in 1685 to the Church of San Nicolas Tolentino. Now, that's the oldest stone church in Leon. It was commissioned by Philip III of Spain himself. Or you might choose to go to the Colegio de San Roman, a seminary college. Or there was the Chapel of La Asunción, which was also connected to those tunnels. However, that actually didn't have that name in 1685. It was just an episcopal mansion, but it had only been completed 7 years before the pirates arrived. And then there was the newest religious building in Leon, the Church of San Felipe. It was the largest church in the city at the time, if the least extravagant. It encompassed, and still today encompasses, a full city block. It was the house of worship for any people of color in Leon. Those tunnels that were built under Leon were built in case of earthquake, but they also were used frequently to defend against any attack that might come. Usually those attacks came from the local Native American population, but they were expanded and reinforced because of the pirate raids that were about to happen. The English pirates under Captain Davis were preparing for the first of those pirate raids. The French, though, had other priorities. They didn't have any big guns, or really much in the way of supplies, so Captain Groinet and most of the French crews decided to sail east to try their luck on the coast of Peru. All the English pirates, at least most of them, had already tried their luck on the coast of Peru, and it didn't go terribly well. A few French pirates, though, thought it best to join up with the English. William Dampier writes, quote, "The 18th day of July, John Rose, a Frenchman, and 14 more belonging to Captain Gronet, having made a new canoe, came in her to Captain Davis, and desired to serve under him. And Captain Davis accepted of them because they had a canoe of their own." End quote. Now that's only 15 pirates. That doesn't signal a major schism among the French, but it does strike me as odd. You might remember Jean Rose had more reason than anyone else to dislike the English, especially Edward Davis and William Dampier and about 50 other pirates that had betrayed one of his close friends. Still, he chose to sail with them for their attempt on Leon. Now that attempt would have to begin at a town called Rialejo, which was the first significant Pacific port north of Panama. It was fed mostly by the traffic in slaves and goods from Panama and Lima that would be carried inland to Leon or Grenada. It also served as a port to export all of the goods from Leon and Grenada. It wasn't a massive port like Cartagena, but it was busy enough. But they didn't have the defenses in place that Cartagena or Maracaibo did, since they had never needed to worry about pirates before. Not until now. But the rest of the Frenchmen at Pueblo Nuevo weren't going to Leon. They needed a new plan. It's odd how command is structured in these situations. All of them sailed under Captain Francois Groinet of the Santa Rosa. However, there were still separate crews led by former captains who didn't have a ship at the moment. Groinet had his crew of loyal men, as did Mathurin de Marté. There were men who followed Pierre Le Picard or Jean Lescouillet. Their men served under their particular leader, but on board the Santa Rosa, they all followed the command of Captain Groinet, as far as, pirates could be said to follow any captain. Captain Groinet's first move was to send off 120 men in canoes to raid a small cattle plantation. They needed the food, first of all, but more importantly, perhaps, they needed intelligence. They took prisoners at that cattle plantation and interrogated them. What they wanted to know was if the Spanish had any notion of the split between the two factions of buccaneers. Did they know that the French were alone, that the English had left the region and headed off to the northwest? These cattle farmers and slaves had no idea. They had been raided recently, but not by pirates. They'd been raided by the treasure fleet out of Lima, the same fleet that trounced the pirates a few weeks earlier. To the cattle farmers, though, it didn't feel much different than a pirate raid. It still saw hundreds of armed men enter their homes and demand that the farmers pay their taxes. Now, those taxes were usually paid in coin and wine and beef and grain, but if they didn't have enough of those things, those soldiers might take an evening of pleasurable company with their wives and daughters. What difference would it make that these were king's men rather than English pirates? The only real difference is that those Spaniards wouldn't have burned down the church. Now, the pirates also took some cattle here, but they didn't take much else. They didn't have much else to take. However, the people on that cattle ranch did know where the pirates could find a decent haul, and considering their recent treatment, they were willing to share the news. Ravenel de Lussan writes, quote, "On the 15th we went ashore, and though we had no guide, we got by cock-crowing to a very pretty estancia, as they call it. And an estancia is an estate, but would be more accurately translated as a ranch." Lussan goes on, "where we took 50 prisoners of both sexes. Among these there was a young man and woman of quality who promised we should have a ransom for them, and whom we carried to the island of Iguana." End quote. They raided the estancia of all her valuables and found a considerable amount of wealth. Somehow the estates of men and women of quality were never taxed at the same rate that the estates of the poor were rated. They made a pretty penny there at the estancia, and then they waited until the 28th, when their ransom was duly paid. The young man and woman of quality were probably treated relatively well, as far as pirates can be expected to treat people of quality, but I do worry about the fate of the other prisoners, most especially since Lussan makes special note of the women they captured. They may have had a terrible experience, or perhaps not. The pirates were, after all, hoping to receive a ransom. But stories like this, Ravenot de Lussan just blows by the capture, captivity, and eventual release of these prisoners in 2 sentences. But for the people involved with these pirates, those 13 days at the mercy of the French buccaneers must have been a truly terrifying and terrible experience. The world was a different place in 1685, sure. People were familiar, more familiar than we are today with the dangers of the world, and there were less safeguards in place. But 15 days in captivity, among the most terrifying men in the world, they had the most terrible sort of brutality constantly hanging over their head. What would that do to someone? Even if they weren't tortured or murdered, wouldn't the fear of that experience change your life forever? But maybe the pirates were consummate gentlemen. It's entirely possible. Remember, these are privateers, after all. Maybe they fed the prisoners well. Maybe they saw to their comforts and perhaps even sat down to hold religious services with them. After all, they were all Europeans here. They were all good Catholics. Maybe these French privateers strove to display that they were not, in fact, the villains they were made out to be. This was, after all, just business. When the ransom was paid, though, the pirates moved on. They released the prisoners and sailed off to meet the other 200 or so pirates back at Pueblo Nuevo. It was actually fewer than Ravenot de Lussan was expecting to see. The French commander, Groinet, had undertaken his big plan while Lussan was away, and that big plan was to attack Remedios. Again, the same place that they had just attacked a few weeks prior. Now, that should be easy. The people of Remedios had just been beaten. They would still be weak. I don't know exactly what the pirates hoped to gain from the raid. After all, the town had just been picked clean. Although maybe, and I kind of like this idea, maybe they'd hidden away some treasure on their previous raid. Maybe when the English and the French raided the town together and they were having disagreements with one another, the French, well, they watched the Englishmen ransack and defile Catholic churches there in town. Maybe they hid away some prime plunder that they didn't want to share with those English heathens. It is suggestive to me that they split up from the English after the raid and then immediately returned. However, Jean Rose, who left Groinet and his French compatriots behind, may have had the right idea. He was more experienced than any of the other French pirates, excepting Pierre Le Picard, but maybe he just had a better understanding of human psychology. Captain Francois Groinet expected the Spanish inhabitants of Remedio to be weak. Instead, they were vigilant. When they went ashore, Ravenot de Lussan writes, quote, "They got upon a rising ground with their arms and as much ammunition as they could save, and fought stiffly against us under a flag of defiance. The place where we landed was exposed to their fire from the ground where they had posted themselves. The ascent on that side where we stood was very difficult." End quote. Last time they had surprised the people of Pueblo Nuevo. They had come upon them when they didn't expect anyone to attack. Now, the people were afraid and they were armed, and they defended themselves. The pirates lost about a dozen men in their attempt to take the town. Ultimately, they were rebuffed. There was a far stronger presence not only of people who were expecting attack, but there were actually Spanish soldiers there to harden their backbone, and they had proper lookouts in the region, waiting for the pirates to return. But if I was right, and that's a big if, but if the pirates did stow away some of the best treasure in Remedios, say a bag full of gold coins or pearls or rubies, that's the kind of stuff they don't have in towns like Remedios, but even if they just had a bag full of silver, well, that might have been a decent haul for the pirates. How would it feel What kind of frustration and consternation would it cause when you are prepared to go collect your prize and then defeated and pushed back from a prize you know is there? They had a bit of a consolation. The pirates captured a bark filled with supplies, mostly food, soap, and brandy, that sort of thing. And then they decided to careen their vessels. When they had a good supply of food and drink, that's a good time to spend a few days on the beach, not risking your life at the point of a Spanish saber. The bark that they had captured did have a few guns on board. Nothing earth-shattering, but big guns. They had powder and ammunition, and that's better than no guns, no powder, and no ammunition. So the pirates collected wood and water, they cleaned their hulls, they repaired some of their sails, and then they decided to find the English and join up with them. Lussan writes, quote, "On the 7 and 20th, the English sent a quartermaster to us to know whether we would join ourselves with them, as they were too weak to go and take the town of Lyon, on which they had formed a design. And here we must acknowledge that extreme misery is so terrible a thing that it is almost impossible, when an opportunity presents itself, that it should be let slip, notwithstanding all the repugnancy of our reason to the contrary. We had left the English by reason of their impieties, which we could not endure, and now we were ready to comply with the proposals they had made us of rejoining them again. The provision was on their side, and this was a charming bait for people that were ready to perish with hunger." End quote. So the French were ready to overcome their differences with the English. They were hungry. They were poor. They didn't have any good prizes on the horizon. I think that's a good plan. Work together to attain a goal. Even if that goal is plunder and burning, well, a rising tide lifts all boats, am I right? But there's one major glaring problem with the French plan to rejoin the English and take Lyon. That quartermaster that informed the French of their plan to attack the city, that requested the aid of the French, well, he arrived on the 27th of August. Then the French raided a cattle ranch. They sent letters to the governor. They waited for the letters and the ransom to return. Then they spent days careening their ships. It was October by the time they were done, late October, when they finally decided to go join the English. Now, to be fair, their ships were in desperate need of maintenance. They might not have made it to Lyon without good careening. The hulls were leaky, they were covered in barnacles, they had rotten sails and rotten ropes, and the masts were weak. It was a season for storms and tornadoes. They might not have had a choice in it. But still, by October, the English were already come to Lyon and gone. Dampier tells us of their approach to Rialejo, the port that served Lyon. They saw a volcano and knew that they were nearby Rialejo. He writes as they approached, quote, "We had a tornado from the shore, with much thunder, lightning, and rain, and such a gust of wind that we were all like to be foundered. In this extremity we put right afore the wind, every canoe's crew making what shift they could to avoid the threatening danger. The small canoes, being the most light and buoyant, mounted nimbly over the surges, but the great heavy canoes lay like logs in the sea, ready to be swallowed by every foaming billow. Some of our canoes were half full of water, yet kept 2 men constantly heaving it out. The fierceness of the wind continued about half an hour, and abated by degrees, and as the wind died away, so the fury of the sea abated." End quote. That's not an important passage necessarily, but I just love it. The pirates, the English pirates there, tried to row ashore after the storm passed, but they realized that they wouldn't be able to do so before dawn. So they rowed back out into the sea further from the shore to avoid notice. The next day, they elected to wait until evening to make for shore. See, the pirates didn't want to attack Rialejo. It wasn't a rich or prosperous port. It was just a place where people unloaded cargo. They might find some goods to steal there, but it would warn Lyon of their approach if they attacked, and that had to be avoided at all costs. Lyon, on the other hand, was the home of officials and merchants and rich landowners. It had people of quality aplenty to ransom, and a town like that would have gold and pearls and rubies and untold quantities of silver. The pirates wanted to enter the harbor in their canoes under cover of darkness and row up the small river, what Dampier calls a creek, that would lead them to Lyon. As one might expect, that afternoon, at sea, waiting for the sun to sink, they experienced another bout of storm winds and tornadoes, but once again they weathered the storm. As night fell, though, they finally made their way into the harbor of Realejo. It was quiet and it was still. The only noises were those of a small port. There were ships creaking lightly, there were winds, there were insects ashore. There was a little bit of noise from town, but the people of Realejo bedded down early. There weren't raucous taverns, there would be work in the morning. The pirates had a pilot named Mr. Gage, who had actually been to Realejo and Lyon before. Mr. Gage was in the first canoe. He led their little fleet through the harbor and into the creek that led inland. The pirates paddled silently as possible, but Realejo was quiet, and no matter how quietly you try to paddle, it will make noise. More than once the pirates heard footsteps coming near the creek, or voices in the town, and they were forced to stop rowing. There were tense moments, waiting for a Spaniard to cry out, to declaim that there were pirates in the river. But they always moved on. The pirates rowed beyond Realejo, and when the town was finally sufficiently far behind them, Captain Davis ordered a halt. They needed daylight to be sure of how to get to Lyon. The river branched off, and they would have to wait until the sun rose to know how to get to town. But when dawn did come, what they hadn't realized in the night is that the shore here at the branch had breastworks upon it, large formations to guard the approach to Lyon by the river. As soon as they set out, as soon as they put back in the water, the pirates were spotted. Now, they weren't fired upon. The breastworks didn't have any soldiers at them, but they did have Native American runners, and they set off to give Lyon word of the pirates. This was, well, it wasn't great, but all wasn't lost. Davis ordered the men ashore. They weren't going to take the river any farther. They occupied the breastworks there. It was a good place to guard the canoes and their approach back to the sea. Then he ordered 470 men to march inland toward Lyon, while 60 men were set to stay behind and guard the canoes, to guard their escape. They were commanded by Peter Harris the Younger, and William Dampier was actually among those 60, so we don't have a first-hand account of the battle, but he did get accounts immediately after the fact, so it's not far removed. The town of Lyon lies on a large savanna. The countryside for miles around is gently rolling plains that are perfect for cattle and, in places, sugar. The only major landmark, aside from the city, is a nearby volcano, which seems to be a mainstay of this region of Nicaragua, but Lyon is sufficiently far away. Mr. Gage, the pilot on this little venture, called Lyon, quote, "the pleasantest place in all America, the paradise of the Indies," end quote. So the pirates marched on the city in open daylight. They split into 4 separate columns under 4 commanders, much as Henry Morgan had done when he marched on Panama. The advance force was 80 men strong, what Dampier calls the briskest men, and they were led by Captain Townsley. Behind him, at the head of the army proper, Charles Swan led 100 men in what might be considered the vanguard, what Exquemelin called the forlorn. Then Edward Davis led the main body of the army, 170 men, and then William Knight led the rearguard, 120 men strong. It was, naturally, Captain Townsley who arrived at Lyon first. Now, that was more of a scouting expedition in strength. He wasn't intended to join battle if he could avoid it. He met 70 horsemen on the road there. He had 80 men afoot. 70 horsemen was a serious problem, but they turned around. They made for the city. Perhaps the Spanish feared to face a pirate horde on an open field, but Townsley was able to enter Lyon at 3 p.m. He marched through the gates with no resistance right onto the main thoroughfare of Lyon. The streets there were lined with tall houses, mostly built of stone, and they all had balconies and gardens. They were the houses of the people of quality, of gentlemen and ladies. Several hundred yards up this boulevard, ahead of the pirates at the end of the road, at the center of town, the pirates could see the cathedral. This was the oldest stone church in town, the Church of San Nicolas Tolentino. It's a beautiful, large structure, strong, well built. And then in the square, just before the church, were 500 Spanish soldiers waiting for the pirates. Now we should, of course, remember that Dampier wasn't there. The man who was writing this account was not at this fight. He got the account from men who were at the fight, who may have had a reason to exaggerate the number of Spanish soldiers and their own prowess in battle, but there would still have been at least a couple of hundred Spanish soldiers waiting in the square. Between Captain Townsley's men and those foot soldiers, the 200 to 500, there was a force that we can quantify, a force of more than 200 Spanish horsemen. That is, if we take a conservative estimate of the foot soldiers, 250, say, and 200 Spanish horsemen, that's 450 versus 70 men under Captain Townsley. But they were on that boulevard, that narrow street. It would be a perfect choke point upon which to fight, especially to fight the cavalry. The horsemen, the Spanish, they charged down the boulevard. The cobblestones rang with the sound of horseshoes and men screaming battle cries in Spanish. Those beautiful stone houses to either side would soon be awash in blood. But not English blood. Townsley ordered a volley. The pirates lined up when they saw the horsemen coming toward them. The front line of pirates would have knelt down with those behind them standing, and they fired. Now there is an age-old piece of wisdom surrounding battle. A commander should lead from behind, where he can see the whole of the battle before him. A commander that leads from the front may inspire his men in the charge, but he puts away his general's baton. He gives it up for a sword. That is to say, he gets caught in the thick of fighting. He's unable to command. When those commanders are charging a force of buccaneers down a narrow street and at the head of their forces, well, they will certainly inspire the men. But those English buccaneers were some of the finest marksmen in the world. If your commanders are at the head of a charge, they're all going to die. Imagine that you are on a horse, riding down that narrow lane when, a few lines ahead of you, your commander falls from his horse and is trampled by the men behind him. Those men behind him also fall and are trampled in turn. Imagine that you were third in the line. Now you're first in line. Your horse rode over your former commander, and now you are looking at a line of scruffy, filthy, hardened pirates, all aiming muskets at you. Now, if the Spanish horse had continued the charge, they would have broken the line of pirates. They could have rode over them and destroyed them. 70 men against 200 horsemen, there's no contest. But human nature doesn't work that way. Once the commanders were dead, the horsemen stopped and evaluated their situation. Then they turned around and ran. But even that must have been a slaughter. Dozens and dozens of horsemen, all on a narrow path, trying to turn around all at once, and then hollering for those behind them to turn around and retreat. It must have taken minutes for the entire column to stop, more minutes for them to turn around, and then a few more for them to get out of the street. All through that, the pirates continued to fire. Whatever horsemen were left alive fled back to the square and beyond. They ordered the foot soldiers forward and then continued to flee. Those foot soldiers did the right thing. They abandoned the square as soon as possible. The city was theirs, in effect. By 4 o'clock, Captain Swan arrived, and by 5 o'clock, Captain Davis. Now, Captain Knight was ordered to keep his men outside the city. He was there in case something went wrong while they were in the city to guard their retreat. But over the next few hours, his entire force of 120 men just sort of sauntered into Lyon, 1 or 2 men at a time, just to see if there was anything of interest in the city. Lyon officially belonged to the pirates. But the Spanish weren't beaten quite yet. The streets of Leon belonged to the pirates. Indeed, everything above ground belonged to the pirates. But remember those cellars and tunnels that were built under Leon? They were being used in their full effect at this moment. The runners had given the people of Leon plenty of time to gather their belongings and retreat underground. The women and children were all safe, the elderly were all safe, and even those soldiers that ran made it to those passages, which would allow them to guard from the pirates should they find the entrance to one of their passages. More to the point, they were hidden away. It seemed as though the town was abandoned. But when the pirates least expected it, in the early hours of the morning, a small force of Spanish soldiers came out of those tunnels and ambushed a party of pirates. The ambush went well on the part of the Spanish, and it created what seems to me to be one of the greatest tragedies I have yet to read about in the entirety of the pirate mythos up to this point. There was a pirate named Mr. Swan, no relation to Captain Swan, just a regular soldier, that marched on Leon. As a young man, he had served in the English Civil War under Oliver Cromwell. He fought in an Irish uprising and then moved on to fight in Wales, potentially against one of Henry Morgan's relatives. When Oliver Cromwell announced the Western design, that is his plan to attack, capture, and occupy Jamaica, Mr. Swan was one of those that signed up for the voyage. He sailed with that very first English force to arrive at what would become Port Royal. Since the year 1655, he had lived in Jamaica, and for that entire time, he had served as a privateer. The details of his life are not known, beyond the fact that he served as a privateer all that time. He was potentially present for, everything that the English buccaneers had been up to ever since we introduced Henry Morgan. He may have attacked Santiago de Cuba and Campeche with Christopher Mings. He may have sacked Grenada with Henry Morgan in 1666. He may have been not far from here decades earlier. He may have sailed with Edward Morgan or Edward Mansvelt. He may have been there at Maracaibo or Puerto Principe or Portobello. He was almost certainly present when Henry Morgan attacked Panama in 1671. Everyone was there. This man, Mr. Swan, he was probably at the logwood camps in the 1670s, and then in the Bay of Campeche. It's even probable that he was there on the first Pacific adventure under Coxon and Sharp. Mr. Swan, though, he wasn't a commander. He wasn't anybody of note, anybody of rank. He wasn't important. We don't know if he left any children or grandchildren behind him. He probably never owned a home. He certainly never bought any land. He was a soldier and a privateer, and following that, a pirate. His home was the ocean. He belonged on a ship. William Dampier writes, quote, "His name was Swan. He was a very merry, hearty old man, and always used to declare he would never take quarter. He was a stout old gray-headed man, aged about 84. He would not accept the offer of our men made him to tarry ashore, but said he would venture as far as the best of them. And when surrounded by the Spaniards, he refused to take quarter, but discharged his gun amongst them, keeping a pistol still charged, so they shot him at a distance." End quote. Mr. Swan's unit was ambushed by the Spanish in the wee hours of the morning, and let's not pretend he was a hero here. The Spanish ambushed them in defense of their home, but Mr. Swan actually kept the Spanish at bay with a single loaded pistol. This gave several other men the chance to escape the ambush. But then, a Spanish musketeer shot him dead. Now, I want to avoid any ham-fisted analogies, to avoid suggestions that Mr. Swan was somehow representative of the age of the buccaneers. He's not a totem of them. He was just an old sea dog. But I think about the things he must have seen. Everything up until now. Port Royal, Tortuga, the Laguna de Terminos, the Mosquito Coast. Imagine the tales he could tell over a glass of rum. And here, at this battle at Leon, Well, it's arguably the last battle of the buccaneers. Now, I know I've made that claim before, but ignore that. I made that claim about the sack of Campeche by Lorho de Graaf on July 6, 1685. This battle at Leon was happening on the 11th of September, 1685. And Mr. Swan, an English buccaneer ever since there were English buccaneers, was killed. And this battle at Leon, where Mr. Swan died, was the last battle of the buccaneers. Now, it's not the last battle that any individual buccaneers would be involved with, but by that point, those later fights, times had changed. When we look back on it now, we can realize that the era of the buccaneers was well and done. The ambush in which Mr. Swan was killed was a surprise. I mean, obviously it was a surprise. All ambushes are surprises, but this one came from a direction that it should not have. Those tunnels, well, they worked wonders. The pirates could clear an entire section of town, check every house, take anything of value they happened to find there. They would know that that entire section of town, including the church, was empty, and then, all of a sudden, a squad of troops would appear and set to firing upon them, and when the pirates returned and fought them back, the attackers had vanished. The Spanish did manage to capture one pirate in that ambush that killed Mr. Swan, a man named Mr. Smith. Now, Smith spoke Spanish fluently, and actually, surprisingly enough, he was actually known by the governor's wife there in Leon. Smith was questioned thoroughly, and the entire time he lied through his teeth. He bluffed brilliantly. He told the Spanish that there were 1,000 pirates in and around Leon, and an additional 500 pirates back at the boats. They had less than 500 men in the entirety of the Pacific, not including the French. That's over 1,000 more pirates that Mr. Smith convinced the governor existed than were actually there. The governor believed him throughout all this. The pirates under Davis, using this knowledge, attempted to ransom Leon for 300,000 pieces of eight. The governor capitulated to this demand, as Dampier says, day after day. That is to say, every day he agreed to pay the ransom, but the money never arrived. Davis realized that the governor was stalling for time. He was waiting for more troops to arrive. So Captain Davis arranged a prisoner transfer. Mr. Smith would be given back to the pirates, and a gentlewoman of standing that he had would be traded. When the prisoner transfer was complete, Davis ordered the pirates to burn Leon to the ground. Now, much of Leon was built from stone. The churches that were there, that were built of stone, are still there, and some of them you can actually see some of the memories of that raid in 1685. Those churches happen to carry memories of many tumultuous times, of revolutions and revolts throughout the centuries, but those tunnels underneath them did their job. They were truly helpful. The women and children escaped, and the burning left everyone unscathed. Everyone was safe underground. In fact, it was the pirates who were in the most danger. Nicaragua has a remarkable history, but it can get lost in the melange of Spanish conquest that defined the New World in the 16th century. The conquest of the Aztec Empire in Mexico and the Inca Empire in South America tend to eclipse the stories that come out of Central America and the struggles that took place there. Nicaragua would be an excellent place to focus on as a microcosm to tell the story of Spanish conquest and the conquistadors. Today's episode is not about the 16th century Spanish conquistadors. More and more I want to tell those stories, and I might yet do so, but not today. The reason I bring it up at all is, Nicaragua was an exceptionally well-populated colony in the Spanish New World. Nothing on Havana or Lima or Mexico City, or even Panama at her height, but there were a lot of people living in Nicaragua. And to call it a colony isn't really accurate either. It was an administrative district within the Kingdom of Guatemala under the umbrella of Nueva España, which was, of course, part of the Spanish Empire. But it was so well populated because, Nicaragua didn't have the mineral wealth of Mexico or Peru. There weren't empires to be built on Native American gold and silver. But it was really nice in Nicaragua. It's been called the land of lakes and volcanoes, but also the land of eternal spring. It's a fertile and lush land, and it's beautiful. Even in pre-Columbian times, it was well populated. It was the farthest southern reach of Aztec influence before Columbus arrived, and the settlements there served as centers for trade with those under the Inca umbrella to the south. Nicaragua was among the first parts of the American mainland to be conquered by Spain. Before Cortés conquered Mexico and before Pizarro conquered Peru, a man named Pedro Arias de Avila colonized what would become Panama and Nicaragua. Now, he wasn't the first European commander to visit the isthmus, nor was he the first to found settlements there, but he did found Panama, the city, and his lieutenant founded the Nicaraguan cities León and Granada. León and Granada served as testing grounds, maybe, or guinea pigs for the Spanish conquest of America. From there, the Spanish were able to fight Native Americans throughout Central and South America, and León, Panama, and Granada served as jumping-off points for the invasions of Mexico and Peru. They were also among the earliest settlements in the New World to dramatically shift racially. The conquistadors that colonized Nicaragua didn't bring wives with them, no women at all, in fact. When the cities were founded, the men that lived there took women from the nearby Norhua villages as their brides. In a generation, the population of Nicaragua had become almost entirely what they call mestizo, that is to say, the children of Native American parents and European parents. There were still Spanish migrants that came to León and Granada, and there were slaves, of course, but the Spanish citizens were almost entirely mestizo. Most of the Norhua population, the local Native American population that hadn't been incorporated into Spanish society, had been either murdered or shipped off to Mexico or Peru to work in silver and gold mines. The only indigenous strongholds left in Nicaragua were those on the Mosquito Coast, the Mosquito people that were at war with Spain and allied with England. Spain took such an interest in Nicaragua because of the two Great Lakes there, as well as the many waterways that dissect the country. They were searching for a waterway, a passage by water to the Pacific Ocean. There wasn't one, not one large enough to be of any consequence, but by that point the people of León and Granada had children and homes and decided to stay there. But we are not here to talk about the history of Nicaragua. Not the volcanoes, nor the lakes, not the Native Americans or the conquistadors, not the noble mestizo people. No, we are here to talk about the pirates that burned the land of eternal spring to the ground. This is episode 67, A Noisome Smell. The pirates, the mostly English pirates under Edward Davis, Charles Swan, Captain Townsley, Jean Rose, and William Knight, left León on the morning of 15 September 1685. Before leaving León, they took several actions. First, they engaged in a prisoner transfer. Second, they agreed to release a gentleman landowner who had agreed to send them 150 head of cattle before they set sail. Third, they sent a letter to the governor at León, informing him of their intent to visit Realejo, to occupy the port until they received a ransom. And then fourth, they set fire to León. Their canoes were in the river, about 20 miles to the southwest of the city. On their march there, the pirates actually met up with Captain Peter Harris and William Dampier and the 58 other pirates that had been left behind to watch those canoes, to guard their escape. While Captain Davis had occupied León, a company of Spanish soldiers had attacked Captain Harris and his men. They'd retaken the breastworks at the river and intended to stop the pirates from escaping. See, the Spanish were attempting to lay a trap for the pirates. The governor of León had tried for weeks to keep the pirates there, in his city. His people were safe in that tunnel system underground, and armies were marching on the city from every other city, town, and village in the region. They were coming from San Salvador and San Miguel in modern-day El Salvador. But the most pressing force marching on the pirates was that of Granada. They were already in the region, and they were preparing to fall on the pirates. However, the Spanish force at the breastworks was only 100 men strong. The entire English pirate force was almost 600 men strong. It only took a single volley before the Spanish soldiers ran away. It did take some time for the pirates to actually find their canoes. See, they'd been hidden away, and it took even more time for them to clear the river. The Spanish had blockaded the river. They'd laid thick chains across the river that would prevent even canoes from crossing. They could just pick up the canoes and carry them around, but with how many men and canoes there were, it was faster to cut the chains and keep their boats in the water. Time was pressing down on them. The army out of Grenada had met with that of Leon, and the combined force was marching to meet the pirates on the savannah outside Leon. But the pirates didn't want to march out and meet a large Spanish army on an open field. What they wanted was to row down to Realejo to terrify the occupants into submission and to have their run of the town, all of it while holding the town hostage against the Spanish army outside town. And that's what they did. It seems like order really began to break down when they reached Realejo. There were no locals left in the town, neither Spanish nor mestizo nor African. Everyone was gone. There were few valuables left either. They had carried most of them away. But there was, in plenty, food. Dampier describes the town and the multitude of fruits to be found here. The pirates had the opportunity, while they were in Realejo, to sleep in the fine beds of the locals. They raided their stores of food and drink, and most of them upgraded their wardrobe. There would have been a shocking number of pirates dressed as Spanish merchants in the weeks following Realejo, dressed in fine garb. They drank wine. Not the best wine, but better than the swill they usually had access to. They ate beef and guava and pineapple and pomegranate and the fruit of the prickly pear and bananas. They also had the opportunity to resupply their ships. See, Realejo was an active port. It produced lumber and the tools necessary to maintain a ship, and it also produced tar and hemp. From the hemp they manufactured sails and rope. In fact, their hempen goods were so fine that Realejo supplied Panama with all of her necessary rope and sails, and even much of the clothing. Now the pirates arrived in Realejo on the 17th, and they quickly picked the town clean. There were teams of carpenters among the pirates and deckhands that were working on the ships, but most of the men got a few days off. In groups of 20 or 30, the pirates started exploring the outlying farms. They found a few caches of precious metal, but not many. Mostly they were raiding sugar plantations. Now, they didn't have any horses or mules or carts. The locals had all run off with those, so the pirates each laid claim to sacks of sugar, usually one at a time. It wasn't as good as chests of gold and rubies or Aztec jewelry, but a bag of sugar would fetch a decent price, well, anywhere, at any port in the world. Some of the men were also thoughtful enough to steal a few of the more complex and expensive parts in the manufacture of sugar and molasses. They seemed like fantastic prizes, but as it turned out, here in the Pacific, they weren't the best. In the West Indies, up in the Caribbean, they could have sold any of these parts of sugar manufactory to the highest bidder. In Port Royal or Tortuga or virtually anywhere that manufactured sugar, people wanted them. However, the only people around here in this region of the Pacific that really grew sugarcane were currently on the run from these very pirates. Still, the pirates made out all right, but there was a sense of disorder growing among the pirates in Realejo. They didn't have an enemy to fight. They didn't have the regular daily duties of sailing, so they turned to drinking and gambling and fighting. Now, those head of cattle that had been promised by the gentleman in Leon had actually arrived. A team of drivers brought them into town. And that shows, to me, would you send 120 head of cattle to a group of pirates that burned and murdered and robbed everything around them, that had held you captive? I'm not certain that I would. However, apparently that cattle rancher was a man of his word, and he sent the cattle. There may have been influence from the governor in Leon to send the cattle. Perhaps if they had the meat they intended to have, they would sail on without causing too much trouble. The men who brought the cattle into town also had a message for the pirates. The Spanish called for the pirates to meet them in open battle. It was a call to an honorable fight. It was in the footsteps of more than 2,000 years of Western tradition. It was a tradition of all of the forebears of these English pirates, from the ancient Greeks and the Romans down through all of their pagan and Christian ancestors, the Celts and the Teutons and the ancient Britons and the Anglo-Saxons. This call to arms was a challenge to which any Englishman of noble spirit and honorable heart would never fail to rise. It was the tradition of Alfred the Great and Edward Longshanks, of Richard the Lionheart and William the Conqueror. William Dampier writes of their response to this challenge handed down by the Spanish, quote, "Some of our destructive crew set fire to the houses. I know not by whose order, but we marched away and left them burning. We embarked into our canoes and returned aboard our ships." End quote. Yeah, they weren't going to fight the Spanish. They had holds full of good food with live cattle and strong drink and enough cargo to not exactly make them rich, but it was a payday. The pirates had spent a month on the mainland in Nicaragua. Now, they hadn't become rich men, but they had stolen enough supplies to keep them sailing for several months more, and enough cargo to at least make the voyage worth it. The destruction left in their wake was not as extensive as the destruction left by Henry Morgan in Panama in 1671, but it was by no means small. They had burned the capital of this administrative district in Leon and the port that served all of the cities inland. The damage was not insubstantial. But after they left the mainland, back to their ships, the English pirates had decisions to make. Now, they hadn't left the harbor in Realejo yet, but Realejo was the farthest northern extent of Pacific shipping lanes in the sphere of influence around Panama. The ships that serviced Lima and Guayaquil and Panama never went any further than Realejo. There was a vast expanse of what includes modern-day El Salvador and Guatemala and Mexico that was, well, it wasn't uninhabited, but it didn't have any major ports on the Pacific coast or any shipping off which the pirates could feed. Most pirates, really most sailors, would choose to sail back to the southeast, towards Panama and Darien and Peru. They were better hunting grounds for pirates, and Darien was their way home. If they wanted to return to the Caribbean, the best way to get there was to cross the isthmus through the lands of the Cuna. Now, Captain Edward Davis of Bachelor's Delight, along with William Knight, Peter Harris, and probably Jean Rose, and then Lionel Wafer, Basil Ringrose, really the majority of the English pirates there in the Pacific chose to do the sensible thing and head for Panama. However, Captain Charles Swan of the Cygnet was not a sensible English pirate. He was sensible, arguably, and he was English, but he wasn't a pirate. Not really. He had been at Panama under Morgan and served as a privateer for several years, but since then he'd been a legitimate merchant, mostly honest in his dealings. This excursion into the Pacific had seen he and his men forced into doing some things that some of them might rather have avoided. Fighting and robbing and killing and burning, well, that's not what most of them were after. Now, when it became clear that trading was going to be impossible, much of the crew of Cygnet insisted they engage in a little bit of piracy. But Charles Swan and most of his officers were family men. They did need to earn a living, so they agreed to turn pirate rather than wind up killed or marooned or destitute in the Pacific. But that wouldn't do them much good if they wound up in a Spanish prison cell, or at the bottom of the ocean, or at the end of a rope. Also, remember, Cygnet didn't belong to Captain Swan. He'd taken out loans and taken money from investors to finance this voyage. It might not have turned out as he had planned, but he still needed to pay those people back and to return the ship to her owners. Swan realized that if he continued on with Captain Davis, there was a very good chance that he and his men might not ever return home to their families. And even if Davis and his group did decide to return to the Caribbean, well, they were likely, at least, to return overland through Darien. That was out of the question for Captain Swan and the Cygnet. Even if they did go by sea, It would mean, if they went southeast with Captain Davis, that they would have to round Cape Horn again, and that would put him back in the position of a dangerous bit of sailing, a certainty that he wouldn't be able to trade, and the entire time the winds would not be in his favor. See, Swan still had some of those original goods that he had brought from London in the holds of Cygnet, and they'd actually taken on a bit of other cargo through less than legal means, but cargo that would fetch a good price if he could find a buyer. So Charles Swan and the Cygnet elected not to follow Captain Davis and instead to go the opposite direction, northwest, for Mexico. Dampier writes of this, quote, "I had till this time been with Captain Davis, but now left him and went aboard of Captain Swan. It was not from any dislike of my old captain, but to get some knowledge of the northern parts of this continent of Mexico, and I knew that Captain Swan determined to coast it as far north as he thought convenient, and then pass over for the East Indies, which was very agreeable to my inclination." End quote. Dampier would later say in some of his letters that this inclination was, quote, "more to indulge my curiosity than to get wealth," end quote, and he believed, quote, "no proposal for seeing any part of the world which I had never seen before could possibly come amiss," end quote. It wasn't a desire for further piracy. It was his drive to see new lands. It was his almost obsessive need to document those lands and the sea and the foods and the peoples of places that were still little known to the English. That was what drove him. It was curiosity. It certainly wasn't a desire to return home. If he had gone with Captain Davis, they were more likely to make it to England faster than he would. But if he wasn't trying to return home, then he wasn't eager to see his wife, Judith. He hadn't seen her in 6 years now. I'm legitimately baffled by this. I wonder if there was a feeling that he'd been gone too long already. He didn't know his wife. They'd only been married shortly before he left England. Then there is, of course, the possibility that he wasn't interested in a wife in the first place. But if that's not the case, and many historians discount it, well, he may have been seeking something worthwhile to bring home. He had a bit of treasure in his sea chest, but it was hardly enough gold and silver to set him up for life. It wasn't his fortune, but what he did have were notes. He had illustrations, maps, and charts of lands that England didn't know. With those, and with the new maps and new notes that he would make in the East Indies, he would have a treasure that might be worth more than silver and gold. It would certainly make him famous. It might make him rich. And it would make his life meaningful. Captain Townsley chose to accompany Swan and Dampier and the Cygnet, as did Ambrose Crowley, if you recall him. The two little fleets parted, there at Realejo. The larger had 4 ships, and the smaller had 2. Bachelor's Delight saluted Swan and Dampier and Townsley and his fellows with a 15-gun salute. Cygnet returned the gesture with 11 guns. See, they were still friends, they were still countrymen and comrades, but they were no longer partners. Dampier and Swan and the Cygnet decided to stay there at Realejo in port for a few more days. They had a need to gather a few additional supplies. See, the other group would be seeing ports that they could raid, shipping that they could feed off of. But the Cygnet was not. There was a long stretch before they would reach any settlements again, and even then there was uncertainty that they would be able to resupply before crossing the Pacific Ocean, the vastness of the Pacific Ocean, to get to the East Indies. They probably could, but just in case, they wanted to gather as much water and as much wood and as much sailcloth and pitch and rope as possible before departing. Let us, for a moment, examine one of the most necessary elements in the operation of a vessel during the age of sail: pitch. Pitch, which is also called tar, is a thick, heavy, viscous liquid, and it's dark, really black, hence the term dark as pitch or pitch black. When a ship was undergoing careening, the typical procedure was to beach the ship or put her in dry dock, then scrape off any barnacles on the hull. Carpenters would then examine the hull for any damage or rot that might weaken the hull and repair it. They would add or replace timber where needed. When the hull was clean and strong, or when a ship was new built, the crew would set about to coat the entire hull with pitch. This gave ships in the Age of Sail their dark appearance. The pitch, or tar, was liquid, but it moved very slowly. A decent coat of pitch could last for weeks or even months. It would harden and protect the wood of any sailing vessel. It's not dissimilar to asphalt. They share a lot of properties, and naturally occurring tar even turns into asphalt after a fashion. Much like honey, tar doesn't let in a lot of oxygen or even water. More importantly, though, it's microbicidal, which means bacteria and viruses can't penetrate it. Now, it was used elsewhere on board a sailing vessel, but it was integral in the maintenance of a ship's hull. Most of the pitch used during the Age of Sail was a byproduct of the production of charcoal. In northern Europe, they were among the first to perfect its production, using pine wood. The wood was cut into small slices, almost the width of a finger. Then it was placed into a custom-built kiln and packed in tight with moss. The moss would keep any excess oxygen from entering the kiln and keep the wood from catching fire. Then a fire was lit, and that would actually heat the wood until the resin was distilled from the wood. It's called dry distilling, and it would come out thick and black, and then it would be collected in a reservoir in the back of the kiln. Now, what was left in there was charcoal from the wood, but the pitch, well, it had a variety of uses. There were medical applications for pitch. It was used in roofing and even occasionally as an ingredient in food. Mostly, though, it was used for vessels. Those northern Europeans were among the first to mass-produce pitch, and they used it on their sailing ships. The Vikings, they used pitch. They kept their longboats safe and clean and fast with it. It was a major factor in their superiority at sea. Now, when the Norse invaded and conquered Britain, they brought pitch with them. It played a not insignificant role in Britain's early sea superiority. Still, Sweden and Finland and Denmark and Norway, well, they produced the best pitch in the world for the entirety of the Middle Ages and even up into the Renaissance. Here in 1685, Sweden controlled an empire that had parts of all 4 countries in it, and they controlled the trade in pitch. That's a bigger deal than it sounds like. In the Age of Sail, sea power was what won and lost wars, what gained you empires and could cripple dynasties. That sea power relied on ships, and ships relied on pitch. However, the Swedish system for dry distilling pine into pitch isn't the only way to get tar. Many other countries had other, usually less efficient means of pitch production. But every decent-sized port city in the world had someone producing tar, usually several someones. That pitch that they were producing in Northern Europe was used primarily to create navies. However, the best pitch, the most economical pitch as well, was that which wasn't produced. It was that pitch that occurred naturally. Natural tar comes in the form of tar pits. These are naturally occurring pools of heavy crude oil that has seeped from its underground reservoir to the surface. They're famous for the dinosaur remains and woolly mammoth skeletons that have been found almost perfectly preserved, trapped in the tar. Now, those tar pits usually pop up in regions with heavy tectonic activity. Earthquakes and the like will often result in petroleum seepage, which creates tar pits. For example, the southwest coast of Nicaragua is an area where 2 tectonic plates meet. The continental drift there creates friction, and that results in volcanoes and earthquakes and all manner of underground materials bubbling to the surface. Realejo, which was the only port of consequence for leagues around, was well supplied for the maintenance of ships. They had hemp, which they wove into useful materials. They had lumber yards near the mountains, and they had large swaths of naturally occurring tar pits. William Dampier writes of Realejo, quote, "It is a pretty large town with 3 churches and a hospital that has a fine garden belonging to it. Besides many large fair houses, they all stand at a good distance from one another, with yards about them. This is a very sickly place, and I believe has need enough for a hospital, for it is seated so nigh the creeks and swamps that it is never free from a noisome smell." End quote. Those houses were spaced decently far away from one another because, well, if an earthquake hit and a building fell over or caught fire, it would be less likely to affect the other buildings around it if it was surrounded by a yard. The geological phenomena that creates petroleum seepage and natural tar pits has all manner of other side effects. Most notably, there is a natural seepage of methane gas to the surface, which results in a noisome smell. And a quick note here, noisome is not a cognate or synonym of noisy. Now, I've usually only heard it in regard to a noisome racket, so I assumed it was, but its root is actually from Middle English, and before that French, and down from Latin. It's actually related to the English word annoy. A noisome smell is an annoying smell. Methane gas is an annoying smell. And that methane gas tends to create swamps. The bog of eternal stench from the movie Labyrinth, that was a noisome methane bog. Bogs of eternal stench are problematic for a lot of reasons. Probably the most noisome element in any swamp would be the mosquitoes. And there were a lot of mosquitoes in that region of Nicaragua. There is a reason that the mosquito coast of Nicaragua is called the Mosquito Coast. The mosquito people are not an indigenous people. The native Nicaraguans that inhabited that particular coastline were already wiped out by the time the mosquito settled there. The mosquito, well, they forged an alliance with the English, with the pirates, and with the British Empire. They were, and still are, a multi-ethnic mix of indigenous peoples of many different backgrounds and many different languages, as well as escaped slaves who set up colonies there. There was the Spanish influence on their people and British pirates. Remember the Providence Company that attempted to settle Old Providence Island, failed, and fled to the Mosquito Coast? Remember the buccaneers that Mings, Modiford, Mansvelt, and Morgan all sent to Providence to recapture it? Well, they all fled to the Mosquito Coast. The word mosquito actually comes from the Latin word for fly, and it comes down to us from the Spanish. The Spanish conquistadors that settled Nicaragua and had to put up with those noisome mosquitoes, the flies, biting them, well, they named that multi-ethnic blend of Indians, Africans, and pirates that settled to their north after the insect. Mosquitoes, and the bugs here, well, they're just awful. They bite, they suck your blood, and the bites itch. It's just terrible. I'm not looking forward to them this summer. It was a crude name to give to a group of people that would occasionally come out from the woods, kill a few hundred of your soldiers, and then disappear back into their hideouts on the Mosquito Coast. They were comparing them to an annoying, biting insect. But to them, to the Spanish, mosquitoes were more than just annoying, biting, itchy creatures. There is a very practical reason that in a single generation, the majority of the population of León, Granada, and Realejo was mestizo. Over the centuries, the indigenous people of Nicaragua developed immunity to the many dangerous diseases that were carried by the mosquitoes. The European settlers of the region, the Spanish conquistadors, did not have those immunities. However, their children, with Norhua women, often were immune to the diseases carried by the mosquitoes. But the pirates that occupied León and Realejo for about a month, well, they were not immune. It's unfortunate that William Dampier wasn't a trained physician. He was trained as a ship's doctor. He could mend wounds and make poultices, but he was a naturalist, not a doctor. So he doesn't go into any terrible detail about the disease that struck the crews of Cygnet and Captain Townley's vessel. However, it was almost certainly yellow fever. Yellow fever, well, in the majority of cases, yellow fever is rough. There's nausea and vomiting, headache, fatigue. You feel pain everywhere. It lasts a few days, and then the recipient is left weak but healthy. Most of the Englishmen in the port at Realejo came down with symptoms and then recovered after those few days. In fact, everyone seemed to recover. That's how yellow fever works. Most cases are genuine recoveries, but about 15% of the cases of yellow fever get much worse. You might want to fast forward a bit here if you're faint of heart or have an overactive imagination. When the fever returns, it's because the infection has spread to the intestines and then onto the kidneys. The infected person begins to turn yellow, jaundiced from the kidney infection. And then they begin bleeding. Bleeding in the mouth. Oh, and you have the hiccups, by the way, so try not to picture that. There's bleeding from the eyes, and bleeding of the intestinal tract. There's blood in your urine, there's blood in your stool, and there's blood and shed intestinal lining in your vomit. And you will be vomiting. A lot. The Spanish call yellow fever vomito negro, black vomit. The mortality rate of yellow fever with proper treatment is relatively low. The spread of the infection is unlikely with proper treatment. But the pirates didn't have proper treatment. The mortality rate, once the infection spreads, even with today's medicine, is about 50%. And I imagine that it grew higher and higher among the pirates. Years later, William Dampier would bump into some of the men that were on board Bachelor's Delight, some of his old shipmates. They didn't escape the infection either. Davis himself got infected and nearly died just a few days after leaving Realejo. Maybe a fifth of the men on board his cruise did die. You see, they had already put out to sea. They were busy sailing. Remember the storms and the tornadoes that hit the pirates before arriving at Realejo? Well, they hit Bachelor's Delight at sea while about a third of the men were busy vomiting and turning yellow and dying. However, the sickness eventually passed for Bachelor's Delight. Most of the pirates made it out alive, if a bit worse for the wear. The same happened for the Cygnet. Both of the crews picked themselves up, buried their dead, and set sail once again. Cygnet headed northwest, Bachelor's Delight southeast. But there was another crew of pirates in the Pacific. There were the French. While all of this drama at Leon and Realejo, from their invasion, occupation, their burning of the Nicaraguan coast, and the sickness had been going on, well, the French had been having their own adventures. We talked about most of those last time. There was an attack on a cattle ranch. There was an attack on the estate of a landed gentleman and a lady. But then they had a few other adventures. There was a crocodile attack. A company of pirates that was on shore was ambushed by a nest of venomous vipers that turned out to be extremely deadly, but they had at the very least avoided yellow fever. And then on November 1st, 1685, the Santa Rosa under François Groenet, along with Pierre Le Picard, Mathurin de Marté, Jean Lescouillet, and Ravenel de Lussan, well, they arrived just off the coast of Nicaragua, outside Realejo. Now, by November, when the French arrived, the English pirates were all long gone. However, the French were struck by the storms outside Realejo. But once they passed, the French pirates sailed boldly into port and disembarked. There was actually a contingent of privateers that had landed a few miles down the coast that were marching overland to get to Realejo. The French intended to capture the town in a pincer move, but it turned out to be totally unnecessary. The people of Realejo just welcomed the pirates in. They were tired. They were bloodied. They had no will to fight. They had nothing left to steal anyway. They were low on food and medicine and supplies. So instead of ransacking the town and burning it and murdering the people, the French just traded with them. They learned about everything that had transpired when the English were there. Lussan writes of their discussions with the locals and then says of Realejo, quote, "Both its churches and houses, though then half burnt, appeared to us to have been beautiful enough." End quote. The French saw the devastation wrought by the English buccaneers and what was left in the pirates' wake, the suffering, the toil. One wonders if they had a moment of clarity, seeing what was left behind, not the ruins that they left behind, but what happened when people tried to pick up after a visit from the pirates. There was also a growing sentiment among the French on this voyage to the Pacific. At Pueblo Nuevo, they had seen the destruction caused by their English comrades. They had seen churches defiled and destroyed. Lussan lamented the Spanish hatred of the French buccaneers. The Spanish saw them all as one single body of miscreants. The French, though, shared at the least a religious solidarity with the Spanish. Back in Europe, they were enemies, had been for decades, but here in the New World, maybe they actually had more in common with the Spanish than with these English heathens. Still, at the moment, Spain and France were at war, and these were privateers. They had a commission to attack Spanish holdings. That was their job. They had to do so. So the privateers left Realejo and marched on Leon. Outside of Realejo, they found the half-burned breastworks, the place where the pirates disembarked to attack Leon. The French captured a few Spanish lookouts there and questioned them. There were still several thousand troops at Leon, Spanish troops, as it turned out. The local militia, the garrisons from Granada, San Miguel, San Salvador, they were all there. It was an intimidating force that the French, frankly, didn't really want to face. It was large enough to swallow the privateers without much trouble at all. However, the French learned through this interrogation of the troops that the Spanish already knew that they were there. In Leon, they already had word of them, and there were plans being laid to keep the French from escaping. So the French took the captain of these soldiers captive, along with a few other of the officers, and then sent the rest of the soldiers away, back to Leon with a message. The French agreed to return to their ships. They would not attack Leon, and they would not further bother Realejo, but they needed safe passage. If they were given it and allowed to return to their vessels, they would release the captain. After they sent the messengers off, the pirates began marching back towards Realejo, but they were intercepted by a force of Spanish horsemen. The French fired on the cavalry, and the horse fell back, but then they surrounded the privateers. They cut off their escape. The French privateers tightened their lines. They kept their guns primed and were prepared to fight off a Spanish charge, but the horsemen stayed put. All throughout that day and into the night, the horsemen didn't move. The French, though, they were awaiting attack at any moment. They didn't sleep. But when the sun rose, there was a movement from the Spanish lines. However, rather than a charge, only a small unit, a few horses, rode forth, and they carried a flag of truce. Lussan writes, quote, "On the 24th came a Spanish officer who brought a letter from the Vicar General of the province, by order of the General of Costa Rica, who sent us a word there was a peace made between the crowns of France and Spain for 20 years, that they were joined together to make war upon the infidels." End quote. Back in Europe, a few weeks earlier, on August 15th, while the English pirates were busy here in Nicaragua, the War of the Reunions between Spain and France officially ended. France and Spain had been at war off and on for almost a century now, but they had signed the Truce of Ratisbon that guaranteed 20 years of peace and actually allied, after a fashion, France and Spain against the infidels. Now, the infidels in question were the Islamic forces of the Ottoman Empire, but there were no Ottomans in the Pacific. To the eyes of the Spanish, here in the New World, and the French Catholics present here on Spanish soil, the only infidels were two parties of English Protestants, pirates with a particular taste for burning Catholic churches. When we left off last time, the French privateers in Nicaragua were in a tight spot. They were surrounded by Spanish cavalry, starving and desperate. However, a Spanish messenger brought them word that France and Spain were now at peace, almost allies. The Spanish officer's letter was signed and sealed by the Vicar General and seemed to be legitimate. However, the French didn't trust the Spanish. Spain had a reputation, at least among pirates, to be a conniving, double-dealing, backbiting sort. In The Princess Bride, when the dread pirate Roberts, Wesley, is hanging off the side of a cliff, climbing his way up, Inigo Montoya, the swordsman, offers to throw him down a rope, but the dread pirate Roberts questions his trustworthiness. He says, "Wouldn't you trust my word as a Spaniard?" And the dread pirate Roberts replies, "No good. I've known too many Spaniards." It's a strangely prevalent prejudice among the pirates and privateers that operated in New Spain, and it's not without merit. Time and time again, the Spanish would cut a deal with one pirate or another, and then go back on their word. They would turn on that pirate at the last second. However, let's not forget who the Spanish were dealing with. There were occasionally Spanish privateers and even some Spaniards among pirate crews, but there wasn't the same plague of freebooters coming out of Spain that was coming out of England and France and the Netherlands. The Spanish might make war, and frequently they did, but they rarely gave their sailors license to pillage and burn and torture and murder. It did happen occasionally, but less frequently. How would you deal with a horde of pirates on your shore? Would you do so honestly? Now, the French here in Nicaragua, under Francois Groenet, were aware of the potential treachery of the Spanish and of their own disadvantage in dealing with the Spanish, but they weren't without a few cards of their own. They were surrounded, but they did hold a number of Spanish officers captive. So the French sent a message back to the Spanish commander. If they were at peace, and Groenet was willing to believe that they were, the French would leave Nicaragua in peace. They had done no harm to Realejo, and that's actually true. They had done some significant harm to some of the outlying haciendas and estancias, but Realejo was in the same state in which they'd found it. So they cut a deal. If they were allowed safe passage back to the ships, they would release their prisoners and sail away from Realejo and Nicaragua forever. I'm sure it's just a coincidence that this was their plan from the very beginning, as soon as they discovered the armies waiting for them in Nicaragua. But the peace back in Europe did give them a better bargaining position. The Spanish agreed to these terms, but they let the French know that they would be followed. It was not an easy peace. There was a tense march back to Realejo and to the ships. However, the French proved true to their word. They took boats back to the ships and then sent their captives ashore. The French pirates Groenet, Jean Lescouillet, Mathurin de Marté, Pierre Le Picard, Ravenot de Lussan, and about 300 other unnamed buccaneers were safe and back on the open ocean. However, they were in the same position that they'd been in before coming to Nicaragua, without sufficient food or money and with 300 or more mouths to feed. Groenet proposed that they go back on their word. He suggested they do, in fact, attack some settlements in Nicaragua. There were farms and ranches with plenty of food just off the shore, and the pirates could just row ashore, take their fill, and leave. Lussan mentions the dozens of tiny harbors along the coast of Nicaragua. There weren't established ports at these harbors, but they were a good place to lay anchor and make landfall, and the French had guides that knew all of them. At the first of these harbors, the Santa Rosa, their ship made for land, but as they began to approach the coast, a huge bonfire came alight on shore. It was the sort of fire that could be seen for leagues around. It was the sort of fire that would require the work of, at the least, dozens of men. Someone had seen them coming and lit the fire to let the privateers know that the Spanish knew exactly where they were, and it served its purpose. The French adjusted their heading and moved on down the coast. At the next harbor mouth, the Santa Rosa made for the coast again, and once again a huge fire erupted. It became clear that these weren't just warnings. They were watchfires, they were signal fires. It let the French privateers know that they were being watched, and it let the ships that were certainly following them know exactly where the buccaneers were. Then the privateers came to the Gulf of Nicoya. This is episode 68. In a word, Freebooters. We've seen the Gulf of Nicoya before. It's where Charles Swan and Peter Harris met up prior to joining forces with Edward Davis. It's a large, relatively secluded, and full of little lagoons and inlets that make it a perfect place to hide from prying Spanish eyes. And even if it weren't, the pirates here were starving. They were getting rations at the best every other day, and even those were small. They had plenty of water, but food was a serious issue. I always wonder why the sailors in situations like this don't just fish for food. I mean, they could at least set out some fishing nets, but they never do. It's probably a simple question that I don't understand. They probably don't know where to fish, where the best fishing grounds are, and it would be unlikely without that knowledge to catch enough fish to feed everyone on board. However, at Nicoya, they were finally able to lay anchor and put ashore. Now, the Spanish were still all around them, and they knew the French were here somewhere. But for the moment, the pirates had given their watchers the slip. That's the virtue of this Gulf of Nicoya. The Santa Rosa and her boats had a small island all to themselves. The crew immediately went hunting and fishing off the island, but 100 men went to the mainland to scrounge up something more substantial to eat. They slipped ashore on 5 January 1686. Now, there were small patches of woodland all around, large enough to hide the 100 men, but they were a fair distance apart from one another. The pirates sent out scouts out of the woods to look for any sign of Spaniards around and then to lead them to the next thicket. The scout would give a signal, and all 100 men would burst from the tree line as silently as possible and run for the next one. They moved like this for 4 days, eating almost nothing, until they came to a small town called Chiquita. This was in modern-day Costa Rica, and Chiquita was small, but I imagine most of you have heard the name before. A few scouts kept a lookout for any troops in the area, but there didn't appear to be any soldiers around. So the privateers, well, are they privateers at this point? Raveneau de Lussan begins to question exactly what they were doing here on the Spanish Main. He wasn't arguing against it, especially not at the time. An empty belly solves a lot of arguments, but after the fact. Well, he describes their entrance into Chiquita in colorful language. Quote, "We got to Chiquita about 2 hours before daybreak. We surprised all the inhabitants going about the rounds, and after we had secured our prisoners, we told them that belonged to us that we were come to spare them the labor. We surprised also their court of guard, and as soon as they saw us amongst them, they flew to their arms to defend themselves. But as it was a little too late, we eased them of that trouble also." End quote. I love Raveneau de Lussan's choice of words. They came to spare their prisoners the labor. They also relieved the guards of their duties. He seems to have a flair for that dramatic, piratical attitude. You can just see a Spanish guard reaching for his musket when the tip of a cutlass enters the frame, under his chin, backing him away from the weapon. And then, "Oh, you won't be needing that. Why not take a break? We've got it from here." It's the perfect blend of menacing and dashing and just a little bit charming that makes up a pirate with gentlemanly airs. However, it appears that the French here actually did relieve the slaves of their labors. The inhabitants going about their rounds were slaves and field hands. They were men and women working the plantations around Chiquita. Now, it was 2 hours before daybreak. That might seem like an odd time for a plantation to be at work, and if it were sugar or coffee or cotton, yeah, it would be. However, the plantation at Chiquita, as you might imagine, grew bananas. Lots of bananas. The plantation was one of many in Costa Rica that grew fruit. They were owned by private landowners, but all of them had a financial interest in the Spanish trade monopoly. About 200 years after this little pirate raid, the United Fruit Company, a U.S.-based corporation, would virtually take Costa Rica over. In essence, the United Fruit Company owned the land and the government of Costa Rica, hence why this country was given the moniker of a banana republic. The atrocities committed by the United Fruit Company were terrible, and they led to a revolt and a rebranding of the company as the Chiquita Banana Company, as well as a restructuring. All that is to say, when the starving French pirates took Chiquita by surprise and opened the warehouse there, they found it filled to the rafters with ripening yellow bananas. They took the town before dawn. They rounded up all the people there and set about filling their bellies. They spent the better part of the morning eating as many bananas as possible. The following day, they found another plantation nearby with row upon row of palm trees. They were growing coconuts there, which none of the Frenchmen had ever tasted before. They thought they were going to be large nuts. They looked like nuts, after all, But then they found them filled with liquid, and once you got them open, a sweet and savory pulp. It seems that the coconuts were underripe when the pirates were eating them. At least, the French wondered who would eat a fruit so bitter or drink the sharp liquid found within, but as the coconuts ripened, the coconut grew on them. The buccaneers actually went out to harvest coconut and banana. They were inexperienced at doing so. More than a few of them had the opportunity to meet the tarantulas and vipers that lived in the fruit trees, and even a few of them died. But after a few days, they had sacks and crates filled to bursting with not quite ripe fresh fruit. While they held the town, the officers questioned the locals. They learned of a frigate that had just left their shores carrying treasure, reportedly. It sounded too good to be true, the perfect sort of wild goose chase that would tempt the privateers away from town. However, one of the Frenchmen spotted a Spaniard in a window across town. It appeared that they had missed someone while they were rounding up the populace. The commander sent 5 men out to gather him in, and Lussan went with him. When those 5 were approaching the house, suddenly 120 men burst out from doorways and windows and the mouths of the alleys. They were surrounded immediately. The 5 pirates put themselves back to back in a circle and fired at Spanish guards that had ambushed them. Lussan says that they resolved never to be taken alive, but to sell their lives as dearly as possible. They had no real means of escape, at least not a quick means of escape. But within minutes, one of their number had already been killed. The pirates found some rubble to act as cover, but even then, it was only a matter of time before they were overcome and left dead. Lussan says they fought there for an hour and a half. Another of their number was killed in that time, and a third was hit and bleeding out. He writes, quote, "It was impossible we should hold out against such a shower of bullets as was poured on us from all sides. God was pleased that some of our men came to our relief, being driven thither by the firings, for they thought before they heard these cries that we were exercising ourselves in shooting at a mark. This succor coming in so seasonably did infallibly save our lives. The Spaniards left 30 more dead upon the spot, and thus we defended ourselves as desperate men, and, to say all in a word, like freebooters." End quote. 5 men pinned down for more than an hour by 120 soldiers, with 3 either dead or wounded. They held out until reinforcement came. At the end of the passage, Lussan seems to come to a conclusion. They were, in a word, freebooters. He seems to give up the illusion that they're privateers, that they're mercenary soldiers in a time of war, doing the will of the king, and thus the will of Almighty God himself. He realizes that they were starving, desperate men, far from home, fighting for survival and stealing what was needed. They were, in a word, pirates. Now, I don't believe the numbers he gives for even a minute. 120 against 5? I mean, come on. There were 5 French pirates, but I would suspect no more than at the very most 50 Spanish soldiers. But even 50 able musketeers, even if they had inferior weapons, well, they could seem like far more than that, when you're as outnumbered as Lussan and his friends were. But this was a serious situation. They had killed Spanish guards. They had killed Spanish citizens. It wasn't in a time of war, and it was entirely for the sake of their own benefit. Had they come in, stolen some bananas, not harmed anyone, and left promptly, well, that could be overlooked. That could be passed by. But this crossed the line. They were openly fighting the Spanish. They were pirates now, and they knew it. It looks almost like some of them had a brief crisis of conscience over this, but their instinct for survival took over. The French took the local notables there prisoner and returned to the boats. They found a few Spanish militiamen waiting for them there in ambush, but the pirates fired on them and chased the ambush off. At the boats, a messenger found the pirates to negotiate the release of the prisoners. Lussan writes, quote, "After the enemy had retired, they sent us a person to demand their prisoners, whom they said they would recover or perish in the attempt. We told the messenger we were very ready to give them up, if they would come and meet us to take them, but that if they fired a single bullet at us, they should have no quarter, which so humbled their pride that we saw no more of them." End quote. The 100 pirates, well, it's closer to 90 now, they returned to the Santa Rosa, to Groenay and their island. The pirates there had abandoned the Santa Rosa, actually. They'd beached her. She was their largest vessel and carried most of the men, but she was insufficient to their needs. The sails were rotten, as were many of the ropes. The hull was weak and leaky. They only had a few guns, and on a ship that size, the few guns they had weren't enough to properly defend her. So the pirates started building pirogues. A pirogue is, well, it's basically the French word for a periagua. The term caught on in Louisiana, and it's still used for many of the boats used in the bayou there. They're also common in Haiti and on Madagascar. I'm sure that's just a coincidence. It's a little different, though. A periagua might be made from 2 canoes, but this would be just a single-masted, hollowed-out boat, large enough, though, to mount swivel guns or a blunderbuss often. They could be rowed in rivers or creeks and carried if need be, but were also acceptable for the open ocean. They also began building a half-galley, just a 2-masted, square-rigged vessel. It's a small ship, very much like a brigantine, although a little smaller. Now, it won't hold much cargo, but it would carry pirates with muskets and their 4 guns. They were fast and nimble, and this would be as heavily armored as they could make it. It wasn't a powerful warship, but it was their strongest vessel. Unless they could catch that frigate that the people in Chiquita had mentioned. Groenay sent Mathurin des Marais out to see if he could find and capture the frigate. They found, well, the wreck of what had once been the frigate. There wasn't much there to salvage, but they did manage to take some lumber and tools and the like to help them in building their half-galley. What they did find of importance was a satchel. It was carrying letters. Lucan says that they found a letter detailing the fate of the treasure fleet out of Lima, that same fleet that had bested them at Panama, that one that had been sailing around and taxing the locals ever since. Lucan says, and I want to stress that this is what Lucan says, that the flagship of the fleet was struck by lightning. The entire crew, including the villainous admiral, was burned in a moment. What's miraculous about this bit of information are the reports that there was no thunder heard that night, nor was there a storm. It's just a single thunderbolt from heaven to smite the Spanish. There aren't any Spanish records to corroborate the claim. The French spent several weeks there in the Gulf of Nicoya building their ships. After 5 days, a courier did come to the agreed-upon location with the ransom for the prisoners, and they were set free. Mostly, the pirates were left there, in peace, until the 27th of January. They had lookouts out in the bay in fast boats, and they came rowing in. They'd seen 7 ships sailing into the bay, along with 12 periaguas and 3 barks. It was that same Peruvian treasure fleet, and it was coming to hunt them down and finish them off. Groenay ordered the separate crews into their boats and into the middle of a river on their island. If they were found, the Spanish would, well, they would be unable to come in close to the pirates. On the river, only the periaguas and barks could approach them at all, and even then, only a few at a time. From there, the pirates could make a stand. Even if they were overwhelmed, they had the opportunity to make a stand and give the Spanish a bloody nose, the sort of act that wouldn't soon be forgotten. The Spanish fleet did find evidence of the pirate presence on the island. They found the abandoned Santa Rosa. However, they assumed that the Santa Rosa was fortified against an attack, which would make sense to beach your vessel as a sort of fortress from which to fight, but the pirates preferred to fight on water, if at all possible. Lucan writes, quote, "On the 28th, our sentinels came and gave us notice that 6 pirogues had plied along the shore, which made us put 150 men to lie in ambush on both sides the river. But they, suspecting a stratagem, bore directly upon our ship that was run aground, upon which they fired very seriously, though there was none left within it but a poor cat. They bravely boarded and burnt her, for the sake of the ironwork that belonged to her, which is a commodity rare and dear in some parts of Peru. The Spanish fleet sailed away and left us at ease to finish our work, upon which we spent the remainder of the month." End quote. I love that. None but a poor cat left on board, and the Spanish bravely boarded the ship to face none but the poor cat aboard. It's a subtle but fantastic dig at Spanish bravery, at least in the eyes of Luzon. I'm troubled because I'm finding more and more to like about Ravno de Luzon, and he was hard to like. He was violent, racist, he was a colonialist, and he had nothing good to say about, well, Africans or Native Americans or the Spanish or the English or really anybody who wasn't French. But the French stood atop the world in 1686, and they were a proud people. And Luzon shows more than a little flair for the clever, witty French literature that was so popular at the time. However, very little of note happened for about the next 2 months. The pirates finished up their boats, put to sea, ate their food, went hungry, went ashore to find more food, mostly failed to find more food, but they scrounged enough to survive. Luzon puts it bravely, but nearly every time they tried to raid a village, they were chased off. They did eventually raid another banana plantation. They then passed articles against violence and drunkenness. And then, on the 21st of March, the French spotted 13 sail approaching. They were smaller vessels, but enough to be of concern. The French fled, and they were chased along the coast for 2 days. But the other fleet had the advantage. They had the wind, and they were approaching quickly. So the French vessels decided it was time to turn, make a stand, and prepare to do battle. When the enemy ships got close enough, the largest ship in the fleet hailed the French. In English. Weeks ago, far to the northwest, Captain Townsley decided that Charles Swan of the Cygnet, that his plan to cross the whole of the Pacific Ocean and circumnavigate the globe was insane. He'd returned to the Maine. He'd actually run into Captain Davis at one point, but then he found himself here, in the company of the French pirates. They had taken similar steps to those of the French pirates to, when they were smaller in number, it was better to split up into smaller ships, into smaller boats. It would be easier to attack a larger craft from many different angles. They would be at a disadvantage in either the Santa Rosa or Captain Townsley's old ship, but in many small boats, the pirates were accustomed to doing battle in that fashion. Right here, it's finally important to make note of the quartermaster of Captain Townsley's vessel. See, Townsley's crew was fractured, and the second most important man, the second most influential man in the crew, the quartermaster, was a man named George Dew. He's been around this entire voyage in the Pacific, at least since Townsley joined, and possibly before. And he was an influential pirate, but he hadn't yet done anything that our chroniclers found noteworthy, not yet. Groyne, well, the French still harbored some bitterness toward the English pirates. There was an age-old rivalry between the two factions of buccaneers, and then most of these men had fought against one another during the Third Anglo-Dutch War. Beyond that, there was the incident outside Tortuga that happened between a French and English captain, but neither of them were here now. But then there were the actions of the English earlier in this voyage that the French felt treated them unfairly, and then the English burned and defiled the Catholic Church. So the French arrested the English pirates. It's questionable whether they had the authority to arrest the English pirates, but there were more French pirates than English, and they had more guns, so they put the English in custody. Then they boarded the English ships and started carrying off anything of value. A few hours passed, and, well, I'll let Luzon tell it here. Quote, "We, finding ourselves to be the stronger party, called to mind their former imperious dealings with us, and, to show our resentment of it, we made him and his men prisoners. We boarded his vessel immediately, of which, having made ourselves masters, we made a sham of taking away. But our design being only to frighten them, left them for some time under the apprehension of danger they were in. Then we let the captain know we were honester men than he, and that though we had the upper hand, we would not take the advantage of revenging the injuries they had done us, and that we would put him and his men in possession of what we had taken from them 4 or 5 hours before. End quote. It was a ploy. Just a little bit of petty revenge and posturing to show who was the stronger party here, and that the French were better than the English. The intent was to show that they were more chivalrous, honest, and true to their word. And it appears to have worked. Townsley joined up with Groinet. It might not have been the honesty of the French pirates, but merely the promise of taking some prizes of worth. Groinet, Picard, Desmarais, Lescouillet, and Lussan, well, they made up a decently sized force. They had decent ships. However, Townsley and George Dew had many more guns with them. If they pooled their resources, they could actually steal something more valuable than bananas for a change. And the French had a plan. They'd been too weak to set their plan in motion, but finally they had the opportunity. They were going to attack Grenada. That's the Grenada in Nicaragua, not that far from Leon, from Realejo. It's the same Grenada that Henry Morgan occupied back in the 1660s, and it's the same Grenada that they had agreed not to attack due to the peace between their king and the Spanish king. And now they were going to go back on that word, because while there was peace, they were no longer privateers. Now they were pirates. It took a few weeks for them to prepare and reach the coast of Nicaragua. The pirates disembarked, not at Realejo, but down the coast a ways. They began a march, as quietly as possible, inland. They avoided towns and people as much as possible, and were successful in doing so. That's a smart move. You want to avoid any notice. That would give warning to the people of Grenada. But it did offer one major problem for the pirates. People keep food around and tend not to keep their food out in the jungle. There was hunting and gathering, but several hundred marching pirates tend to scare off game. The pirates went without food for several days on their march inland, until their legs were weak with hunger, and they were uncertain that they would actually be able to make it another full day without food. So Groinet finally allowed a detour to a sugar plantation. It was owned, according to Lussan, by a Knight of St. John. The Knights of St. John were a medieval order of knights formed in the First Crusade. Their full name was the Order of the Knights of the Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem. The Hospital of St. John was named after John the Baptist, and the knights of his order they were called the Knights Hospitaliers, and they settled at one point after the Ottomans took Jerusalem over on the island of Malta. They were the Knights of Malta. They were no joke, and they're actually still a sovereign entity that resides in Rome, and many would credit them with the defense of Italy and Rome and the Catholic Church. To a Catholic, even a French Catholic, that would have been a huge deal. And he wasn't actually Spanish, not as I understand it. The sovereign entity of the Knights of St. John owned islands in the West Indies at one point. They were closely allied with Spain, but not Spanish. And here, these Frenchmen were on the property of such an illustrious man, a man that, on some level, should have been revered by them. Lussan writes of him and regrets to tell us that this revered, noble, chivalrous Knight of St. John escaped them. He got away because, they were still tired. Their legs weren't working very well. However, there was plenty of food on his plantation for them to eat, and they did manage to capture a few of his household and question them. The news that his household members had well, it wasn't good. Grenada was prepared for the pirates. They knew the pirates were here and marching for the city. The city had been emptied of all of her wealth. Those riches, of perhaps the richest city in the region, were put on board ships and carried to an island in Lake Nicaragua. That treasure was behind strong walls and guarded by 2,000 men. And then the people of Grenada, well, they were long gone as well. They were evacuated and protected far from the city, and they'd taken the food with them. Then there was a fortress guarding the only approach to the city, manned by hundreds of soldiers with 14 cannon and 6 pedreros, which are basically mortars. That's a daunting possibility. Not impossible to overcome, but it wouldn't be easy. The question is, if they didn't have food or people or wealth in the city, why bother attacking? They might ransom it, but the overwhelming military strength would make even doing that difficult. Why not just turn around and return to the sea? Therein lies the problem. The prisoner that they were questioning told them one last bit of unfortunate news. Behind them, coming up from the coast, following in the pirates' footsteps, was a force of 2,500 Spanish cavalry. They were there to trap the pirates between their force and the walls of the fort. Now the Spanish were wise to the pirates' game. They didn't intend to let them escape Nicaragua or the Pacific. Luzon admits that most would have given up here. They would have surrendered and waited to be captured, thrown themselves on the mercy of the court. But the pirates had one other option. If they could take the fort quickly before the horsemen arrived, they could hold it against the Spanish. Not long-term, not forever, but long enough to buy themselves the time needed to slip away to the lake's shore and steal a bark. They didn't want to try for the treasure on the island fortress, but rather they wanted to take that bark across Lake Nicaragua and then sail it upriver to the pirate haven at Bluefields on the Mosquito Coast. Bluefields was that, well, settlement's too strong a word. It was a hideout, known to most of the buccaneers. The first pirate to use it was Abraham Blauvelt, a Dutch pirate. It was little more than a pirate cove, but it was more than a pirate cove. There were no taverns or inns, but there were hidden docks, and probably some Mosquito Indians and escaped slaves who would give you aid, even, perhaps, another pirate crew that would help you. That was the goal for these French and English pirates. They wouldn't strike it rich in Grenada, but they would be able to go home. They would be able to escape the hunger and the Spanish noose. The pirates discussed their options, and they resolved to try for the fort, to take the lake, to find Bluefields and freedom. Luzon writes, quote, "This information, which doubtless would have terrified any other but freebooters, did not retake our design 1 minute, nor hinder us." End quote. About 2 the next afternoon, the pirates arrived at the suburbs of Grenada. They encountered a Spanish patrol and fought an engagement with them, but chased the Spanish off. And then they waited among the houses in that suburb for word from a detachment of scouts that they'd sent off. Those scouts returned and told the captains of 3 forts, not just 1. It would be impossible to pass any one of the forts by without taking fire from one of them. However, if they focused their attention on just one of the forts, they could avoid fire from the other 2 and follow through with their plan. The whole army, the small army of buccaneers, marched on one of the forts. When they drew near, they were spotted. They didn't intend to not be spotted. But the Spanish atop the walls opened up a full volley. Muskets, cannon, pedreros, all fired. The pirates were ready for this. When the first volley was fired, every man among them fell to his belly. This served 2 purposes. First, it confused the hell out of the Spanish. At first, they thought the pirates had been killed in a single volley. Huzzah, we've won the day. But second, it let the hail of hot iron that the Spanish fired at them pass harmlessly overhead. The pirates got up, and while the Spanish collected themselves, realized what had happened, and reloaded, the pirates continued their march on the fortress. A second volley was called. Again the Spanish fired, and again the pirates fell to the ground, and again they got up and continued marching. But the Spanish commander caught on here. He ordered a third volley, loudly, and the pirates fell to the ground. When the volley had passed, they got up, started marching. But that third volley was a false volley. Without warning and far too soon, the Spanish fired again and caught the pirates off guard. The Spanish scored a hit. The front line of the pirates fell. Dozens of men were left dead or injured. Had he realized the ruse sooner, it might have saved the Spanish in the fort, but it was too late. The pirates were too close now. They rushed the walls of the fort and reached them before another volley could be prepared. Then they started throwing fire pots and granados up at the Spanish defenders until, finally, the Spanish atop the wall fell back. The soldiers fled the fort entirely, and the pirates scaled the walls and took possession of the fort. For the Spanish, it wasn't really a defeat. It was a tactical retreat. The Spanish pulled back to Grenada, which only served to further defend the already well-defended city. The French and English, though, who were now masters of the fort, cheered their victory. They'd won. They'd taken a fortress. It had strong walls and plenty of guns they could use to defend her. But it was just a fort. They could defend it, certainly, but why? They would eventually need supplies, and it's not like they could trade for food or farm. And then the men climbed the walls. From atop the walls you could see the city of Grenada, the grandeur of it, the wealth that would have been there had not it fled into Lake Nicaragua. And they could also look down at Lake Nicaragua. There was the island. There was the fortress with the treasure behind its walls. And surrounding that island fortress, guarding the coast and the coast of Lake Nicaragua, were dozens of heavily armed craft, barks, sloops, periaguas, all of them carrying heavy artillery, swivel guns, and men with muskets. It would be impossible to sneak down there and steal a craft. It would be impossible to overwhelm even one of those vessels, and if they did, an armada would fall on them immediately. There was no way across the lake. Without that, there was no way to cross the isthmus and no way to find Bluefields and the West Indies, except through thousands of Spanish soldiers. Lucan writes, mournfully, quote, "The term of dangers and miseries which our destiny had still in store for us, being not yet come, we could not take the advantage of so favorable an opportunity to get out of those parts of the world." Which, though very charming and agreeable to those who are settled there, yet did not appear to be so to an handful of men, as we were, without shipping, the most part of our time without victuals, and wandering amidst a multitude of enemies, against whom we were obliged to be continually upon our guard, and who did all that in them lay to deprive us of subsistence. End quote. By the end of the day, every ship on Lake Nicaragua had received word of the pirates. They knew that someone might come down to try and steal one of their ships, but they were vigilant. The army outside the city set up lines and defenses and kept the fort surrounded and watched. After 2 days in the fortress, the pirates made up their mind. They would not surrender. They would not give up. They would not beg quarter. The pirates opened the gates and marched forth. 500 men, maybe 500 men, marched out to meet an overwhelming force of Spanish horsemen. The cavalry were probably surprised by this move. They didn't expect to see the pirates march out to their doom. They thought they were going to have to starve them out. But here they were. The cavalry, as the pirates marched toward them, lined up and charged. Then the pirate lines parted. They revealed a surprise. They'd brought down cannons from the fortress walls and rolled them all the way out here, well in range of the Spanish army, and the Spanish were kind enough to line up and ride toward them. Lucan writes, quote, "Not dreaming that we had brought any of their artillery along with us, they were so terrified when we had fired 2 cannon shot that they left us a free passage, for they saw a great many of their men sprawling upon the ground." End quote. The pirates marched through the former Spanish lines. They found one man, wounded but not terribly, who they took captive. And that man told the pirates a great tale. there was $1.5 million in assorted silver and gold and jewels in Grenada right now. They had it hidden inside the walls of the town. The soldier would show them where, if only they promised not to kill him. Groyne didn't believe this yarn. Lussan says, quote, "We had no inclination to go back in search of this money, seeing we found difficulty enough to rid ourselves out of the hands of so considerable a number of enemies as we had already to deal with." End quote. Their ploy saved them. They might have all died without those cannons, but it really just bought them time and little else. The horse wouldn't be surprised again. They knew the pirates had artillery, and they already had ambushes planned, waiting on the road back to the ships. Plus, there were other columns of foot soldiers in the area that were currently marching on the pirates. So the pirates ran. There were a few other fights, but little more than skirmishes, and the cannon they brought with them helped, but eventually they spiked and abandoned those cannons. The march was grueling, but they made their way to the coast. They fought one last fight at the ships and made it back to sea. Here I find myself at an impasse. How best to continue this story? In the writings of Raveneau de Lussan, we have at our disposal a fantastic first-hand account of the entirety of this Second Pacific incursion. He records events in wonderful detail and even has that dramatic eye and flourish that almost matches the style of later pirate novelists. However, the contents of his story are uninspiring. These French pirates stayed in the Pacific for months and months more, but most of it never really resulted in anything significant. Endless hunger, repeated failure, constantly in danger of capture or death. That sounds exciting, and some parts of it are, but it also just gets monotonous. I could give an almost daily account of the journey. For example, on April 7, 1686, they went ashore to collect wood and water. They found some. A few pirates hoped to find some prisoners at a local estate, but nobody was home. And it goes on and on like that. It's a story of the pirates slowly starving. Really, the entirety of 1686 from this point on, from April to December, is uneventful. At least, to us it is. I'm sure it all mattered a great deal to those who were involved in the story, but there is really little of real consequence coming up. I could tell the whole story in great detail. It's an opportunity I'll rarely have again. But I wouldn't have anything to add. Nothing really changes for the rest of the voyage, at least until 1687. So next time I'm going to fast forward through the events of 1686 and move into 1687, at the end of this voyage to the Southern Ocean. Last time, we followed the French pirates in the Pacific Ocean through early 1686. I told you we were going to speed through the rest of that year and into 1687, and we are. But there are a few major events that took place in the summer of 1686 that are worth noting. On 9 June, nearly half of Captain Francois Groyne's French privateers voted to leave the command of Francois Groyne. They wanted to join up with Captain Townley. The two captains were allies. They had attacked Grenada together, but they were now on separate crews. Townley had the bigger ship, and he had seen more success than Groyne in the last few months. So 150 pirates, including Raveneau de Lussan, went over to Townley. Then the two crews split up. That was what initiated this vote to leave Groyne and join Townley. Groyne stayed in and around the Gulf of Nicoya, there off the coast of Costa Rica, but Captain Townley sailed south and east to the region of Panama. He attacked the city on the 22nd of July. It may have been the most successful raid on this entire Second Pacific adventure. He captured, according to historian David F. Marley, an estimated 1,500,000 pesos in assorted goods and treasure, and then 300 Panamanian prisoners. However, the pirates were ambushed on their way out of Panama, and the Spanish reclaimed most of their money and almost all of the goods. That left the pirates under Townley with only 15,000 pesos and the prisoners. The president of Panama, as you might imagine, was outraged, but he did have a number of pirates held captive that he had captured, and he tried to bait Townley into waiting around for the demanded ransom. Instead, Townley ordered 2 captives decapitated, and he had their heads sent on to Panama. The president agreed on a truce. The pirates would receive food from Panama every day, cattle, sheep, and flour, in return for the safe treatment of the Spanish prisoners, not as a means of ransom. In the meantime, the Panamanian officials and the pirates could haggle over the proper terms. Townley waited around for a few weeks, but finally he threatened to send 50 heads to Panama. The Spanish gave him an answer. On 22 August, a force of 3 ships and 240 men attacked the pirates. It was unsuccessful. About 65 Spaniards were injured or killed, and all 3 ships were taken by the pirates. When the battle was done and the bodies were counted, Townley looked at his losses, went to his prisoners, and then sent 20 heads on to Panama. Revenant de Luçon writes, quote, "This measure was in truth a little violent, but it was the only means of bringing the Spanish to reason." End quote. But Captain Townley was wounded in the battle outside Panama. His wounds grew infected. The pirates finally did receive 10,000 pieces of eight, and the Archbishop of Panama even informed the pirates that they would be considered good Catholics in the eyes of the church, and so they would have the protection of the church. This was a kindness. Any pirates that had been killed would be treated properly. They would be cared for and buried rather than being desecrated, and the church would, according to the Archbishop, argue on behalf of the pirates. But the church didn't command the militia or the navy. They could only protect the pirates so far. And then, on 9 September 1686, Captain Townley died, and he was succeeded in command by Captain George Dew. This is episode 69, These New Turks. There is some confusion in the records here. Revenant de Luçon records an Englishman named George Hewitt taking command of Townley's crew. David F. Marley interprets this as a pirate named George Hout taking command. However, this is probably the symptom of 2 pirates being confused with one another. There was a French pirate in the Pacific named De Hout, or Hewitt in English, that was sailing with Captain Pierre Le Picard, and we'll meet him later. But Marley actually contradicts himself here. He says in another passage that George Dew took command after Panama, not Hoot or Hewitt or De Hout. Luçon, though, was unclear in a lot of his passages, and he spelled names however he felt like, often differently in the same paragraph. I suspect that when he was on this voyage, he didn't know how to write. He didn't learn until later when he was writing about his voyage, and the narrative suffers for it. I think what happened in this bit of confusion is that George Dew took command of Captain Townley's crew. Eventually he did, we know that. Captain Hout, or De Hout, led another force, and that force eventually joined with George Dew. But whatever the reality is, this little pirate fleet, now under the command of George Dew, or whoever it actually was, sailed southwest. Eventually, Captain Groyne followed them. He left the Gulf of Nicoya, and he met up with them on the coast of modern-day Colombia. These 2 groups were allies, and they helped each other out over the following 7 months, but they sailed separately as often as not. The English buccaneers that were also in the Pacific, the other English buccaneers, those under Captain Edward Davis, were also in the region. They were a bit further south than George Dew or Groyne, along the coast of Peru, and these 2 groups wouldn't meet up until the spring of 1687. From 1683 until 1686, very recently, we had William Dampier writing about the English pirates on board Bachelor's Delight. But Dampier left that crew to sail with Captain Swan to cross the ocean and reach the East Indies. So for some time, we actually lose touch with most of the English pirates. Edward Davis, aboard Bachelor's Delight, along with William Knight, Peter Harris, and all of those men, they kind of fade into the background. Now, we'll return to William Dampier at a later date, but for now, we're going to talk about what we can of the English under Davis. We have a bare-bones account of what he got up to. After the assault on Leon and Realejo in Nicaragua, the first assault, the assault of Bachelor's Delight, the ship sailed east. However, they were hit by that same yellow fever that struck Dampier and Cygnet, so Davis ordered his fleet to turn around and head west. Apparently, they were searching for Cygnet. There were doctors on board. He probably wanted help, but his ships, well, they were hit really hard, and he never found Cygnet. Instead, Bachelor's Delight put ashore on the coast of modern Honduras. The yellow fever tore through his ranks, and maybe as many as a fifth of the pirates on board died. Edward Davis himself came close, but he survived. The English buried their dead, most of them probably at sea, and then Davis, Knight, and Peter Harris the Younger sailed back east toward Peru. It's a genuine shame that they no longer had Dampier to write down the exploits of Bachelor's Delight, because things really started to pick up here. The pirates raided a few smaller coastal settlements and actually extracted a ransom from some of the towns in the region, one as large as 10,000 pieces of eight. Then they made for the Galapagos to careen their vessels. There they were engaged by a naval squadron, a Spanish naval squadron, and had a heated battle. But after that battle was over, the English captured a vessel carrying around 25,000 pesos of silver and jewels. Except for Harris at Santa Maria, this was, so far, the biggest prize any of the pirates had taken in the Pacific. The pirates moved on to Paita in Peru, and there they captured 39 slaves, but they were actually moved to free them instead of to capture them and sell them at a later date. And most of those 39 slaves decided to join with the pirates, at least until they found somewhere far from Spanish slavers. They attempted a raid on La Serena, but they were rebuffed, as tended to happen at La Serena. There were other villages they raided along the way. However, there was little plunder in these besides fish and corn. But fish and corn, well, the pirates didn't mind capturing those. They were hungry men. They did hold one commune hostage for an additional 5,000 pieces of eight. And then, after a few months of raiding and running, the pirates finally sailed off south for the Juan Fernandez Islands. They knew the Juan Fernandez Islands would be quiet, and they wanted to let the heat die down. But the men in the assembled crews were split on how to move forward. Some of them wanted to continue raiding, but others wanted to return home. Eventually, they chose to split up their plunder. Captain Harris and his crew had their own loot from the attack of Santa Maria more than a year ago now, but all of the rest of the plunder was collected and counted and divided among the men. It came to a modest sum of 1,150 pounds. If we adjust that for inflation in modern U.S. dollars, that comes to about $35,000. Now, that's significantly more than any of the Europeans could have hoped for working on a Navy ship or a merchantman, and it was certainly more than any of them would have earned living the life of an indentured servant, and it was far better than the $0 the Native Americans and escaped slaves among them would have received, if they could find somewhere that they would be allowed to spend it. And the pirates, remember, didn't have rent or bills, or most of them. They didn't have families to care for, so the money would stretch. But $35,000 isn't a huge sum for 2 years of work. Compared to the unparalleled fortunes they had expected from the treasure fleet, it was tiny. However, for many of the pirates, it was enough. Some of those pirates had lined their pockets with gambling winnings from other men on the cruise. So Captain Knight and his men took their bark, sailed south-southeast, rounded Cape Horn, and eventually returned to the West Indies and a lifetime of unremarkable anonymity. Before we move on, I would like to talk about the people that were on board Bachelor's Delight here in 1687. There are few details to give of most of the regular crew members that we haven't already discussed. We know the names of the captains, of course, and a few of the crew, men like Basil Ringrose, but we don't know much about anyone else. I can say that most of the pirates on board were veteran buccaneers by this point. The one-time privateers that had served in the war, well, they were obviously old hands, but even the young men, the raw recruits back in 1684, well, they had experienced defeat at the hands of the Spanish Armada. They had survived yellow fever. They'd fought and they'd killed and they'd seen their friends killed. The Mosquito and the Kuna allies that sailed with these pirates were, well, usually the Native American allies were, well, there was a bit of distance between them and the European pirates. They were guides. They were friends sometimes, but they were separate from the crew. However, here in the Pacific, hundreds of miles from anyone's home, I imagine that a camaraderie took root that transcended those traditional ethnic and national lines. All that is said of the 39 freed slaves is that Davis intended to take them to Jamaica, where he planned to sell them. The English, by 1686, were buying and selling more human beings than any other nation. In part, it was because Spain had spent so long importing slaves into the New World, their need for active slave markets had diminished. They still had all of the plantations and the mines that used slave labor, but most of those were populated by slaves born in the New World. However, Captain Davis was convinced not to sell those slaves. He chose instead to free them. Who convinced him, we don't know. There were other freedmen among his crew, other people of African descent who probably wouldn't have been too happy at the trading in human lives, or it may have been the other Englishmen that talked Davis into taking the slaves on as crew. The English did have an attitude, especially prevalent among pirates, that they were morally better than the Spanish in regard to slavery. You see this a lot among ancient peoples, especially in religious writings. There are always new religious sects of new and progressive rules, relatively speaking, and there are always new rules about how to treat your slaves. Rarely does anyone ever suggest, not owning slaves. Whenever someone does, they usually killed them. But the English, being modern Protestants with these progressive rules, thought they treated the slaves better than the Spanish. I doubt that the slaves really thought they did. But those slaves were, well, if they were taken on as crew, the English on the crew may have argued, they could be trusted. They would have to be fed whether they were slaves or crew, and they could be put to work either way. But as crew, they could do the work and eat their food and roam about on deck freely without the need to watch them every second of the day for fear of escape or mutiny. And the work that they would do would be the worst of the work on board. Even if we ignored the prejudice that the English would have felt towards Africans and slaves, which you shouldn't ever do, but even if we did, they would still be the newest recruits on board. Thus, they would get the dirtiest and most unpleasant jobs. However, I imagine that even those dirty and unpleasant jobs would feel like a luxury when compared to the chains and the whips that they had known, especially with the knowledge that freedom, real freedom, might lie at its end. There may have been a plan to drop these slaves off at one of the maroon settlements nearby. Lucan wrote when he first entered the Bay of Panama months and months ago, quote, "We arrived at those islands which stand 30 leagues to the east of Panama. We found the largest of them to look more like the continent than an island, so spacious and mountainous it is. The same is inhabited by those whom they call Maroons, or fugitives from the Spaniards, upon whom, making their escapes from their masters at Panama and the adjacent places, have made this a place of refuge." End quote. And it was not unheard of and becoming more and more a common practice for pirates whenever they captured slaves to frequently put them to work on that voyage, but then drop them off at one of these places of refuge. And we know that the pirates here knew at least of a relatively safe place for the slaves, and if they felt that moral superiority to Spain or even to their English comrades of higher standing back in Jamaica, well, they may have wanted to drop them off. It may have made them feel warm and fuzzy inside. And then it might have been the slaves themselves that convinced Captain Davis to free them. They could be more valuable as members of this crew than as human cargo. They knew their way around this region better than any of the English did. They were familiar with the land and the customs of nearby locals, and they could blend in so much better than a bunch of haggard English pirates, and such a thing could be useful. And then there were a few women with the pirates. There are not many details, but one of them was an older slave, a freedwoman now, apparently born in the Americas, in Spanish America. It's not clear where they picked her up. She may have been with those 1,000 slaves captured outside Guayaquil months earlier, but more likely she ran off with the French after their attempt on Leon, but she could have joined up at any time. She served on board the French vessel as a ship's doctor. Lussan doesn't really give her proper credit in that role. He dismisses many of her remedies as superstition, but they sound a lot better than the typical prescriptions on board a ship at the time. Instead of a dose of brandy and cutting off limbs or bleeding or drawing out bad humors, she had herbal remedies for the pirates, and she knew many of the local herbs that would be good for medicinal properties. And she frequently administered citrus and even antibacterial concoctions. However, we don't know her name. Lussan doesn't think that those are the stories we would want to hear. But we really do need to hear, in his estimation, at length, about just how really crazy good bananas are, and how many of them there are. And, yeah, I get it. When you take into account the intended audience for his book in 1687, publishing was weird, and they typically needed a patron, usually a wealthy noble who would add his name to the work. And, yeah, banana plantations were just the sort of thing they were interested in. They could prove profitable if taken over from Spain. There was a Native American woman with the English at one point, with Edward Davis on board Bachelor's Delight, but Dampier gives us even less about her than Lussan did. We don't know if she was a Mosquito rebel who joined up with John Cook and Edward Davis way back when they were sailing, before they were sailing on the Revenge. She may have been Kuna. She may have joined up with Harris or Townsley while they crossed the isthmus. Maybe she was after her own share of revenge, or maybe plunder. Maybe she was from up in Mexico somewhere. She might have met one of the pirates sailing with William Knight and fallen in love. We don't know who she is or where she came from. We don't even know that she was a cook, per se, just that she cooked a meal for them one time. There is a Spanish woman of particular interest, but we'll tell her story and the stories of a number of other Spanish women next time. For now, the English fleet under Davis sailed north. They attacked Arica in modern-day Chile. Arica is, well, you know how when you go to a particular travel destination, there is always one place that you just have to go and see. It's like an obligation, even when it's filled with tourists and not all that cool, and you've already seen it on countless pictures and postcards. The Liberty Bell, or Plymouth Rock, or Big Ben, or the Eiffel Tower. Well, Arica had kind of become that for English rovers. We've mentioned it before, several times. It's the southernmost port of consequence on the Pacific coast. Everyone that rounded the Cape was almost forced to stop there. If you were English and you weren't opposed to a bit of piracy, you could go there and trade for food and water and wine, or you could get a little bit of plunder. Francis Drake attacked Arica. Richard Hawkins attacked Arica. Bartholomew Sharp on the first Pacific adventure, he did, and John Eaton only about 18 months earlier. Edward Davis took Arica in February 1687. There was plunder and pillage and kidnapping and ransom, and in the end they were paid about $10,000 in silver, to leave the city in peace. The raids were getting more and more profitable, but remember that 10,000 had to be split up several hundred ways, and it represented several months' work. That was their only payday for some time. It was a prize not to be scoffed at, but it wasn't huge. The pirates were, after Eureka, searching for information that might lead them to a huge prize. They didn't find it, but they did find other information of great interest. One of the Spanish soldiers they captured, well, they questioned him, and he told them of some Spanish plans in the region. The Spanish were marshaling a fleet, and they intended to take that fleet and wipe out the French buccaneers. I wonder if Edward Davis felt a flash of jealousy here. I mean, the English had been raiding and robbing and killing all along the coast of Peru. They'd extorted thousands of dollars in Spanish silver. Why weren't they worth a fleet? But it makes sense after a fashion. The Spanish and the English were old enemies, ancient enemies, but most recently they had been allies against France. King Louis was a titan. His imperial aspirations were causing trouble for everyone that wasn't French. More locally, here in the Pacific, on the coast, the English were pirates. They were a menace, but that's all they were. They were outlaws, not under jurisdiction of any governor or king. Hostis humanus generis, enemies of the whole human race. Under normal circumstances, that would be a detriment. That would be terrible. That would mean that everybody was hunting you. However, the French were not hostis humanus generis. In the eyes of the Spanish, they weren't pirates. They weren't outlaws. They were privateers. They carried letters of marque bearing the name of the governor and, beyond that, the King of France. The same King of France who had been at war with Spain off and on for 20 years, for longer. That same king had, only a few months back, made peace with them, with Spain's king. King Louis, by allowing these privateers to roam, was going back on his word. He was breaking his vow. He was breaking that truce, and that was spitting in the face of Spain. English corsairs were a problem. They had to be dealt with eventually, but for the most part they could be paid off and mostly ignored. These Frenchmen were an affront to Spain itself, an insult to their pride, an insult to their nation and their king. There is also the fact that back in 1686, the Archbishop of Panama did announce his protection over the English buccaneers, that he considered them, despite their religious leanings, to be Catholics in good standing. That was a weird move, but it wasn't an umbrella declaration covering all English buccaneers. It was specifically for the crew of Captain Townley and then Captain Dew. Perhaps, though, it provided an excuse for the Spanish authorities to overlook the English depredations in the region for now and then focus on the French. That's what they really wanted to go after. You see, there were other extenuating circumstances. The governor of Costa Rica sent the president of Panama a letter informing him of the French piracies that had taken place in his country, of the French fleet landing and ransacking the home of a Knight of St. John, and then occupying a fort for 4 days, threatening Grenada, killing Spaniards. He told the president of Panama that the French had intended to pass through his lands to take Lake Nicaragua across the isthmus, but that the pirates had been foiled, and then he warns the Panamanian governor that he believes the pirates are going to attack Panama. They must not be allowed to escape. Now, the pirates did attack Panama, but they were rebuffed. But then the Panamanian governor wrote the governor of Costa Rica a return letter. I would like to read a bit from that. The letter from the governor of Panama to the governor at Costa Rica reads in part as follows, quote, "Sir, this is to give you notice of the advices I have received from Carthagena by the way of Puerto Bello. The King of France, supposing he had received some affront from our nation, sent 8 sail of ill sorts before Calais to demand contribution. And seeing there was so vast an inequality of force upon this occasion, we agreed to give him 500,000 to withdraw his ships and return to their ports. You know that my lord bishop forced me to send out 3 ships to fight the pirates, that continuing still before our port, and took all the barks and canoes that were coming in. Our ships surprised them at break of day, which made one of the pirates slip his cable. Through the skill of the commander I saw the fight from my ramparts, the honor whereof I thought infallibly to have appertained unto us. Having seen them draw near the shore, I sent a chaloupe to bring away the anchor of that vessel that had slipped her cable, in order to fasten her in our port. As soon as I saw them ungrappled, I dispatched away 2 long barks, or galleys, to go and learn the news, and bring those of the enemy that survived before me, though my orders were that no quarter should be given to any that were found upon deck, to the end we might rid the world of these enemies of God and his saints, who profane his churches and destroy his servants. These new Turks sent me 20 heads, and I bethought myself that, for the preventing of the slaughter of so many Christians, I ought to send them their men, with 10,000 pieces of 8 for the ransom of 90 of our people. Thus you see how God is pleased to afflict us on all sides. Let us take all for the sake of his suffering for us." End quote. There's a lot to unpack in that letter. First of all, the raid that he's talking about initially, the advices he received from Cartagena by way of Puerto Bello, that raid happened in the North Sea, in the Caribbean Sea. That was a raid that, well, technically it was mostly Dutch pirates attacking the Spanish, Lord de Graaf, Jan Willems, Michael André. But they were doing so with a French commission flying a French flag. That was one of the raids we've talked about on this show before. That was an affront to Spain, and Spain needed to respond everywhere to the French king. Then, well, there was a taunt in that letter. The president of Panama tells his counterpart, the governor of Costa Rica, of how they dealt with the pirates in Panama. He says, "We were attacked, but we sallied forth and defeated them outside Panama. They did, of course, have to capitulate some money because the pirates were a bunch of villainous savages that cut off heads." But he was sort of daring the governor of Costa Rica to do the same. You know, don't be a chicken. I beat the pirates. Why can't you? But remember, these are the French he was talking about, not English, Anglican, Corsairs, Luteranos, or Dutch Calvinists, and they weren't the French Huguenot religious exiles of 20, 30 years ago. They were French Catholics. And due to that, it was the French more than anyone else that offended Spain with their attacks. They were Catholic brothers attacking them. They attacked not only Spanish towns and Spanish ships, but Spanish honor. For their part, the French saw themselves in a much better light than Spain did. They saw themselves as good Catholics. Ravenel de Lussan writes, during one of their raids in 1686, quote, "Though we were forced to chastise the Spaniards, we showed ourselves to be very exact in the preservation of the churches, into which we carried the pictures and images of the saints which we found in particular houses, that they might not be exposed to the rage and burning of the English, who were not much pleased with these sorts of precautions, they being men that took more satisfaction and pleasure to see one church burnt than all the houses of America put together." End quote. The English did take pleasure in despoiling Spanish Catholic churches. They destroyed images of saints, which they thought to be idolatrous. They smashed and burned what they saw as ungodly opulence in the Spanish churches. And yet, the governor of Panama called the French buccaneers, the Catholics, enemies of God and new Turks. In part, he was lumping all the pirates in together, but it was particularly offensive to have Catholics sailing alongside Protestants and attacking fellow Catholics. Even more so because Louis, the French king, said often and loudly that he considered himself to be God's representative on earth. He stood next to the Pope in his estimation, and he spread his brand of Catholicism. He sought to supplant Spain as the most Catholic of nations, and the King of Spain as the most Catholic king. So the Spanish built a fleet. They were about to sail for the French Corsairs and destroy them, to kill them all. And Edward Davis was the only pirate that knew what was coming. There is one final letter which pertains to the Spanish plan to destroy the French fleet. It was sent to the President of Panama and then shared with the Viceroy in Lima, and it was really the seed of the whole plan to mount a fleet and destroy the French. It reads, quote, Captain Francois Groinet is separated from his men at Rialego and gone ashore with 150 men upon the Isles of Napala. We took 3 of their men, who told us that those of them that were gone up towards Panama had a design to return to the North Sea. Those people, seeing no place whereunto to retire, became as so many enraged dogs. We had no need of that, for wherever these irreligious wretches set their feet on land, they always win the victory. Send us a man who understands the way to sea fighting, for I am of opinion they will never be able to get off from these islands, and so it will be convenient to go and to take them there. End quote. That was the beginning of the plan. A small colonial minister wrote that letter. He had a few ships, and he believed them enough to take Francois Groinet and kill him. He just wanted a man who knew the way of sea fighting. But the President of Panama and the Viceroy at Lima decided to add to his numbers, to mass a fleet between them, all of their best warships, and then they would fall on Francois Groinet. So Captain Edward Davis sent a ship with 8 men out to meet Captain Groinet to warn them of the impending attack. That English bark found the French on 12 April at Point St. Helena, near the approach to Guayaquil. Groinet had his half-galley and his fleet of sloops and barks and pirogues. Captain George Dew was nearby, reportedly, but he had another hideout. Lussan describes the area off Point St. Helena and says they found themselves, quote, in a kingdom of large fishes, to whom we gave no quarter, end quote. There they caught all manner of fish. They ate well, but they were in competition with what Lussan calls sea wolves, sharks maybe, but probably sea lions, that chased off the fish and toppled at least one boat. They were lucky to find the fish. The French had been on the brink of starvation since they entered the Pacific, and were still at the brink of starvation in April 1687. It had been a year of feast and famine, but mostly famine. They stuck around the Gulf of Nicoya mostly because the nearby orchards and plantations were a good place to go raid for food whenever necessary. But now they had moved on. When the English ship found them, the French were ashore. They had roaring fires and were roasting fish. Now the 8 Englishmen were on board a recently captured prize, a merchantman, a bark that was carrying wine and corn flour. And everyone, the pirates on both sides, were willing to share. Imagine being really hungry, like haven't eaten for 2 days hungry, and you get to sit down to a meal of fresh fish roasted over an open fire. That would be pretty good. But then, imagine a few friends show up, and they've brought some drinks, some copper-bottomed pots, a little bit of cornmeal, and a decent supply of oil. That would turn a decent meal, a meal you might eat after fishing while camping, into a good old-fashioned fish fry. There is a good chance as well that one of the pirates had a guitar, maybe a violin. They definitely would have had drums. Wouldn't you like to be sitting right now on a South American beach, eating fresh-caught fish, drinking good Spanish wine while singing and playing music under the stars? The pirates certainly did. The English did eventually break up the party. They had to share the news of what was coming. The Spanish were gathering a fleet at Lima, not that far away, and they were preparing to attack. Groinet and Picard and Desmarets were preparing to attack nearby Guayaquil, but the Spanish might be able to reach them before they did. And then Lussan shares the whereabouts of the other English captains, which contradicts some of our other sources. He says that Peter Harris sailed for the East Indies with Captain Swan. He didn't. He does confirm that William Knight had returned to the North Sea, and that Captain Davis was nearby in the Pacific somewhere. He explains that those on Captain Davis's crew that had earned enough to return home, those men that had made money gambling on board, had returned with Captain Knight to the Caribbean, and then many of the men on board Knight's crew that had gambled away all their winnings, they joined up with Davis. And then Jean Rose was still there as well. In all, the crew of Bachelor's Delight, including Jean Rose, Captain Davis, Peter Harris, they numbered 60 English and 20 French pirates. They were still to the south, though. They were making their way north from Arica to rendezvous with François Groenet, George Dou, Pierre Le Picard, and Mathurin Desmartais. But by the 14th of April, everyone except Davis and his group had gathered at Drake's Isle, the Isla de Plata. The 8 Englishmen on board that merchantman that had brought the wine and the cornmeal, well, they decided to sail with Groenet and Dou for their raid on Guayaquil. Those pirates unfurled their sails and headed southeast for the Bay of Guayaquil. Now that leads to quite a fight. We're going to talk about that fight next time, though. For now, let's stay here on Isla Plata. When Groenet and Lussan and George Dou sailed away, Drake's Isle was quiet for a while. There were birds chirping. The tide was coming in and going out. In the night there were lonely calls of nocturnal creatures. Then, about 2 weeks later, in mid to late April, a squadron of Spanish vessels arrived off her shores. It was a decently impressive force, at least for the Pacific. There was a large Spanish frigate, much like an English man-of-war. There were 2 or 3 Spanish galleons, well-armed, sturdy warships, but smaller than a frigate, with a few less guns. Then there were sloops of war, a few gunboats, and even a fire ship. They had come to attack and destroy the pirate fleet of François Groenet once and for all. Their most recent intel put him here at Isla Plata. They searched for his fleet of periaguas and canoes and his half-galley, but they couldn't find him. They sailed all around the island. They searched all of the inlets with their gunboats, but there just weren't any pirates there. The admiral had a decision to make. This fleet was custom-built to utterly destroy the French pirate fleet, but the only chance he had of doing so was if he knew where they were. His most likely destination was Guayaquil. It was close to Isla Plata. The entire Spanish fleet could sail on Guayaquil, and if the pirates were there, they could destroy them. But if they weren't there, if they had gone anywhere else, they would just be sailing around the bay, and this Spanish fleet would lose them. So the admiral decided to hedge his bets. He would split up his armada into smaller squadrons. One would sail north for the Panama region. Another would sail south toward Lima. A third would sail west-northwest for the Galapagos. And the admiral would take the 4th squadron and sail east for Point St. Helena and Guayaquil Bay. Each squadron was ordered to gather as many ships as possible to that squad and, if possible, search the region and, if nothing was found, return here to Drake's Isle. Toward the end of April 1687, this impressive fleet split up and left Drake's Isle, and that was good news for Captain Edward Davis. Bachelor's Delight arrived with all of her satellite ships just a few days later. Now his fleet was more impressive than it had been. He had barks and sloops, all of them well armed, but they were only moderately well manned. He had taken many of these prizes with no trouble, but he didn't have enough men to fully crew all of them. If Captain Groenet were here, they could have put men on board all of the ships. They could have made them full. They could have added the extra guns, and then they would have been a true force to be reckoned with. With all of the pirates on board all of these new vessels, with all of their guns mustered, they could have fought off that Spanish armada. Of course, if Captain Groenet had been here to add his guns and man his ships, well, that Spanish fleet would have already killed him and all of those pirates who could have crewed Davis's ships. Davis did find evidence of pirates and of Spaniards, but not of a battle. Now, Davis didn't know where Groenet had gone. Not any more than the Spanish admiral did. Not for certain, at least. But any pirates that were on Drake's Isle were almost certainly headed for Guayaquil. So Captain Davis set sail east, but much like the Spanish admiral, he sent off other ships in other directions. The only account we have of the following few days comes from Lussan, and he wasn't there. He learned about it after the fact, and Remember, he was none too fond of the English, but I think his account works nonetheless. That Spanish squadron, the Admiral's squad, had rounded Point St. Helena. Now there were French lookouts that were left by Groenay there in the Bay of Guayaquil, and they immediately sent word on to Groenay. Then they engaged the Spanish fleet. They didn't engage them head-on, not looking for battle. They were in tiny, swift little vessels, almost open boats. No, they acted like proper buccaneers. They came in the night. They attacked the smaller Spanish ships in the squadron. They bit hard, and then they disengaged and fled. Those smaller, faster Spanish ships gave chase to the French pirates, and within just a few minutes they were deep into the Bay of Guayaquil. Meanwhile, though, the admiral, in his frigate, was just sort of left behind. He couldn't follow his gunboats into some of the waters they were going into, and his ship just wasn't fast enough to keep up. That's where Captain Edward Davis found him, at the mouth of the Bay of Guayaquil, all alone. Bachelor's Delight was a better ship than the Spanish frigate. It was in better repair, it had been careened more recently, and it had more guns on board. In a straight-up fight, it should have won. However, Lussan records that, quote, the greatest part of his crew were continually drunk, end quote. The Bachelor's Delight was, well, apparently discipline had waned on board. I think many of the more thoughtful members of the crew probably went with Swan on Cygnet, and now these were just good old-fashioned pirates, drinking as much as possible, plus they had recently taken a vessel full of wine. Davis attempted to sail on that Spanish frigate. He wanted to board her and hopefully capture her. That would be quite a prize, but the Spanish ship slipped away. Davis ordered Bachelor's Delight to tack about to leeward, but his men were drunk. They did an awful job. In the maneuver, the Spanish were given the opportunity to fire on Davis and Bachelor's Delight, and they scored a hit. It was a glancing blow, but it did some damage. When Bachelor's Delight was finally in position, they attempted to come in close once again, but the frigate avoided her. She tried to run, but Davis kept on the Spanish admiral, and they danced around the bay and occasionally out into the open ocean. This went on for 2 days. Davis would attempt to come in close and board the Spanish would get away, fire upon Bachelor's Delight, and the dance would begin all over again. Then, on the morning of the 3rd day, Bachelor's Delight lowered her flag. Now the Spanish were growing more and more confident. This 3-day-long battle seemed to be going in their favor. So when they saw the pirates lower their flags, some of the men may have been hopeful. Perhaps the English pirates were surrendering. And then the pirates raised a bloody flag, a red flag. Those Englishmen on board Bachelor's Delight had sobered up. They put their tackle and rigging into proper order, and now Davis closed in for the kill. The Spanish frigate saw that bloody flag raised. She saw Bachelor's Delight coming in close, and she ran for it. The admiral ran so hard and so fast that he actually ran the ship aground. One of the best ships in the Spanish fleet, and now it was useless. It lay damaged on one of the shoals near the shore, and quickly it was beginning to sink. The sailors and soldiers, the Spanish on board, well, they abandoned ship. Now, some of them were in boats, but there weren't enough boats to carry everyone, so most of those Spanish soldiers just jumped overboard and made for shore. Shore was still a fair distance away, though. So Edward Davis sent out boats to pick them up. He probably saved some of their lives. They were captured and under guard and would be ransomed, but they were alive, and they might not have been if not for Captain Edward Davis. However, we can't blame the admiral for this debacle. He'd had his thigh shot off the day before, and he died. And those are the words that Lussan uses. His thigh was shot off. His lieutenant, who took over the captaincy of the ship, ran her aground, and Captain Davis saw him in one of the canoes attempting to escape with his life, but Davis ran him down. The lieutenant said that he was running for Lima to warn the viceroy, which is probably true, but now he was staying put in pirate hands. There were still 3 other squadrons of Spanish Navy out looking for the pirates, but now all of the pirates in the Pacific, all of the English and French pirates, were concentrated in the Bay of Guayaquil, and their admiral, their frigate, their best vessel, was sinking to the bottom of the sea. In the coming weeks, we're going to be moving on from what historians have coined the buccaneer era of piracy. In more than a few ways, the stories we're about to tell are some of the first of real piracy here on the Pirate History Podcast. There have been acts of piracy and even a few real pirates so far, but most of our characters have been privateers and had yet to throw off those shackles of empire and the law that later pirates would. The French and English buccaneers in the Pacific that we've been talking about were engaging in piracy, but they still saw themselves as loyal patriots. Those ties to civilization were still there, but they're about to start breaking down. One of the side effects of the separation from the civilized world is a distance from accurate history. Privateers might have the benefit of gentlemen on board that would write of their activities, but pirates rarely did. Most of the stories of pirates that have been passed down to us as legitimate history are, at the best, half myth. In part, my goal on this show has been to cut through the myths surrounding piracy. I think it's vital to ground pirates and piracy in the real world in which they lived. However, if we look only at the agreed-upon evidence-based facts about pirates, the story grows sterile. It would become a recitation of dates and names, and if I told the story like that, it would take a couple of weeks at best and be unbelievably dry. We can't ignore the myths of piracy. How we see pirates and how people at the time saw them defined the pirates, and it even changed the behavior of pirates to come. So we need to look at the myths and legends behind piracy. We need to distinguish between fact and speculation, but we can't discard the speculation or the fictions. This is a problem we've run into before, and it will only get more and more prominent as time moves on. And it's a problem that we have here, at the end of the Second Pacific Adventure. Without William Dampier, the records get a lot more suspect. Revenant de Lausanne is an engaging storyteller, but less of a historian, less of a chronicler. However, he's what we have, so we're going to look at his tale, for good or ill. This is episode 70, Truth and Lies. Last time we rushed through 1686 in the story of the second buccaneer incursion into the Pacific Ocean. Edward Davis, Francois Groenet, Jean Rose, George Dew, Pierre Le Picard, and Mathurin de Marte raided up and down the coasts of Central and South America. They all wound up at Drake's Isle, at Isla de Plata, but at different times, as did a Spanish fleet that was built to destroy them. When we left off, Groenet, Picard, de Marte, and Dew had left Drake's Isle. 8 of Edward Davis's men accompanied them, but Davis himself was sailing north in Bachelor's Delight to join them. Their target was Guayaquil, and it was a tempting target. It was a port city that served the mines in the Andes and the nearby plantations. Silver, slaves, coffee, and cocoa flowed from her docks, and they made the city rich. Today, Guayaquil is the largest city in Ecuador and one of the largest ports on the Pacific coast of South America, though in 1687 it was still part of the Viceroyalty of Peru. But in 1687, Guayaquil was not terribly well defended. Lima was the capital and fortified, but Guayaquil had rarely had to fear invasion. No European powers had ever come here in strength, and all that the city ever had to worry about was piracy. Now, there have been several attempts on Guayaquil by pirates, but most of them were unsuccessful. Back in 1681, the first Pacific adventure raided the city. Charles Swan and John Eaton and Edward Davis, they tried for it in 1685, just 2 years earlier. But they had been rebuffed. It wasn't a city defended by an armada and shore batteries and an army and countless fortifications like Lima, but it wasn't without defenses. There were forts, there was a militia, and a standing guard. Revenant de Lausanne calls the city Kayakia, which may be a more accurate representation of the 17th century name of the city. I might switch over to that from time to time because I like the way it sounds, and it looks at first glance like quesadilla. But if I read that in a quote from Luzon, understand that it's the same city. By 11 April 1687, the pirates were in sight of the coast, the mainland coast of South America. In the distance, on the horizon, they saw what was probably that Spanish fleet that had been sent out to deal with them, so they furled their sails to hide from view. Luckily, a fog suddenly arose, which hid both the armada and the pirates from one another, and it allowed the pirates to escape. 4 days later, on the 15th, they were at White Cape, or Cabo Blanco. They left some men behind to watch out for Captain Davis. Whenever he arrived in Bachelor's Delight, they would guide him to Guayaquil and the rest of the pirates. Let me describe the Bay of Guayaquil. It's dominated by one large island called Isla del Muerto, Island of the Dead, or Dead Man's Isle. The Isla de Muerta is not an uncommon trope in pirate lore. In the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie, the cursed Aztec gold is kept at Isla de Muerta. In Treasure Island, Captain Flint's map names the location of the treasure as Skeleton Island. Usually, in the movies, the Isle of the Dead looks suspiciously like a skull, and in Curse of the Black Pearl, it can't be found except by those who already know where it is hidden. Well, I know where it is hidden. It's in Ecuador, in the Bay of Guayaquil. The Dead Man's Isle in the Bay of Guayaquil doesn't look like a skull. It looks like a body, covered with a shroud. The rolling hills on one end suggest a face, and then moving on to a belly, and at the far end there's a mountain peak that looks very much like a pair of feet. It's, when viewed from the right angle, sort of an optical illusion that you can't unsee. When you get closer to the mainland, there is an archipelago of smaller islands, but still large enough for people to live on. By 1687, those islands were home to local Native American tribes. It would be best, when the pirates were nearby those islands, to avoid them, if at all possible. As you sail north, up the bay, toward the city itself, there will be a delta. A river that is split into many smaller channels. There's 3 primary channels, but countless tributaries and creeks. Now the coast, once you get beyond the delta, is relatively open lowland, but just to the east, the Andes Mountains dominate the skyline. There's a narrow strip of lowland between the coast and the mountains called the Neck. Now south of that, the land opens up, and north it opens up as well a bit, but the mountains are always there. They're a constant backdrop to the city of Guayaquil. Now, Guayaquil lies to the north of the Neck, on that river. They call it the Pearl of the Pacific. The pirates disembarked there at Cabo Blanco. They didn't want to take their large ships all the way in. They could have taken them further, but it probably would have elicited notice. So they rowed smaller boats and took single-masted vessels deeper into the bay. They made for a channel between 2 of the islands in that archipelago, Santa Clara and La Puna. Now those are 2 of the larger islands. Once they were home to a large shipyard where many of Peru's greatest ships were built and housed. Only 30 years earlier, they had been home to perhaps a dozen 5th and 6th rate ships of the line. Now they weren't a patch on the shipyards at Cadiz or even Cartagena, but they would have kept the pirates at bay. They weren't there to defend against invasion, but it was a safe port at which to build ships that could then be transported to the West Indies or even back to Spain if necessary. But by 1687, those shipyards were quiet. They had been abandoned in favor of better shipyards at Lima. Now, those islands were home to just sleepy fishing villages. They did still have about 40 soldiers garrisoned on La Puna to watch the approach to Guayaquil, but the pirates knew about those guards, and they knew where they slept from one of the prisoners they had captured earlier. When the pirates put those guards to the question, the guards answered freely. They told Groyne everything they knew about Guayaquil, about her defenses and her layout. This gave Groyne everything he needed to prepare an attack against the city, except one thing. Last time we talked about the Spanish fleet that was bearing down on Isla de Plata, searching for the pirates. Now, we know, because we talked about it last time, that fleet will fail to find the pirates and split up in search of them. And we also know that Edward Davis is going to sail along and stumble into a fight that will turn into a protracted drunken sea battle with that Spanish flagship. And we know that he will eventually beach her, capture the crew, and remove that frigate from the equation. However, the pirates here in the Bay of Guayaquil on La Puna didn't know any of that. The threat of the Spanish hung over their heads this entire time. They knew that a fleet might sail around the bend at any minute. If they were caught in the bay, they would be caught out in small open boats, and if they were caught on the march, which was a real possibility, at least in their minds, that a Spanish army might make landfall and squeeze the pirates between that army and the walls of Guayaquil. That threat informed everything that the pirates did here, at least at first. It might have motivated them to move as fast as they did. They might have wanted to get behind the walls of the city before that Spanish army arrived. They split up into 4 columns for the march as well as for the attack on the city. Now, each of the columns was commanded by one of the most prominent captains in their ranks. Each of the captains and the pirates beneath them had a job to do, according to the plan, and if things went according to that plan, they would take a different part of the city and each of them move in towards the center of town. In the Buccaneers of America, Alexander Exquemelin called the vanguard, the soldiers at the front of the army, the forlorn, but Ravenel de Lussan takes it a step further. He calls it the forlorn hope. I like this a lot. It's much more honest. Medieval armies would shower those in the most dangerous positions like the vanguard with promises of glory and honor. At least medieval commanders and medieval writers would. They told the soldiers that they would be remembered in song and were certain to live on eternally in heaven. But pirates had no such notions. To be honest, most regular soldiers probably didn't either. But pirates didn't believe in honor or glory. Many of them didn't believe in heaven. They didn't think any of that was going to be waiting for them. They knew that no one would sing songs of them. Maybe a few drunken pirates would remember them. But after all, somebody has to be in the front of the army. And if you are one of those, well, abandon hope. The forlorn hope was led by Captain Picard, 50 pirates strong. Captain Mathurin de Marte was the commander of the reserves, which were the most heavily armed pirates in the army. Lussan calls them 80 grenadiers. Now, I'm not a qualified linguist, however fascinated I might be by the activities of a living language. However, people that are qualified linguists usually mark the first recorded use of the English word grenade around the time of the Glorious Revolution in England. We'll be talking about that later, but that happens in about 1688. Here, in 1687, a French writer used the word grenadier. Now, the word grenade comes originally from Latin, as so much of the English language does. Medieval Latin speakers called the pomegranate the pomum, or apple, and granatum, or seeded. Pomum granatum, pomegranate. The French derivation of the word was pomme grenade, and later just grenade. Some French soldiers saw similarities between the seeds in a pomegranate and the gunpowder and shrapnel in the explosive devices that they used. They called them, colloquially, grenades, and those that used them, grenadiers. Englishmen, once they came to the New World, were surrounded by native French and Spanish speakers, and they picked up the term and called them grenades. A 17th century grenade was just a small cast iron pot. It was filled with rough gunpowder and capped with a wick. Now, sometimes they would put shrapnel in there as well, but not always, and it wasn't necessary. That wick would be lit, and then, either by hand or with a sling, tossed at people that you wanted to kill, or at least to seriously maim. The 80 grenadiers under Captain Mathurin de Marte would have had grenades. They also would have had muskets, or quite possibly heavier guns, like a blunderbuss. Perhaps some of them even carried light artillery. They would serve as heavily armed shock troops in this army. Now, their role was as a reserve force. Basically, the plan was, wherever the fighting was growing too hot, Desmarets would march his 80 men in and light the Spanish up. They would throw grenades and fire pots and shoot volleys of large shot at them. Now, Francois Groenet was in ultimate command of the army, and he commanded the main body of the army. But then there was the last force, 50 pirates strong, commanded by, well, whoever it was that took over the captaincy of Captain Townley. Lusson calls him George Hewitt, but it was probably George Dew. Those 50 were supposed to capture an outlying fort near Guayaquil. From the walls of that fort, they would be able to guard the retreat of the rest of the army, should that become necessary. In that force, under George Dew, any ensign that managed to raise the flag of the pirates atop the fortress, which would signal the march on Guayaquil for the rest of the army, was to be awarded with 1,000 pieces of eight. Now, originally, the plan was for each of the columns of pirates to approach Guayaquil by boat. They would row upriver to reach the city. However, the pirates didn't know the region, and they timed their first approach poorly. They were defeated by the current. It pushed them back into the bay. They realized, okay, bad timing, let's go back to the island. But once ashore, the pirates were spotted. They didn't realize they'd been spotted, but a house far up on a hill on the mainland suddenly burst into flame. It was a signal fire to Guayaquil. The pirates threw any caution they had had aside. They stormed the beach and charged up the hill. The Spanish soldiers were waiting for them. They fired on the pirates, but there weren't many. Every Spanish soldier that showed his face was shot down. The pirates fought the blaze, and they actually got it out relatively quickly. In total, it had only burned for a few minutes. The French and English once again ran, this time to the nearest tree line. They hunkered down in the trees and they stayed silent. They set out watchmen to keep a keen eye on the city. If the people of Guayaquil had spotted the signal, the usual procedure was to light a return fire, a sign that the original signal had been seen. At least that would be the procedure in traditional warfare. Someone would light a fire in request of aid, and whoever saw the fire would light a return fire and then march out to give them aid. That would also let the enemy know that reinforcements were coming. That was a scare tactic of sorts. But there was no one out here that needed aid. Only a burned shack, half a dozen dead Spaniards, and maybe 300 pirates. So the pirates weren't sure whether or not the people of Guayaquil would light a return fire if they had in fact seen the original fire. The pirates waited all day. They didn't see any fires lit, nor did they see any columns of Spanish soldiers come out to meet them. It appeared that they had escaped notice and killed anyone that could give warning of their coming. When nightfall came, the pirates slipped out of the tree line and back to the river. They took their boats upstream toward Guayaquil. When dawn was close, they made landfall and carried their boats inland and hid them under cover. Then they made camp and slept throughout the day. As the sun sank on the 19th, Groenet ordered 6 men to stay behind to watch the boats. They were given strict orders not to light fires, not to leave cover. There was to be no singing and no talking. Whispering was okay. If you were a man who snored, stay awake. There were regular patrols near the river, and they would be on sharp lookout, so the orders were to avoid notice at all costs. The rest of the force set off for Guayaquil. However, one of those 6 men who was left to watch the boats just couldn't abide sitting around all day without having a smoke. He lit a fire. I'm sure it was a small fire. He needed to light his pipe. Now, most of the pirates, the main body of the pirates, didn't know that he had lit the fire. What they did know is that the Spanish strictly forbade any of their soldiers lighting fires at night, except while in camp. That's why Groenet had forbidden the lighting of fires. From the direction of the boats, the pirates, the main body of the pirates, heard the sound of a blunderbuss shot, a loud, cracking boom that hung in the air. Then, from the direction of Guayaquil, a thunderous sound. Every cannon in the city fired at once. That blunderbuss was a signal, and this time the army of Guayaquil had received it. The plan, the big plan that they had worked on, now had to be thrown out. There was no need for caution anymore, so the entire force of pirates marched on the city. Now, That's according to Ravenel de Lussan, and Lussan is not to be trusted. There are things we can verify in the story. We do know that on 20 May 1687, the French and English buccaneers attacked Guayaquil. There are Spanish records that corroborate this. It happened. However, those records were written by Spanish officials that weren't there. Lussan was there, and his account, well, it is the best we have. It's a first-hand account, but it's filled with lies. According to Lussan, the pirates, quote, marched out toward the town with our drums beating, colors flying. Upon our approach, found ourselves stopped by 700 men, end quote. Now, when they marched on the town with drums beating and colors flying, Guayaquil was still some distance off. This wasn't the garrison at the fort or the town militia. This was an army, I suppose. The 700 Spanish soldiers had the advantage of a trench and a barricade. From behind that, they fired on the pirates, and Lussan tells us, quote, they had the boldness to sally out upon us with sword in hand, end quote. That is impetuous. I mean, would you do that? Imagine you had a good barricade behind which you can duck down into a trench whenever the pirates start shooting. You have well over twice the number of the pirates. Would you sally forth? Or would you hang back, keep your defensive advantage, and kill the pirates to a man? Now, those numbers may have given the Spanish a sense of hubris. It would be heroic, wouldn't it? Even noble to sally forth into battle. It becomes less heroic when 260-odd buccaneers chase the Spanish off with the ferocity of their firing. Lussan calls what they gave the Spanish a vigorous reception. Now, Lussan has no compunction with fudging the numbers a bit here and there, especially when it makes Spain look cowardly and France look like conquering heroes. This kind of writing found a warm reception back in France, even up to King Louis's court. That may have something to do with why Ravenel de Lussan could style himself, later in life, Sieur Ravenel de Lussan. Now, according to his record, the Spanish army fled to the nearest fort, and the pirates chased them thence from fort to fort until only one of the forts remained. This might be true. But it wasn't 700 men that they were chasing from their high walls filled with cannon. According to Lussan, the battle lasted 11 hours, and in the end the pirates lost only 9 men with 11 wounded. The Spanish, on the other hand, lost hundreds. When all was said and done, after 11 hours of fighting, the forts were captured, and Lussan writes, quote, we sent out several parties at the same time to pursue those that fled, while the other Roman Catholics went to sing Te Deum in the great church, end quote. I mean, maybe. Devout Christians would certainly visit the church after a successful battle. The French were Catholic, and the Spanish had Catholic churches. They were different sects of Catholicism, but who's to say that the French wouldn't do that? But I will say that if you were writing a manuscript and you hoped to catch the eye of the Sun King, God's chosen monarch who was notable for his patronage of the arts, including writers, it might do to add a bit of religion to your great defeat against the Spaniard. In reality, the battle there at Guayaquil looked more like this. Governor Juan Alvarez de Avila did see that signal fire. He ordered General Fernando Ponce de Leon to rally the men and stand ready. The pirates' plan to lay low for the day was a good one. By the time that they actually moved against the city, the militia in Guayaquil was wearying. Many of the guards were lax, some of them napping. This allowed George Dew to sail 2 periaguas to the town docks in the warehouse district. His pirates captured the warehouses and occupied them. That was his job. Now, Lussan fails to tell us whether or not somebody did raise a flag and get 1,000 pieces of 8. Meanwhile, the Forlorn and the main army, led by Picard and Groenet, well, they let the current carry them past the town. They were supposed to disembark before the gates and march in, as Lussan says, with colors flying and drums drumming, but they didn't. The current carried them too far. When they were finally able to put their boats on shore, they were forced to wade through a marshland to get to dry land, and then they had to take refuge in an abandoned house while their wicks and their powder dried. They waited until morning, and as the sun rose, it began to rain. This gave the general, Ponce de Leon, the chance to advance with 300 soldiers, not 700, and it was a force made up mostly of slaves. All of the commanders were Spanish, but all of the men who had to stand there and die would have been slaves, and those aren't usually men willing to die to defend their master's money. So the pirates charged those 300 men. Several of the pirates jumped over a small rampart between themselves and the Spanish force. They assumed that that was a barricade, but it was difficult to see in the early morning with rain pouring down. It wasn't a barricade, it was a levee, and it led into a canal several feet down and a bit too steep and too wet to climb back up, at least where the fighting was. When they realized their mistake, the rest of the pirates held back and the two forces shot muskets at each other across the canal, but there was really little effect in that battle. But a small group of pirates did sneak upstream, and they waded across the canal, some of them using wooden planks, and they held their guns above their head to keep them dry. They were able to flank the Spanish force. They came in firing from a side street. The general, Ponce de Leon, was wounded, and the Spanish force fell back. See, that's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for tales of gallant men sallying forth with banners held high to defeat their foe in honorable combat. If I wanted that, I'd read about the Crusades or something. I want stories of pirates, filthy, low-down pirates. I want them sneaking around and outsmarting the honorable enemy, doing whatever it takes to win. The Spanish force pulled back to the town square, where there were reinforcements waiting. Groenet marched the main force of the army toward the square and entered into battle. Honorable, stand up and shoot the enemy battle. However, Captain Picard was busy circling around the Spanish. It was the same move as before, only this time with way more pirates. Again, the Spanish forces pulled back. This gave Guayaquil's town square and their main thoroughfare, Los Morlacos Street, to the pirates. They pulled back to the last Spanish stronghold near the Dominican monastery in town. The Spanish stronghold was up on a hill, and it put their backs against the heights leading up to the Andes Mountains. Now, on that height they had a rampart and a trench from which there was no way for the pirates to sneak around and surprise them here. But there was also no escape. The Spanish had cannon up there. The pirates would be forced to climb the hill to reach them there. It was almost a good plan. The massed Spanish forces, which were now close to 700 at this point, would fire down musket balls and grape shot and cannonballs down at the pirates trying to ascend. It should have worked. The main problem is that they couldn't get their cannons to point down the hill at the right angle. They just shot harmlessly over the pirates' heads while they climbed. Now the muskets could reach the pirates. The Spanish musketeers popped their head up from behind cover and fired, wave after wave, at the pirates. It kept the pirates at bay, behind their own cover, but without cannon, the Spanish and the pirates, they were at a stalemate. So Groenet ordered the reserves forward, commanded by Mathurin de Marte, the 80 grenadiers. That force split into two columns and marched around the rest of the pirates on either side of the trench. When they were close, they crawled to get close to the trench near either end. Now, the Spanish saw them coming, but there was only so much you could do when men were low to the ground. Each of the grenadiers lit the wick on his grenade, waited for several nerve-wrenching seconds, and then tossed his pomegranate, his cast-iron pot filled with gunpowder, into the trench. At almost the same moment, either end of the trench erupted in smoke and fire and screams. The grenadiers jumped down into the trench and fired their muskets. Some fired the blunderbuss, others a long gun, but they took aim and fired on any Spaniards still standing. Now the trench was fairly long, and it was filled with soldiers. Even with the grenades and that initial musket volley, the center of the trench was still filled with living men. The grenadiers would have had pistols as well, and sabers. They drew both and rushed toward the center, squeezing the Spanish between their two forces. Now, had that been it, the fight in the trenches, the outcome would have been in doubt. It would have been a hard fight. Men clashing steel, fighting with pistols when they had shot, but then it would have turned into an old-fashioned melee. There were more Spanish soldiers than pirates, but the Spanish were at a disadvantage. However, the grenadiers were not it. They were only there to distract the Spanish. Well, yeah, to kill a bunch of them, but to hold their attention. They were to stay in the trench and fight hard until the rest of the pirates could march up to the edge of the trench to fire a volley down at the Spanish and then rush the survivors with sabers and bayonets. Now, I know that I have said before that this battle or that battle was the last of the buccaneer era. But don't worry, this is not a starting now kind of situation. Those earlier battles were fought by privateers, buccaneers. This group of men, a year or so earlier, fought one of those battles, and the buccaneers under Lord de Graaf up to the north. But this battle was fought by former privateers. They still had letters of marque, but they were invalid. The Spanish were aware of the fact. They knew that these men were not legitimate privateers any longer, and they made sure that the French were also aware of that fact back in Nicaragua. These men, somewhere deep in their hearts, might think of themselves as privateers, but they are really just pirates. I'd also like to remind you, before all of the unpleasantness that's to come, that these pirates wanted to leave the Pacific. They wanted to return home months back. According to Luzon and the letters of two Spanish governors, they tried to do so, but the Spanish hadn't allowed them to. Now, I get it. If a bunch of fools came into my house and ate all my bananas and rifled through my wallet, I'd want to get back at them. If they tried to leave with what was in my wallet, a part of me might want to stop them. But if they had guns, it might just be the smart move to cut my losses and let them go. Allow the cops to find them later. Now that doesn't make what follows the battle at Guayaquil the fault of the Spanish, especially not the victims here in Guayaquil. They had nothing to do with the actions of other Spanish people up in Nicaragua. It's still on the pirates. They did it. But just a little bit. It's the fault of the fools up in Nicaragua who wouldn't let the pirates leave. So the pirates had possession of Guayaquil. Now, the battle didn't last 11 hours. Perhaps it was 11 hours from the time that they set out to attack the city that morning, but the battle was over by about 11 a.m. There were somewhere in the neighborhood of 700 men defending the city, but that grand march against all 700 soldiers never took place. These were not knights riding into battle with drums drumming and pennants flying. The Spanish did not sally forth to do battle. The Spanish hid in a hole until you threw grenades at them. But that's not what the Sun King wants to hear. Possessing a city is not enough to hold a city. There is a population full of people that do not want you there. If you want to hold a city, you have to subdue the population. If you want to ransack a city, your tactics will be different. Last time, the pirates under Captains Francois Groinet, Pierre Le Picard, George Dew, and Mathurin de Marte attacked the city of Guayaquil and what was then the Viceroyalty of Peru. Edward Davis, captain of the frigate Bachelor's Delight, was rushing up from the south from the city of Paita to aid the other pirates against a Spanish armada. Now, we talked about the discrepancy between Raveneau de Lussan's account of the battle and the reality of the fight. Lussan couched everything in terms of valor and glory, which was far from the truth. Today we'll continue with that comparison, only instead of valor in battle, it will be a look at plunder and the power of French amour. This is episode 71, Dice for Your Life. The first few hours immediately following the conquest of a city are the most important. Even if you lay down perfect plans, see to every small item, cross your T's and dot the I's, triple-check every detail, even then, there will be mistakes. A city under occupation is tense but usually quiet. A city that just lost a battle, though, well, if the conquering force has a fearful enough reputation, one might see women flinging themselves and even their children from the walls to avoid their attentions. The pirates weren't as feared as all that, but they were still reviled and despised and seen as a monstrous terror, devils in truth. The pirates, though, acted quickly to subdue any resistance in Guayaquil. Their main goals were to keep the local grandees from escaping and to stop any treasure from falling behind the sofa. These pirates we're talking about, they were most concerned with the treasure, at least at first. Ravenel de Luçon tells us about the treasure that they took immediately after their victory in Guayaquil, and you wouldn't believe the riches they found. He writes, quote, "A great many pearls and precious stones, a prodigious quantity of silver plate, and 70,000 pieces of eight at least, though there were 3 millions among them when we came thither. And a vermilion eagle gilt that served for a tabernacle to some church, weighing 68 pounds, as well for 2 rocks of emeralds, where the eyes of it were made." End quote. That's a great treasure indeed. 70,000 pieces of 8 pearls and stones and a 68-pound gold eagle. But wouldn't you know it, quote, "The masters of the forts laid hold of that opportunity to make their escape along the river with the greatest part of their most valuable movables. When our canoes were come to anchor under the town, 4 of them went away in pursuit of the sloops that carried the said riches of the town away. But then it was too late." End quote. The pirates grabbed what they could, immediately, in town, but even more important than the booty was the capturing of prisoners. They had the soldiers all ready, but the populace was still running free. They took anyone of consequence hostage and marched them to a nearby church and locked them inside. This was pretty typical practice for the pirates. They intended to capture the people and hold them for ransom. Finally, though, they made their way to the governor's mansion. Luçon writes, "We found this governor's house so richly furnished and filled with such precious movables that nothing in Europe could be more magnificent." End quote. Now that's not true. Versailles existed, but the governor's house still must have been pretty nice. They agreed with the governor on a price for all of the goods they held, for the families in town, for the town itself, for the fort and all of its munitions, for the cannons, and for the ships in the harbor. They agreed on 1,000,000 pieces of 8 in gold and 400 sacks of corn. This left the pirates with a few days of hard work ahead of them. They had to patrol the streets, they had to set guards on the prisoners, and finally they had to transport all of their goods that they had taken back to the boats and then back to the ships. Now the pirates shared the work out equally among them, so that they all had some time in town. They all had to labor, but they all could enjoy the pleasures that Guayaquil had to offer. Ravenel de Luçon tells us that the women of the town were very beautiful. They had been misled by the fathers of the town into believing the pirates were inhuman monsters that would kill them and eat their babies. However, and my voice cannot drip with enough sarcasm to give this next passage its due, the women of Guayaquil, according to Ravenel de Luçon, had, quote, "horror and aversion for us, that they could not be dispossessed thereof till they came to know us better. But then I can boldly say they entertained quite different sentiments of our persons, and having given frequent instances of so violent a passion, as proceeded sometimes even to a degree of folly." End quote. Once they got to know us, you know what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm laying down? Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Ha ha! If you aren't smelling what Luçon was cooking, he breaks it down further for you. Quote, "Some of our men grew very familiar with our women prisoners, who, without offering them any violence, were not sparing of their favors. After they came once to know us, they did not retain all the aversion for us that had been inculcated into them when we were strangers." End quote. All of this has the ring of some sleazeball in a bar who failed to seal the deal, and bragging later on to his buddies, "Yeah, you know how those Spanish girls are, they can't get enough." Lucan tells us of one woman in particular, a beautiful young Spaniard, a gentlewoman, a handmaid to the governess, in fact. He was marching her to one of the churches when, quote, she turned back and with tears in her eyes told me in her own language, Señor, por l'amor de Dios, no me como. That is, pray, sir, for the love of God, do not eat me. Whereupon I asked her who told her that we were wont to eat people. She answered, the fathers, who had also assured them that we had not human shape, but that we all resembled monkeys. End quote. He infers that this beautiful gentlewoman learned firsthand that he was very much human, and that she showed so violent a passion for him as proceeded even to folly. Then he spins out a great yarn. That young gentlewoman, with tears in her eyes, was the wife of the treasurer of Guayaquil, the same treasurer of Guayaquil that had been killed when the pirates attacked the day before. As you might imagine, once this young widow, who had lost her husband yesterday, found out that Lucan wasn't a cannibalistic devil monkey, she jumped right into his arms. Lucan's charms were so great that, quote, now that woman appeared so far comforted for her loss that she proposed to hide me and herself on some corner of the island till our people were gone, and that then she would bring me to Guayaquil to marry her, that she would procure me her husband's office and vest me in his estates, which was very great. End quote. I try to avoid swearing on this show. I do. Kids might be listening, and even though we talk about beheading from time to time, my language is something that I can control, but sometimes it's so hard. When the right word is there, right in front of you. If this were Sunday school, I might say that Lucan's story is a big old pile of manure. And look, there is the question of publishing. A good French story, one that was going to sell anyway, had to have a little bit of everything. Religion and patriotism, which, if you remember the attack on Guayaquil, his story had in spades. It had to have an anti-Spanish propaganda, which is what this entire story is about. It had to have some good old-fashioned blood and violence, and then just a little bit of sex. Otherwise, it wouldn't be exciting. And in Louis XIV's France, actual concubines were the norm. At least among the classes with enough money to buy books. Everyone had extramarital lovers. If your husband didn't have at least one mistress, most wives would be a little embarrassed. Your husband must not be handsome or charming enough to attract anyone else. Often wives would ask their friends to introduce their husbands around, and if you were a woman whose only relationship was with her husband, well, the shame would just be too great to show your face at the salon. This kind of makes sense in a world where marriage was about property rights and alliances. Love was a thing for peasants or for concubines. And most audiences in France would eat that story up. A beautiful young Spanish bride falling for the French conqueror. Of course, those Spanish hussies gave their violent passions so frequently it turned to folly. I mean, French men are just so handsome and virile, they couldn't help it. But let's remember here, Spanish colonial America was not Paris. However nice the governor's house may have been, it wasn't Versailles. And these Spanish women were not Parisian gentry. They were wives, and they were mothers, and they were daughters who had just seen a group of violent Frenchmen kill their husbands and sons and fathers. That treasurer's wife that proposed to Lucan only a few days after her husband was killed, that's not how human beings work. That is not a situation conducive to willing concubinage. I mean, sure, maybe 300 buccaneers defeated the entire 700-strong Spanish army. Maybe they sallied forth with drums drumming and trumpets blaring and chased the Spanish army from fort to fort. The pirates did have a reputation for winning battles, especially on this voyage, so maybe that reputation preceded them. And then maybe they did take the opportunity to pray in the local church. They were legitimately pious Catholics, most of them. They were sinners, obviously, but they observed the forms of Catholicism. And then maybe there was more than 3 million pieces of eight in treasure lying around Guayaquil. It was a rich city. The Spanish did have a history, even, of escaping with most of a city's wealth just in the nick of time. I could suspend my disbelief to that point. Bravery, victory, and riches beyond belief, and then a moment of piety. I could go there. But those exotic Spanish women taking the pirates to bed willingly, even proposing marriage to them, and offering them their husband's former office? Perhaps there were women in Guayaquil, most of them slaves or the town's sex workers. Perhaps they were encouraged to entertain the pirates. That would have gone far in the interest of preserving the honor of the town's more respectable Spanish ladies. That's no better, but it may explain those violent passions. But let's remember, aside from the violence and the killing of Spanish soldiers, these men weren't Orlando Bloom here. The pirates that came in and sacked Guayaquil had been sleeping rough for years. They never ate properly. They were haggard men. They were almost certainly missing teeth from a lack of citrus, and most of them hadn't had a decent bath in some time. So I find all of this very, very hard to believe. This is a story written to sell books, and it's not a bad story. In many ways, it's a perfect French story. You have to remember that the French at the time, and we're going to be talking a lot more about this in the days to come, were at the top of the world. These pirates were pirates and not exactly noblemen, but the French nation was the most rich and the most powerful and the most populous of nations in this decade. Those Parisian women who would have been reading these stories enjoyed reading stories about brave, handsome, dashing, roguish young Frenchmen overcoming the reluctance of the Spanish women. The French men who would have been reading this story, most of them, their husbands, would have enjoyed those stories even more. They would have been able to visualize themselves, also brave, handsome, and amorous Frenchmen, into the stories of these pirates. It's not unlike Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones is handsome, worldly, well-traveled, and always gets the girl. James Bond is another good example of that trope. These pirates, according to Raveneau de Lussan, filled that niche in the storytelling world, and these stories sold well. But we have to remember that there is very little, virtually no, historical documentation to back this up. The Spanish don't have records about their women falling into the arms of the French. Even if it did happen, and I don't believe it did, they wouldn't have written that down. So all we have to go on is the word of one man whose interest was more in selling books than historical accuracy. However, the events that follow do have corroborating Spanish sources, so let's move on. After about a week of the pirates in Guayaquil, a fire broke out in the city. Lussan assumed at first that it was reckless pirates that left a fire unattended. But the fire hit the granaries and the storehouses. The pirates fought the blaze and got it under control and finally extinguished, but a lot of goods and food were destroyed. Lussan says a third of the town was burned down, although the Spanish records say a bit less. Here's the problem with that. The pirates' agreement with the governor stipulated that Guayaquil go unharmed. If it burned, their agreement was nullified. The pirate captains had given strict instructions on the matter, not to leave any fires unattended. So, Pierre Le Picard, George Dew, and all of the officers save Francois Groenet went to go visit the governor. Groenet had been wounded in the battle and was resting up with the other wounded men. The governor, when they went to meet him, was imperious. He was furious, and he insisted that his agreement with the pirates was void. But Pierre Le Picard countered. It's funny how the storehouses that burned just happened to be the same storehouses in which all of the goods belonging to the pirates were kept. Their corn, their 400 pounds of corn, which was intended to feed them, all of their spices and dyes and sugar and coffee, all of that which was to be sold, most of that had been destroyed in the fire. A fire that, according to the agreement, released the town from paying any ransom to the pirates at all. What an inconvenient coincidence that turned out to be. The pirates suspected the governor of, quote, a mischievous intention to burn the merchandise and corn that were of so much use to us, end quote. So Picard informed the governor that if the ransom were not paid in full with an additional sum to replace the lost food and goods, he would see 50 heads sent on to the governor's mansion. If that failed to encourage compliance, Picard said, he would see that the pirates finished what the pirates assumed the governor's agents had started. They would burn Guayaquil to the ground. The governor insisted that the entire incident must have been some, quote, rascally, spiteful people that had done this, and he would take care to satisfy us, end quote. The governor furnished the pirates with a brand new ship and the men that were needed to load up all of the goods and the treasure that the pirates still held. They could take their ease in town. They could enjoy their time in the city, with those violently passionate women. Right about this time, Edward Davis was engaged in a battle with that Spanish frigate out in the bay. Now, this battle was happening way too far away for the pirates in Guayaquil to hear or see anything, so the pirates didn't know what was happening. But those lookouts that were left out in the bay by Francois Groenet did bring word of a Spanish frigate and a small fleet entering the bay. So Picard, who was second in command, sent enough men to crew a bark and to deal with any Spanish presence that might be lurking around in the bay. On the 2nd of May, Francois Groenet finally succumbed to his wounds. He had taken a cutlass to the leg, and that was in the rain and the mud during the attack in Guayaquil. Finally, that turned infected and killed him. Before Groenet had died, he had given orders to Pierre Le Picard, his second-in-command, and Picard had been seeing them out. But now he was in command of all of the forces in Guayaquil, and he ordered them out of the city. He wanted the pirates to return to their ships, anchored off La Puna Island. Their plan was to wait on La Puna for the ransom from the governor to be paid, but they did at long last have ships full of cargo and food from the city. Picard was a cautious pirate, but a prudent one. He wanted to be prepared for whatever might be coming for them. Their island was safer. They were nearby their ships where they could defend themselves better than they could in Guayaquil. The last orders given to the governor of Guayaquil was for a small unit of Spanish soldiers to carry all of the gold and silver and pearls that were to be paid as ransom to the pirates. But the deadline for that came and went. The pirates agreed to allow the town 4 more days to pay the ransom, and 4 days later, that Spanish squadron did arrive. Now, they weren't carrying chests of gold to the tune of 1 million pieces of 8. They were carrying an officer and a few soldiers and 1 prim bureaucrat. These Spanish men informed the pirates that the ransom was coming. They didn't have any reason to worry, but, these things take time, so why not just kick back and relax? That ransom will be here soon. If they had, in fact, encouraged some of the local women to entertain the pirates, this may have been the point, to buy them time. However, Picard saw through this. He ordered the Spaniards captured, and then, quote, now this made us suspect very much that there was some treachery in the case, and that they entertained us with hopes for no other end than to amuse us till such time as the enemy were reinforced, insomuch that we were constrained to use severity towards our prisoners, which we knew would strike a terror into our enemies. We made them dice for their lives, and the lot falling upon the heads of 4, we cut them off presently, and sent them to Guayaquil in the same vessel that had brought the said officer unto us. End quote. Once again the governor made an agreement. Upon receipt of the 4 heads, he agreed to send them 20,000 pieces of 8 immediately. The pirates agreed that upon receiving it they would leave Guayaquil and Guayaquil harbor forever. The following day, while they were waiting for the ransom, one of the barks that they sent out to scout for Spanish Navy ships sailed into view. The pirates on board told Captain Picard that they had indeed seen a frigate out there, much too big for them to fight. That bark ran for it, but the frigate chased them around the bay and then finally out to sea. Now those pirates gave that frigate the slip and came back to talk to Captain Picard about what had happened. Unfortunately, they hadn't actually given it the slip. Only a few hours later, the lookouts spotted sails on the horizon coming to La Puna Island. one of those scouts in the bark confirmed that it was the very same frigate that had chased them earlier. Apparently, they had been followed and found. Now, this put the pirates in a difficult situation. A frigate like that could tear them apart. They were in periaguas and barks with only a few heavy guns. Their biggest ships were that half-galley and one of the sloops taken in Guayaquil. They could run, they were faster than a frigate, but that monster was blocking their way out of the bay. One way or another, they were going to fall in range of her guns. Now, some of the men argued that the pirates should all return to Guayaquil. At least there would be walls for them to hide behind, but Picard put the nix on that. The governor was stalling them. There was clearly an army on the way to Guayaquil. With this frigate here and the potential of more ships to come, they were trapped. Their best option was to fight their way free, to take their plunder and escape the Bay of Guayaquil and the army that was certainly coming to crush them. Then another ship did appear at the mouth of the Bay of Guayaquil, this one a fat merchantman trailing the frigate. That merchantman stopped at the larger ship and then set sail toward the pirate vessels at La Puna. When she got in close, Captain Picard saw that they were, in fact, Englishmen, not Spanish, and that they were led by none other than Captain Edward Davis. That frigate that had given them all such a scare was Bachelor's Delight. Now, Captain Davis had the entire crew of that dreaded Spanish frigate in captivity below his decks. He told the story about fighting that frigate, running her aground, capturing the prisoners. And Picard realized that Davis had fought and bled to keep the French pirates on land safe, to guard their rear while they attacked the city. So everyone agreed that he and his men, all of the pirates on board Bachelor's Delight, had earned shares from the raid on Guayaquil. But Captain Davis had one other piece of news. That fat merchantman on which he sailed over to meet the pirates had been sent out of the city of Guayaquil clandestinely and slipped past the pirates, but Captain Davis had intercepted her before she got away. The captain of that merchantman carried a letter from the governor of Guayaquil, who had just made another deal with the pirates, to the viceroy in Lima. It read, quote, "Sir, I am to inform your excellency that the English and French are still at Puna. It's several days since the term they had allowed us for the redemption of our prisoners is expired. I have done it on purpose that your excellency might gain time. They have sent me 4 of our people's heads. I will amuse them with some thousands of pieces of 8 from time to time, though they have no reason to be wary, while your excellency may please to come. And though they should yet send me 50 heads more, I shall esteem that loss to be much less prejudicial to us than to offer such evil dispossessed people to live. Now, sir, we have a brave opportunity to get rid of them, provided your excellency lose no time to do it." End quote. Now that letter's only source comes to us from Luzon, not the official Spanish record, and I find it suspect. By suspect, I mean it's too perfect. The governor comes right out and says he is plotting against the pirates. He's callous and indifferent in how he brushes aside the beheading of his citizens. Now, I wouldn't put that beyond a commander or a governor of any colony to feel that way, but I would put it beyond them to say it. And then he goes on and says that the pirates have no reason to be wary. They were sending the pirates food, so that might be all that he was talking about. But then Ravenel de Luzon follows this up almost immediately with an account of his days on La Puna. They have music, Luzon says. They have lutes and guitars and harps, and then they have all of those concubines with which to pass the days. These are the prisoners, some of them, that they have with them, and yet he says that they are more than willing to entertain the pirates. That's what the letter's real author, Luzon, is referencing when he says that the pirates have no need to be wary. He doesn't want us, the reader, to forget how all the women just fell in love with the pirates. He tells us of his days with the treasurer's wife, and how, finally, he informs her he cannot stay. In form, at least, it's almost like some chivalric poem, but in substance, it breaks down basically to, "Sorry, babe, I'm a ramblin' man." That entire letter I believe, was fabricated by Raveneau de Lussan to add a sense of legitimacy to the story that he was telling. Then, a few days later, the very same merchantman that carried Captain Davis returned. This time, though, she carried word of a real Spanish armadillo. Remember 2 episodes ago when that Spanish admiral sent a few of his ships away to search for the pirates elsewhere? Well, none of those vessels had found any pirates, and they all returned to Drake's Isle, as they were instructed to do, only to receive word from a messenger left on the island of a pirate attack on Guayaquil. The merchantmen brought in word that 2 small fleets of galleons and sloops and barks were closing in on the pirates. Now, Picard hadn't been idle this entire time. The men may have been enjoying wine and women and music on the beach, but Picard had outfitted 2 of the prizes taken in the raid on Guayaquil, a Spanish man-of-war and a sloop of war. They were respectable enough warships, but not enough to carry all the French pirates, and not enough to take on all of the Spanish galleons. However, they did still have Bachelor's Delight. So Picard ordered 80 of his best pirates to board her, to fully man the best ship in their fleet. Then he put the rest of his best pirates on board that man-of-war and that sloop, and then he gave Jean Rose command of the merchantmen. That fleet, Bachelor's Delight, the Spanish merchantman, the man-of-war, and the sloop were all gunned and fully crewed. But that still only carried a fraction of the pirates there in the Bay of Guayaquil. Most of them were still on board periaguas or canoes. Those pirates took on whatever cargo they could carry, the most valuable cargo among the pirates. Several thousands of pieces of 8 in gold and silver, and the pearls and the rubies. They took all of that and rowed their boats into the shoals and the flats where the armadillo couldn't follow. The pirates then chose to dump most of their prisoners on shore, and they actually gave them orders to wait on the ransom that was coming and collect it, to give to the pirates. Presumably, the pirates also left all of their concubines on shore as well, although at this point Lussan fails to mention them. You see, at this point he's past the kissing parts and now it's on to the fighting parts. Those 4 pirate ships sallied forth to meet the Spanish. In the Age of Sail, a battle at sea was kind of like a dance, maybe a tango. It's all about the chase. But they could take hours. Most of that time was spent sailing around, vying for position, trying to get into place for a decent shot. The actual shooting could be minimal, sometimes non-existent. Now, not the really big wartime naval engagements between great powers. When armadas of ships of the line clashed in large numbers, there was almost constant firing until one side was too beaten down to continue. But when a few smaller vessels met, it was usually mostly a struggle to get off that one perfect volley. Unfortunately, that means that stories about battles in the Age of Sail can be dull. They can take more than hours. They could take days. When those 4 pirate vessels sallied forth, the armadillo was waiting for them at the mouth of the bay. It was there to block off their escape. See, there were more ships and an army coming down to reinforce Guayaquil. All that this armadillo had to do was keep the pirates here. Whenever those 4 ships would approach, they tried to slip through this Spanish blockade, but those Spanish vessels shifted position and stopped the pirates dead. They would have them at a disadvantage. They would have them in range of their guns if the pirates continued on, so the pirates stopped and turned around. Now, there wasn't any shooting on that first day, just attempting to find a way to slip past the Spanish. At least there wasn't any shooting until after dusk, when Bachelor's Delight signaled an end to hostilities for the day by firing off a volley, and everyone, including the Spanish, lay anchor. The next day, everyone got up early to start the fight, but they found themselves becalmed. None of the ships had any wind, so they couldn't move, at least not until late in the afternoon. It was too late to fight by that point, so the pirates made for the coast. The Spanish shifted to make sure they weren't up to anything, but they didn't stop the pirates. They wouldn't be able to get away on land, at least not from that bit of coastline, but all the pirates wanted was to put land at their back, just in case. On the third day of fighting, the 28th of May, the Spanish bore down on the pirate vessels. They got into range and opened fire, fully. The pirates got themselves in position and returned fire. Lucan writes, quote, "We fought till it was dark night. They very much shattered us, yet wounded but one man," end quote. The following day, the 29th, both sides held back, in the morning at least. That was just good form. After a day of engagement, it was good to give the other side time to get their rigging in order. That would give you time to get your rigging in order. After noon, though, the Spanish came in once again to attack that sloop of war, but one of the other ships in the pirate fleet rushed in to give aid, and this time all of the vessels got in close. Now the gunners fired the great guns over and over again, but there were men on deck employing their muskets as well, and neither side could get a man at the helm that could stand there for very long without a hail of musket shot coming at him and cutting him down. Now Lucan claims that the pirates lost only one man through hours of concentrated fire, but the Spanish must have lost many more. Lucan knows this because of the torrent of blood-red water that flowed through the scupper holes. That is, of course, Lucan claiming once again that the pirates lost only 2 men in 2 days of fighting, but the Spanish had lost hundreds. I wonder what the men who had actually experienced naval combat at this time thought when they heard something like that. When the light finally failed, after another afternoon of fighting, the Spanish cried out, "A la mañana la partida." That is to say, "Good work, sleep well, I'll most likely kill you in the morning." The following day, both parties attempted to leave the bay. They wanted to pull back, but they both tried to pull back in the same direction. Both parties, both the Spanish and the pirates, prevented the other from doing so. There were a few rogue shots fired here and there, but most of them were warning shots to stay away. But the 31st of May saw another engagement. This time, the Spanish focused on the pirates' rigging. They had very little luck when they had attempted to attack the pirates on board, so if they could disable the vessels, they could, well, perhaps do other damage. They toppled 2 or 3 masts in that engagement. They ripped through sails and crossbeams and spoiled much of the pirates' tackle. So, rather than allow more damage to be done to their ships, Captain Picard made a decision. He ordered all the rest of the prisoners, the few that they had kept, brought up on deck. They were chained before the masts. They were tied up in the rigging, and finally, the ones that were left were lined up along the railing. I mean, that's dirty play. They would not be able to fire on these Spanish citizens. And these weren't just random Spanish citizens. They were the most valuable prisoners taken in Guayaquil. Bishops, merchants, the general of the forces of Guayaquil were there, blocking the Spanish from firing. So the Spanish backed off. In the night, the pirates set about work transferring the men and the guns from their most damaged vessel, the sloop, to other ships. While they were at work, the Spanish attempted a sneak attack to board the man-o-war, but the pirates weren't sleeping. They were all up and working, so the Spanish were repelled and backed off once again. The following day, the Spanish came back. This was the 7th day of fighting. This had been a full week of engaging one another on the sea. This time, the Spanish intended to board Bachelor's Delight. It was the largest and most dangerous of the pirate ships, and if they could board her and take her, well, the pirates would be forced to surrender. The pirates were less prepared this time than they had been the night before, so the Spanish were actually able to get one of their galleons in close to Bachelor's Delight and were sending out grapples to grab the pirate ship. But then, that man-o-war under Captain Picard swooped in and opened fire. Now this was a close engagement, and the Spanish almost pulled it off. However, Captain Picard had outfitted another vessel, a long bark, to sneak alongside the Spanish galleon and to attempt a boarding of her own. That long bark did grapple the galleon, and even got a few men to climb aboard and fighting on deck. Now, the Spanish on board their galleon were much stronger than this boarding party, but they had a frigate and a man-o-war to deal with as well. They had their attention split 3 ways. They could have dealt with any one of those threats with no problem, but not all 3 of them at once. So they killed what boarders they could, and then cut loose and ran. The next morning, the 8th morning, the 2nd of June, there was another shooting engagement. The pirates and the Spanish fired at one another for hours, but the pirates were better with small arms than the Spanish were. Whenever they could get in close, they opened up with the muskets. They got so close at one point that the Spanish ships had to close their portholes and their gun batteries to barricade themselves within the ship. It was another long, bloody engagement. To hear Luzon tell it, the pirates lost basically no one, and the Spanish lost basically everybody. But the following morning, the pirates awoke once again prepared to fight. But they found that Spanish armadillo was nowhere to be seen. Apparently, they had taken enough damage and enough injury and enough dead, so they fled. Now, Spain might have been able to take this battle the first day, the first hour of fighting, if they had been willing to do what was needed. They had the ships and the guns and the numbers, but the pirates had Spanish prisoners on board, important Spanish prisoners. They also had thousands of pieces of eight and untold other riches. If the Spanish did sail in force and overwhelm the pirates with all of their big guns, well, those Spanish dignitaries and all of the pieces of eight and all of the gold and all of the pearls and the gems, well, that would be sinking to the bottom of the bay. However, if they could keep the pirates from escaping, perhaps they could wear them down and be able to reclaim all of those dignitaries and treasures. And then, on the 31st, they were close to forcing the pirates to surrender. But Picard had that move with the prisoners in his back pocket, using them as human shields to guard their ships. Now, this was against the laws of war and good conduct and human decency, but it worked. So the pirates set sail from the Bay of Guayaquil. They left the bay and found a cove on the mainland in which they could lay anchor and count their plunder. The men who knew numbers and a bit of arithmetic, and were also trustworthy enough, gathered in a room full of treasure to inventory just how much they had taken. The Spanish records show only 50,000 pieces of eight being paid out to the pirates, and that might actually be true. That might be how much the government of Guayaquil paid to the pirates. But that doesn't include the treasure that was taken during those first days of plunder. Luzon tells us that they had somewhere in the neighborhood of 500,000 pieces of eight in assorted gold, silver, and gems. The pirates who were doing the counting actually stopped counting far before they had an accurate account. They decided it would be better to organize it by chests and sacks. Eventually, they stopped counting the silver altogether and chose to just distribute 400 pieces of eight to every pirate. Now, at first, when the pirates heard that news, they were upset. 400 pieces of eight wasn't much, and there is a lot more of it, so why aren't we getting it? Some of the men demanded that they go back to Cabo Blanco to see if their ransom had arrived. But Captain Picard cut them short. He said those two armadillas had been sent to pay us with cannonball. Then he gave the pirates the full news. This 400 pieces of eight was, well, it wasn't their share, it was a stipend. There was so much more. Too much to count. Not just silver, but several 100,000 in assorted indigo, dyes, all sorts of cargo, not to mention gold and gemstones and pearls. The gold was mostly uncoined. Any gold that was mined in Peru was sent to Lima, where they had a proper mint. That made it hard to weigh the gold for distribution. Similarly, the gemstones were uncut and difficult to give an accurate value to, so instead of handing out shares, they would hand out silver and allow the men an auction. They were allowed to bid on everything. Now, the pistols that they took in Guayaquil, which were apparently very fine pistols, sold at a base price of 15 pieces of eight each. Those sold immediately. But then the men bid on nuggets of gold and gemstones until every pirate in the fleet had what they wanted. Then they started gambling. Each of the pirates was in possession of more money than they had ever seen before. The pirates on board Bachelor's Delight doubled everything that they had earned so far on their voyage. Now, fortunes were being traded on the toss of a dice, and that was fine because they had plenty more. The drunk men were losing farms that they might have bought back in Port Royal or Cap Francais. However, while all of this debauchery was going on deck, the assembled captains talked. Edward Davis was preparing to round South America, to return home to the West Indies, so he bartered out a deal with all of the other captains, with Pierre Le Picard and Mathurin de Marté and all of them. He wanted to buy any cargo that the other captains and crews might have. There was sugar and indigo and dyes and coffee. He wanted to buy that with silver and gold. See, Bachelor's Delight was the largest ship in the fleet. She had the biggest holds in the fleet, and she would actually be able to carry all of that valuable cargo. And then Captain Davis would be able to sell it when he returned home. And if he was clever, he would be able to earn even more money from it. So he traded the gold and gems for indigo and coffee. And the other captains were happy to make that trade, not only because they wanted more gold and gems, they knew they might be able to sell it for more back home as well, but none of their ships were capable of making the trip around the Horn or through the Straits of Magellan. All of those pirates on their smaller vessels might have to abandon those ships and carry whatever plunder they had on their back. On 12 June 1687, Edward Davis set sail south. His first stop was to be the Galapagos, and then the Straits of Magellan, and then home. The rest of the pirates, all of them now assembled under Pierre Le Picard, decided instead to sail north. Now, they might have crossed through Darien. That seemed like the most likely option. But they didn't have any ships waiting for them on the other side of the isthmus. They wanted to know that they had a secure way home. They didn't want to wind up on the coast of the North Sea and be stuck there with sacks full of treasure and no way to spend it. So they ventured instead further west and further north until they were well into the waters of New Spain, even deep into the Gulf of California. Up there, they would find another group of French privateers that were legitimate privateers carrying letters of marque that were much more in touch with civilization. Those new privateers actually recruited the crews of Captain Picard and all of the rest back into the fold for the next war with Spain, the 9 Years' War. There is a lot more raiding in their future, and we will return to the story of Pierre Le Picard and Ravenel de Lussan and Mathurin de Marté as they struggle to find their way home. Eventually, we will follow them as they return home, only to fight under and alongside Laurent de Graaf. And we will follow George Dew as well. George Dew was a longtime friend of these French pirates, but when the war breaks out, he is forced to make a decision, whether or not to stay with his friends or to fight with his countrymen on the other side of that war. And we will follow him when he meets his new compatriot, a man named William Kidd. Have you ever worked hard on a project, at school or at work, and were very proud of it? You felt good about what you had done. And then someone else, a friend of yours even, shows up with a project that just totally blows yours out of the water. Makes you look like an amateur. You can't really be mad at them. They just did a good job, and a better job than you. You want to be mad at them maybe, but you admire what they created and hopefully will take a lesson from it to try and make something better next time. I mean, that's never happened to me. I'm spectacular in everything I ever do. However, on an entirely unrelated note, recently I've been re-listening to Mike Duncan's Revolutions podcast. Currently, he's been covering the Russian Revolution, which is fascinating. I recommend a listen. But I decided to go back and listen to some older episodes. For example, I went back and listened to the first episode about the Central American revolutions. His introductory episode on that topic goes back to cover the entire history of the Spanish Empire in the New World in about 20 minutes. 20 minutes to cover something that took me at best 3 or 4 episodes, and that I still don't feel I have covered thoroughly enough. I bring this up because today we're going to be doing a bit of a refresher, and I wish that I could have done nearly as concise and thorough a job as Mike Duncan, but I haven't. But I want to talk about this anyway because it's been so long since we've talked about any of these characters. And we could go back and start this story at a number of different times and places. However, I'm choosing to do so in 1671 with Henry Morgan and the sack of Panama. Or rather, not the sack of Panama itself, but the large number of pirates and buccaneers and privateers that were all brought together under that one flag. This is episode 138, Flag of Defiance. The other aspect of the raid on Panama that's important is the Brethren of the Coast. That's the coalition of mostly French and English buccaneers that operated out of Tortuga in Haiti and Port Royal, Jamaica. They fought together on many of their biggest raids, including Panama, and continued to do so in the war that almost immediately followed the sack of Panama, called the Franco-Dutch War. The Franco-Dutch War pitted the Dutch and the Spanish on one side against the French and the English on the other. And those pirates who were not already in the West Indies at the sack of Panama got their start during the Franco-Dutch War. We see so many times people who would go on to be French and English pirates working together to attack mostly the Spanish but occasionally the Dutch. Now, the English and Dutch side of that conflict was much more centered in the East Indies, and some of our English characters got their start over there, not as privateers, but as Royal Navy men, some of them serving directly under James Stewart. Back in the West Indies, though, most of the fighting was between privateers, and more than anything, that was between the French and the Spanish. Most of the fighting was centered around the island of Hispaniola. Now, there were a bunch of Englishmen involved in that conflict, but most of them did so under French colors with a French commission. However, the English would lose that war, the third Anglo-Dutch arm of the Franco-Dutch War. They surrendered, and then, a couple of years later, came back, this time having switched sides. They were now allied with the Dutch against the French. Now, none of that's really important except for how that split affected the Brethren of the Coast. The French and English members of the Brethren of the Coast, who had been so close for many years now, all of a sudden had a rift between them. Where once they had been brothers, now they were enemies. Now, the Franco-Dutch conflict ended in the year 1678, and all of a sudden, the privateers were out of work. There was no raiding to be done, and that meant no profits. Many of the buccaneers turned to logwood poaching, or animal poaching, or just smuggling, which isn't great work or as profitable as privateering, but it's better than nothing. It's also better than, getting a job. But then we reach the year 1680 and into 1681. Now, 2 major events took place in those 2 years that are going to impact our story today. The first of these events looks innocuous. It looks small, hardly worth mentioning. But it involves a pirate who is going to be one of our key players moving forward. His name was Francois Groynet, and you may remember him. We've talked about him before, but for those who don't, I'm going to give a little background. Francois Groynet was a privateer in the Franco-Dutch War. But after the war ended, 2 years after the war ended, in the year 1681, Francois Groynet's ship was captured by the Spanish. His ship was commandeered, and Groynet and the rest of his crew were forced into labor on Spanish vessels. As far as we know, here in 1681, Groynet was a retired privateer, but not an active pirate. That makes the seizure of his vessel legally gray. It may have been legal in the eyes of the Spanish, but it was certainly illegal in the eyes of the French. Now, Groynet escaped his captivity, along with some of his men, and returned back to Tortuga. There he received a letter of marque from the governor, a man named Jacques Nepveu, Sieur de Ponquet, another name you may remember. Letters of marque, or letters of reprisal, were intended for situations exactly like this. If a Spanish commander took your vessel, you could steal as much as necessary to reclaim the worth of that vessel and its cargo from any Spanish commander. This was an old tradition, but in those post-war years it was a rare thing. You had to have a pretty strong legitimate claim to receive one, and that made Francois Groenet immediately a popular commander. Naturally, all of those who had escaped with Francois Groenet were members of his crew, but there were a lot of empty spaces there as well. And those spots were filled almost immediately by some of the best buccaneers that Tortuga had to offer. They were introduced to Francois Groenet by the godfather of French buccaneers, Michel de Grumont. He supplied not only the men, but also a ship and the supplies necessary. This voyage of reprisal was quickly turning into the most talented and well-supplied pirate raid in years. Within just a few months, the privateer Francois Groenet grew a reputation to be one of the finest raiders in all of the West Indies. He reclaimed the lost wealth in short order, taking both ships and treasure from the Spanish. But then, he continued his raiding. Once he was back out there, he couldn't just leave it behind. However, as David F. Marley writes in his book Pirates of the Americas, quote, "While prowling off the island of Trinidad in January 1682, Groenet was intercepted by the flibuster commander Charles, Marquis de Maintenon, who was under orders from the French crown to curb piratical activity and restore stolen property." End quote. European politics are at play here. England, who had been allied to Spain and France and the Netherlands, all at different times during the war, had an inroad to all of those nations, and they were leading a coalition to keep the peace. The campaign to eradicate piracy, especially in the West Indies, was a major factor in that, and it was a sticking point for Spain. Both France and England were working hard to get rid of the pirates. Charles II of England would go on to pass that draconian anti-piracy writ in 1683, and Louis XIV of France was doing stuff like this. He had men specifically out to curb piracy, to arrest pirates and return any stolen property. Now, Francois Groenet was arrested, but he wasn't tried or executed. He was taken back to Tortuga, and he swore to stay on the right side of the law. In the meantime, in 1680 and into 1681, we have the first Pacific adventure. If you have ever listened to this show, you know what that is. The first Pacific adventure was a famous cruise, of which William Dampier and Lionel Wafer and Basil Ringrose all wrote accounts. The admiral, John Coxon, took all of the crews overland and into the Pacific Ocean. However, when the majority of the fleet voted to attack Panama, John Coxon and his crew decided to return home. Eventually, Bartholomew Sharp would take command of the fleet, but he proved to be a poor replacement for John Coxon. Sharp led the fleet to disaster after disaster and was eventually abandoned by almost a third of his pirates. That group, those who abandoned Sharp, included William Dampier, Lionel Wafer, Peter Harris, and the team of John Cook and Edward Davis. They, and a few dozen other men, headed back north and crossed into the Caribbean. Upon their return to the West Indies, those pirates had a bit of drama with the Tortuga buccaneers. They were picked up on the north coast of Panama by a group of French pirates. This looked a lot like rescue, but those same pirates betrayed them. The French tried to sell them out to Governor Poncet. However, Edward Davis led a bold escape in that and rescued John Cook and all the rest of the Englishmen. But that right there is an example of the rift we mentioned. In the end, though, William Dampier made it to Virginia, Cook and Davis made it over to the Mosquito Coast, and Lionel Wafer made it to North Africa. The rest of the fleet, still in the Pacific under Captain Sharp, that included Basil Ringrose, and they traveled south to round Cape Horn and eventually returned to England, where they were arrested. They faced trial, but in the end they were set free. They were set free in large part because, well, that's an interesting question. Basil Ringrose had extensive documentation of his journey that proved of great interest to the crowns of both England and Scotland, who, we might remember, was the same guy at the time. Sharp, the one-time admiral, had plenty of experience navigating those coasts. Both the experience of Sharp and Ringrose and all of their men might just prove invaluable should the British decide to, capture a little Pacific territory from the Spanish. However, after they all returned home, piracy died down a bit. For another 2 years it was quiet in the West Indies, until about 1683. And that brings us back to Francois Groynet. Groynet, after officially swearing to stay on the right side of the law, immediately broke that oath. He left Tortuga for St. Croix, where he took a license from the governor there to raid the Spanish. Now, Groynet had some brilliant successes in that venture, but he received word from Lauro de Graaf to return to Tortuga, not for punishment, but for an opportunity. De Graaf had a major raid planned in Venezuela, and they were gathering all of their men and munitions and ships and supplies. Now, this wasn't a pirate raid. This was a military matter, and they had a military commander along for the ride. His name was Major Jean Le Goff. During the voyage, one of the buccaneers was insubordinate to the major, and Jean Le Goff had him whipped. This is incredibly stupid when dealing with a crew of buccaneers. Of course, it led to a mutiny. The whole operation fell apart barely after leaving port, and the pirates returned to Tortuga. Francois Groynet, especially, was a bit incensed. He had been doing well on his own, and he returned to Tortuga for this. However, that godfather of the Tortuga buccaneers, Michel de Grammont, informed him of a gathering. He told Groynet that a bunch of buccaneers would be arriving at Tortuga del Mar, an island off the coast of Venezuela, to go ahead and undertake that original invasion just without the army involved. But this wasn't the sort of thing that we could mention to the governor. Understand? This is the kind of meeting to keep secret. This was going to be an old-fashioned kind of raid, if you take my meaning. Now, this all happened in the summer of 1684, and that was a particularly busy time when it came to clandestine pirate meetings. They seem to have been happening everywhere that summer, and all of them were pointed south. While Groynet was talking to Grammont, or just before, another meeting was taking place among pirates. Somewhere. We don't know where it took place exactly, as it was a secret meeting, but more than likely it was on the Mosquito Coast, even perhaps Abraham's Key. I feel fairly comfortable in making that assumption because of the flurry of activity that emanates from around that region in the English buccaneering community. 2 pirates named John Eaton and Francis Townley were spotted separately in Port Royal, just having a few quiet drinks. Certainly not recruiting scalawags for any missions upcoming. The Port Royal authorities took note of this and realized that something might be up, but they had no evidence to arrest them at the time. Another ship, the pirate ship Revenge, under John Cook and Edward Davis, was spotted far from Port Royal, in New York City. Coincidentally, that's where Lionel Wafer happened to be and writing his book. We can be 100% absolutely certain that John Cook and Edward Davis did not take any bribes from the governor there because, as we all know, colonial governors were upstanding citizens. They would never pay pirates to undertake secret, illegal missions to regions that they themselves had a financial interest in. That's not the sort of thing governors did, because governors had agents to do it for them. Shortly after leaving New York, with or without fat sacks of silver, the Revenge stopped by the Virginia colony to collect William Dampier and his 20 or so friends there. In England, there were less clandestine meetings taking place, although I suspect those too were spurred by more clandestine meetings. A prominent London trading firm was outfitting a ship called Cygnet for a voyage to the Southern Ocean, specifically to Peru, where Cygnet and her captain, the former buccaneer Charles Swan, were to trade with the Spanish. Now Swan met with both Bartholomew Sharp and Basil Ringrose to discuss the region with which they were so familiar. Ringrose, who was pretty much broke by 1683, he decided to go with Charles Swan, to come along as his navigator. Now as this summer of 1684 faded into fall, all of those plans were in motion. Captain John Eaton, aboard the 250-ton Nicholas, was sailing south around Brazil and toward the Cape, where he could enter the Pacific. Captain Charles Swan of the Cygnet was leaving England for Africa, where he would cross the Atlantic, round the Cape, and enter the Pacific. John Cook and Edward Davis, sailing from North America, were taking a similar route. There in the region known as Guinea, in Africa, John Cook and Edward Davis made a stop to capture a ship. They were pirates, it's what they do. But they found a particularly rich prize, a slave ship that would go on to become one of the most infamous ships in all of pirate mythology. The name of that ship was Bachelor's Delight. However, where that name comes from is up for debate. It might be a simple and innocuous name. These were free men on the high seas. They were roaming bachelors living the life that they chose. Bachelor's Delight. Or the name might be insidious. That Dutch slave ship that they captured was already full of slaves. They were already in chains, and many of those slaves were women. Now, a few weeks later, the pirates did, we know, drop off all of the slaves near a maroon camp on the coast of South America. But some do believe that the women on board provided the entertainment during the Atlantic crossing, and thus they believe that is the origination of the name Bachelor's Delight. Now, I don't subscribe to that belief, but it is worth a mention nonetheless. The crew of Bachelor's Delight, though, is important to our story moving forward. Aside from John Cook and Edward Davis, there was William Dampier, of course, and we've talked about him and his activities after this cruise at length. But there are others that we need to mention. Ambrose Crowley, for example, who we will be talking more about in the future, and another crewman by the name of John Reed. Yes, the very same who we've talked about so much recently. After rounding Cape Horn, on their way to the Juan Fernandez Islands, Bachelor's Delight, Nicholas, and Cygnet all met up in the South Pacific. This fleet we might consider, say, the southern squadron of what would become the Second Pacific Adventure. Now, Cygnet's plans to trade in Peru were pretty quickly dashed when John Eaton sailed off to attack Spanish ships in the region. His raids alerted all of the Spaniards that there were pirates out there and made legitimate trade with the Spanish absolutely impossible. Without any income coming in, and with a pretty serious need for protection, Charles Swan agreed to join forces with Bachelor's Delight and the Nicholas. Meanwhile, to the north, back in the West Indies, Francois Groinet arrived at Tortuga del Mar, just off the coast of Venezuela. He had 190 Frenchmen with him and somewhere in the realm of 60 or 70 Englishmen. Now, this was a large group of pirates, but they were all there for that super-secret meeting organized by Michel de Gramont. Let's return for a second to that rift between the French and the English. They weren't open enemies. They didn't blast each other out of the water on sight or anything like that. Despite even the betrayal of Cook and Davis by the French, they were still openly friendly. But they had a very serious rivalry there. Look at Groinet's fleet makeup here. There were a number of other captains under the commander. The French pirates Pierre Le Picard, Mathurin de Marté, and Jean Lescouillet were the three most prominent. Groinet, Picard, de Marté, and Lescouillet were all breakaways from Tortuga and the overbearing character of Lauro de Graaf. That Dutchman and his lot were becoming more and more legitimate by the day. They were turning into good king's privateers, and these buccaneers wanted none of that. I should also mention one other crewman, a man named Ravenel de Lussan. He's going to be keeping a journal, which we will be using moving forward. That's a lot of French commanders and French pirates, but there were those Englishmen there as well. Peter Harris, the nephew of the Peter Harris from the first Pacific adventure, and William Knight were the two most prominent captains among them, but I also want to point out a regular crewman who was there named George Dew. That's a name you might want to remember. Think about the disparity in power there. There were a ton of French pirates and a few English pirates, and that disparity would only widen with the arrival of Michel de Grammont and all of his Frenchmen. This was by design. The English pirates were welcome, certainly, more guns, more hands, but this was a French fleet under French command. Unfortunately, Michel de Grammont failed to appear. After waiting around for a few weeks, what turned out to be a few weeks too long, Francois Groinet made the decision to sail west from Tortuga del Mar to a place called the Golden Isle on the coast of Panama. It was, reportedly, the meeting place for a bunch of other pirates under the Englishman Francis Townley, who we last saw in Jamaica. Now, they were all English pirates. That would unfortunately shift the balance of power among the fleet, probably to become more or less equal, or even potentially to tip it over to English control. For Francois Groinet, that was less than ideal, but still better than sailing alone, or, worse yet, coming home empty-handed again. But when they arrived at the Golden Isle, Townley was already gone. He had taken his fleet and sailed for Darien. Groinet chose to follow Townley's fleet, which is risky. Following in the wake of another pirate, a pirate who was liable to make some mischief along the way, was dangerous. However, if Groinet moved quick, maybe they could catch him up. In the meantime, the southern Pacific contingent, Cygnet and Nicholas and Bachelor's Delight, was currently operating in Peru. They made enough trouble that the governor at Lima sent out a fleet to hunt them down. So the pirates fled north to the Captaincy General of Bogota, which was, by 1684, virtually an independent state. Again, they made enough trouble that the Captaincy General sent out a fleet to hunt them down. The pirates fled west into what is essentially a no-man's land between the two viceroyalties. That no-man's land was situated between the audiencias of Panama and Bogota. And again, if you have ever listened to this show, you know about the country called Darien. It was swampy and mountainous and infested with alligators and mosquitoes, but it was dangerous to the Spanish more than any other reason, because of the Guna people. They made Darien their home and used it to fight a guerrilla war against the Spanish on both sides. To further that war, the Guna often hosted pirates. Really, any enemies of Spain were welcome, but pirates were usually those who showed up. For example, when Francis Townley crossed the isthmus, they played a major role in the first Pacific adventure. Just a few weeks earlier, when Francis Townley crossed the isthmus, the Guna gave him guides and aid. And at just this moment, just about the time that the English were running from the fleet out of Bogota, Francois Groinet and his men were marching south, aided by the Guna. Now those French buccaneers arrived at the Gulf of San Miguel, which is an entrance into Panama Bay, and beyond that, into the Pacific Ocean. The Guna were kind enough to give them canoes, but that's all they had. They'd left all their ships on the other side of Panama. Now they undertook a series of canoe-bound raids against small Spanish vessels. Their most noteworthy capture was a half-galley, which was better than nothing, but beyond that all they had were a few fishing boats and the best of the Guna canoes. The Bachelor's Delight, under Cook and Davis, was sailing all alone. John Eaton had recently left their little flotilla, heading west, hoping to catch up with Francis Townley. Cygnet was sailing for Panama, hoping to beat John Eaton to the region so that he could trade before the other pirates started causing trouble. Ravenel de Lussan tells us that Groinet and Lescouillet stopped at an island out in the Bay of Panama. And then he writes, quote, 2 leagues from whence they discerned a ship on fire, end quote. They went to that island to retreat from whatever was happening there. They would be a good place to hide from any Spaniards who were involved in whatever fighting was going on the horizon. Under different circumstances, they would probably have sailed in to scoop up the spoils of 2 weary and wounded Spanish vessels. But all they had were canoes and fishing boats and that half-galley, and that just wasn't enough to take advantage of the situation. What they really needed was a bark or even a brigantine. If they were amazingly lucky, a frigate, but that was impossible. All 3 were impossible without a decent pirate ship or cannons to work with. A few leagues to the east, on the horizon from the Pearl Islands, a proper pirate ship that was brimming with cannons was capturing the Spanish frigate Santa Rosa. That was Bachelor's Delight involved in that fighting, and she captured that Spanish vessel. After the battle, the English pirates made the same decision as the French, to head off to that secluded island chain. Lussan says, quote, by break of day we saw the English under sail, end quote. When they did eventually meet up, they had a lot to discuss. I do imagine it was a bit tense, taking into account that rift between the English and French. However, all of the pirates were willing to put any of that aside in favor of the enemy they all shared, the Spanish. And each of the 2 parties had something of use to offer to the other. The English had the recently captured ship Santa Rosa, a frigate that was in excellent condition, barring a little bit of damage from the recent battle, but that had guns and tools and victuals and everything else that the French buccaneers would need to become a real pirate terror in the Pacific. Honestly, it was probably the best ship that the English had, including Nicholas and Bachelor's Delight and Cygnet. The English might have taken it for their own. Had John Eaton still been around, they may have done so. But the Santa Rosa was a bit too large for just the crew of Bachelor's Delight. Beyond that, they'd put a lot of work into Bachelor's Delight, making her a proper pirate vessel. And the Santa Rosa was just the right size to hold almost all the French buccaneers. So Cook and Davis handed Santa Rosa over to their friends with what I can only assume must have been a slight twinge of remorse. And then the French had their own gifts for their English friends. Francois Groynet had letters of marque, signed by Jacques Nepveux, that allowed the bearer of that letter of marque to engage in absolutely legal privateering against the Spanish. So what's more valuable here? When we consider that it was at this moment illegal for the English to even accept those letters of marque from a foreign prince, and take into account that Governor Jacques Nepveux had recently been fired and arrested and replaced, well, as a legal shield, those letters of marque were pretty flimsy. They wouldn't stop the English pirates from swinging at the end of a rope, be it an English or Spanish or French rope. Personally, I'd take the ship. And that's exactly what the French did. They climbed aboard their new ship, they gave her the once-over with their carpenters and gunners, and then they set about their business. First, they held an election, but that went as expected. Francois Groynet was installed as captain of Santa Rosa, with Jean Lescouillet, Pierre Le Picard, Pierre Blot, who we have not yet mentioned, and Mathurin de Marté serving as his officers. Revenet du Lussan continued his journal-keeping. Much like Dampier has been, Lussan is going to be a central character from here on out, because, more than any other reason, he was writing down his experiences. For example, shortly after setting out from Taboga, he tells us, quote, on the 25th of April, we took an advice boat going to Peru that was carrying packets from Madrid and letters from the Viceroy of Lima, wherein there was an account of how many men of war, fireships, and merchantmen the fleet consisted of, and about what time the same might arrive at Panama. End quote. Which is to say, an account of a fleet that the pirates needed to avoid. According to Lussan, The captain of that advice boat carried a chest of jewels on board, from Panama, bound to the viceroy at Lima. Unfortunately, he had orders, should pirates arrive, to toss that overboard, which he did. He even taunted the pirates about it. And then Lussan tells us of putting the question to the captain, and then the ship's master. Now, he does neglect to mention the torture that was almost certainly involved, but it is implied. And isn't this just kind of wonderful? I love the account of Raveneau de Lussan. It's got everything I want. You know, Dampier just kind of has this habit of talking about penguins and wind patterns for all the world like he's just some erstwhile scientist, while his buddies are in the background sword fighting and capturing ships, daring do's going on, and he says nothing about it. But Lussan, he knows how to get to the good stuff. He writes, quote, "On the 27th we departed with 500 men to go and take La Cepa, which is a small town 7 leagues to the windward of Panama. About 10 in the morning we discovered 2 pirogues bearing upon us. We presently sent out 2 of our best sailing canoes, manned with 20 men each, to attack them. These quickly took us to be what we really were, i.e., freebooters, made no delay to save themselves upon one of the islands in the Bay of Panama. They got upon a rising ground, with their arms and as much ammunition as they could save, and fought stiffly against us, we marching under a flag of defiance." End quote. It's hard to say what Lussan means by flag of defiance here. First of all, it could be a mistranslation, and he could be talking about the flag of the enemy. If it was in fact a flag of defiance for the pirates, it could be the traditional French standard of a white cross on a blue field. Or it could be the gold fleur-de-lis on a blue field. Probably not that one, but it's possible. Or it could be the English Red Cross on a white field. All 3, when doing battle against the Spanish, might have been seen as a flag of defiance. However, I choose to believe that in preparing Santa Rosa for her voyage, they prepared several Jolly Roger. Now, probably not the skull and crossbones here, not back in 1685, but a black flag would have signified death, or even a red flag that signified blood. Both would have been instantly recognizable to anyone as a pirate standard, especially to the Spanish, though. The black flag would ring of Barbary pirates, like those under Barbarossa, and the red would remind them of the Sallee rovers, also from North Africa, who flew the Sallee Rouge. Whatever flag it was, under it the pirates defeated this small Spanish militia, took their boats, and burned them. I really wanted today's story to end where we left off with these pirates so many months ago. But unfortunately, we're going to end there today. There's too much still to cover. However, as I said, I really enjoy the way that Raveneau de Lussan tells his story. Moving on, he's really going to get to the point and to the good stuff. Next time, we're going to follow these pirates through some of that good stuff under their flag of defiance, and then we're going to begin their journey home to the West Indies. Last time, we left off with the second Pacific Adventure pirates in the Bay of Panama, on board 2 ships. Bachelor's Delight carried William Dampier as pilot, Edward Davis as quartermaster, and John Cook as captain. The recently captured Spanish frigate Santa Rosa carried Pierre Le Picard, Pierre Blot, Mathurin de Marté, Raveneau de Lussan, and Francois Groinet as captain. Today we're going to bring their story up to date with where we left off so many months ago. This is episode 139, The New Corsairs. When those 2 groups of pirates met up, they split along national lines. The English Corsairs, who had been sailing with Groinet, went over to John Cook and Bachelor's Delight, namely Peter Harris and William Knight. However, George Dew stuck with the French buccaneers. That split along national lines did have something to do with the tensions among the brethren and the ancient enmity between the English and the French, but it was also a practical decision. The English had room on board Bachelor's Delight and a bark in tow they could fill up. Santa Rosa, well, a big ship with a half-galley, was filled nearly to capacity with the French. Once the crews were organized and they voted in their officers, the pirates spent a few weeks working on their vessels. Bachelor's Delight was careened and cleaned, but the carpenters got to work on Santa Rosa, turning her into a proper pirate ship. While the pirates were working on their vessels, though, they sent their bark and their half-galley back to the Gulf of San Miguel on the southern coast of modern Panama. There were yet more pirates on their way across the isthmus. Remember the flurry of pirate meetings that took place the previous summer? These were just waves of pirates headed to the Pacific. Anyone who wanted to raid the Spanish was here at this moment. The newly arrived pirates were commanded by Jean Rose, a long-time French buccaneer, but once they got to the Pacific, the pirates under Jean Rose split between him and De Marté and William Knight. While cruising the Gulf of San Miguel, that little fleet captured a Spanish sloop of war, likely a Coast Guard ship, and Jean Rose was given command of her. Once the entire fleet was assembled, they were 5 ships strong. Bachelor's Delight under Cook and Davis, Saint Rose under Groynet, a half-galley under Jean Lescouillet, a bark under William Knight, and that sloop under Jean Rose. The first mission they intended to undertake was a rescue mission, after a fashion. But it was also a raid on the richest prize in the Western Hemisphere, the Silver Fleet from Lima, bound for Panama. That same fleet of which they had word from that advice boat we talked about last time. A fleet that included not only merchantmen carrying treasure, but many men of war, fire ships, and even a few gunboats. A month ago, that would have been an unthinkable prize, but now they had a chance. And while I say that it was an unthinkable prize, that's not really the case. It would have been an impossible prize, but it was definitely thinkable. That's why they were here in the first place. That's the reason that Cook and Davis took the long way around, why they captured an excellent Dutch slave vessel to turn into a pirate ship. They wanted a good ship there in the Pacific with which they could capture other good ships. Other ships that could be turned into proper pirate vessels for the pirates who came overland. That was the plan. However, I mentioned a rescue mission. John Eaton and Francis Townley were also in the Pacific, but not with this fleet we just talked about. They were out near Panama raising hell and raising alarms. Charles Swan in the Cygnet was also near Panama, preparing to waltz in and ask to trade, but he didn't know about John Eaton and Francis Townley causing that trouble. He didn't know that the Panamanians, upon his arrival, would almost certainly arrest him and hang his crew. Cook and Davis and Groynet and Jean Rose and Lescouillet and that whole fleet, they needed to get to Captain Swan to rescue him. But then, with their 5 ships and 1,000 pirates, they could blockade Panama. They could build a web into which the treasure fleet would fall, and they could capture her. This should have been the moment, the crowning achievement of the buccaneers. The moment when a fleet of pirates accomplished the dream of, well, every sea rover to ever sail the West Indies. From Francis Drake to Henry Morgan to pirates who haven't even been born yet, they were going to capture the treasure fleet. They were going to make themselves the masters of Panama and return home the richest and most famous pirates in history. So why, as they were so prepared and so motivated, why don't most people know the names of these pirates? Why aren't they as famous as Morgan or Blackbeard? Well, they failed. They really could have done it, if not for 2 major problems. First of all, there was the division between the English and the French. The fleet could not agree on a single commander. Groynet was in command of the flibustier French, but Cook, on the other hand, had the English under him. Now, they agreed to work together, but they would be 2 separate fleets under 2 separate commanders. This is never a good idea. When the French Revolutionary government, well over a century later, offered, or perhaps threatened, to send out another general to share command with the young and relatively new Napoleon Bonaparte, Napoleon refused. Napoleon said, and I'm paraphrasing here, that one bad general would be better than two good generals. It's a case of too many cooks in the kitchen, and that's what the pirates out of Panama had here. Two fleets with two commanders with their own goals and agendas and priorities. They agreed to work together, but even then, that took time for them to discuss and make decisions. And it was a fatal flaw. But the other fatal flaw in this fleet of pirates is that it was made up of pirates. I mean, they had the ships, they had the guns, and they had the numbers. They also had, perhaps the most important thing, the pirates had the cunning to get a fleet like this to Panama in the first place. That's something that the Royal Navy could never pull off. The Navy would attempt to sail the fleet in boldly and alert the Spanish of their presence months ahead of time. But what the pirates didn't have, and what the Royal Navy had in spades, was discipline. The pirates needed discipline were they to win a fight like this. They blockaded the port of Panama. But then, as they waited for the treasure fleet to arrive, they sort of just sat around for a while. Groyne was writing letters to the governor of Panama, who was writing letters back, but it looked a lot like nothing was getting done. But that's when Francis Townley and John Eaton, who had been cruising to the west, showed up to ruin everything. Now this is all very 80s high school movie, but Townley and Eaton appeared to make fun of Groyne. He was just sitting around wasting time while they were over there being proper pirates. They're like the bullies in an old movie. What are you doing, bro? Writing letters to the governor? Don't be lame. Then they smashed a can of natty against their head, kicked sand in your face, and walked away with half your pirates. I mean, we've all been there, right? At least we've all seen that movie. But Townley and Eaton did show up to abscond with 500 pirates in the fleet. Now, it's improper to say that they stole the pirates from Captain Groyne. Pirates were free to make their own decisions, and if Townley and Eaton had an idea that they found attractive, they were allowed to go with him. However, they were seduced away from the fleet and the plan. They were seduced away to go ashore and raid a village, a small village to the east of Panama. And sure, they got to rape a few village girls and found a cache of wine, and they even found a church to ransack with a minuscule amount of tithes inside. But wouldn't you know it, right when they decided to go ashore and sate their mini-thirsts, that's when the Peruvian treasure fleet arrived on the scene. I personally think that the Spanish commander was waiting for this very moment. I think he outplayed the pirates, because he knew that pirates were many things, but patient was not one of them. However, as to the first problem, splitting the command between Cook and Groyne, they had no good method of communication. The fleet was spread out there in the bay. The English comprised the farthest reaches of their spiderweb. They were far from shore, while the French were very close to shore. Except now, close to shore, most of the crewmen were not on those French ships. The only ships in the fleet that were not criminally undermanned at this point were Cygnet and Bachelor's Delight and the bark of William Knight. Now they moved in to intercept the Peruvian treasure fleet, but they were far away. The French ships who should have been able to delay the treasure fleet, Saint Rose in particular, was unable to budge. The fleet just slipped by the pirates and made it safely to the harbor of Panama. Now, once the treasure ships were safely in Panama Harbor and under the guard of the big guns on the fort there, the rest of the Spanish fleet, the warships, the barks and fireships and gunboats, they turned around. They began to make their way toward the pirates. Now, Bachelor's Delight and the other English vessels still didn't realize the Saint Rose was undermanned. They didn't know what was happening. They turned to flee. They thought, I think, that it might have been a French betrayal. I mean, what was going on here? But then they heard the pleas of the French from over the water. Cook and Davis realized that their crew was not on board. They were raiding ashore. Now, Saint Rose could get under sail, but they needed time. They would only be able to escape if the English could buy them that time. So, despite whatever enmity may have been there, Charles Swan and John Cook and Edward Davis and William Knight and all the rest turned around to face the incoming Spanish. Now, this was not a ship-of-the-line style battle. It was a long-distance running battle. The English kept their distance from the Spanish. They took the occasional pot shot whenever the opportunity presented itself, but mostly they did their best to lead the Spanish away from Saint Rose. When the English saw that Saint Rose and the French were finally moving under full sail, the entire fleet turned and ran. Townley and Eaton and the 500 French pirates who had gone ashore were able to escape as well, but by the skin of their teeth. In the aftermath of this disaster, recriminations flew back and forth. Cook and Davis were angry that Groynet had let his men go ashore. Townley and Eaton were angry that Groynet had let them take the men ashore for such meager pickings when the Peruvian treasure fleet was out there. And the men who abandoned Groynet were angry at Groynet that he let them go to get such meager pickings ashore when the treasure fleet was out there. Suffice it to say, Groynet caught the worst of it, and I think unfairly. Everyone appeared to be mad at him, and he had failed in his command, but I would be more upset with the men who, abandoned the plan. But the fleet fell apart. The English contingent, Cygnet, Bachelor's Delight, Nicholas, and the ship of Francis Townley all went off on their own, to the west. But then on 9th July, 1685, the French fleet split up as well. They voted to replace Captain Groynet and vote in Pierre Le Picard, who also sailed west in Saint Rose. Now Jean Lescouillet, the vice-admiral of the fleet, who might have been voted in instead, was killed in the fighting there at Panama. So his men went mostly with Picard, but a few did go over to John Cook. William Knight, frustrated by their failure, elected to sail south and make his way round Tierra del Fuego to return home. That left Groynet and Jean Rose. Jean Rose had his sloop of war, while Groynet had a smaller sloop and a few boats, and only 50 men left to him. For a time, Jean Rose attempted to bolster Groynet's spirits, but Groynet despaired, and Jean Rose left to follow after Saint Rose and the English. Now most of those other pirates met up in the Gulf of Nicoya: Cygnet, Bachelor's Delight, Saint Rose, Jean Rose, and Captain Eaton. They raided mostly separately because they were smaller raids, plantations and coastal towns, nothing to write home about. However, they did have men to write about it. There was a flurry of piratical activity, but it got a little hot. Francis Townley and Peter Harris sailed back east to meet up with Francois Groynet. Notably, the crewman George Dew, aboard Townley's vessel, and most of the old crew of Jean Lescouillet went with them. Now, the fleet, after meeting up with Groynet, was a much more traditional pirate fleet. It was made up of sloops and barks rather than frigates. They didn't really have an admiral, instead a coalition of separate pirate vessels working together. It was the democratic ideal of small underdog pirate ships taking on larger and more powerful imperial Spanish vessels. However, there were no men there to write down their exploits. Spanish officials did record some of their prizes, which were nothing too impressive, but we know nothing of their day-to-day life. However, in these months where pirates were at the Gulf of Nicoya, there were a flurry of deaths and reshuffling of crews. First, Captain Eaton, who had been in the Gulf of Nicoya, with the writer, Ambrose Cowley, aboard, left the Western Hemisphere entirely. He did so to cross the Pacific and get to Asia a few months before Cygnet would follow with Dampier and that lot aboard. There in the Gulf of Nicoya, or rather on the coast of Nicaragua, John Cook died, probably of dysentery. He was replaced as captain of Bachelor's Delight by Edward Davis. Davis and everyone who was left there in the Gulf of Nicoya went east. Ostensibly they were going to follow William Knight to round the Cape and return home. However, to the east, that other fleet of smaller pirate vessels had seen some changes as well. Captain Townley died in battle, and he was replaced by his very popular quartermaster, George Dew. Now, we need to talk a bit about George Dew, and this is as good a place as any to introduce him. George Dew was probably English by birth. He might have been French, though, or more probably, I think, he was born in the Americas, Port Royal or Tortuga, or maybe one of the Windward colonies. Regardless of to which empire he was a subject, George Dew was not a loyal citizen of any European power. He spoke French and English and probably a good bit of Dutch, and don't think that that's because of his time at finishing school. George Dew was a provincial. He grew up in the colonies and probably grew up around pirates. I mean, even his name, George Dew, might not exactly be accurate. That's what English court records have down, but French records give him a different name, Georges Dew. Now I realize that that does sound kind of like I just said George Dew with a French accent, which is basically what's happening here. But in this case, there's a spelling difference that marks it out. Instead of D-E-W for George Dew, it's Georges D''Hou. That's what Ravenel de Lussan calls him in his original French manuscript. That's what French court records call him. But whether it's George Dew or Georges Dew, regardless of his background, Dew always appears to have been a citizen of the world more than a citizen of an empire. The first word we have of him officially is on board a pirate ship in the West Indies that took a letter of marque and turned privateer during the war. But to my eyes, George Dew is a new breed. He's not an Englishman trying to make it in the New World. He's not a Frenchman running from oppression in Ancien Regime France. No, he's an American pirate. He may have officially been a subject of England or France, but he had no home in England or France. His loyalty was to his comrades and, of course, to his own purse. George Dew has no agenda, at least no agenda that I can discern, because none of those political or religious struggles that defined so many of the pirates had anything to do with George Dew. He's just a West Indian native who made his living raiding the Spanish and made good. However, when George Dew really makes good, he wasn't raiding the Spanish at all. Instead, he was raiding Mughal and Ottoman shipping. But that's for later on. Here we see George Dew, though, on the Second Pacific adventure in his first captaincy. Dew appears to have been in a sort of command role over Peter Harris and even Francois Groynet. His ship and his crew were the biggest in the fleet, and I hesitate to make this comparison, but it sticks out at me. It's my second Napoleon reference today, and I am rereading Napoleon, A Life by Andrew Roberts. But in his first command of an entire army, Napoleon was placed above a bunch of other generals who had served France for decades. Now, in part, that's because the older generals had served the monarchy, while Napoleon's revolutionary credentials were pretty spotless. But Napoleon proved to be Napoleon. He was obviously amazing. He won all of the generals over, and that's kind of what happened here with Peter Harris and even Francois Groynet in regard to George Dew. He did an excellent job, and they fell in behind him and all enjoyed some success. But then the real pirates showed up. sailors who had credentials that overawed anything that George Dew had to offer. Saint Rose and Jean Rose arrived on the scene. Now, Jean Rose was a well-known and respected pirate. He had a ton of prizes and victories under his belt, and more than likely, Dew would have fallen in behind him. However, the captain of Saint Rose, Pierre Le Picard, was a real old sea dog. He was a legend in the world of the buccaneers. If this was the same Pierre Le Picard that sailed alongside Henry Morgan, and here I am choosing to believe that he would have been at every major pirate event in the West Indies since 1665. And I wonder, if this were the same Pierre Le Picard, I wonder if he and Charles Swan, another privateer under Henry Morgan, I wonder if they ever reminisced about their time with Morgan. I wonder if they ever sat the men down and regaled them with tales of their victory at Panama, perhaps to get them invested in the fight for Panama. I imagine them all sitting around on deck of an evening, with Charles Swan and Pierre Le Picard in the center, perhaps sitting on barrels. I imagine cigar smoke rising above their heads and everyone passing around the wine. I imagine those two talking about the march across Panama. You know, they didn't have any Guna guides in those days. All they had were hostile Indian ambushes. I imagine them talking about the hillside camp just outside of Panama, of their fires that lit up like the night sky, and the river of blood from slaughtered cattle that flooded down the hill to Panama's streets. And of course, they would have talked about Morgan and their victory over a Spanish army. Whether or not that took place, Pierre Le Picard was immediately and unquestionably in command of the whole fleet once they came together. Now, they might have had a similar conflict of interest had Bachelor's Delight and Edward Davis been there as well. But at the moment, Edward Davis was down at the Juan Fernandez Islands careening his vessel. However, he was heading north very shortly, as fast as possible. Because the fleet was coming together not just out of happenstance, but because of a plan. A plan that apparently was concocted by George Dew. That plan wasn't new. It had been attempted and failed at least 3 times before. Twice on the first Pacific adventure, killing their second admiral, and once earlier on this voyage. The plan was to attack Guayaquil. Now, we don't need to go into any real depth covering the 1687 raid on Guayaquil. We covered it in great detail back in episodes 70 and 71. In short, the fleet landed at Point St. Helena, which was an outcrop of land near the city of Guayaquil. They split up into 3 units. The vanguard, out front, was led by Francois Groynet. They would attack the city first. Pierre Le Picard led the majority of the troops in the main body of the army, and serving as a sort of shock troop contingent was George Dew and his elite crew. The battle went well. Francois Groynet, with around 100 troops, attacked the city and drew their attention and fire when, from the west, Pierre Le Picard came in, stormed the barricades, and made his way into town. George Dew even had his moment of glory when the cavalry came out to attack the pirate forces, and he attacked them from the rear. They landed at Point St. Helena on the 5th of April, 1687, and did not leave Guayaquil until the end of May. They occupied the city for over a month, and there were excesses and even atrocities. There was looting and there was murder, but there was also torture and rape. Ravenel de Luçon tries to brush all that aside, of course. He tells us that once the people of Guayaquil realized that the pirates were not demons come to eat their babies, the women grew very familiar, which we all know is nonsense. He even tells us that one widow, whose husband had been killed in the pirate attack only a few days before, fell deeply in love with him and offered to marry him and give him her husband's former office and a fine dowry, and it's all just not true. But it does make for good, exciting, romantic, high-seas adventure storytelling. If you don't remember much about the raid on Guayaquil, it is interesting, and you should go back and listen to those episodes. In part because, well, it marks kind of an end to this story. First of all, after they finally left Guayaquil, the pirates had to leave the region. Not just that region of coastline, but the Pacific in general. I mean, after you attack a city like Guayaquil, you don't just hang around for the hammer to drop. The cavalry was coming. Plus, the pirates after Guayaquil had a ton of treasure. They needed to get back home. They had to spend it, after all, and Ravenel de Luçon tells us he was lucky. He was able to convert most of his treasure to silver and gold, so it was relatively light, but other pirates had so much that it weighed them down and they had to drop off the heaviest of it. However, Guayaquil, as the end of a chapter, does mark the death of one of my favorite pirates in this entire story. Francois Groynet was killed in action and buried at sea. Groynet was central to this story. He was not only a leader, but he was a key figure in holding together the peace between the French and English buccaneers. His death was a blow to that peace. However, in some ways, George Dew would replace him in that role, but there was one major hitch to that. George Dew did not like the Tortuga buccaneers, Lauro de Graaf and his group. We might say that George Dew hated them, and the feeling was mutual, perhaps even with interest. And that mutual dislike would inform a lot of future events and lead to, well, spoilers. But keep that in the back of your mind. After Guayaquil, the fleet split up once again. Bachelor's Delight under Captain Edward Davis sailed south to round the Cape, as was his original plan. Nearly the rest of the fleet all sailed west toward Mexico. The Mexican coast was the one stretch of coastline in that area of the world where they might be safe. Everywhere else was on the lookout for these pirates now, and it was time for them to beat a hasty retreat. For the past couple of episodes, we've been recovering old territory to reintroduce some of the players and refresh the story in our memories. Today, though, we're going to pick up on that story where we left off more than a year ago, and we're doing so at a run. First, though, one note. Today's show might seem a bit different than usual. I recently had surgery on one of my hands, which has made typing a difficult, painful, and frustrating nightmare. I'm healing up just fine, but it's made making notes and outlines difficult. Handwriting is also right out. My handwriting is virtually illegible, even at the best of times, and this is not the best of times. So today's episode might be a bit more off the cuff and improvisational than usual. I'll do my best not to swear and to stay on track. But with all that in mind, let's jump right in, and as I said, we're doing so at a run. This is episode 140, Perils and Accidents. When we left off, the pirates had just sacked the city of Guayaquil. They waited around in Guayaquil for a few weeks for a ship called the Catalina that was scheduled to appear and reportedly full of rich cargo. Sadly, though, for the buccaneers there in Guayaquil, according to Ravenel de Luçon, quote, Catalina was returning to the port when, unfortunately for her, she met with Captain David's frigate that sailed much better than she. He could have taken her without making, as he did, 2 days' fight of it, had it not been that the greatest part of his crew, being continually drunk, failed 20 times to come up close to board her. They thought putting up a bloody flag, the Spanish would quickly be brought to strike, but therein they were mistaken. David's people growing sober on the 3rd day, the Spaniards were so terrified that they ran ashore. David's men went to save 2 Spaniards who were swimming, and having escaped the danger of drowning, told them that their captain had had his thigh shot off with a cannonball. End quote. You can see from that quote why I enjoy Ravenel de Luçon so much. In a way, today's going to be an exploration of the many reasons that I feel that way. He's just so much more fun than Dampier or Ringrose is. But not only did Edward Davis show up with the Catalina, which of course denied the ship to the people in Guayaquil, Edward Davis had some bad news to share with the other pirates. I told you last time that the cavalry was on their way, and by cavalry I meant a squadron of elite Biscay mercenary soldiers, David F. Marley writes in Pirates of the Americas, quote, "The buccaneers were joined by Davis, who brought in word that a squadron of Peruvian privateers was on its way to drive them off. The Peruvians appeared by May 27, 1687, consisting of the San Jose and San Nicolas of 20 guns apiece, commanded by the Biscayans Dionisio Lopez and Nicolas de Igazara, plus a small potash." End quote. Now you might remember the Biscayans. They were Spanish privateers that were forged in the contentious and difficult Bay of Biscay. That's the bay shared by Spain and France that also sees a lot of Portuguese and English traffic. We're at a time of war between Spain and France, or Portugal and Spain, or Spain and England. It was a dangerous piece of water. And these Biscayans were some of the best privateers in the world. They were hired back in 1685 to augment the Armada de Barlovento in the West Indies. They were hired specifically to counter the rising threat posed by buccaneers like Lauro de Graaf and Michel de Gramont. Now, you might remember the sea battle that was fought between these pirates and this flota of Biscayans as they pulled out of Guayaquil. We spent a whole episode on it a year ago or so we don't need to talk about it here, but it was a contentious fight. However, the pirates escaped mostly unscathed from Guayaquil. But in the wake of that battle, all of the fighting ships that could be raised by Peru were called into action to hunt these pirates down. So when I say we're starting at a run, we're starting on the run. The pirates had to escape. Per Luzon, and there are a lot of quotes today because, as I said, my hand hurts. Quote, "On the 12th, Captain David's frigate left us, he designing to go and careen at the Isle of Galapagos," that's the Galapagos, "and then to sail away for the Strait of Magellan in order to return for the North Sea. As for us," he continues, "our vessels were so small, and withal so bad, that it was impossible we should get up higher than the coast of Peru. Neither could they also contain such a quantity of water as we had occasion for. These difficulties made us resolve to return to the western coast, that we might so endeavor to find a way to return to the North Sea overland. We weighed on the 13th, and on the 15th we put ashore in a canoe, where we surprised a watch of 15 Spanish soldiers, who were set upon the side of a curious river. The entertainment we gave them forced them to own unto us that they were to guard the river, which they called El Meralda, because of the many great pieces of emeralds." End quote. And just to be clear, when he says they were bound for the western coast, he means the coast of modern-day Mexico. After a quick jaunt by the pirates to the nearby town of Quito, which they found lightly guarded and unsuspecting, the pirates stocked up on the emeralds they found there. And that reminds me, I should really mention the treasure that they had on board. From this entire voyage, but from Guayaquil in particular, they had a ton of treasure, and everything that they still had with them was the good stuff. They had coined and raw gold and silver. They had gemstones. These emeralds were the most of it, but they had others, and they had pearls in huge quantities. Before moving on, after they took Quito, they split it all up. They divvied their shares out according to the rank and indemnity payments that they had all agreed upon. Every man now knew exactly what his share from this voyage was going to be, which is indicative of something. This voyage was over. I mean, if they came across a ship, sure, they might try and take her, but this was, as far as everyone was concerned, their payment for this entire adventure. Now, they didn't have much in silk or dye or spices. They had traded most of that to Edward Davis. It would be easier for him to carry that larger cargo while they had the more precious small valuables. But then their little fleet got scattered by a squall. Now, this fleet was made up of smaller craft, as he said, like sloops and barks. At this point, Santa Rosa had been scuttled. And the entire fleet lost sight of each other. But a few days later, the sloop that carried Mathurin de Marais and Ravenel de Luzon captured a ship. It was a slave ship, out of Panama, bound for Lima. Now, the men and women they found on board, the now freed slaves, had some news that really interested the pirates. First of all, they had news of a treasure galleon, unfortunately, unloaded of all her treasure in Panama, but they're being loaded with guns and soldiers. That galleon was being outfitted for the express purpose of hunting down the pirates in the Pacific. Desmarais and Lussan certainly, but also all of the other comrades whom were lost. However, these former slaves had another piece of information, that at least one of those other ships had run aground and damaged their ship on an island in Panama Bay. That is what that galleon was going out to attack. These freedmen were free to go, as they pleased, but they elected to sail with the pirates, partly because the pirates could help protect them, and partly because the pirates knew somewhere they could go, and it worked out in the pirates' favor as well because they knew exactly where their comrades were. The two ships rushed off and arrived in plenty of time to pick up their comrades and escape before the Spanish could get there. But with that, the chase was on. Now, this chase in the Pacific was threefold. First of all, there were the former slaves. As a commodity, not human beings, but as slaves, they were highly valuable to the Spanish, not only in the investment that the Spanish had made back at Port Royal, but in the labor that these slaves were intended to do. The Spanish wanted these slaves back very, very much, and the former slaves obviously wanted to escape that fate. And then there was the Peruvian armada that was sailing in from the east, hot on the pirates' tail, in a bid to recapture all of the treasure that had been stolen, and to, kill the pirates in a horrific public display. And I want to be clear here, the pirates absolutely deserved that. Guayaquil had been a horror show filled with rape and murder and torture and plunder. But then there was this Spanish galleon to the north. Ravenel de Lussan describes this galleon, an Acapulco galleon that might very well have been the very same galleon that Cygnet had spent so much energy trying and failing to capture. He writes, quote, "When this ship returns from the Philippine Islands, where the Spaniards drive a great traffic, 'tis one of the richest vessels that sails upon the ocean. It's of a prodigious business, and built so strong that she is afraid of nothing but land and fire. She is provided with 40 pieces of cannons. She goes out yearly from the port of Acapulco, convoyed with a patache of 28 guns and laden with pearls, gold dust, and precious stones. The ship had great advantage in making this voyage, that is, that in making choice of a proper season she goes and returns without being put to the trouble of veering about and sifting the sails. And 'tis beyond dispute that she cannot be met with any that wait for her before the port of Acapulco at a certain season of the year." End quote. And when Lussan says that she cannot be met with before the port of Acapulco, well, it's almost as though he's talking about the Cygnet, who tried that very thing and was unable to reach her. Lussan continues, quote, "She might, in less than 18 months' time, bating the perils and accidents she might be liable to at sea, return with immense riches." End quote. And Lussan goes on to mention that at least half of the potential strength of the Acapulco galleon was usually out of commission. The ship was so richly laden with the treasures of the Orient that half of her gun decks were below the waterline. But now that all of that treasure was ashore, even despite the extra hands that were on board, all of those ports had operational guns readied for action. Now, the Spanish plan, which probably should have worked, was to cut the pirates off near Panama. That galleon and her accompanying ships was going to trap the pirates there near Panama. Even if the Spanish there were unable to take the pirates, that would give the Peruvian armada time to catch up. And that would have happened had the pirates continued on their course. But then they ran into that slave ship, and they chose to take her and free the slaves, and they were warned of the danger. So now that the fleet was back together, Pierre Le Picard and Mathurin Desmarais made a change in course. They caught a wind heading southwest that led them deep into the Pacific, but also well out of harm's way. At least, the Spanish were unlikely to find them out there, but they were still at a disadvantage. They needed food and water. Remember, they couldn't hold much on their little vessels. and eventually they needed to find a landing site at which they could disembark and begin their trek across America. They needed to get back to the mainland. But imagine that, heading leagues and leagues out to sea, and then the leagues and leagues back. That took a lot of time. Meanwhile, the Spanish had patrols up and down the coast, keeping an eye on every potential landing site. I mean, you can see the issue here. Nearly every time the pirates attempted to come ashore to collect water, they found a Spanish man-of-war or a garrison waiting for them. On the one or two occasions that they actually managed to get ashore, they usually had to effect a hasty retreat when the Spanish arrived on the scene, and once or twice they had to fight their way free from that. And the Spanish could have chased after the pirates, but why bother? Their strategy of patrolling the coast and guarding the ports was working so well. And in those fights for escape, a few pirates were killed. A few others died of natural causes out on the sea. However, these pirates made a specific point of burying their dead on land rather than at sea. It was important to them. But Lussan tells us, quote, "The Spaniards believe themselves revenged when they cut into pieces or burn the dead body of an enemy. We were assured that when we buried any of our men in their country, they dig them up when we were gone, for to exercise cruelty upon those carcasses which, when alive, they could not make us feel." End quote. Now, at first glance, I'm tempted to just brush that aside as propagandistic nonsense. I mean, Sulla might disinter Marius and dump him in the river. The Soviets might hide Hitler's bones, and we might dump bin Laden in the sea. But that serves a purpose. That denies your enemies a place to pay homage. But who was out here to pay homage to a few ragged pirates? Why would they bother doing that? But then I think about the religious angle. The Spanish were a deeply religious Catholic culture, and that might explain something of this behavior. I mean, in their view, the heretic Protestants weren't going to be going to heaven. But what about the French? Most of whom, even the pirates at this point, were Catholic. Not necessarily devout or even really practicing Catholics, but Catholic nonetheless. The Spanish may have been denying these Catholics a proper burial, and thus denying them entry into heaven. Now, that's not a belief held by the modern church, but 17th century theocratic monarchies had much more severe belief systems. Or, then again, Lussan could just be lying. It could be propaganda. Regardless, though, the pirates were having real trouble for weeks and weeks all along the coasts of Panama and Costa Rica. Lussan writes of Costa Rica, quote, "From this port to Acapulco we have no harbor. This country upon the South Sea is best peopled with several very rich towns. More gold mines are found there than in Peru, and are more valued than the mines of Tosi. Therefore it is not without reason that this coast is called Costa Rica. On the 7th of December, 1687, we went to make a descent upon a town called Muemaluna. We found a very strong entrenchment made upon a rock that stands upon the river. But the Spaniards therein made no great resistance, no more than in the town where we completed our victualling. The prisoners we took told us that about a month before they had seen a frigate pass by." End quote. What he's saying is that they found a town that did have an entrenchment, a small fortification, but no major ships and no big guns, so they were able to take the town and learn that just a few weeks earlier, a frigate had passed by their way. That gave the pirates, for the first time, a slight advantage. They had some knowledge of Spanish movements in the region. Specifically here, they knew that at least one flota was currently to the east, toward Panama, opposite their destination. This was good news, at least potentially. The pirates might now have a place to go ashore and to cross over to the Caribbean. They might have it here in Costa Rica, not originally as planned in Mexico. Now, it might still be impossible to do so here, and the captains were prudently cautious about this. If they invested everything into crossing here, they might never make it. There were a number of potential dangers, but one stood out above all. In the surrounding countryside here in Costa Rica, there was a cavalry unit that, at least Lussan tells us, numbered up to maybe 6,000 men. At this point, this cavalry could be 100 or 200 leagues away, or they could be just over the next rise. The pirates had no idea. Perhaps even more dangerous, the cavalry could and probably was split up into smaller groups of 100 or 200 men dotting the land and keeping an eye on every potential landing point. Without any good intelligence on this, the pirates could be ambushed at any moment. More concerning than an ambush even was the possibility of losing their ships. If they invested everything into a crossing here in Costa Rica, the Spanish might show up and destroy their ships, at which point they would be forced to cross, and then they might just run into the cavalry. However, if they had their canoes and their sloops and their barks, they still had a line of retreat. They still had somewhere to run. If their ships were taken, everything was lost. So Desmarais gave permission to 18 men to stay ashore and to do some reconnaissance. Luckily for us, Ravenel de Lussan was among the 18. He writes, quote, "The greatest part of our men were not content to pass by land to the North Sea, because of the 5,000 or 6,000 men wherewith we were threatened. Wherefore we left those that were minded to return to the canoes, and 18 of us, who found ourselves less weary than the rest, stayed behind. We followed a great road which we met with soon after they had left us, and had not walked above an hour, when we took 3 horsemen, whom, when we had asked where we were, they told us that about a quarter of a league off there was a town called Chiloteca. We had a mind to run after our men, to acquaint them with this account, and engage them to go back with us to the town. But the apprehensions we were under of being discovered, and thereby giving the inhabitants time to put themselves into a posture of defense, hindered us to do so, and made us undertake the boldest, most resolute, and the rashest action that could be thought of, to adventurously enter the town, where we surprised and frightened the Spaniards. We took the officers and 50 persons, including the women, prisoner." End quote. I mean, that's a movie, right? The boldest, most resolute, and rashest action. 18 intrepid pirates take a small town in Central America. They surprised and frightened the Spaniards and took 50 persons, including the women, prisoner. Coming soon on Netflix. And of course, in a pirate movie, you need to begin on a ship at sea, but you move on to this second act very quickly. It's almost a Western, right? The Dirty 18. Now, the pirates had taken the church in the center of town, along with all of their prisoners, and that's great, but there's still a bunch of people out there with guns and swords. What's more, the prisoners that they had in the church had some bad news for them. Some of that cavalry that the pirates so feared, 600 of them, were expected back in town at any moment. That bold, resolute, and rash action turned out to be kind of a bad idea. And that's how you end the second act, right? The pirates are at their darkest point and death is at the door. The only real advantages that these 18 pirates had were the church itself, which was relatively defensible, and the Spanish lack of knowledge about their numbers. The people would have assumed that there were far more pirates in the church. Those 18 pirates blew into town and took prisoners so quickly that they scared off nearly all the people. Lussan writes, quote, "They were seized with such a panic, supposing us to be far more numerous than we were, that all the rest would doubtless have been taken and bound by us, had it not been for their horses, which they mounted to ride away upon." End quote. And then the pirates did something incredibly stupid. They left a few behind to guard the prisoners, but most of them went out to scour the town for valuables. But then the people returned. Quote, "The Spaniards, who were a little recovered of their astonishment, entered into the town again, and after we several times conflicted with them, we entrenched ourselves in the church, where we had put our prisoners, who believed their people pursued us close, which made them, the people in the church, so bold as to run to the swords and other arms we had, wherewith they wounded one man, We got to the doors and fired upon them till there were no more than 4 men and their wives left alive." End quote. So the pirates, surprised by the return of the people that lived there in town, fought several small skirmishes, eventually making it back to the church and, looking out, trying to see if anybody was after them, those people in the church grabbed weapons and attacked them. Then the pirates were forced to hold the door and fire both inside and outside of the church. It doesn't get much more exciting than that. But then it gets dark. The pirates killed all but 8 prisoners, 42 or more. 4 men and 4 women were left alive. So the pirates grabbed their guns and their swords and climbed over the pile of corpses they had just created and took those 8 prisoners quietly out the back door, where they climbed on some stolen horses and rode out of town. And that's basically the end of a Western. I mean, Costa Rica is a lot more lush than the American West, but a posse of black hats making a final stand in a Spanish church in Central America, then stealing horses to ride off into the sunset, I mean, that's a Zorro movie. And the pirates, again, were definitely the black hats. Quote, "We mounted the horses, and with our 4 prisoners of each sex, went away with as little noise as we could. The Spaniards sent one to treat with us, but we refused and fired upon him, for fear if he came too near, he should know how few we were." End quote. If this were a spaghetti western, with our intrepid band of anti-heroes, or perhaps our ragged group of outlaws, if it were a spaghetti western, this is where to end it, riding off into the sunset. And I think that is where we're going to leave it today. At the end of what appeared to be a last stand. But it wasn't the last stand for these pirates. They had several more last stands to come before they would reach safety. We left off last time with a small band of 18 pirates, including Ravno de Luzon, having just taken a small town in Costa Rica. What Luzon called the boldest, most resolute, and rashest action that could be thought of. And it was those things. If, indeed, it happened. Those 18 pirates took at least 50 prisoners there in that small town, and when those prisoners attempted escape, killed all but 8. 4 men and 4 women. When we left them, they were riding out of town on stolen horses with their prisoners tied behind them. It was all very spaghetti western. However, we're going to pick up right where we left off, once again, on the run. This is episode 141, With Swords in Our Hands. The pirates and their prisoners were riding away in stealth, trying to be as quiet as possible. We can assume that the prisoners were bound and gagged. But soon they heard the sound of 600 cavalrymen on their trail, and they began to ride as hard as possible. The pirates, riding hard, made it to the beach, where a few of their comrades had a beachhead that were able to hold off the horsemen while they all retreated to their ships. The women were released before they headed to sea, but the 4 men went with the pirates to be interrogated. Those men told them of the possible ports they might choose. Quote, "We asked where the galley of Panama was. She lay at anchor in Caldera, where she waited for us, hoping we would pass that way to go to the North Sea, and that the King of Spain's ship, the San Lorenzo, was in the port of Rialejo, mounted with many pieces of cannon and 400 men on board to hinder us." End quote. Those were the 2 nearest ports to the pirates' location, to their east and west, and the only potential landing spots aside from where they were right now. As for this landing spot, quote, "They laid so many difficulties before us that we grew almost out of conceit with it. But yet, when we considered we must either make our way through or end our days horribly, in an horrible want of all convenient necessaries, and in an enemy country where we grew weaker every day by the loss of our men, we resolved to hazard all to get out of it, being persuaded it would be better for us to die with swords in our hands than to pine away with hunger. We made all things ready for the journey." End quote. There was nowhere to land to the east or to the west. This was their only option, and there were horsemen scouring the countryside. Still, it was all they had. On Christmas Day, 1687, the pirates ran their ships aground, not on the coast, but on an island near the coast. They kept a couple of pirogues around to boat to shore, but their seaworthy vessels, those they ruined to prevent anyone turning back from this course of action. They made a decision here on Christmas Day to make this the moment of no return. Which, do we believe that? End-of-the-year holidays all have overtones of the winter solstice, the shortest and darkest day of the year. That's why we see the lighting of lights in so many traditions all across the world. And here, the pirates were at their darkest point. But they were prepared to return back home, to return to the light, symbolically speaking, and, as we see, there will be the lighting of lights. I wonder if that's a bit of poetic license on the part of Raveneau de Lussan, or maybe I'm just reading too much into it. Regardless, the pirates formed into 4 companies of 70 men each, and there, on that small island, they agreed upon a buccaneer contract. The Forlorn, or the Forlorn Hope, the vanguard of the pirates, those who would be out in front of the main body, they were to be drawn randomly from each of the 4 companies every morning. Then they agreed on 1,000 pieces of 8 for any man who was lamed in battle, which should tell you how much money they had to spare here. These men were going home rich. They set out punishments for stragglers, and for drunkenness, and for violence between pirates, and for cowardice. This was all by the book. Then, quote, on the 27th we discovered a ship passing along between the islands, which made us send our galley and pirogue to see what she was. But as soon as we came within shot of her, she took down the white flag and put out Spanish colors, and gave us 10 or a dozen guns. End quote. Side note, when he says gave us 10 or a dozen guns, that wasn't a gift. They were fired upon. But that's a pirate move, isn't it? Sailing in under a flag of truce or a flag of peace, only to raise the colors and open fire with everything you have. It would not surprise me in the least to learn that this ship was under the command of one of those Biscayans, a privateer who knew these tools of the trade. Lussan writes, quote, this vessel about noon came in with the tide and anchored within half a cannon shot of ours that were run ashore, under the cover of which we fought against them with 2 pieces of cannon till it was night. End quote. So the pirates still had their big guns on board their ships, though the ships were run aground, but they were able to have a firefight. Come dawn, though, the Spanish opened fire again with a full broadside, and the pirates were forced to take cover behind some large rocks in the shallow water just off the coast. That bombardment kept up for the better part of a day, with really little effect on either side. The Spanish then moved in closer. They wanted a better vantage on the pirates, but that's actually what the pirates wanted as well. Once the Spanish ship was in position, and even decided to drop anchor there, the pirates opened up with their cannon. They sent a few men in clandestinely to man them so the Spanish didn't know it was coming. And then, once the focus was on the cannon, the pirates opened up with small arms and chased the Spanish ship back. However, the anchor was still down. The Spanish had to send a boat over to cut the line, and all of the men on board that boat were massacred. However, the Spanish ship moved in, and under the cover of her big guns, they did manage to cut the anchor loose. That evening, the pirates sent 100 men to the mainland to ensure that they had an escape route once they made it out of this situation. Those men captured some horses and laid down a beachhead. They were prepared to put down any force that the Spanish might raise against them, so that the rest of their comrades could land. That same night, to distract the Spanish from what those 100 men going ashore were up to, Lussan writes, quote, for fear the Spanish should suspect the design we had to go to the North Sea, we counterfeited all night long the caulking of our ships, that we might possess them with the belief we were careening them. In the morning, they failed not to come up to destroy, with their cannon, the work they fancied we had been doing. He's saying they pretended to work on their ships so that the Spanish would focus on them. They would come up to destroy them. Lussan continues, "On the 30th, we made use of a new stratagem to amuse our enemies, which was to charge our guns, granados, and 4 pieces of cannon, whereunto we lighted matches. In our absence, the Spanish ship's crew might still believe we were upon the island, from whence we parted in the twilight, as secretly as ever we could." End quote. They readied their guns, pointed them at the Spanish ship, which was just out of range, and lit their matches, which the Spanish in the dark of night could see very clearly, assuming that the pirates were waiting for them to come close. While all eyes were pointed at those lit lights in the dark, the pirates slipped away on their boats, made a wide passage around the Spanish, and made their way to shore. Now, I don't know about you. I don't know what you're looking for in a pirate story or what it is you enjoy about pirates in the first place, but for me, that's it. Backs to the wall, no escape, overwhelming odds against them, the pirates use subterfuge to outwit their honorable foes. I mean, does it get any better than that? Well, I would argue, maybe. At least, I hope it does. The crossing of Central America by these French pirates is one of the lesser-known epics in pirate history. At least, lesser known to those of us in the English-speaking world, which is something I'd like to touch for a moment. We've discussed the rather fluid definition of the golden age of piracy before, and we will do so again. But exactly what, or rather exactly when, the golden age of piracy was is up for debate. The broadest definition we see is the whole of the age of sail, which is too broad in my estimation. The narrowest definition gives us the maybe 10 years following the Spanish War of Succession, centered almost exclusively in Nassau, except when they move up to North America, to the colonies. That's the period that the English-speaking world, or at least America, usually focuses on, but it's a very Anglo-American-centered view. I prefer to see it as the 60 or so years between 1660 and 1720. To my mind, that's the golden age, in between, say, Henry Morgan and the end of the Nassau pirates. But a large chunk of that time period was a French age. There are stories from the buccaneers, such as this one, that are as big, if not bigger, than a lot of what we will see later on. However, they're much more infrequently talked about, hardly ever mythologized, again, at least in English. But I keep using those movie analogies in this story, and I'm trying to avoid even more of them, but I do so because this story is so cinematic. I have to try to actively avoid all of the characterization that's in my head for these players, because to me they all seem to have such vivid personalities, but a lot of that is more about subtext than, the text. The point is, though, this story is great, and someone should give me a bunch of money to write the script. Disney, Netflix, you're in a bit of a streaming war, and I know you like pirates, so let's get on that. But moving right along. Lussan tells us, quote, "On the 1st of January, in the year 1688, we arrived at the continent with all our prisoners, whom we reserved to carry our surgeons' medicines, carpenters' tools, and the wounded men we might have in this passage. The party we had sent before to look for horses had taken 68, along with prisoners, who told us they did not think it advisable we should travel through Segovia. Because the Spaniards had intelligence, we had made choice of that province. As we had already resolved upon the matter, and that our ships could be of no longer use to us, all that they could say to the contrary did not hinder us." End quote. Segovia, by the way, is part of Nicaragua, but it was at the time a colloquial name for basically the modern border between Nicaragua and Costa Rica. Shortly after disembarking, the crew got all of their belongings together, preparing for a march. That is to say, they had their guns and swords and water jugs, and their packs. Those were full of powder and shot, and personal effects and treasure. However, in the weeks since they had originally split up their shares, shortly after Guayaquil, a lot of money had changed hands between the pirates. They loved to gamble, and some pirates were very, very good at it. Others, less so. And many of those that were less lucky were not exactly what we would call money-savvy or intelligent. They gambled, and they lost, and they gambled again to win their money back from their extraordinarily lucky, or perhaps very fast-fingered, compatriots. And sometimes they would win a little bit back to keep them intrigued, but they rarely won much of it. Thus there were a bunch of pirates who had no money, and others who had well more than their share. The pirates who had extra money had two major problems here. First of all, they had a bunch of gold and silver which would weigh them down on their trek across country. Second, though, and perhaps even more concerning, they had a bunch of other pirates who, while they might not be able to prove they were cheating, were liable to kill them for it anyway. Pirates like Raveneau de Lussan tended to win on the big bets. He writes, quote, "As for myself, I must say, though my charge was lighter than others, it was not all that less considerable in value, seeing I had converted 30,000 pieces of 8 into gold, pearls, and precious stones. As the best part of this was the product of luck I had at play, some of those who had been losers, being much discontented at their losses, plotted together to murder the richest among us. I was advertised of it by some friends, which did not a little disquiet to my mind, for it was a very difficult task, during so long a journey, to be able to secure himself from being surprised by those who were continually in the same company, with whom he must eat, drink, and sleep, who could cut off whom they pleased in the conflicts with the Spaniards by shooting us during the hurry." End quote. Lussan is telling us that in addition to his share, he had won a total of 30,000 pieces of 8, and converted that into gold and jewels. That's impressive, perhaps a bit dastardly, but do you see what I'm talking about when it comes to characterization? That's a scene from a movie, with Lussan as the protagonist. Young, educated, probably handsome, a bit bookish what with writing his journal, but also dashing and brave, as he joined those 18 pirates who took that town last time. You can picture the drama unfolding as a group of dirty and violent buccaneers size up the right time to murder him and rob his corpse, probably on the battlefield as they fight the Spanish. However, those pirates who had won more than their share had a very simple solution. They asked the losers to carry a portion of their loot. Quote, "The apprehensions I had of this conspiracy did not hinder my judgment and presence of mind, upon such methods to secure the preservation of my life, to deposit some of what I possessed in the hands of diverse persons, upon condition they should restore unto me such a proportion as I agreed with them for. I rid myself of the care I should continually have had of keeping upon my guard, without exposing those who carried my effects. It's true I paid dear for this precaution, but what will not a man do to save his life?" End quote. What he's saying, in a very roundabout fashion, is that he asked others to carry some of his treasure, and in return he gave them some of it. His own share perhaps he carried in his pack, but the rest, his winnings, was split up between half a dozen others or so. In that way he would lose half his winnings, but he would ensure that he made it home alive. That is, of course, assuming the Spanish didn't kill him. And that brings us to 1688. At this point I almost wish that I'd found another story to tell, maybe that of Bachelor's Delight and Edward Davis, a story that would round out the year. Because at this point, Lussan's journal really gets broken down day by day, very much like a proper diary. It might be fun to tell his story in real time, week by week. but I did not do that, so I won't do that. 1688, though, is a big year in the story of the pirates. I mean, it's no 1492, nor is it even a 1715, but there are a ton of big events that would shake the world at large and the world of the pirates. If you'll forgive the pun, it marks a sea change for the pirates. But we'll get to all of that much later. For now, these French pirates at the dawn of 1688 on the Spanish Main. They set out on the 2nd of January after sinking their boats to march through the countryside. Actually, the first week is pretty dull, so it's probably for the best I'm not doing this week by week. Mostly, Lussan spends his time describing the places they stopped to quote-unquote bait, and I initially had no idea what the word bait meant in that context. I thought maybe to hunt, to set out bait for the prey to come in. But that's not the case, and if you happen to be a language nerd, as I am, it's actually kind of interesting. The term bait is kind of an archaic term that means to pause a journey to rest and eat and drink. The people who would be most likely to be familiar with that term in the modern world are probably horse people. It's still used in regard to pausing to rest and water your horses. And it appears that even by the time that this book was published in the late 17th century, it was an archaic term in English. It's more of an Old English thing, comes from the Germanic. But it seems to be the best translation they had for the French word that Lussan used. However, these pirates were not marching alone. They had their prisoners and their horses carrying some of their goods, but the Spanish were also very much aware of the pirates' presence there. But it's not as though the Spanish were just going to fall on them and attack. This was a column of nearly 300 heavily armed and very experienced killers. That's not an easy target, even for the Spanish soldiers in the region. Quote, "The Spaniards, notwithstanding all the precautions we had taken, were advertised of our departure, and failed not to let us have their company, keeping themselves always in our flanks and rear. On the 8th we lay at a hatto, about which place the enemy began to barricade the ways. We rested at an estancia to bait, and upon a bed in an hall there we found the following letter directed unto us in these words." And now, quoting that letter from the Spanish, "We are very glad that you have made choice of our province for your passage home, but we are sorry you are no better laden with silver. However, if you have occasion for mules to carry your baggage, we will send them to you. We hope to have the French General Groenet very quickly in our power, and we will leave you to consider what is like to become of the soldiers." End quote. And that's just so good, isn't it? First of all, it shows us that the Spanish did not know that Francois Groenet was dead, but more than that, it's a beautiful kind of threat. We know exactly where you are. We could send mules or horses to you at any moment, and we are prepared to reclaim all of our silver, and we want to leave it to you to think about how we're going to do so. That's a beautiful example of psychological warfare. In fact, we're going to see a lot of psychological warfare today, a lot of irregular warfare from the Spaniards. But we have a reasonable picture of what this march looked like. This was an army, a small army. By continental standards, they would have been no more than a battalion, but in the Central American wilderness, they were an army. They were tough, haggard French pirates that were marching with their muskets loaded and their matches lit. And think about the forlorn, the vanguard that was out in front, 40 men strong, marching through woodland and over savannas, through plantations and cattle ranches, and all the while keeping their eyes constantly peeled. Every time they emerged from the trees, waiting for an ambush, every time they topped a hill, they had to stop and pause, not giving themselves away to scour the surrounding countryside. This was not a fast march. And, of course, every time they went back into the woods, that was where the Spanish were most likely to be waiting. The same day that they found that letter, when their nerves were likely a little bit frayed, they met their first ambuscade. Shortly after entering the tree line, there was a hiss, a crack, and then a flurry of hot iron that ripped through the front line of the Forlorn. That's why they're the Forlorn. The vanguard fired back at the Spanish, and they had the discipline and the skills to push them away, but even still, it felt easy. It looks like the Spanish were not here to destroy the pirates, but merely to harry them. To kill a few of them, which they did, but that would keep the pirates on edge, and it made them take the time to bury the dead, or at least split up their treasure and take their boots and their guns. Then they had to reload the guns that had been discharged and to refresh the vanguard. That all took time. And it was that time, as much as the desire to instill fear, that the Spanish were after. And we can say that because of the evidence at their next, most logical stopover, a hato. And a hato was kind of a mainstay on large Spanish ranches. It was basically just a building with food and water and shade for the ranchers to rest. They are seen still today on ranches in the American West and much of Mexico. Those hato provided most of the sustenance for the pirates on this voyage so far, but at their next stop, they found it empty. The Spanish had used the time they bought in that ambuscade to empty the hato of anything that the pirates could use. No food, no water, and the shelter and shade burned. It became very quickly apparent that this was the plan, a scorched earth campaign on the part of the Spaniards. Again, irregular warfare. Quote, "The Spaniards, who left no means unattempted to destroy us, burnt all the provision that was in our way, and when we entered into savannas where the grass was very dry, they went to windward of us to set it on fire, whereby we were very much incommoded, and our horses were even stifled with the smoke. As we were sometimes obliged to stay till the fire had burnt up all, to go forwards, this very much retarded our march, and this was the chief thing the Spaniards aimed at, that their men might have leisure to finish a retrenchment." End quote. The Spanish were buying time. They set fire to grasslands, which made the pirates pause. Whenever they entered into a woodland, the trail they would find blocked by pine trees, and they would have to take the time to cut through it. It made their march agonizingly slow, and worse, because there were no more cattle to hunt. There was no more food or water on their path. There was no sustenance anywhere. It was frustrating. Quote, "We persuaded ourselves that they did all this to chagrin us only, having not the courage to do worse. We passed a sugar plantation, and our company filed off, but 20 of us stayed behind at the house and set it on fire, to oblige the Spaniards to come and put it out, and this they failed not to do. Thereupon they fled, yet we, firing upon them, wounded one and took him, by whom we understood that their reinforcements were coming to dispute our passage, who consisted of 300 men. We rejoined our main body, and came to a great burrow, where we found those 300 men, who afterwards were our continual guard." And by the way, when he says those 300 men, their continual guard, he means the Spanish, not their comrades. He continues, "They gave us morning and evening the diversion of their trumpets, but 'twas like the music of the enchanted palace of Psyche, who heard it without seeing the musicians, for ours marched on each side of us in places so covered with pine trees that it was impossible to perceive them." End quote. Those 300 Spaniards surrounded the pirates, out of sight due to the trees, but constantly they blared their trumpets and beat their drums day and night. Now I have no idea what the Enchanted Palace of Psyche is. Google only gave me results from this book. I don't know if it's a French fairy tale or maybe an archaic spelling of a Bible story. If you know, let me know. But right now, who cares? There's a fight coming. The pirates found themselves on a hilltop, for fear of being hemmed in, with a strong guard around the perimeter. Just out of sight were all of the Spaniards surrounding their hill. Could you sleep in that circumstance? as the enemy blared trumpets and laughed all night long, an enemy that outnumbered you, if only by 20 men. However, no attack came that night. The Spanish were probably sleeping, in shifts though, half of them playing trumpets in the direction of the pirates, the others, ears plugged, sleeping soundly. That would keep the pirates awake all night while the Spanish got at least a reasonable night's sleep. Again, irregular warfare. I vaguely remember a news story in which the U.S. Army played, I want to say it was Metallica, all throughout the night during a hostage situation, if I'm remembering it correctly. That's a tactic that works. Come dawn, the French decamped and prepared for the day's march, which they were going to be allowed to do. This wasn't a battle they were preparing for. However, they doubled their forlorn to 80 men, and the forlorn had special instructions. The reason they doubled them to 80 men, every time they came to a wood, a tree line, half of the men were to fire into that tree line in lieu of a Spanish ambush, while the others waited with guns at the ready. According to Ravenot de Lussan, quote, "Our advanced guard were appointed to fire their muskets at the entries of the woods, in case the Spanish laid ambuscades for us. About 10 in the morning, we passed on to a place that was so thin set with wood that we might see a considerable distance, and, seeing no enemy, we did not fire at all. But we did not dream that we were seeking for that far before us, which we had at the sides of us. For the Spaniards, who were ranged to the right and left, lying on their bellies, made their discharges with so much precipitation that there was no more than one half of our advanced guard who had time to answer their firing." End quote. Which is to say, the Spanish were waiting on their bellies, not to the front, but to the side, like velociraptors. Now the main body of the pirates rushed in to aid the forlorn who were under fire, but they were too late. The Spanish had already vanished into the woods. However, they left a good number of the vanguard wounded or bleeding or dead. There was another ambuscade the following day, but the pirates had learned their lesson here. They assumed nothing about any tree line, and when they fired, some of them fired lower and in a much wider arc than they had before. This time, they heard a horse scream, and presently the pirates got down low, which was good thinking. The answering salvo came from the Spanish quickly, but it flew harmlessly over the pirates' heads. When the forlorn investigated, they found blood throughout the tree line, and then a dead Spaniard, and then a wounded horse. The horse, which they shot, was even more welcome than the dead Spaniard. The pirates were hungry, not yet hungry enough to turn cannibal or anything drastic like that, but tonight, horse was on the menu. These attacks continued for several days, and they always played out in a similar fashion. The pirates were fired upon, and then, as Lussan tells us, they bravely fought the Spanish dogs back with our fusees. But they didn't fight the Spanish back. The Spanish didn't want a firefight, because the pirates always left dead men behind. Some Spaniards usually died as well, but more pirates. The Spanish tactics appeared to be working, and if things kept up in this fashion, they weren't going to be strong enough to hold back a proper Spanish attack. And even if they were, all the while, in the distance, the Spanish were building a proper defensive fortification. And that, today, is where we're going to leave the pirates, on the road, wounded and bleeding. But before we leave today, there's something that's been nagging the back of my mind throughout this story. Something about these Spanish tactics feels very familiar, and I think I finally put my finger on it. So, the pirates had weapons from all around the world, and they had the best weapons that money could buy or that they could steal. But on the other hand, the Spanish Empire had some serious, systemic problems. The empire had such restrictive rules surrounding colonial buying practices that the garrisons were always poorly supplied in this era. They were poorly armed and usually ill-prepared for any sort of battle. They were low on powder, their guns were outdated. It was an issue that would come to bite them. But their tactics, their style of warfare against the pirates here in Central America, it looks a lot like much more modern warfare as we've seen across Central America. It's a clear representation of early guerrilla warfare. And that's something that we see from all over the Spanish world. Cuba during the Spanish-American War at the turn of the century. Cuba in 1961 during the Revolution. Hell, all of Latin America in their revolutions throughout the 19th and 20th centuries. Even in Spain during the Civil War in the 30s. It's a mainstay of Spanish military tactics, but it wasn't before this period. And I wonder if it came from the native peoples that they fought in their conquests during the 1500s. I wonder if the Spanish learned the best tactics from their numerically and technologically disadvantaged enemy. I wonder if they adopted that a century or so later when they found themselves at the same numerical and technological disadvantages. It's odd to think of a behemoth such as the Spanish Empire employing tactics that would later be used by scrappy revolutionaries, that were used by pirates, but it's what they were doing. When we left off last time, the French buccaneers led by Pierre Le Picard and Mathurin de Marais were marching across Central America. Raveneau de Lussan, a crewman and writer, inserted himself into all of the most dashing exploits, and he might actually have been involved in some of them. The pirates fought off ambush after ambush from the Spanish. They carried packs full of silver and gold and emeralds and pearls and even a few rubies and diamonds. They marched through woods and over savannas, and they died. Only one or two here, one or two there, but they were dying. The Spanish were picking them off, slowly, but every day there was another ambush or two. And it had been 10 days since they set out on 2nd January 1688. That's 10 days of roughly 4 leagues a day. That is 14 miles or 22 kilometers. And that's not an unsubstantial hike, considering the constant impending danger, the actual fighting they had to endure, and the campaign of fear conducted by the Spanish. The way that the Spaniards blared their trumpets all day and night, the threatening letters they sent, and, the actual killing. There was the campaign of fear and the violence, but on top of all of that, the pirates were suffering from hunger. Originally, they had intended to eat off the land. Lussan had written previously, quote, "Before I leave these seas, I'll spare the reader the trouble of asking how we came to endure so much hunger, misery, and fatigue. I have said that the country is so good and pleasant and fruitful in the production of all things necessary for the support and comfort of human life." He goes on to tell us that the pirates might, quote, "surprise the Spanish in our descents, where we would have wanted nothing, not only that was necessary, but also pleasurable, besides the wealth we must have carried away in a short time." But he concludes, quote, "In sight of the Spaniards, who, discovering even the least motions we made, had almost always time to remove all of their effects out of the way before we made our descent, and left us nothing they could not carry away." End quote. All along this march, the Spanish were taking the time to strip every settlement and outpost of anything that the pirates could use, the food and the water, and, of course, the shelter. The Spanish took the time to herd any cattle away that the pirates might eat, and they bought this time in pirate blood by blocking their pathways and burning savanna grass. In short, the Spanish plan was working. The pirates were dropping off, slowly, but dropping off nonetheless. But then, on 11th January 1688, the city of Segovia appeared in the distance. This is episode 142, Unexpected Morning Music. When I picture this scene, Segovia, I imagine the pirates topping a rise to see a moderate town at the bottom of the hill. a town with a wall surrounding it, but more of a fence than a proper fortification, although made of stone. Segovia lies in a valley. I picture it kind of like an amphitheater with a river running through the center. The hill on which the pirates were standing stood in front of the town. On either side there were two larger pine-covered hills, and then behind the city, a mountain range. The mountain range is where the pirates were headed, but before they could get there, those two pine-covered hills on either side of the town just happened to have excellent lines of sight on the approach to Segovia. The pirates knew that the approach to the city would be difficult. They knew that they would be fired upon from within that pine tree cover. As soon as they started their descent, a volley of musket shot fired on them. It wasn't a devastating salvo, but it did hit 2 men. However, the pirates were prepared for this. Each of their 5 separate divisions had a sector to watch, an area of ground and tree cover that they were to keep an eye on. They had orders to open up on any location from where shots were fired, which wasn't tremendously difficult. Old-fashioned muskets tend to produce a lot of smoke. So the pirates were able to fire roughly on the location from where they were being shot, and that forced the Spanish to move before they could open fire again. This pattern continued for nearly an hour of a slow, moving firefight, but eventually the pirates reached Segovia proper. Now, last time I told you the pirates were crossing through Costa Rica, and that's what Revenant de Luçon tells us over and over again. But that should serve as an excellent lesson in why we should never trust scurvy, lying pirates, or old historical sources. The pirates weren't in Costa Rica at all, so sorry about that. The coast of Central America, the Pacific coast of Central America, was called Costa Rica at the time, but the pirates were in fact in northwest Nicaragua, very near the border with Honduras. I should have picked up on that much earlier, such as when the pirates took that small town called Coluteca in Honduras, or when the pirates scuttled their ships in the Gulf of Fonseca on the coast of Nicaragua. This whole region, Nueva Segovia, was lightly populated by the Spanish in 1688. There were a ton of Nicaraguan natives living there, but the city itself, Segovia, was only there because of the gold deposits that were found in the Coluteca River that ran near town. Today, the city of Nueva Segovia is called Ocotal, which is a native Nicaraguan name for the region. But if you take a look at this region on a map, you'll notice a few things. The first thing I noticed is that these pirates' route across Nicaragua ran somewhat parallel to Henry Morgan's route some 22 years earlier. They were to the north of Grenada and Lake Nicaragua. But looking at that map, we can guess the trajectory of these pirates. When we look at where they made landfall and where they are now, at Segovia, it looks very much like they're headed for Cabo Gracias a Dios. You may remember that location in northeast Nicaragua. It's the very same place that another French buccaneer, maybe the forefather of these pirates, a place where he met his grisly end as the main course for a group of cannibals. Francois L'Olonnais was executed and then eaten for his crimes against the native peoples in the region into which these pirates were headed. And you might be wondering, well, then where are all of these native peoples? Well, there weren't many of them in Segovia, a Spanish stronghold, but they are going to play a role. These buccaneers weren't much more sensitive than L'Olonnais had been. But back to Segovia. Pierre de Picard and Mathurin de Moray expected stout resistance when they arrived at the town. They expected barricades and pike formations and snipers in every window. They expected cannons and cavalry units, everything that it would take to defend this city. Revenant de Luçon tells us of Segovia, quote, "This town lies in a bottom, and is so surrounded with mountains that she looks as if she were laid up in prison. The churches are here but very indifferently built, and the place of arms is both considerable and very fine." End quote. It was a city, a rich, gold-rich city, with fine architecture, even if he says they are indifferently built, exactly the sort of place that the Spanish traditionally would pull out all the stops to defend. But there wasn't an attack when the pirates came into town. There were no barricades, there were no pike formations, there weren't cannons or horses, there was nothing. The city appeared very much to be empty. The only person that the pirates saw was one old man that the pirates very nearly stumbled over. Segovia had been abandoned. However, even though all of the people were gone, their food and drink was not gone, as it had been everywhere else. There were plenty of supplies there in town, on which the pirates, the hungry pirates, could have feasted. Not only was there food, there was ale and wine and rum, and even a good bit of treasure lying around. That's kind of a pirate dream. Nobody to try and kill them, but plenty of gold and silver. They could build a few roaring fires and roast some pork and duckling and wash it all down with a fine Spanish wine. I mean, really, that's kind of my dream, too. As the pirates passed through town, they saw these goods and this food through nearly every window. A few of the pirates wanted to go indulge. It was all inviting, after all. I mean, all that was missing were a few willing ladies to pass the time. But what do you imagine would have happened if the pirates had, in fact, indulged? The pirates would split up to go find treasure in every corner of town. And sure, they would be careful with their guns primed, waiting for an ambush. But then they would come across their stores of gold and jewels. And, of course, they would take that because they're pirates. But that would take up room in their packs, room that was currently occupied by shot and powder. And no attack would come. The pirates were just so terrifying, the Spanish couldn't even face them. And once they were feeling all safe and secure and rich, they would build those fires, they would eat those feasts, and they would toast over and over again the cowardice of the Spanish dogs who left all of this behind. Frankly, I'm a bit surprised that the Spanish didn't accidentally leave a few of the pretty native girls and slaves behind. You know, purely by accident. Just overlooked the half-dressed young women lying invitingly on piles of silver. Oops. Lucan and the commanders of the pirates figured out pretty quickly that there was a plan in place here, a trap into which the pirates were meant to fall. Lull them into security, fill them with drink and food, and let them drift away by the fire. That's when you send in a few hundred troops to execute them. So the commanders gave orders not to leave the column. They reprimanded any man who thought about slipping away to fill his pockets, and they did so harshly. Remember, pirate discipline was a delicate thing. But the pirates marched through Segovia without breaking ranks, even if there was a fair amount of grumbling. And I can understand that grumbling. Who would want to leave all of that behind when they were faced with sheer, steep mountains? Lucan writes, quote, "The way is very difficult, being mountains of a prodigious height, to the tops whereof we must creep with great danger. The valleys, consequently, are so narrow here that for a league of even ground you have 6 leagues of mountains to go. We felt a very sharp cold, and were taken with so thick a fog that even when day appeared we could not know one another otherwise than by our voices. That lasted till 10 in the morning, when the weather cleared up and the fog went entirely off, and the heat becomes very great. Thus we were forced to endure such contrary seasons, but the hopes of getting once into our native country made us endure all these toils and served as wings to carry us." End quote. The mountains were daunting, and unpleasant compared to what Segovia offered, but the commanders got their men moving regardless, which was, considering what waited them, probably a very good thing. And they gained a march on the Spanish, which was the pirates' goal, but the Spanish were ready for that too. Upon entering the mountains, they faced a barricade of tree trunks that blocked their passage through the valley, and that took the better part of a day to break through. This gave the Spanish plenty of time to send a company ahead to cut off the pirates and begin making mischief. Come nightfall, the pirates made camp at a hato there in the valley, at the foot of a very tall mountain, the first real mountain they'd encountered. The Spanish fired into the camp throughout the night, so the pirates had to dig little trenches to sleep in, and they slept without fire, but even still, during the night a few pirates were hit. The following day, the pirates made their first ascent, their first real climb, and it was slow going. There was the climbing, but they also spotted a herd of wild horses, which they spent time to hunt. But eventually they came to an eminence, a large flat spot near the top of a mountain. It was defensible against the Spanish, which was good, but it also gave them some much-needed intel. Unfortunately, the intelligence was not good. There was a valley in front of them, and then, climbing the next rise, there were Spanish emplacements. Quote, "On the 13th, an hour before sunrising, we mounted along an eminence that seemed to us to be an advantageous place to encamp on. From thence we sat upon the edge of a mountain. We sent 40 men hither, who had observed 3 retrenchments in the same place, all about pistol shot from one another, which rising by degrees towards the middle of the same side of the mountain, fully barricaded the way through which we were to pass next day, and commanded a small stream that ran along the said valley, into which we must necessarily descend first, there being no other way. 10,000 men could not force their way through that entrenchment without being cut to pieces, as well because of the advantage of the place as the number of Spaniards that defended it. They saw also a man who, as soon as he saw them, severely threatened them with his cutlass, which he held naked in his hand." End quote. Now, I don't know that I believe 10,000 men would be unable to take it, but it's not impossible. The pirates despaired. Lussan continues, quote, "These sad tidings were a mighty allay to our joy. But these thoughts were at once to be laid aside, to make room for to consider how we should disentangle ourselves from that place without delay, because the Spaniards who were gathering together from all adjacent provinces would quickly fall upon our small company." End quote. The Spanish had a well-defended entrenchment, looking downhill as the pirates would be coming up. It was complete with barricades and ditches that would leave anyone trying to climb the mountain open to attack, and there were hundreds of soldiers waiting for them, and more were arriving every day in alarmingly large numbers. There was no way to pass around it. There was a sheer cliff on one side, a stream, and a dense wood on the other. And even if they did manage to get the entire pirate army around the Spanish, what then? There would still be a Spanish army on their tail, growing larger every day. Lussan writes, quote, "And though, after all, we should have found out a way to escape across so many obstacles, there was still an indispensable necessity that we should fight with the Spaniards, that we might be at quiet for the rest of our journey." End quote. Once the pirates recovered from their despair, most of them were for making a stand here, for fighting it out with the Spanish in a final bid to decide their fate. Lussan describes the admittedly brave, if foolish, French buccaneers falling into despair, but finding resolve in this last, desperate act of defiance against the Spanish. And that sort of thing, well, it's almost a heroic cliché. You know, the charge of the Light Brigade, the 300 Spartans holding the Persians back at the Battle of Thermopylae, or Helm's Deep. You know, if this is to be our end, then I would have them make such an end as to be worthy of remembrance. But if that's the way this were to go, I wouldn't be telling this story. This story would not be remembered beyond a few soldiers doing their job. Lussan and Picard and Desmarais and all of the rest of the pirates would have died here, and we would know virtually nothing of their exploits after Guayaquil, except as maybe a footnote in some dusty Spanish record book. And the Spanish did keep good records, but there's no story there, just here's some pirates and here they died. Happily for us, though, that's not how this story went. Lucan tells us that it was his input that changed the men's minds, an impassioned speech to put some steel in their bellies, that kind of thing. But I think it would be better described, if it were even in fact Lucan who did so, as talking sense into the pirates. How about, rather than charge into a hail of deadly musket shot which will kill us all, how about we at least give sneaking around them a try? Not all of us, and we might all die in the end anyway, but how would that be different from one last glorious charge? Except in that we might not all die. If we're lucky here, we might be able to sneak some men past the Spanish and fall on them unexpectedly from behind. Quote, I told them that, for my part, I could not see what else we could do but go cross those woods, precipices, mountains, and rocks, how inaccessible soever they appeared to be, and endeavor to surprise the enemy in the rear, and to gain the advantage of ground from them by getting above them, where surely we were not expected, and that I would answer for the success of the same at the peril of my life, if they would undertake it. End quote. Which speaks to the character of Lucan, both in the sense of, moral righteousness, Calvin's dad telling him that shoveling the walkway builds character, but also in the characterization of Revenant de Lucan. Whether or not it's true, it's a compelling image of him before the rest of his French compatriots, telling them that there is a chance, if only they have the courage to grasp it, to sneak through those dark and dangerous woods, to fall upon the Spanish from behind, and he claiming that he will go himself at the peril of his own life if the men would agree to do so. However, before any of that could begin, the pirates had to deal with their dead weight. They had a ton of horses, they had a bunch of prisoners, and then they had all of those freed slaves that didn't have any guns. First, they sent the prisoners away, back to town, theoretically, although really into the waiting arms of a Spanish army. More important, though, were the freed men, who were unarmed. They gave them pistols and swords, and set those former slaves to guarding the horses. There were a few pirates among them, mostly Englishmen, or at least those who spoke enough English to give orders to the freedmen, including George Dew. And with that, everyone appeared to be ready to settle down for the evening. The Spanish probably assumed that that's what the pirates were doing, which, in a way, it was. But it was a tense night for the pirates. A few pirates, their best scouts, those who had excellent eyesight, slipped into the trees as silently as possible to scout out a path. They had to navigate only by the scant amount of moonlight that filtered through the trees, and in doing so they had to be very, very quiet to avoid being detected by the Spanish. And make no mistake, the Spanish were watching the trees. If they heard voices or a suspicious amount of activity, they would investigate. Now, this might be a bit more personal information than you'd care for, but I was reminded of something while reading about this. I once stalked a girlfriend of mine through the woods. It was, on a camping trip. It's not as creepy as I made that sound. But I did so at night, and it was kind of scary. I mean, bears are a thing, possums are a thing, and I hate possums. It was really hard to find her. And she wanted me to find her. But that wasn't even the hardest part. The hardest part was once I figured out where she was, sneaking around her so that I could sneak up on her from behind, quietly enough to actually surprise her, which was the goal. And at the end of all of that, I did not have a reasonable expectation of having hot lead tear through my flesh, leaving me to bleed out until one of those bears, or maybe a family of possums, shows up to finish the job. I mean, I can only imagine the sort of tension that was coursing through the veins of the pirates, the fear and adrenaline and the sound of blood pumping in their ears. This was the moment, and these scouts were the men on which their success and return home, or their failure and certain death, relied. But Lucan was among those who made their way through the woods, and eventually they had good news. Quote, "Scarce had we considered the ascent where the Spaniards had made their retrenchments, but above them we saw a road, which we could not discover but with difficulty, and by lights peeping between the trees, which would allow us to see but some traces at a distance from one another." End quote. He's saying that through these dark, dense, and dangerous woods, there was a road above the Spanish that, if the pirates were able to reach, would give them an excellent vantage on the Spanish from the rear. So the pirates began sending troops. Lucan continues, quote, "We sent 20 men to cover another party, whom we knew by experience to be ingenious and expert upon several occasions, that so they might pitch upon those places by which we might, in the night, the more easily get up as far as that road, thereby to go and charge the enemy in the rear by break of day." End quote. Lucan is saying that they sent scouts ahead, aside from one man who was to report, so that they could guide and guard more and more troops as they passed through the woods in the evening. They traveled in parties of about 20 men, quickly and quietly, and I do wonder how they hid their diminishing numbers, but apparently the Spanish didn't suspect a thing. After a long night of trying to sneak pirates through the woods, they were split up into 3 main bodies. There were those that were guarding the horses in the far rear, and that was not a safe position. The Spanish had 300 soldiers behind the main body of pirates, what Lucan calls, quote, "our constant shadow." Those were 300 men menacing the 80 or so untrained slaves with only a few experienced pirates to back them up. And I don't intend to sully the bravery or the valor of those former slaves. They're about to prove they have both in truly spectacular fashion. But slave masters were rarely inclined to train their property to kill people. Never a good idea in their position. And then there was the main body of pirates, about 200 or so strong. They were waiting before the Spanish entrenchment. But then finally there were about 120 crack shots that were moving into place above and behind the Spanish, their best and brightest, you might say. Lucan describes their movements, quote, "Things being thus disposed, we said our prayers as low as we could, that the Spaniards might not hear us. At the same time we set forward by moonlight. We heard the Spaniards also at their prayers, who fired 600 muskets into the air to frighten us. They also discharged at the responses of the litany of the saints which they sung. We still pursued our march, and spent the whole night to advance the distance between them and us, through a country so full of rocks, mountains, and frightful precipices, that our posteriors were of more use to us than our legs." End quote. As dawn broke, the pirates were almost in position. Happily, though, despite the sun being up, they still had that heavy fog to hide their movements, which put the Spanish at a big disadvantage. See, the Spanish didn't know that anyone was up there, so they talked and rummaged around like normal. That made noise that gave the pirates every opportunity to get into position. The pirates knew where the Spanish were, while the Spanish didn't know where the pirates were. But one group of 5 or 6 pirates happened upon a pair of Spanish sentinels in the fog. They were standing very quietly and difficult to see until you were right up on them. Everyone was surprised, the sentinels, the pirates, and everyone fired. The game was up. The Spanish knew something was up there, something had fired off their guns, and they got in place to do battle. But there was confusion in the Spanish camp. The shots came from above, but there were echoes in the valley, and the fog muffled noise. Arguments broke out among the Spanish. "They're above us." "No, they're below us." In fact, they were both. but the Spanish broke their ranks of 500 to face both up and downhill. And that's exactly what they should have done in this situation, but a volley came at them not from above, but from below, from the pirates waiting below them. So all of the Spanish turned to face that direction, and that's exactly what they should not have done. Lussan says, quote, "The Spaniards, who thought of nothing less than to see us come down from above upon their retrenchment, about 500 men, consequently open without any cover, took the alarm so hot that falling all upon them at the same time, we made them quit the place in a moment, and make their escape by the favor of the fog. This unexpected morning music disturbed the economy of their designs, and so thwarted their whole contrivance." End quote. When the Spanish turned to face downhill, the pirates above fell on them and fired on them. The Spanish, having been hit so hard and so fast, broke ranks and ran. They abandoned their highest entrenchment, which allowed the pirates to capture it, which gave them ample opportunity to fire on the Spanish. It put the Spanish in the very same disadvantage that the pirates had been in only a few hours before. The pirates, now in place, opened fire, and kept up fire for an hour, but they had to do so through the fog that was still there. After that hour was up, the Spanish were still in place. They had not moved. It appeared that their muskets were unable to reach the Spanish, or at least do so with any hope of hitting them. So instead, the pirates drew their cutlasses and their pistols and advanced downhill through the fog. Quietly as possible, so to go unnoticed, until they were right on the second barricade. The pirates rushed forward, slashing at anyone in their way. The front ranks fell. When they engaged, pistols were discharged and dropped just like the Spanish. Men were screaming and dying. Quote, "We fought them stoutly, and they did not quit the place till such time as they saw the butts of our muskets. But then, being much terrified, they left us all, and ran that way which was before their retrenchments." End quote. The Spanish broke and ran again, only this time they ran right into a barricade of fallen trees that they had put in place on the road to stop the pirates from advancing. That stopped them from continuing their retreat. That allowed the pirates above to fire on them, while simultaneously those below had a clear shot. Lussan writes, quote, "Thus the precaution which they had taken against us was turned upon themselves, insomuch that we had so clear a view of them from the retrenchments we had taken that we did execution almost with every piece we shot." End quote. They did execution with every piece they shot. The Spanish were caught in a crossfire, and they were being slaughtered. Within the hour, they broke and ran into the trees, or into the hills, or down the cliffside, anywhere that hot iron was not flying through the air. This was their final flight. They had lost the battle. And it was a brutal fight, even by pirate standards. Even those pirates with the darkest reputations were still products of their times. Usually they fought with, well, I was going to say honor, but honor isn't the right word. They at least followed some of the rules of engagement. When quarter was asked, it was given. Usually. Quote, "We found these Spaniards had so little mind to give us quarter that even when we took any of them, they would not as much as ask it at our hands, though they did all they could to save themselves out of our hands." At this no man ought to wonder, for it's a maxim amongst them in these parts, whether it proceed from pride or fierceness of temper, that they will never ask quarter of those to whom they would give none. But we, in the meantime, being affected with compassion upon sight of the great quantity of blood we saw running down into the rivulet, spared the rest, and went a second time into our entrenchments, having lost all this, while but one man, and only 2 wounded. End quote. What he's saying there is that the pirates attempted to take prisoners, but the Spanish refused to accept quarter or ask it. So anywhere that the pirates came upon a Spaniard or a small group of them, they killed them. Eventually, in sympathy at the large number of Spanish left dead on the field, the pirates pulled back and allowed the Spanish to flee. With the battle over and the Spanish broken, we might assume that the pirates had clear sailing ahead of them, all the way to the coast. However, the battles were not yet done, and there were still leagues and leagues ahead of them that were filled with warring Native American tribes. When we left off last time, the French buccaneers, led by Pierre Le Picard and Mathurin des Marais, had just dealt a staggering defeat to the Spanish soldiers that had been harrying them. We're picking up right where we left off, in the immediate aftermath of the battle. This episode could have been titled Unexpected Morning Music, Part 2. However, that music in question was very much expected today, and I found another title I wanted to use. This is episode 143, Men or Devils. Once the Spanish finally fled the field of battle, after the pirates had defeated them, they left their dead and wounded behind, those too wounded to walk, and the buccaneers combed through the battlefield for, well, anything of interest. Good boots or shot and powder, maybe coats, muskets maybe, but the Spanish guns weren't that good. In combing the field, though, they happened across the Spanish general. Revenot de Lussan calls him an old Walloon, that is, a one-time soldier in the Wallonia region of Belgium, something we might know better as the Spanish Netherlands. It's a predominantly French-speaking region today, and in fact at the time had a lot of French speakers. However, it was occupied by Spain. That occupation was a bone of contention between Spain and France for many, many years. It was something of an open wound between the two nations that made any sort of lasting peace impossible. It reminds me of Alsace and Lorraine between France and Germany. To the French, any Frenchman really, finding an old Walloon commander would not be unlike a Frenchman finding an old German commander of Alsace and Lorraine in World War I, or maybe a Chinese soldier discovering that the Japanese general that they had just captured had taken part in the rape of Nanking. There are 1,000 stories like that all throughout history, all around the world, of ancient enmity that manifests itself in the people of their time. It might be a bit much to say that the pirates celebrated the death of this old Walloon, but I imagine that his corpse was the target of many a French curse and many a Frenchman's spit. Lussan tells us, quote, their general, an old Walloon officer, had given them the plan of this retrenchment that would infallibly have prevailed against us had we attacked them by the way they expected. Another old captain advised him to secure their rear, but the general saw so little likelihood of danger on that side that he answered we, the pirates, must be either men or devils. If we were men, he defied us to get over any way. If we were devils, he must be taken. End quote. However, that other old captain eventually prevailed with their general and convinced him to post those 2 sentries that the pirates stumbled upon, those who alerted the Spanish to the pirate movements above them. Now, that did not do much for the Spanish in the end, but it was the right move. Throughout this entire post-battle sequence, Lussan is, if any of it can actually be believed, Lussan is castigating the general for his failure, and considering the death toll on the side of the Spanish, the general does seem to deserve it. And there's, kind of a lot of nationalistic chest-thumping going on. Oh, the French are so much braver than the Spanish, blah, 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 but I think there's a real lesson to take from this story. The pirates, and really pirates in general, teach us a lesson. It's a lesson that you can really see best in hindsight, and honestly, it's a lesson that most people in the world have learned by this point. But it's something that the powers of Europe wouldn't learn until maybe the French Revolution or Napoleon, or in some cases even World War I. The pirates, when we take away the crime, which, maybe we should not do since it's the definition of piracy, but when we take away the crime and the rum and the eye patches and the parrots and the politics and religion, all we're really left with is the job of piracy. A pirate crew was essentially an independent mercenary marine corps. Now, they were different from other mercenary navies, legitimate, legal mercenary navies, in that they had a decentralized structure. There was an admiral from time to time, but it was really on a ship-by-ship basis. But the thing that separates pirates from royal or national navies and armies is something that we recognize as deeply important, but was not necessarily recognized at the time. It's the question of merit. Pirates utilized their merit-based system in their command structure. If a captain was bad at his job, the pirates under him, through thoroughly democratic means, had the ability to replace that captain, or that quartermaster, or whatever officer was failing to do their duty. They could be voted out of power and replaced with someone who would hopefully do a better job. And that didn't always work out. Just like modern Republican democracies don't always work out. Sometimes you elect an Adolf Hitler, but they work out more often than not. When men of the Royal Navy, or soldiers in a continental army, or even a Spanish colonial militia in the New World, when they were led by incompetent commanders who usually had a name that carried some influence, when those soldiers or sailors thought about replacing their commander, or, God forbid, discussed replacing their commander, they were beaten or even executed, usually on the direct orders of that same incompetent commander. There was no merit-based system in any of those organizations. It was all about the name. It was all about the money and the power that you held, not how good you were at the job. And this is a military question, although there are obvious parallels to politics. But in military organizations, that system often led to disasters very much like the one that the Spanish had just endured here. There was a tiny force, a fraction of the size of the Spanish force in the region, that had severe tactical disadvantages, and they were able to outsmart and overwhelm the clearly superior force because they had better commanders. These were lions led by donkeys versus lions led by better lions. Now, all of this clearly is fed by my own modern biases, I won't deny that, but it is corroborated in Lussan's account. In fact, he kind of pushes that idea. More than anything, he does so via a letter that he claims was found on the person of that Walloon commander. A letter to the commander from the general of this region, which Lussan reprints in full. I'm not going to bother you by reading the whole thing, but I am going to select the very best bits that, support my point of view. That letter, according to Lussan, reads, quote, "A letter written by the general of the province of Costa Rica to the commander in the retrenchments, dated January 6th, 1688. Sir, I thought I had made a good choice when I committed to you the conduct of an affair which ought to re-establish our reputation, if you have the better of the enemy. I was preparing to send you 8,000 men, if you had not sent me word that 1,500 was enough. I doubt not a person that hath served so long as you have done will take care of your men. According to the relation you have given of your retrenchments, it's impossible but those people, with the help of God, must be destroyed." End quote. I want to pause and point out that the general could have had 8,000 soldiers to attack the pirates. And yeah, that probably does sound like overkill for 300 scurvy French pirates, but clearly they needed it. And why would he turn down that clear advantage? Pride is the only answer that comes to mind. But then the governor goes on to advise some troop movements to the general, and the commander followed some of them, but not all of them. However, the letter continues, quote, "Take good measures, for those devils have a cunning and subtlety that is not in use amongst us. When you find them within the shot of your harquebuses, and when you find them weakened, raise a shout to frighten them and fall in with your swords, while Don Rodrigo attacks them in the rear." End quote. Which, you might note, is not what the Spanish commander did, but it is what the pirates did in their same situation. Don Rodrigo, by the way, was the commander of those 300 soldiers to the pirates' rear, closer to Segovia, their constant shadow, as Luçon calls them, and we should not forget about them. But the governor goes on to conclude his letter with a bunch of talk about God and his divine preference of the Spanish over what he calls these new sort of Turks, and the governor even goes on to make promises of heavenly rewards and the more earthly rewards of gold and silver that would be claimed from the corpses of the pirates. And Luçon is really kind of smirking about that. He retorts that bit of Spanish religiosity by describing the French pirates singing, quote, "Te Deum upon the field of battle, by way of thanks unto God for this victory," end quote. Which is a very fancy, very Catholic, very old world way of saying, nah, 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 nah. However, the pirates did not have a long time to celebrate their victory. That shadow company, their constant shadow, was still in the rear, and before long, the pirates, puttering around the field of battle, heard musket fire coming from around the mountain. Now, remember how the battle was organized here. The pirates held the high ground, and the Spanish were stuck below them at one of their own barricades. There was another company of pirates that held the valley below the Spanish, and then there was the pirate baggage train, guarded by a force of mostly freed slaves that was around a bend in the river. Behind them, there were those 300 Spaniards. Neither the pirates' baggage train nor those 300 Spanish troops could see or knew what was happening in the battle. Now, had those 300 soldiers known what was happening up the mountain, they may have pulled back to a better, more defensible position. But that's not what happened. Instead, when the constant shadow heard the guns of the battle dying down, they presumed that the battle had been won by their Spanish brethren, and they advanced on the pirates' baggage train. They didn't want all of their clearly victorious compatriots to hog all the glory, after all. That's when the pirates up the mountain, who had just fought a battle, heard the guns. Now that middle group of pirates, those stuck below the Spanish, they put 60 men on Spanish horses, and those 60 rushed off to the fighting in the rear. But the gunfire only lasted for a few minutes. The pirates on horseback assumed that the Spanish had taken that battlefield and thought that they would have to fight another battle before the day was out. But let's assume that you had been bought and sold as property. Here, in this moment, in Central America, you have a chance at real freedom, and there were 300 Spaniards trying to take that away from you. What would you do to escape that fate? What wouldn't you do to escape that fate? To defend yourself and the other 80 freedmen and women and children who were there beside you, all in the same dire situation. They did what I assume anyone would do. They fought really, really hard. Now, Luçon wasn't there, but he did hear about what transpired when the guns ceased fire. He says, quote, "Considering their number, the Spanish could have carried an emolument. They had so little courage that they contented themselves to send an officer to our men that guarded the baggage to parley with them, and thus the cowardice of the enemy was fully confirmed." End quote. The Spanish had advanced on the baggage train, but they were fought back, and they retreated to an eminence where they entrenched themselves, a highly defensible position. It was then, before the 60 cavalrymen arrived that they sent down an emissary to discuss terms. And that emissary believed that he was doing so from a position of strength. They might have pulled back from the fight, but they had the rear well defended here. They had a very defensible position. There was no escape through them, and really, he was right. There wasn't an escape that way. But that emissary was operating under the assumption that there were still soldiers who were pinning the pirates in on the other side, those soldiers that the pirates had just routed. He gave the pirates terms. He suggested that they hand over their rightful Spanish property. He wanted the treasure and the slaves, but in return, he offered safe passage. The emissary told the pirates, quote, "I come hither from my general. You say that you are men of courage, yet you are not to doubt the great numbers of men we have will overpower you. If you will give yourselves up prisoners of war into the power of our general," who was dead, remember, "who is a man of honor, we will be friends and let you pass to your own country." End quote. This message made everyone in the pirates' rear guard very nervous. Remember that they didn't know what had happened in the battle any more than this Spanish emissary did. Some of them began to think that it might be in their best interest to surrender. If the Spanish were really men of their word, that might get them home alive. Obviously, though, the freed slaves did not share that opinion. They were not about to go back in chains, and they still had all of those weapons that had been given to them by the pirates. There was a moment there where it almost fell into fighting between the pirates and their allies. There were a lot of glances passed between men. There was a lot of gripping the hilts and the pistols tightly. And considering the numbers at play in this rear guard, the slaves very much could have killed the few pirates. They could have killed them to a man. And then the slaves, once again slaves, could have been swept up by the Spanish with ease. At this moment, disaster was inches away. Right then, when everything rested on a knife's edge, a horse's whinny was heard in the distance. That was followed by the sound of galloping hooves. If the former slaves and the pirates in the rear guard were about to fight one another, they put that aside to defend against whatever was coming up behind them. However, they saw that the reinforcements had arrived on the back of Spanish horses. The rear guard's courage was restored, and they told that Spanish emissary, quote, "Though you have force enough to destroy our number, we should not fail still to fight. Yea, though there were but one man of us left, he should fight still against you all. When we left the sea, we resolved to pass through your country or die in the attempt, and though there were as many Spaniards of you as there is grass in this savannah, we should not be afraid, but look upon you always, in our opinion, cowards. And we will pass on, and go where we will in spite of your teeth." End quote. That's a bold speech. However, those pirates probably felt confident in making that speech. They probably realized what the Spanish emissary had just realized. Quote, "The officer, being dismissed upon our arrival, mounted his horse to return from whence he came. Observing we were booted and mounted upon his companions' horses, he shrunk up his shoulders by way of amazement, and rode as fast as he could to carry the news to his own party. As soon as he was got to them, we advanced and fell upon them. We received their first firing, to which we made return with our pistols and cutlasses, and that unhappily for them who had not yet got upon their horses, for we cut a great many of them to pieces. We let the rest go, detaining only their horses, when we had broken all their arms. We had no more than one man killed in this engagement, as 'twas in the other, and 2 maimed." End quote. Now I know I've said it before, but I have to say it again. I adore the writing of Raveneau de Lussan. I don't care If it's a half-true fable that was unduly influenced by his publishers back in France, that is a hell of a story. And I mean, I shouldn't be surprised at that. This was the reign of Louis XIV, which is considered by some the pinnacle of French literature, and that makes it a contender for the height of European or even world literature, at least before the 20th century. No, I don't know that I would agree with that, but I don't speak French and I'm not a literary scholar. I do love this book, at the very least. Now, they let those Spanish who were still in one piece run away, but they kept their horses, and when he says they broke their arms, he means their guns. They didn't literally break their arms. Another battle had been won with shocking lack of casualties against the Spanish. That's 2 forces defeated by an inferior number of pirates. However, those of you who are paying close attention might have noticed something. Remember, in that letter that the governor sent, he said that the general only required 1,500 men. The pirates had defeated a force of maybe as many as 500 earlier in the day, most of whom they let escape. Then they defeated another force of maybe 300 men, most of whom they let escape. That is only, at the very most, 800 men, most of whom escaped. What about the other 700? Well, they were dug in deep, high up on the mountainside. Lussan tells us that, come nightfall, the pirates saw a massive bonfire far above them. It was the sort of fire that nobody in the valley could miss, not the pirates, who were certainly meant to see it, and not what he calls the fugitives. Those hundreds of soldiers that they had let escape, that they had failed to kill, well, they were heading to that bonfire like moths to a flame. They were rejoining the ranks of those 7 or 8 or more hundred Spanish soldiers. That was a force that was not split up. That was a force that they would be unlikely to defeat. The pirates did not wait for those Spanish forces to gather and fall on them. They began making moves immediately. They did not make camp that night. There was no rest for the wicked. This was their only window that they had, and they had work to do. This is kind of a disturbing bit of information, honestly. It makes sense. It's the sort of thing that we see fairly often in world history. We even see it twice in the Bible. But if you're squeamish or a particularly strong animal lover, you might want to close your ears for a moment. The pirates there in the river valley found themselves in possession of every Spanish horse. Those horses, when the Spanish came down the mountain, would allow them to chase after the pirates at speed. The Spanish were relying on them to catch the pirates. So the pirates hamstrung them. 900 horses, all throughout the night for hours, had their hamstrings sliced with swords. No, I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what that sounds like. I don't know what that smells like, and to be honest, I don't want to know. I'm not going to dwell on that event. But for the pirates to escape, it makes sense. It would slow the Spanish down, while the pirates took around 300 horses at dawn and rode away at speed. They rode hard for several days, through the river valley at the base of the mountain. On the 15th, they came to a hato that had a few Spanish ranchers staying there. Now, those ranchers were surprised and a bit frightened at the sudden appearance of 300 French buccaneers. But the buccaneers didn't want to attack them. They wanted their help. The ranchers, probably with the threat of death hanging over their heads, aided the pirates in slaughtering and salting 200 of their horses. They were to feed the pirates for the rest of their journey home. 100 of those horses, though, were left with the ranchers as a sort of repayment, something I imagine that those ranchers never mentioned to anybody. The following morning, With no sign of the Spanish on their trail, the pirates found a suitable place to put in on the river. Thus far it hadn't been wide enough or deep enough to carry them, but here, on the 17th of January, they found the place where it really began to flow. Now the pirates didn't have boats, but they did have axes. Lussan writes, quote, "On the 17th we came to the river, and entered the woods that grow upon the banks, where everyone fell to work in good earnest to cut down trees to build piperies. Some perhaps may think that these were commodious vessels, to carry us with ease down the river, but there was nothing less than that in it." End quote. Piperies were nothing more than rafts, just a few logs that were strapped together on which 2 or maybe 3 pirates could stand to row downriver. You've seen people paddle boarding, maybe you've been paddle boarding yourself. Well, this looked a lot like that, only people on paddle boards are usually far more attractive. Paddleboarders also usually aren't carrying rucksacks that have all of their worldly wealth in them. They also aren't carrying black powder muskets, which might save their lives and would be rendered completely useless if they should get too wet. But their entry into this river finally tells us where the pirates were headed, conclusively. Today, that river is called the Rio Coco, but at the time, the Spanish called her the Rio Segovia. She begins before Segovia, but she lets out on the other side of the continent, in the Caribbean, at Cabo Gracias a Dios. However, that river, Rio Coco or Rio Segovia, it has another name. It is called the Huanqui River. It's given that name by the people who commanded the southern Nicaraguan bank of the river and controlled most of Nicaragua all the way to the coast, the Mosquito Coast. This is the conclusion to the tale of Raveneau de Lussan. Now, many of the characters in his story will pop up elsewhere, Lussan himself once or twice, but the story of his narrative, the story in which Lussan is the central character, is coming to an end today. When we left off last time, the buccaneers had just defeated an overwhelming Spanish force, but they'd left more than 1,000 other Spanish troops in their wake. The pirates fled downriver, praying that their flight would carry them from any further battles, or at least battles with the Spanish. They knew full well that there were plenty of Native American groups out there, some of whom would be hostile. Lussan himself said, upon their departure, to the reader, quote, "You may judge by what follows whether the continual apprehensions of danger we were in were well or ill-grounded." End quote. This is episode 144, Well-Grounded. There were 2 prominent groups of indigenous peoples in the region. We'll get to the second in a minute, but the first were the Mosquito people. Now, you may be thinking that that's excellent news. I mean, the Mosquito and the pirates had wonderful relations, right? And that's true, but not applicable here. The Mosquito had good relations with the Dutch Zee rovers. They had ever since Abraham Blauvelt had founded Abraham's Key at Bluefields, and the Mosquito were on very good terms with the English out of Jamaica. That goes all the way back to 1631. The Providence Island Company began those relations, but they were strengthened by Henry Morgan, and then successive waves of Port Royal buccaneers made those relations even better. English pirates who were sailing to the Main almost always had a Mosquito guide on board. That alliance between England and the Mosquito people would be formally recognized by the English crown in 1740. So the Mosquito got along great with the English. They got along fine with the Dutch, but the French... The last memorable dealings that the French pirates had had with the people of the Mosquito Coast, that was Francois l'Olonnais, who landed there in 1666 and made such a violent, psychopathic nuisance of himself that the people there at Cabo Gracias a Dios killed him and ate him. And make no mistake here, the Mosquito were a savvy people. They knew the difference between all of the European powers, and they understood the politics between them. They played those politics to their advantage on more than one occasion. And there's this myth about good Indians who never eat people and bad Indians who eat people all the time. And occasionally there is a little evidence to support some of that, but not here. The English would have had you believe that these allies were the latter sort, but it was almost certainly the Mosquito people that killed Francois l'Olonnais and his fellow commanders. Now, whether or not they really ate him is up for debate. That's just what Alexander Exquemelin tells us. But l'Olonnais was definitely killed there at Cabo Gracias a Dios for his horrific abuses against the Mosquito people. We're talking about torture and rape and murder on a disastrous level. I mention that because that happened only 22 years earlier. Many of the same people that suffered under that French buccaneer's attentions were still alive. Some of them still carried the scars. And when an English admiral, such as Henry Morgan, would arrive with French ships in tow, they were usually able to keep the peace. We're all allies here, at least you are both our allies, so let's not go about killing each other. After all, we're all after the same goal, killing Spanish. And that was often enough. But here, in 1688, there was no English admiral. This was a French buccaneer force, and they were rowing precariously downriver into territory held by the Mosquito, territory that was led by commanders who probably vividly remembered Francois l'Olonnais. But first, before we get to any of that, the pirates need to make their way downriver. They had a small fleet of what they called piperies, which were basically small rafts that held 2 or 3, but usually 2 men standing up. These piperies submerged the pirates to their knees or thighs, or sometimes all the way to the waist, but they allowed them to float well enough. They navigated on these piperies with very long poles. They didn't need oars exactly. The current was quite strong. They didn't need to row, but the poles helped them to avoid the many dangers that the river offered. The Rio Segovia, today the Rio Coco, was a fast-moving whitewater river, and it was filled with danger. Lussan writes, quote, "The river springs in the mountains of Segovia and discharges itself into the North Sea at Cape Gracias a Dios, after having run a very long way in a most rapid manner across a vast number of rocks of a prodigious bigness, and by the most frightful precipices that can be thought of, besides a great many falls of water, to the number of at least 100 of all sorts, which it's impossible for a man to look on without trembling, and making the head of the most fearless to turn round when he sees and hears the water fall from such an height into these tremendous whirlpools." End quote. Lussan goes on to tell us that no one who had not seen those frightful precipices and rocks of prodigious bigness, he tells us that no one could begin to believe them had they not seen. And I tend to believe that. I mean, we, in the modern world, have privileges they didn't have back then. We can fly and then drive to get almost anywhere in the world. We can visit unbelievable locations that people in the ancient world would have had almost no hope of seeing. But how many of us would travel for months to go whitewater rafting? To go rafting without helmets, in a place where hitting our head almost certainly meant death. There were no ambulances back then. There was no airlift to the nearest hospital. Rescue crews would be lucky to find anything. Instead, what you had was a filthy rag soaked in wine wrapped around your head. And it would take a lot to convince me to leave hearth and home and good brown beer for something like that. Now, horrific oppression on the one hand and a backpack full of gold on the other, that might just do it. But most people never saw anything like what the pirates had to deal with here. Now, on the first day, the biggest problem was the rocks. A bunch of pirates capsized and had to be rescued. Nearly everyone was soaked by the end of that day, along with their shot and powder, but no one was injured too badly, and no one died. But then came the second day, when the pirates came upon their first waterfall. Those pirates out in the very front heard it first, and a few of them peeled off to the side of the river, but a few were either caught in the current or chose to just keep going. Those pirates went over the waterfall, and those who chose to do so regretted their decision. Most of them wound up gasping and sputtering on the bank of the river, doing so without their packs. All of their food and all of their worldly wealth was now at the bottom of a waterfall. So a few bright souls came up with a solution. They tied their packs and themselves to their piperies, and then set out over the waterfall. Those pirates would have regretted their decision had they lived to do so. Every man who tried that little gamble was sucked down and never seen again. Soon enough, every pipery pulled off to the side, onto the bank, and the entire crew was assembled to discuss what to do here. The river was difficult. It was dangerous. Now, they were making incredible time, but they were worn out. The pirates now would have to carry their piperies overland down a hill to put back in the river. It was exhausting. But now that they all agreed they were free of any further Spanish attacks, they came up with a system that would allow some of the men to rest while others moved on. They came up with what was kind of a vaguely military system that broke their fleet into pieces. They broke down essentially by crew. However, within the crew they had smaller subunits that would be spread out so that no large groups of pirates could capsize, bringing everybody down. The crew that was to be out front were kind of a vanguard. You might think of them as scouts. They were going to be subjected to whatever dangers the river might throw their way without any warning whatsoever. Now, that's a dangerous job. Beyond that, that first crew had to get up first thing in the morning and get into the river before everybody else. However, they had the pleasure, those in the vanguard, of pulling out of the river first. They got to take their ease far before everybody else did. And then they got to sleep in the next day. Those who had been in the vanguard, those who had faced the greatest dangers, got to put in last. They got to sleep as long as they wanted before getting back into the river. And then all of the groups of pirates moved forward one level. Those who had been directly behind the vanguard the day before moved up to the vanguard. Those who had been behind them moved up, and so on and so forth. Again, it's Ravno de Lusan who tells us that he alone came up with this strategy, and he had to fight over the objections of the crew to sell it to them, but he did so with his brilliant oratory. Lusan writes, quote, "I advised that those who went down first should take care to set up in the most dangerous places a flag or banner at the top of a long pole, so that we might discern it afar off. Not so much to give notice to those who were hindermost that there was a fall in such a place, for these would make themselves to be heard almost a league off, but to signify to them what side they were to put to land, which would be that where the flag stood. These methods being put in practice saved the lives of a great many men." End quote. So the pirates had a system in place, a system that admittedly did slow them down, but they were so far from the Spanish army by this point that even being spread out in tiny groups that were unable to defend themselves wasn't a huge concern. In fact, it would be almost impossible for the Spanish to catch up with them. The greatest danger they faced during this period was hunger, but that was going to change. Now, they did have all of that horse flesh that they'd salted just a few days earlier, but imagine taking some beef jerky and emptying that into a burlap bag, and then I want you to soak that in river water for a few hours and then eat it. And when I say I want you to do that, please don't do that. That would be very dangerous. The pirates basically lost all of the food they had with them. The vanguard got into the habit of finding and flagging banana groves or groves of other fruit, and for about a week it was a pleasant, peaceful voyage down the river. However, those groves of banana trees started becoming more and more frequent along the river. They became more and more orderly, and once the pirates saw a small structure near the grove. It was clear that they were in inhabited country once again. This stretch of river belonged to indigenous peoples, two distinct groups. The Mosquito controlled the land from the river to the Mosquito coast, so the southern bank of the river. On the other side, though, we find a people that Ravenel de Lussan called the Albaoan nation. The Albaoan people were soon to grip the pirates with a terrible sort of fear. In late January, Ravenel de Lussan was in the vanguard, near the front but not at the very front. When we picture the pirates on the river, we need to take a few things into account. First, remember that they were somewhat submerged. They had big poles to push themselves around, but they didn't move very well. That's a large part of the reason they were so split up, so that one fallen pipery wouldn't take down several others. That is to say that they were within earshot of one another, but oftentimes the pirates were not in sight of each other. As Lussan rounded a bend in the river, he saw the telltale signs of an upturned raft. There was a floating pipery in the middle of the river, but no men struggling in the water, nor was there anyone ashore. There were no shouts, there was no sign of life at all. So Lussan and his companion went ashore to investigate, and there they found signs of violence. There were broken tree limbs and disturbed grass and sand and dirt, and there was blood, a lot of blood, in one location, followed by two separate swaths of blood that led away into the brush. When Lussan and his companion followed those trails of blood, they found exactly what they expected. Two bodies. In this case they were English, but they were members of the company, and they had their throats slit. Both of their packs were missing, along with all of their worldly wealth, but their swords had gone undrawn. This was a clear assassination. So who were the culprits in all of this? Well, the answer to that was obvious to everyone who saw this scene, Lussan and his companion and those who came after. They were among those Albaoan, quote, savages, end quote, that had been spotted in the hills on the north side of the river. They were now a clear and present menace to the safety and security of the voyage. The following day, the pirates on the river spotted a small group of Albaoan women. They were walking along a ridgeline near the river, carrying fruit on their backs. And some of the pirates got out of the river and went off seeking revenge. At least, it's what they called revenge. Now, Lussan doesn't go into great detail. He wasn't among those that left the river, and even if he had been, he likely wouldn't have written about it. In the very best case scenario here, those women carrying fruit were killed quickly. But it would be naive to believe that the best case scenario is what actually happened. In all likelihood, they suffered greatly before their deaths on pirate sabers. Now, to those of us in the modern world, we can see the injustice in all of that. There is no justice found in killing innocent people. But at the time, there was a sense of, they killed our people, let's kill some of theirs. Some in the pirate company even hailed those who went off to seek that revenge as heroes. They did so a few leagues down the river when those who had gone off to seek that revenge were spotted. They had a banner lifted up to announce their location, and they had a haul of fresh fruit for everybody to enjoy. Over the following days, that very same group of hero pirates slipped off a few more times. They said that they had spotted other Albaoan people lurking about. Not innocent women that they could violate and murder. No, these were very clearly the men that they were hunting. They were dark of countenance and frightful of visage. They had terrible bloody blades by their sides. Sadly, perhaps to be expected though, those hero pirates could never catch those frightful monsters. This was their land, and they knew it better than anyone else. But beyond that, those frightful Albaoan people moved like ghosts. Clearly, they were under the influence of, or perhaps even in league with, Lucifer himself. They had gotten away with murder, and they continued to get away with murder. That group of pirates that went off hunting them over and over again just couldn't catch the villains, and nearly every day more pirates were found dead. They could come from anywhere among the fleet of pirate rafts, not just out front, but in the middle or near the rear. It was a terrifying time when the pirates were prey for those Albaoan savages. But Ravenel de Luçon noticed something a bit suspicious here. He appears not only to have been a skilled tactician and a talented orator, but also quite the detective. Do you remember, a couple of episodes back, the little drama surrounding the shares between the pirates? How some in the crew had gambled and lost their winnings to others in the crew. How there was even a plot to kill those who had large sums of money that they had won from others. Ravenel de Luçon remembered that quite well, since his name had been on the hit list. And there was a connection here that was impossible to ignore. Only those pirates who slipped away, remember, pirates who were guilty of rape and murder oh so recently, only they had ever actually seen these vile, terrifying, demonic savages in the hills. And that very same group of pirates, these hero pirates, well, they were well known to have lost all of their winnings in the games. And everyone who had been killed by these assassins, seemingly at random, well, they all happened to be among the biggest winners at the games, those who had well over their given share. Luçon brought up his concerns to the leadership, and the leadership was concerned by this, but they seemed more concerned about how justice was to be exacted. I mean, if what Luçon said was true, the villains had to be killed, justice had to be brought, but in the interest of order and discipline, which were necessary to their survival, those assassins had to be tried and executed in what amounted to a pirate court, not killed by a mob of angry pirates. That could lead to the breakdown of order and the doom of this voyage. The leadership, the captains of the various crews, tried to get their men into order, but it was an impossible task. The crew had the scent of blood now, and they wanted the blood of those who had killed their comrades. However, despite a night of scouring the hills and the camps and the riverbanks, those assassins, those pirates, were nowhere to be found. They had caught wind of the coming storm and slipped away. I wish that there were a satisfying conclusion to this drama, that the pirates had been caught and tried and found guilty, but they were never seen again. If I were writing a fictional version of this story, I would tell maybe of one of the assassins spotted wearing the boots of one of the dead men. but pirates rarely actually wore boots, and these pirates had their feet submerged in water through most of the day. I do like to imagine, though, that those assassins were caught by whoever those indigenous people were, perhaps even by the family of those women that they had attacked and killed, and that they found their justice there. But we don't know what happened to them, and we never will. See, this brings us to what is essentially the end of this leg of the voyage. Shortly after the conclusion of this little drama, in mid-February, the land leveled out. The river had the opportunity to grow wide and calm and free of waterfalls. At that point, all of the French in the fleet decided to stop and build canoes, and that took some time. However, the English still with the company, including George Dew, had a bit of a sour taste in their mouth after so many of them had been targeted by those French assassins. So they went on ahead without canoes but in their piperies. The English went on ahead into Mosquito territory, while the French waited behind because, well, they had canoes to build. It has nothing to do with the fact that the Mosquito might just kill all of us on sight. If the English arrived first, they would have the opportunity to warn the Mosquito that Frenchmen were coming, but that they were friends. And, in the mind of the French, if those negotiations failed and the Mosquito still wanted to kill them, they would have canoes that could carry them quickly and safely to the sea. As it happens, though, shortly after setting out on the 1st of March in their freshly built canoes, the French were stopped by a group of Mosquito scouts. They were sent, they said, by the English buccaneers, by George Dew in particular, probably. The English had arrived safely at the Mosquito coast, and apparently they were waiting at what was really one of the worst-kept secrets in the West Indies. The Mosquito coast had a ton of settlements, all the way up from Cabo Gracias a Dios in the north to Abraham's Key at Bluefields in the south. Those two were the largest and best defended holdouts of the lot, and they were key locations in the Mosquito-English alliance. And right now, the English were at Cabo Gracias a Dios, and even more news, they had secured a ship for the French buccaneers. They'd given a deposit to the captain of that vessel, so he would stick around, and the captain had agreed to give 40 pirates a ride wherever they wanted to go, provided they could pay. And that's a smart move for the right kind of captain, the kind of captain who might stop off at Cabo Gracias a Dios. If he were, say, a smuggler who had some legitimate credentials but not too many qualms, they could make a fortune if they stopped off at a known pirate haven and found a crew that needed passage. The Mosquito told the French that they were only to send the 40 that would be going aboard that vessel. However, all 240 of the French buccaneers showed up at Cabo Gracias a Dios only a few days later. The French were back on that fringe of civilization. They had to deal with all of the national tensions that they had left behind when they were in Spanish territory. The French here did not know how things stood between England and France. They might be at war right now, at this moment, and the French would have no way of knowing. And if you were a savvy English privateer who was returning from a semi-legal mission into the Pacific, well, do you remember after the first Pacific adventure how the English were betrayed by the French? They were kidnapped, put in chains, and almost sold to the governor of Saint-Domingue. However, they escaped, but if only 40 French buccaneers showed up to be shipped off on a ship that they were supposed to believe existed, well, they could be captured by the Mosquito with ease. Their confiscated plunder could be split between the Mosquito and the English, and they could be carried off to Port Royal in chains for summary execution. That would enrich the English privateers and get them back in the governor's good graces. Not only would they have made a fortune on this voyage, they would have made an additional fortune by capturing the French, and they would have earned their way back into the civilized world with one simple stroke. And who knows? That might have been the plan. Now, England and France were not at war, but they were very much on the verge of war. More on that next time. For now, the French decided to make the coast in strength and keep to themselves. It was a gamble, but they did have a trump card here. They had all of those freed slaves with them who were a balm on this situation. This was the haven that those freedmen were hoping for. The Mosquito Coast was home to hundreds or maybe even thousands of Maroons, from Jamaica to Cuba to Saint Domingue, everywhere in the West Indies. This was a place of refuge for them. Now this lot had traveled the very, very long way round from Port Royal to the Mosquito Coast, but they'd made it all the same. It's not impossible to think that they may have actually known people who were there. Ravenel de Lussan writes, quote, "On the 14th, the vessel arrived at the place where we were and came to anchor. About 50 of us, more vigilant than the rest, made a shift to enter her. Being piled, as it were, on top of one another, we weighed anchor and departed. The master would have carried us to Jamaica, but we, not knowing how matters stood between France and England, whether it were peace or war, engaged him to carry us to St. Domingo for 40 pieces of 8 a head. On the 17th we doubled the island of Providence, as the English call it, which was taken by the French and English under the colors of the last." End quote. They landed next at Cuba and bought some food and water from the hunters they met there, but they were careful to be simultaneously menacing and polite. And they paid full price for everything they bought from those Spaniards because, quote, "we were uncertain whether our nation was at peace or war with the Spaniards, since we had no intelligence here from any French country." On the 6th of April we touched at a small borough on the coast, 7 leagues distant from Petit Goave, that so we might hear some news of our own country while we rode at anchor here. There were some of our people so infatuated with the long miseries we had suffered that they thought of nothing but the Spaniards, insomuch that when from the deck they saw some horsemen riding along the seaside, they flew to their arms to fire upon them, imagining they were enemies, though we assured them we were now come amongst those of our own nation. End quote. They were so infatuated with the long misery they had suffered that they almost fired upon their countrymen. That's PTSD. They'd been in enemy territory for years now. They had forgotten their other life. But Ravenel de Lussan finally concludes his account with this passage. Quote, "We left this port and went to anchor in the port of Petit Goave, from whence we had departed almost 4 years before. And before we came near the fort, I went to Monsieur Dumas, the king's lieutenant, to require him to grant us protection and indemnity. By virtue of an amnesty, the king had been pleased to send to those that made war upon the Spaniards since the peace." I kind of doubt that's how that actually happened. I imagine that guards and the threat of prison were involved, but that's what Lussan's lawyers would have wanted in the book. Finally, quote, "Lastly, when we were all got ashore to a people that spoke French, we could not forbear shedding tears of joy, that after we had run so many hazards, dangers, and perils, it had pleased the Almighty Maker of earth and sea to grant a deliverance and bring us back to those of our own nation. I cannot but add that, for my own part, I had so little hope of ever getting back that I could not, for the space of 15 days, take my return for any other than an illusion. It proceeded so far with me that I shunned sleep, for fear when I awaked I should find myself again in those countries, out of which I was now safely delivered." End quote. And with that we're going to leave Ravenel de Lussan and the French buccaneers who took part in the Second Pacific adventure. They were safely back home here at the beginning of 1688. Those English buccaneers at Cabo Gracias a Dios would make it home as well, and all of the rest of the French, but they only had a brief respite from the life. In the months that followed their return home, the tensions between the powers of Europe grew worse. It became clear that war was imminent, and the pirates had decisions to make. Would they take part in the war as legal privateers, as many of them had begun their careers, or would they instead choose to leave it all behind? We'll get into that and so much more in the coming weeks as we look at, next time, the dawn of the 9 Years' War. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show. Everybody who has signed up to become a patron on Patreon, those of you who have signed up to support the show directly through PayPal, those of you who have left us ratings or reviews wherever it is you listen to the show, and everyone who has recommended this show. Without all of you, I couldn't do this. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, you absolutely should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's brillig.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch on Twitter, SoundCloud, Reddit, or YouTube. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.